Yeah. No doubt. Well, they kind of have to. Such a fabricated model in the first place. Bitcoin up to 40, almost 47. Looking
Is it?
good.
Nice.
Yeah, that's where it's at. The rest of these coins are going to friggin' explode. This week should be insane.
Nice.
If it holds up there.
Hey, what did he have to drink today? What did he have to drink? Did he have any apple juice? Adam, you want to come eat?
What up?
What's up, Grit?
Not too much.
Right, we got him at the rotating atmosphere, bro. We got him.
Yeah, I mean that's been a headshot for a long time, especially when the different layers of atmosphere move different directions based on heat and temperature and pressure. But at the same time, in their model, it's supposed to be all moving in lockstep, but just lagging behind because you can spin a ball in a bucket of paint. It's a contradiction. I mean, it's not. It's okay to have these contradictions as long as someone can explain it, but they can't. They don't have an explanation, and if they try to come up with one, it's not very good because it starts to shoot holes in their other explanations. It's like the kind of like that joke meme where it's like in a hot air balloon, if you shoot a sniper, gun, is there Coriolis? Because that would be because hot air balloons aren't affected by it, but the bullet is. But if you're in the hot air balloon, how could the bullet be affected now? Is it outside of this reference frame that they talk about, or? The only thing they can really go to is their explanation. That this is what I mean, like where it's kind of like it shoots holes in their thing. Is they have to say that Earth is functionally and practically used as flat and stationary, but not. They'll just say like these local winds, these winds at a local level kind of blow different directions, based on terrain and weather and all these other things. But as a whole, on the grand scope, from like a God's eye view, they're all kind of moving this direction, like that weird, like a scattergram. It's like like for the most part, like people's age goes or things that go one direction, but sometimes they take a different pathway. Especially they say if gas does this. See, it's kind of funny. I mean, I feel like I can do globalists better than they can. I'm looking forward for Brian to do his thing. I'm not going to watch it on Looney Tunes channel, but it's going to be see if he's willing, if he's going to um, make good on it.
Has the Toon Man ever said why he calls himself MC Toon? Or is that, have you ever heard of why he calls himself that? It just seems like he's really asking to be called Looney Tunes. I'm just wondering like whether it was intentional or whether it just means something different entirely. People just say Looney Tunes, or
Yeah, I've heard at first that he used the name because it's similar to his real name, and he's also a fan of like Looney Tunes.
They told me his
Like,
last name is actually Toon,
yeah, but
and
like,
his first name's Michael.
but spelled differently. So, and he also likes tunes, and he kind of considers himself like an MC.
okay.
So like he like did a lot of thinking. Like his, he wanted his profile to be like really representative of his personality, with kind of like a hint and nod of his own name in there.
Fair enough.
I heard someone say he lives a cartoon lifestyle with the heart of a Muppet.
Like another thing too, like MC has. Oh yeah, that just got me. Like I missed that first one.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say like how the MC is like that double entendre. Like it means something like kind of like the guy who's in charge of the microphone at like ceremonies and stuff. But it also means something like in electrical engineering, which is a degree I guess he claims he has. He's got a master's in electrical engineering or something. I've just heard all kinds of stuff. I mean, who knows, right? They just make people can pick usernames for whatever reason. It's not that huge of a deal, other than insight, right? When you ask them, "Hey, I'm curious," like why crit type of thing. I mean, yours makes a lot of sense, Geo, and Jeremy too.
Yeah, no, I just wondered with him because, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if his actual last name is Toon and stuff, it makes sense. But maybe he just didn't know that it was going to be all the Looney Tune references. But
Yeah, I've heard that too about the Looney Tune, like Bugs Bunny and stuff like that.
So, I mean, remember this, guys. They're going to use this in the future. Fluid mechanics does not explain the rotation of the atmosphere. I'm going to forget it.
Yeah, science denial is really what they're doing. Mysterious waves inside the sun have baffled, or scientists baffled.
Damn, it started snowing here. I thought I just put the snowblower away yesterday, so it figures.
It won't be that much though, right? Just a little dusty maybe, or
I hope not. I hope not. And they act like something because it's classified as a fluid, air and gas. They act like there ain't no difference, and they both exhibit the same behaviors, but they don't, and they're wrong on that too. Hawaiian is classified as a cat. So is my little house cat. Big fucking difference. One of them can kill me. For a second there, I thought you were going to say you seen Brandon somewhere. He popped up on my TikTok thing. It was like, follow Brandon Toy. I was like, oh, all right. I followed him, but I think I sent him a message like, hey, what's up or something.
You see him log in every so often, but he doesn't say anything or do anything. I mean, not any servers I know that you share anyway.
I mean, when he left, he was like, oh, I'm going to lay low for a while. Life's getting busy, you know. I was like, no doubt.
He said that?
Yeah.
Wait, he responded to you?
No, this was before he even left. Like right when he was getting ready to leave, he's like, I'm gonna lay low for a little while. Life's getting busy. I got a bunch of shit going on.
Yeah.
So this was before he left. He said that.
Oh, good grief. Okay, so I was looking at the news for the Poland visit. So Biden basically threatens Putin. Like, just this guy should just like stay home. Like, just shouldn't he be trying to defuse the situation? He's like ramping it up every time he opens his mouth.
Yeah, they basically want food and gas shortages to be fucking ridiculous by the end of the year. And then because basically they can blame it on the Russians and say the reason we have all this inflation and nobody can fucking afford shit to survive is because of Russia. When, I mean, they printed all this money out fucking last year. It's all a distraction because, like, if they actually told you legitimately that they fucking inflated your dollar and everything's going to shit because they decided to pass a bill at Congress, there'd be riots in the street. That's why they need a boogeyman from Russia.
Oh yeah.
And they might be trying to push in some kind of government controlled cryptocurrency or something. They were talking about it on Jose's earlier. I guess England or the UK or something wants to do some kind of digital currency where they can control where you can even spend it at.
Yeah, 100%. That is 100% the goal. And 100% not only just the currency, but blockchain in general used to control the internet and all these like robots, algorithms, and drones. They think they're going to be like implementing in our sharing economy, fourth industrial revolution. Basically, all you need to realize is that there's three fucking main Jesuits that you have to fucking watch out for. That Superior General, the Pope, and Klaus Schwab. Those three individuals run everything on planet Earth. Everything else is just their goals. You look at the fucking World Economic Forums, every fucking thing that happens that you think is random somehow seems to benefit their fucking agenda.
I'm on you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I've been telling heads we're gonna end up like 1984. I mean, what do you think they're doing here? Go ahead, Chris.
We already are, bro. This COVID shit has basically, if you have been through COVID and didn't realize you're already in 1984, I mean, dude, it's so retarded that like there's not even any mask mandates anymore, and everyone's still wearing a mask where I'm at. Like these fuckers are retarded.
Dude, there's a guy in my work that is still wearing a mask. They lifted the statewide. They lifted the school for the schools. You don't need to wear a mask. The guy's still rocking one.
It's like that song, "Don't Stop Believing."
It could be because the chemicals and the dust. There's a lot of dust. There's a lot of chemicals and shit. So I mean, you might could say it's for that, but I don't know.
The ones still wearing them, it's like, yeah, they're just like, it's like a symbol of like, I still believe the BS. Like they're just like just their face is being diapered by this like.
It's like a NASA shirt.
It's like a dunce cap, you know. You have to like wear a cap. It's like that's what these are at this point.
Yeah, so basically they just want to basically have a boogeyman to blame all their inflation on, and then at the same time, the internet is too free. So basically, they need to start shutting it down and polarizing the internet, making it different internets in every nation, and basically you're gonna have to probably at some point sign on with some sort of digital ID to get onto the internet. That's like in the future. But like this is with the hacking and shit, they can bring in all this security clearance. Like, you know, in 9/11, we're still getting scanned when we go in the computer fucking airport. Once they have this cyber pandemic, whatever bullshit rules, you have to fucking have some sort of biometric fucking ID. It's never going away after that. You're not, and all the fucking internet's gonna be fucking regulated, and all they're gonna do is blame it on Boogeyman Russia or Boogeyman China, when it was fucking them, and nobody fucking cares. They're all just a bunch of fucking useless eaters.
I'm with you 100%, except for the planet Earth part.
What do you mean?
Oh, when you're given your your idea when you're talking, you said that there's like the amount of people who are just running planet Earth.
Sorry, I think I might have missed that, Crit.
Oh, when you were talking, you said that that these groups of people are like running the planet.
And what, you don't think they are?
No, it's not a planet.
Oh, you mean like a planet? Yeah, no, yeah. Listen, I don't fucking care the shape. We all know they aren't going to space, ball or fucking flat. They're giving us fake fucking videos.
I know. I was more kind of just making a joke, I guess, but it kind of fell flat.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, fuck, like, the conversation's kind of important. I mean, but once you get the gist that NASA's lying, I mean, that's kind of like all you need to know. That's like the most important part of like the whole shit.
Elon Musk says people might download their personalities into a human robot that Tesla is making, which could,
Yeah.
which he says
Once you
could be.
realize,
Oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was just gonna. I'm not deciding if I want to click on this article or not.
That's what we need is more assholes running around.
Yeah, hear this. He said, which could be produced by next year.
Are they going to do anything useful? Like do my dishes and mop my floor and shit? Or is it going to be a dickhead walking around?
Probably going to be used for police. Probably going to say like, robot police aren't racist, and therefore we need robot police. That's probably what they're.
Oh, yeah,
gonna
we're
do.
going to end up like Detroit and RoboCop. You ever seen RoboCop?
Yeah.
Remember the Ed
Dude,
209?
it's pretty obvious. Like
Remember
all that
those
shit,
Eds?
basically from 2019. Oh,
Yeah, man, this shit's going to be like a mixture of 1984 mixed with RoboCop. And they took out all the payphones, so we can't get out the Matrix.
yeah. No, I mean the planned obsolescence. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, at this point, it's kind of depressing to realize like how obvious it is, and how like I'm not even old or wise or smart. It's not hard to figure out. Just people choose to ignore it, and it's like, the fuck is wrong with you?
I had a really good meme about that Detroit RoboCop future stuff. I can't see the. I'm not sure what I named it now.
Basically, the shit we experienced during COVID was just like them dipping their toe in the water before they fully dive in. Almost like a litmus test. Like, Like they're like, okay, we're gonna pull off COVID, and if it goes out without a hitch, then the New World Order will be installed in the next 10 years. And it fucking went through flawlessly. Imagine having that flawless of a plan. And I'm tired of constantly having everyone I know who got a vaccine contacting me and saying how they got so sick and shit, and they're getting sick and whatever. It's like, I don't know, dude. Like, okay, well, you decided to fucking trust some random puppet on TV that's wearing a mask. You're not even sure if it's a human being. It could be a robot. It's over me, but go ahead, guys. Yeah, good job.
And moon rocks smell like fart.
How the fuck are you supposed to look at a rock and determine it's not from Earth? Like no, like think about it. In what way do they prove a rock isn't from Earth by chemically testing it? It doesn't make any sense. How are you gonna fucking test the chemical composition of a fucking object and then say, oh, it's from this position in space? It doesn't. How does that logically? Someone's gonna need to bridge a logic on that one. I mean, say I found a fucking diamond and no one ever discovered a diamond before. Couldn't I just claim, wow, look at this. Its crystal structure is so organized, it's so clear, it's so hard. The only explanation is it's from Saturn. And if no one ever discovered this shit before, well, I guess they would just agree with me. I mean, where's the logical fucking bridge from something being fucking chemically strange and it then being from another fucking world? I don't get it. Someone needs to bridge the logic. That's a problem with these fucking globers. Is whenever they have they have their model on one side, they have the facts on the other side. It doesn't actually fucking line up. They just make a bunch of assumptions as a bridge in between. They don't actually fucking link their shit with logic. They link it with assumptions.
Yep. That's the rough part because they can't even start over with the scientific method and reproduce the results to get to where they're assuming to begin with. They're starting with not flat, therefore a globe, when flat was the starting point. It's like the Black Knight on like Monty Python. You know, I'll kill your ankles. You know.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this Tulsi Gabbard chick is gonna be vice, Trump is gonna be president, and Elon Musk is like right hand man. And then in 2024, they're gonna have like fat fucking thing like Trump, Kamala Harris, and then like then they can give the excuse to have Black Lives Matter burn down cities for no reason, like have some cops put bricks out beforehand and shit. I mean, yeah, like it's so funny, like the shit they fucking do to us and how obvious it is. And all you have to do is pay attention for 30 damn seconds. You don't even need to search this shit. You just have to remember the shit they previously told you, and then you'll fucking understand. Like, wait a minute, what they told me last week doesn't fucking match what they're telling me this week. Something's contradicting. Something's wrong. But people just don't. They just fucking. Oh, whatever it is, I support the current thing, and I forget what happened in the past. I'm a fucking goldfish. Oh, they said this fucking 2 years ago, but now they're saying the opposite. I'm a fucking goldfish. I support it either way.
Well, I guess when some of these people have already bought into all of it, like a lot of us bought in when we were kids or whatever, like growing up, like we kind of believed a lot of it. But the people that are still doing it, like drinking the Kool-Aid, as it were, sort of like your favorite football team or something. It's like they have to just defend all of it. It's like you either get it all or you start questioning it. Some of these people just seem to it's like it's their favorite football team and they're just going to root for them no matter what. So no matter what it is, whether it's whatever it may be, they're just going to jump on board. It literally matters not what it actually is. It's just people blindly following what they think is an authority.
Yeah, sorry to say, but sports and war is rigged. There's no point in getting behind a country or a sports team because sports is rigged and also it's war. When they start a war, they already know who's going to win and what the outcomes are going to be, how it's going to change the economy, and what has to be implemented in the nations involved. All it is basically a fast way to bring in changes they want. So you have someone at one state doing one thing, but you want them all to be doing another thing. The best way to do it is to have some sort of war. And then they're going to have to change their fucking behaviors fast. And it doesn't have to only be war, right? Like we had 9/11. They wanted us to all be scanned when we go into the airport, line up like cattle and have TSA and like ruin our time on airplanes and shit. They just, they had their outcome they wanted, and then they kind of like work backwards. Okay, so we're gonna have a 9/11 at this point. Good, right? I want us all to be obedient to the fucking box and to wear a mask in some sort of satanic ritual and give up our sovereignty over our bodily like autonomy and like basically inject ourselves with poison as like a tribute to the government. So they like, okay, that's what we want. We're going to come up with a fake pandemic. All they do is they just determine what they want at the end and then kind of backwards engineer it with some sort of conflict to push the fucking sheep in the direction they want. That's all it is. Very obvious. They know what your demographic is. They know what your complaints are going to be. Like they knew that like crazy conspiratards were going to be like up in arms if they wanted to shut down the economy, mask your face, take away your business, and force inject your children. So what they did was they got some controlled op in Trump, and they just had him fight the conspiracy and clean up the swamp. So then when he came in with this totalitarian bullshit, nobody would fucking question it. Like, oh well, Trump's on our side. We need to all lock down. It's obvious, bro. They literally have people who study our demographics, study our opinions, take polls on what we think. They fucking anticipate what we're gonna think and behave before we do it. It's like chess, basically.
You guys are all so upbeat this morning. What's happened? It's been a death in the family.
Who thinks the Queen of England dies in 2 months?
Who died?
Queen of England in May.
I think she perpetually looks like she's only got a couple of. You could be right.
I'm saying like there was like some sort of song the Beatles came out with talking about the May Queen and all this shit. Oh, if I was able to gamble on this, I would bet the queen dies in the month of May.
I'm sure you can gamble on it, mate. Just check out some bookies.
I checked it out, dude. I actually checked out when they were saying like it's insulting to people or something, so they don't bet on it. Some shit like that.
Oh, what? A gamble in poor taste? No one's ever cared about that before. Shit.
Yeah, I gotta find some, man. It's not on the internet. I'll tell you that. I actually looked for it though, like legit. Well, not like a intensive look, like a quick Google search. Has anyone heard of the theory that basically there's some like Egyptian god named Set. He was like, I don't know, one of like the main gods basically, but there's some sort of story where he gets turned into like a pig or something. And some people were saying that like basically in the Bible they have like Cain, Abel, and Seth, and then like Seth is actually Set, and the reason that like you're not supposed to eat pork or whatever is because like Seth is supposed to be father of the living, and since he was turned into a pig, it's like an insult to him or something.
We still ain't seen Bob, and they're still fighting. And I was arguing with them in Gems today. They're still saying it's not Coriolis. My example, Jo.
Coriolis is such a waste of time. They're basically saying something's spinning, therefore we have this Coriolis effect. But it doesn't even necessarily have to be the Earth. It's just so dumb. It could just be space over the flat, motionless Earth. Why are we even talking about this thing still? It's just so inconsistent.
It is. But I mean, we got. What do you want to talk about?
I mean, if your eyes are spinning, you're going to get a curved path, even if the path is straight inside or outside of the frame. So that makes the Coriolis irrelevant, unless there's actually a curvature to the path imparted by the system.
Lemon. I worry for your safety on a daily basis, bro. You got to buckle up.
Between all the ways that they're trying to kill us with the food and the vaccines, it's lucky we're alive anyway.
Lemon? What do you pray for when you pray? Do you ask
Wisdom.
something? Wisdom. That's good.
Wisdom, temperance, that sort of thing. How about you?
I pray for other people. All of us together. I mean, I am included in the group that I'm praying for, but just pray that everyone can be better people, and that we all don't suffer and as much, and just better people mostly. If we just people were just better, more altruistic, had more empathy, I feel like the world would be a better place.
I was just reading a little bit about this Coriolis guy. I mean, the thing is, dude, I don't think there really is like an exact right or wrong answer to what this whole thing of whether the ball is thrown within the reference frame or whatever. I mean, the thing is that it's named after this guy, apparently Coriolis or whatever, and it says on the Wikipedia page, if this is true, that when he originally like his theories or whatever had nothing to do with the Earth or the spin of the Earth at all. He was working with like water wheels and stuff. So he was working with like transfer of energy within like water wheels and like scientific little gadgets on Earth. And then in time, they just kind of, for whatever reason, hijacked this name to call it this thing on the globe and whatever. So I don't think there is any like exact definition of whether like the ball is thrown or the bullet is shot within the rotating thing. It's all just sort of like ad hoc from this guy's ideas. So it's all, I don't know. It's not really like a relevant debate, I feel. What I mean, well, just the last part. What I mean is that like the debate as to whether the ball is thrown within or without is sort of irrelevant.
Yo, fool, Jeremy. You remember whenever I came in and everybody was quiet, and then I said that example about the Earth and the asteroid, and I was like, yeah, imagine the asteroid came from outside the Earth, orbits the Earth, and then as it's orbiting the Earth, you try to note its path along the surface, like the spots beneath the asteroid, like the shadows, and you outline that path, and it's curved or whatever. And they're like, yeah, okay, that's Coriolis. I was like, yeah, the ball going over the merry-go-round is the same exact thing. They're like, well, no, because you're not noting its path. It's like, dude, that's the whole point. It's like
They're fucked up, bro.
I know.
That's not a good Jeremy impersonation.
You could tell that was not an impression of Jeremy. That was an impression of the dudes over there. Because, I was agreeing with Jeremy because I'm right, actually, and they agreed with me, and then that's how they changed the subject, because they're like, are you really think Coriolis is important? Like, do you really think it's not important that you got to call it that? But dude, what are you talking about, dude? It's like,
you see what it's like dealing with you people?
It's not you people, dude. It's
no, you're in the you people group.
How?
You guys.
I was the one who was agreeing with you.
In this instance, yes, but normally it's you people.
No, it's not, dude. I don't do that kind of bullshit, dude, where I'm just saying
all
wrong things
do,
just because other people are saying them.
Them guys be playing weird games. I feel like I'm in Jigsaw, a Saw movie.
Yeah, but dude, when I gave that example is the same, and they agree with me. And then whenever they said it's not the same, it'd be the same if so if you were to tell me that the asteroid came and it orbited or whatever, but you didn't look at its path of the ground or something, then that's not Coriolis. I'm like, dude, No one said that, dude. If you're describing the path from the rotating reference frame's point of view, that's Coriolis, regardless of where it came from.
Man, I just want you to know how they were saying the ball's not in the non-inertial reference frame. Serious fuck up right there.
I'm not sure. I think honestly, it's one of those things where, like, because I didn't always adhere to this definition of it. Like, it's evolved to this definition, the one I currently have, which I feel like is the correct one, obviously. And I think that there's a lot of people who are still on that journey of discovering what it really means. Like, absolutely. And in that process, they come across you, and you say one thing, and they're gonna find as many things as they can to disagree with whatever you said. But
And verbal. I mean, I've been using the same example for fucking over a week now. Right? I don't keep saying it different every time. I keep saying it the same every time.
verbal made it. I mean, his point made sense to that. Like, I could see you, and maybe you don't remember, but you could have you could have said it like there's two scenarios. One is, do you experience Coriolis from the rotating reference frame, or the second one was, do you see a curved path from the rotating reference frame? And the if you describe it as a curved path, that's technically not entirely correct, because you're not really at liberty.
The point is, everyone knows what the example is. Everyone knows we're looking for the Coriolis effect, and we know it's there. They don't think it's there, though. That's the overarching point of this all.
They don't think it's described that way for some reason. And he's like, that one guy's like, that's that one, whoever that new guy is. He's like, that's conservation of momentum. Coriolis is something different. I'm like, oh, okay, dude, because I'm pretty sure that's what Coriolis is, bro.
Coriolis is the conservation. What kind of momentum? Linear or angular?
Angular momentum.
Okay, so in our example, when the guy throws the ball back and forth, watching it curve from the roundabout in the middle, where's the angular momentum?
Say again, when he's watching the curve? What do you mean?
In my example that I've been detailing for the past week now, with the two guys standing still, throwing it back and forth, the roundabout in between them.
The two shirtless guys.
Where's the conservation of angular momentum in that example?
Well, let's see. In that example,
you lost, Kosho. You lost, bro.
Hold up, dude. I'm not done, bro. This is your thing, dude. You call winners and losers too early, man. When it's fair to think about the answer before you give the wrong one, right? So
well, let's hear where's the conservation of angular momentum in this example, Kosho. Come on, bro. Use your head.
Yeah, hold on, sir.
We'll be waiting patiently.
Well, technically, it doesn't have to have a conservation of angular momentum. It just has to be a frame translation. So, technically, yeah, because at first I just had some chicken makni, so I'm not really thinking clearly. But I first thought, I don't think that every situation has to have the conservation of angular momentum.
So you just ate chicken and you're not thinking clearly? Is that what you said?
I was sitting out all night, man.
Are you saying you got salmonella poisoning, or what's going on?
No, there's a chicken.
You need me to call the poison hotline for you?
I had Indian chicken, and the sauce and everything, and I was sitting out, and I was like, I should put it in the fridge. I didn't put it in the fridge. I didn't heat it up. I just grabbed it and ate it.
Classic.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's just not really.
So we don't need conservation of angular momentum to have the Coriolis.
I don't want to answer that right away, man, because I'm saying I'm not thinking clearly right now. But regardless, Coriolis is simply the different, the unexplained path, the unexplained.
It's explained.
Change of path. Well, no, it's not. No. That's what I'm saying, though. It's not explained by an actual force. So when you have
it's not a force.
It is a force. It's a fictitious force, which is a type of force. It's a force that only exists in that reference frame. It's a force that's dependent on it being in that reference frame.
Called a pseudo force.
It's not a real force.
It is a real fictitious forces are forces, but they are a specific type of force. They're a force that it doesn't exist in every reference frame, so it doesn't require acceleration or this other type of thing. It exists because it exists only in reference in the perspective of that reference frame. It doesn't exist in the other reference frame. So that's why the path, you can create a curved path on the ground, or you can create a cloud rotating, or you can do all sorts of shit where it's moving across the surface and it's actually moving. It's actually deviating. A real deviation is occurring. A real curved path is taking place, and there's no actual acceleration. Or no, I'm sorry. There is acceleration. There's no actual force inspiring that acceleration. Because you have to remember, this is when I said this in there too, they couldn't disagree because I told them motion is relative. And they all agreed. And this is about the time when Scott Mackey interrupted me for whatever reason. Yeah, but if motion is relative, that means velocity is relative. If velocity is relative, that means acceleration is relative. And if acceleration is relative, that means that in a certain frame, like the rotating frame, a force can be experienced that is not experienced in the non-rotating frame, strictly because that motion is relative. What's funny, Jeremy, is that your own argument has evolved, but basically just because you want to spite certain people in there.
Listen, I'm just taking what you guys told me, and it's not working in your favor. You guys are all over the map. You made a bigger mess out of Coriolis than gravity.
I'm fucking telling you about Coriolis, about the, I'm on the same team you are about that. Okay, so what are you saying, you guys?
Because you know what I mean by you guys. These guys.
So me, Zanuck, Rumpus.
No, you guys are on point. You guys are on point with this. The other people, the people that think it's conservation of angular momentum, like you thought it was a minute ago.
No, I didn't, dude. I told you I had that fucking old chicken, man.
What is
hold that shit chicken? Against me, bro? You remember whenever Zanuck and Rumpus disagreed yesterday? They were fighting for like 20 minutes about the same thing. Yeah, remember that?
Yeah, you know why they were fighting over it? Because I was right this whole time.
No,
things can leave reference frames, and Rumpus had to set Zanuck straight on it. That's
no,
what
he
happened.
did. No, Zanuck was right. Rumpus was wrong. Because the way, I mean, they were both right actually, but they were both. Rumpus was wrong. To say that Zanuck was wrong, because Rumpus just wasn't wording it correctly. That's why I was trying to stop them and tell them, if you would just word it the way that I just said, then there's no problem. Because
Rumpus was wrong.
No. Neither of them are wrong.
Oh,
it's
okay.
just
okay.
Yeah, Rumpus was wrong.
So you think can leave reference frame?
No. See, here's what happens. An object, just like the object being viewed from the non-inertial reference frame, that object is not leaving the spinning reference frame and then going into the other reference frame. That object is existing in any reference frame, as many as possible. The object and the observation. Okay, the observer, the one making the observation, or the frame in which the observation is being described in. This is what can change reference frames. So this entity, the observer, is what is changing reference frames when you say this is in this reference frame and now it's in this reference frame. The observer does that. The observation, or the the instance, or the object, or whatever you want to call it, there's no need to classify it as being in one reference frame or the other, because that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to the in respect to that object. It just matters in respect to the observer. So that's what Zanuck was saying. That's what I'm saying.
You realize Rumpus is saying what I'm saying, so he can't be wrong. He can't be right and me be wrong.
I think one day we need somebody in the US and somebody in Australia on Discord at the same time flush their toilet. See if they go in different directions. We could prove it once and for all on Discord on camera.
Are you not aware that that entire thing is a scam?
It'd be pretty cool to see, even if it is a scam.
You can make something drain either way. It doesn't matter where you
Or
are.
we could do something like some other neutral thing, like drain a bathtub. Two people could drain a bathtub at the same time. I think that's more scientific. One person in Australia or New Zealand, and one person in England or like New York, Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere. We'll test Coriolis. Test the predictions of Coriolis.
And you got more problems coming, Kosho. The atmosphere when it gets 200 kilometers up, unexplainable. Not explained by fluid dynamics on how it's rotating, why it's rotating like that. My arguments have evolved because I don't have to play out of a script. I'm not in a cult. I'm a free thinker. I'm not in no box. I'm right out the box, fresh out.
Edgy, bruh.
All lives matter.
I've been here since day one.
Rumpus is here, Jeremy. You can ask him now.
Ask him what?
Well, Kosha, you just said Rumpus was wrong, so you want to?
What I said was they were both right. I said Rumpus was wrong for saying Zanuck was wrong, but we already agreed on that. They both were right. They were just saying the same thing in different ways. That's why I'm saying what Zanuck was saying wasn't wrong. He was describing the observer changing reference frames and the observation or the object not changing reference frames, which if you make it distinct like that, is correct. That's why they were both correct. They were just not using the right words.
No, I was correct.
Well, you were correct as well. Zanuck was too, right?
Not really.
Well, I mean, it's true that the observer changes reference frames. You can describe a situation from one reference frame and translate it to another reference frame as the observer or the describer of the situation.
Absolutely.
But the object can be experienced or described from any reference frame.
Absolutely, that's the point I was making. But you can still say it's left a reference frame, but still refer to it from another reference frame. But it's just because something's left a reference frame doesn't mean to say that it becomes invisible to another reference frame, or you can't describe the transform that maps it into your reference frame. But it's not in your reference frame, but you can still see it and map it and project it into yours.
Okay, if you're saying that though, like just like you said it, you can do that, but it doesn't mean that it can't leave or can't be viewed. What do you mean by that then? If you're saying that something's leaving a reference frame?
It means, I keep on saying this, I don't know quite why Zanuck is sort of beginning to accept it. It means that you are not changing your position in that reference frame and your position with other things in that reference frame. So, for instance, all the people in a train who are sitting down, they're all in the same reference frame. Well, say 500 people in a train, they're all in the same reference frame. And if someone gets up and starts moving around in that train, then one of them is no longer in the same reference frame as the train. There's 499 people in the one reference frame and the train. And there's a person who's no longer in that reference frame, but you can still map them and transform them into the reference frame of the train. But they've left the train reference frame. You now have to put a transform in there. And even though the train's moving around, all the relative positions of all the other 499 people remain constant. There is no change in the position in the reference frame of people in that train. They are all in the same reference frame because they don't change their position with respect to one another. That's what makes them in the same reference frame. The person who got up and moves around is changing his position in that reference frame and therefore is no longer in it.
Yeah, but when you describe that person who got up and you say that he left the reference frame, or he's no longer in the reference frame, aren't you saying that from the as like a descriptor, like him describing what his event or whatever, like his description of it is now different from theirs, but him as an object, as viewed from any of those other people, he wouldn't be described as being in a different reference frame, right?
Yes, he would, because he's moving with respect to them. Therefore, he's in a different reference frame.
Even from their
yes,
perspective?
From their point of view, he's moving around with respect to them. His position is no longer constant with respect to their position or the origin of that reference frame. Therefore, he's no longer in that reference frame. And you need a transform to get him to map him into your reference frame. So if he's got a velocity, for instance, he's walking up and down the aisle, well then to get him to describe the projection of him into your reference frame, you have to put a velocity in there and then say, right, his position in our reference frame is changing over time, and here's the function that maps his position over time into our reference frame. He's no longer constant in this reference frame like the other 499 seated people are.
I have basically been saying that verbatim for the past 2 years to Zanuck, and he will not concede that people can.
He was sort of moving that direction. I mean, he claimed it was just semantics or something yesterday or the day before, and he's sort of moving in my direction now. He's no longer disagreeing with me. He's now saying it's just semantics, but I think I'll have him on my side before long. What he doesn't like, and other people who object to that phrase, is that when you say leave the reference frame, it sounds as though you can no longer describe that object from that reference frame, as though it's invisible to that reference frame. No, it's not. It just requires a transformation. That's all. It's no longer being constant in that reference frame, therefore it's left the reference frame.
Yeah,
but doesn't mean to say it's invisible.
That transformation only necessary if you have the information of like this velocity and this type of stuff from his perspective. But
we're talking about we're talking about the reference frame of the train. So I mean, obviously every person's got their own reference frame,
right?
But they're not. But obviously, if they're not moving, but if they might have other things in the other, every person in those 499 people I was talking about have their own reference frame. If they have their own origin. I mean, you could either say they're in that they could have an origin on the train, which they're not moving in respect to, or they could all have their own origin. And each one of the other 499 people do not change their position with respect to each of those other people, although they've got different coordinates. They don't change over time. So they're in the same reference frame. Whereas the person's moving around, he is changing his position over time with respect to the reference frame or every other individual. Therefore, he's not in the same reference frame.
Okay, so I see how you're kind of describing it. You're describing the reference frame as being static, basically. And if it's moving at all, then you have to include translations.
Yeah, in other words, if the coordinates of any object in the to make something in the reference frame, its position in the reference frame has not to move over time. They just stay sitting there with the same coordinate reference. And it doesn't matter if the reference frame is moving, like in a train, all those 499 people are in the same reference frame. The reference train, that train obviously is moving, and they are moving with regard to other reference frames, but all those people are not moving with regard to the origin of the train. So they're all in the same reference frame. The person moving around is moving. He's changing his coordinates with respect to the origin of that train, and so he's not in the same reference frame. You have to then put an equation like his velocity times time plus his original coordinate equals his new coordinate in the reference frame. So you can still map him into your reference frame, but he's moving around in it, and therefore he's not in the reference frame, but he's able to be referenced from that reference frame.
Okay. I mean, honestly, because even that last, it sounds kind of odd saying it like that, because you're saying that it's not in the reference frame because it's moving, but it can be described from that reference frame. So it is in the reference frame.
Yeah, but the point is, then there's no point about talking about different. If he's in a different, you do accept that person moving around is in a different reference frame, or don't you?
No, I do, but only from the perspective of describing that movement, like as describing the entire reference frame from that object, like it's basically like changing observers.
Well, you can pick which reference frame you want to pick from. From the point of view of the person's moving around, all the other 499 people are now in a different reference frame to him because they're moving around with respect to him. From the point of view of the reference frame of the train, again, that person, all the 499 people are in the same reference frame, and the person's not in that reference frame. So you can pick on your reference frame, and then you can pick on how you perceive the other object you're interested in. And the other things that are outside the reference frame are continually changing their coordinates in your reference frame, so they're not in your reference frame. If you said he's not left your reference frame, then that means every single object in the entire universe is in the same reference frame, and there's no concept of being in a different reference frame. You junk the whole concept of different reference frames. Well, we do have the concept of different reference frames.
But that's why I make a distinction between when you're talking about an observation or an object, or you're talking about the observer. Because even the way you said it just now,
you can regard everything as an observer. You're trying to generate a difference where there isn't one.
Everything can be described as the observer, but you might be describing as an event from a specific reference. And
yeah,
you're describing everything else.
So you've got to pick on your reference frame. So in the case of the train, you've got the train's coordinate system, and in that reference frame, you've got the 499 people who are stationary, and then they've got this other person wandering around who's moving around in a different reference frame. But you can provide a formula that will get him into the coordinates in your reference frame, and you can map where he's going to be, providing his behavior, where his behavior is going to be for forward time, where he's going to be in your reference frame. But he's not in your reference frame. But if you said he's still in your reference frame, then every object, every atom to the other side of the universe is in your reference frame, because you can describe a coordinate transformation that will get him into your reference frame. Therefore, the concept of different reference frame goes in the bin. If nothing leaves your reference frame, if there's only one reference frame. So this phrase, different reference frame, is completely redundant if you take that view.
I've been telling Zanuck that verbatim, exactly what you said, Rumpus, for 2 years now.
Well, no, but I still disagree with that because, like I said, if you make the distinction from it being either the observer, the reference point that's describing the
Why do you keep on going about observer? You could just say everything's an observer.
Yeah, no, but even at different times, but at any given description, you're going to be describing it from a single reference, and you're describing
the train
in that reference frame.
Let's about the train. The train says the origin of the train is at the front of the train. The coordinates of the people who are stationary remains fixed with respect to the front of the train. The origin, their coordinates, they all have different coordinates. The person who's moving around is not constant over time with regard to the front of the train, and therefore that person's not in the same reference frame as the train. You then have to provide a transform to get him to work out where he is in that train. Whereas the other ones, you can just put a number in. You can just say, this is their coordinate in the reference frame, and that's the end of it. They don't change.
See, the problem I have with what you said is, and maybe you can say it in a different way, but each time you're saying that this thing is not in this reference frame because it's in a different reference frame. However, you can describe it in your reference frame, just have to make the transformations. But then that means that, so is it in the reference frame or not in the reference frame?
No, it's not in the reference frame, because it's not, as I keep on specifying, because its coordinates in your reference frame are changing, therefore it's not in the reference frame. But you can provide a formula that will get you from whatever it's doing into your reference frame. You will then know what its position is going to be in the future, how it varies with where it's going to be, or you don't obviously need to be able to predict, but you can just say where it's positioned now, and it's just varying its coordinate in that reference frame. But as I say, if you decided not to take that view that I'm taking, and you say, well, it is that person is in the reference frame, well, then so is an atom across the other side of the universe, or the spinning round. You can always come up with a formula to do it, and therefore the phrase in a different reference frame is redundant, because as far as you're concerned, it's in the same reference frame, and the phrase it's in a different reference frame is erroneous.
Can I ask you?
Because you're saying everything's in the same reference frame.
Can I ask you a question and ask you to just follow along with me and see if what I'm saying makes sense? Because let's say you're only describing, let's say your goal is only describe velocities, okay? And if you're doing this,
well, reference frames have coordinates. I mean, that's an unusual thing to say.
No, but exactly. So there's coordinates, and so from your, but if you're describing velocities, then from your, you're doing it. So from your perspective, whatever frame you're in, whether you're in a moving frame or not in a moving frame, that's going to determine how you're going to be describing.
Well, hold on. If you're in a frame, you're not moving with respect to the frame.
Well, no. Yeah, right. Okay, let's say you're on the train still. You're on the train, and this is the frame
you're stationary
that you're in.
with respect to the train. So that means you're not moving with respect to the front of the train. That means you're in the same reference frame as the train.
Right. All right. So, however, if you could describe the velocity of anything in the universe in respect to you and your frame, right? Yeah. Right. And so, this is like when you said like an atom in the other side of the universe or something. You could describe it in your reference frame.
Yes, you can.
As an object, it can exist in your reference frame. You just have to.
But that means everything. That means the phrase. Then, if you take that view, then everything is in a single reference frame. You've just got to decide where the origin is, and then that means the phrase in a different reference frame is meaningless if you take the view that you've just taken. But you would never use the phrase in a different reference frame because everything is in your reference frame and it can't leave your reference frame, and there is no other reference frame. There's just one, depending on where you decide to pick on the origin.
I'm not sure. Like I said, because I trust what you're saying, because you're gonna know. I trust that you know more than me, obviously. But I just, in my personal way of understanding it, that's why I use an observer. And if I decide if I'm describing the observer, the thing describing the observation, like the origin point and everything in reference to that, or if am I describing an object, in which case the objects are free to exist in any reference frame.
Well, you think about why you got this obsession with observers. You could argue every object's an observer.
Rumpus, I've been telling them what you've been saying for years. If you have everything in every reference frame, and you can't leave the reference frame, it makes even having the reference frames irrelevant and nonsense and not even worth talking about.
No, but it doesn't. If, like I said, the reason I'm saying that they think about the observer, I'm not sure why this isn't coming through clearly, but the reason why I'm making a distinction between the observer and the object is it's the observer that is determining your reference frame, how it's described, and what is going to be translated and how it's going to be translated, because the observer is deciding the reference frame.
Well, tell me what the observer is. If you've got the train, you've got this 499 people that are stationary. Where's the observer in that?
In that example, the observer could be anything that's stationary in reference to the train, or it could be.
Yeah. So why do you need the term observer? It's completely extraneous.
Well, I mean, you can replace it with the word origin or the reference frame.
Yes, an origin. So the way you do this is you just pick on an origin. And you say, that's where my 0, 0 is. Right, what are the coordinates of all the things in the reference frame? And then with the 499 people, you put their coordinates in, and there you are. You've got all those things in that reference frame. Now, you could pick on any one of them. You could pick on any spot on the train or any in-between people or something. You could say, that's my origin. And then you have all the coordinates of all the people and all the chairs and everything else. And then say, right, that's so there's no observers required. You just simply decide where to put your origin.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, I'm using that word, but that's what I'm saying, that you can replace that with the origin point of the grid. This is like whatever's defining your reference frame, and everything that's stationary in that reference frame. You're right. It doesn't matter what's the origin point, because they're not going to be they're not going to change. They're going to be consistent. It's just
exactly that's the point. They don't change their position in the reference frame, therefore they're in that reference frame.
Right, but that's why I make that distinction, because then from that point I can decide, okay, now what is it that I'm describing? What all am I describing? Am I describing the velocity of another person that's stationary?
The coordinates. No, you're describing the coordinates of something. That's right. You have a position in a reference frame. That's the fundamental thing. Where is this thing in the reference? You've got to define an origin. And you could obviously, with a people of 499 people, you could pick on any one of those people and then say, I know those would be different reference frames, actually, because the coordinates would be different. So if you picked on passenger 1, then all the coordinates of all the things would be different with regard to them. Or you picked on different units, you could argue that's a different reference frame as well.
So the only
I'd have to think about that one. But so you then got just pick on your origin, and then once you've so the question is then, would it be the two? You'd have two different reference frames, even if you picked on two people. If you decided where your origin was, you've got two different reference frames then, because you've changed where the origin is. But all those things are in that reference frame. So in other words, you could have everything in the same reference frame, but you could pick a different origin and a different reference frame of which things are all in there. So so you can have multiple reference frames in which all those objects have a constant position.
Right, and those that would just be a translation, because you would just be changing where the origin point is and the velocities and all this type of stuff. From everything else.
If they have a velocity, if they have a velocity in the reference frame, they're not in that reference frame.
Oh, right, no, exactly. No, but that's what I'm describing. I'm describing the other things that are not in that reference frame that you can describe from that reference frame. Doesn't matter where you put the origin point.
Which is everything. Which is everything in the universe.
Yeah, but they would stay consistent with the vector might be somewhere else or pointed a different direction, perhaps.
I mean, so for instance, imagine there's an atom at the other side of the universe that happens to be traveling at the same speed and direction as the train you're in. You could then say that atom at the other side of the universe is in the same reference frame as those 499 people, even though it's several billion light years away.
I'm pretty sure in the middle of all that, Rump is called Kosho superfluous.
I didn't. No, I said superfluous.
He said superfluous.
You interrupting for this fucking goofy shit, dude. Regardless, I don't know what that word means. Regardless,
superfluous. You don't know what superfluous.
That's what I'm saying, because I hear what you're saying, Rumpus, and I totally agree with you. But I don't see why. Because I know that me and Xanac are saying the same thing. Because we've said it for a while, and that's why I'm making the distinction. Is because
I don't understand what your distinction is. I've yet to understand what your distinction is.
Like you said, like the origin. So in one case, I'm describing the origin of the reference frame. And deciding how, deciding from that point how I'm going to be able to describe any other object in the universe, because it's going to be in relationship to that reference frame, right? So that's the one thing that can change. You can change that, and you
can have different reference frames, yes. And which other thing you can? In other words, the point I'm making is you can have lots of different reference frames in which all those 499 people on that atom at the other side of the universe are in that reference frame. And as I say, you could then transform, providing you know what other objects are doing. You can then have a transform of those objects, so that in the future you can predict where they're going to be in your reference frame. You can say this is moving with regard, or you could just measure it. I mean, you don't need to know exactly what's going to do. You could say this is what it did inside with respect to this reference frame. It moved from there to there to there, changed its coordinates. But things in the reference frame, by definition, don't change. Once you pick on a reference frame and you say this is in my reference frame, they don't change their coordinates with respect to that reference frame. So if you could have, you could have multiple reference frames for each one of those people, and all the other things are in that thing, in that same reference frame, but they've got different coordinates. But at least they're not changing over time. They're static. Their position in that reference frame is the same. So you can have multiple reference frames with the same sets of people in it, but you just changed the origin.
Okay, so
the moment you so in other words, are you saying you can never leave a reference frame? Is that what you're trying to claim?
Well, this
how do you tell me how you leave a reference frame in your way of thinking about reference frames?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Only an observer is this thing that can leave. And by the way, what I'm saying, but this is why I have to ask you.
I say observers are completely superfluous to this. You just have an origin. There's no need to have an observer. We're just talking about the coordinates of objects.
Right. Okay. So let me. What was it? I was going to ask you if So again, because you use the words that like an object with a velocity, for instance, like a ball being thrown in the train or whatever, you would describe this as not being in the reference frame of the train. However, you can describe it in the reference frame of the train.
Correct.
So this is what I mean though. Because that's sort of confusing, like saying it's in the reference frame.
You can describe everything in the universe in the way I've just described. So, if you went for the alternative view, then everything is in one reference frame. If you decided that object that was that ball rolling along was in the same reference frame as the train, then every other atom in every object in the universe is also in that same reference frame, and therefore you only ever have one reference frame. Well, except where you decide to change the origin. You could have different reference frames with different origins, I suppose. But other than that, everything is in the reference frame. Wherever you put the origin, however fast it's moving, everything is in one reference frame. Well, therefore the phrase being in the same reference frame has no meaning.
Talk
And
to
so,
him, bro.
hold on, I have
Hey,
to ask
tell
this
him.
question. I have to ask this question. Yeah. So again, so the reference frame. If you've drawn out this train and you've drawn out the grid system, drawn out all the people and everything, and you're describing the ball's position at any given moment, which has a velocity, you're describing it in reference to the reference frame of the train. Would you use the words "the ball is in the reference frame"?
No, I would not. I mean, you
Okay.
tell me what you think something being in a reference frame and not being in a reference frame is. How
Well, that's
does
what I'm
one?
saying. In my understanding, the way I would describe it, I would not say, like, if I'm describing an object, I would never describe it as not being in a reference frame.
Would that
I would
account?
say,
So would that be all objects in the
it's
universe then? In other words,
Can I
are
can
all
I
objects?
can I ask
right.
a
But
question to Rumble?
Hold on, quick one. So are all objects in the universe in the same reference frame?
no, but that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't. That's why
Well,
I'm
tell
making
me
the
how an
distinction.
object gets out of a reference frame, please.
The only thing that can change, that can be outside or change reference frames, is when I'm now talking about the observation point or the observer
So
or the
again,
origin point
why can't you just talk about coordinates? It's just coordinates. Why are you talking about an observer?
or the coordinate system.
Right. So tell me how an object is outside of a reference frame.
Well,
in
like
your
I
way
said,
of thinking of things.
the only way that these transformations would take place is if you're now just.
No, I didn't ask that question. I said, how does something get out of a reference frame in your language?
That's what I'm saying. And the way I would use it, the only time I would use that language is if I'm from talking about one observation point and I'm now describing a different observation point.
A change of origin. Right. So in other words,
not just a change of origin, but a change. I could be, maybe I was in an inertial frame and now I'm talking about being in the inertial frame or the non-inertial frame.
So so the only way to get out of one reference frame and be another one is if you go from an inertial frame and to a non-inertial frame.
No. It's just if I'm changing like you said, changing the origin point.
Force or pseudoforce, man.
If I'm changing the origin to either some totally different frame, or I'm just changing the origin in general.
But all those objects. But if you change the origin point of my train, as far as I'm concerned, all those passengers are still in the same. They're in the same reference frame with that origin. So in other words, what you're saying is, you're saying, so if you change the origin of where the coordinates of your passengers in your train, you're saying they're in a different reference frame if the origin of the reference frame has moved.
What I'm saying,
not in the same reference frame, which is actually correct because you've changed the origin, and therefore the coordinates, although they. Well, actually, it's an interesting point because they're not changing their. It is a different.
I think you contradict yourself now. Because when you said, because then you said that if there is an atom in the other corner of the universe that is moving at with the same velocity vector as the train, then they have the same reference frame. I think you said something like that, right?
Yes, I did say that. I said exactly that. Yeah.
Right. So that's not compatible with what you're saying right now, because now you're saying that if I change the origin, that's
right. But there are multiple reference frames, so it depends. You could say that for the reference frame, say the back of the train to that atom is not the same as the reference frame from the front of the train to that atom, but they're all in the same reference frame. But those are two different reference frames you could use. The question is how. The key phrase is leaving a reference frame.
Right.
So how does an object leave a reference frame? So if you decide to pick on a different reference frame, obviously, then you've changed the whole rules. If you decide I'm going to have a new reference frame of viewing things, then say the back of the train or the front of the train, well, they're all in the same reference frame still, but you've got a new reference frame. You've created a new reference frame from which to look at things, from which to map the coordinates of things.
But that was going to be what I was going to say to you about the. But you said, when does an object change? I was going to tell you that.
But no, we're talking about leaving a reference frame.
I know, exactly,
I've done that. So how does an object leave a reference frame? No, I think you seem to be saying is, well, actually, I'll manufacture a new reference frame, say from the front of the train or the back of the train, and therefore those objects have left, but they haven't. They haven't actually left that reference. They've not left the reference frame by you doing it. You've got two reference frames with all the objects in it. There hasn't been any movement of those objects between the reference frames. It's still in both of them.
No, exactly. That's why you got to let me say this, because this was simply going to say that an object, and the way I'm describing it, an object, every single object exists in every single reference frame, and can. So the only time I talk about changing a reference frame or translating or transforming is when I'm
But
changing.
you're talking about changing the reference frame. We're talking about an object. We're sticking with the same reference frame. We've got one reference frame we're talking about. You are now talking about, you're introducing the concept of two different reference frames referencing the objects we're discussing, but that's not the discussion we're having. We're talking about how, I was asked, the question to you was, how does an object leave a reference frame?
That was what I'm saying, is it doesn't.
So you have the view then that every object in the entire universe is in every single reference frame.
Right, and in my opinion,
in which case, then it makes the phrase "these objects are in a different reference frame" doesn't make any sense.
No, it does. It does if you realize that when saying that, I'm only talking about the observation point or the origin point or the grid system or whatever it is you want to call it. Whatever's describing, whatever's being used to describe everything else's path or movement or velocity.
Don't worry about path movement. Just talk about the coordinates. A reference frame is just a coordinate system, a position.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Position.
Well, you keep on talking about velocities and how they're moving. No, just call it a reference frame. Is just a coordinate system.
I think what Coach is saying. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. But it's that those two. I mean, those two. When you say they have different reference frames, is that every observer is going to be using something as a reference frame. And when you have, for example, two people on the surface of the Earth, they're picking the same thing as the base for the reference frame. But when you have someone flying in an airplane, they're not using the surface of the Earth as a reference frame. So they're both in each other's reference frame. But it makes sense to say that they have different reference frames, right? Because they're going to be referencing to different things when they're...
Well, if something changes its coordinate in your
right,
reference
hold
frame,
on a second.
you don't
Isn't it
use
important?
the phrase "it's not in the same reference frame."
Wait.
Didn't get the question.
Sorry about that.
No
So I'll just say again, if something is moving around in your reference frame, then it's not in your reference frame. You're having to use a transform or some sort of formula to map it into your reference frame. It's it's changing.
It is in my reference frame, but when I make a reference and I say, well, in that thing's reference frame, then it's
it makes no sense then, because you can say, well, this everything is then in the same reference frame, every object, and then it makes no sense to say you've got different reference frames. Or something's leaving a reference frame. Can't happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't say anything is leaving any reference frame. That doesn't sound like it makes sense to me.
But then, but you see, when we talk about, for instance, when we talk about these passengers moving along in this train, we say they're in the same reference frame. Now, if there's a bird flapping about above the airplane, we don't say the bird is in the same reference frame as all those people, because otherwise it makes no. We collect all those people together and we say all these objects in the same reference frame are moving in this way. Now, you can't include the birds flapping around upstairs and include that because it's not moving in the same way as the 499 people who were in the train.
In terms of position, they don't have the same reference frame, but in terms of velocity, they do, because you can change the origin. If they're all moving in the same way, they're going to experience the same velocities, right?
A reference frame is just a coordinate system, isn't it?
I know.
There's about velocities in there.
I know, but when you're talking about motion, it doesn't help.
Things in the same reference frame do not have any motion inside the reference frame. You can talk about different reference frames having motion with respect to another reference frame, but everything in the same reference frame doesn't move inside that reference frame. Otherwise, it's not in the reference frame.
What?
Oh, look, those 499 people. They have coordinates inside that reference frame of the train. They do not change their position. They're sitting down stationary. So you can say, I can collect all these people together inside that it's 499 that are not moving and say they're all in the same reference frame. And then we've got one person wandering around or a bird flapping around outside. That's not in the same reference frame as the 499 people in the train. We then need a transform to get that coordinate into that train reference frame. Because we use the phrase, we talk about objects being in the same reference frame by meaning that we can just apply one formula and say, it's coordinates of this, and therefore they're moving all together. And we can just apply the same, any transform we do to them. We can all do that to all the same. So, for instance, if we wanted to know where the all those people were in any space, we'd say we've got a velocity with respect to the Earth. We can say, once we know the coordinates of the people inside their own reference frame, i.e. relative to the front or the back of the train, and then we can just simply take those coordinates of those people, and if we then know how the reference frame of the train moves, we can just say, or just simply add or the position of the reference frame of the train to the coordinates of the people. We then know where they are. We can't do that to a bird or someone moving around.
That would be a translation, right? Like a translation.
Yeah, it would be a translation, exactly.
Right.
So you have to apply an extra. So you can apply that to all the objects in the same reference frame, and that's where it's useful. You say, right, all these people in the train, I know what their position is with respect to the front of the train, and therefore, if I know how the front of the train is moving, I can then move all the coordinates. If I want to know where the coordinates of all those people are, I can simply add their position in the reference frame for the front, which has the origin of the front of the train. Then work out where the origin of the front of the train is moving, and then add those two together, and then end up with where the position of those people are. But I can't do that with someone who's moving around or a bird that's flapping around in a different reference frame. I'd have to apply a different rule to find out whether a flock of birds was flying overhead. I'd then apply a different transform.
Right, for each thing with different velocities that aren't stationary in reference to each other. Right?
Exactly, so the coordinate is changing with respect to the reference frame. But if you can find a reference frame with which, say, the flock of birds are all constant, then you can say, they're in this reference frame, a flock of birds. Right, now I can know where every bird is in that flock simply by taking the reference frame they're in, which is of the flock origin of the flock position, where I can pick on whatever that is. Then I can move that and say this is the velocity of the flock, and then I can then work out where each individual bird is by simply adding on the reference frame change plus their coordinate within that reference frame.
Right, then like I said, to me, what you described right now with like doing these different translations in conjunction with each other to transform it into the when you're making those transformations, you have to change where you're taking the observation from in order to translate that whole I don't.
All I had to do was all the things in the flock of birds all have a fixed coordinate in their reference frame, and then all I need to know is where the origin of the reference frame moves to then be able to find out where.
That's what Kosho's saying, though.
Yeah, let's say.
But he's not saying they're on the same reference frame. So it's a very particular thing. I can only do that to the birds in the flock or the people who are stationed in the train. I can't do that to things that are moving around with respect to one another. That's why they're in the reference frame. The things that are moving with respect to that reference frame are not in that reference frame.
What's important is what uniquely connects them. That's the important part. Is what uniquely connects them. It's not
they're static in their reference frame. Their position does not change in their reference frame. That's what makes them a part of a reference frame.
Telling them for years, Rumpus, saying Kosho's going to walk away from this still thinking things can't leave reference frames.
I'm disagreeing with what he's saying. Like with the birds, for instance, just like I said, let's say they're making a triangle formation, but one of them is trailing in reference to the other ones. So you have this reference frame of these birds, and one of them is going to be trailing. However, you can translate all these birds together into, like say, the reference frame of the train, in which case...
Yeah, no one's Kosho. No, I've all kept on saying you can always do a transformation formula to map it from one thing into another transformation. That's fine, but that doesn't. But there's still that bird that's delaying is now in a different reference frame to the rest of the other birds.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But the way I'm describing it, these objects are never. The only time that I'm changing reference frames is when I'm changing the origin point when I'm making the observation. So when I was thinking about the birds and how they're moving, I was in the reference frame of the birds. Okay, and then when
they're on the same reference frame.
I'm changing reference frames, but
then if you want to know where they are all together, you then say, well, what's the velocity of the flock of birds their reference frame with respect to say the ground, or if I'm in a flying aeroplane that's going by, what is the coordinate of that flock of birds with respect to my aeroplane? And obviously you have the velocity of the origin of that frame of reference of those birds. With respect to your aeroplane, and then you can say this is the transformation that will get it from my aeroplane perspective. From my aeroplane view, that's where these birds are. But if there's one bird moving around inside there, falling back, then it's not going to be in the same. You have to apply a different transformation than you did for all the other birds that kept their position with respect to one another. Therefore, that bird that's slack behind is in a different reference frame.
But that's what I'm saying. But what I'm ultimately saying is describing these different reference frames is what I mean by changing reference frames. And when I'm describing them now all from the reference frame of the train, I'm saying that all these objects, every single, the birds, the plane, everything, even though they're not moving in the same frame, they're not stationary in my reference frame, they're all moving in different ways, but I can describe all of them in my reference frame.
Yes, in other words, you're saying everything is because you can do a mathematical transformation from every atom in the universe into your reference frame, you're saying that everything is in the same reference frame, and that's not a useful concept. Because then, if I told you that all
That's
the passengers
cuckoo
sitting,
for Cocoa Puffs. That's cuckoo
see,
for Cocoa Puffs.
to you,
No,
if I say to you those
clarify
499
that,
passengers
please.
are in the same reference frame, then I've told you a useful piece of information. I've told you that those people were maintaining their coordinates, and you can do maths on that. But if I just say by saying everything's in the same reference frame means absolutely nothing, it's not a useful piece of information. You then have to go and work out.
It's worthless. Tell them, Rump.
It's not giving you any information that's useful, because as far as you're concerned, everything that's moving around and changing its coordinates with respect to you is all in the same reference frame. So the phrase "it's all in the same reference frame" doesn't convey any useful information to you at all, because as far as you're concerned, they could be moving around, flapping around, changing their coordinates, changing their velocity every nanosecond, and so I've not told you anything useful. You might as well just say it's an object.
No, but that's why I disagree, is because you're describing the positions.
Because, for instance, if I told you all those people, those 490 people in the same reference frame, then I've just told you a useful piece of information that you now know that those 499 people can just be. I then only need to mess around with the origin of their reference frame to map them. I've told you a useful information. Whereas, in your lexicon, telling something's in the same reference frame means absolutely nothing. No, I have not added any information to what you knew before.
That's only because you're limiting my reference, what I'm describing, and that's the reason why you're saying. Because you're right, what you said is correct. It'd be useless if you were only talking about the positions. But if you
again, so what do you mean then by being a different reference frame?
No, but Rumpus, if you instead described the motion of the birds in their reference frame, and then you translated them into the reference frame of the train, right? You wouldn't need to separate the bird that's trailing away, because you're not just worried about their position. You've translated their entire motion.
Right, so tell me, what useful information have I informed? If I say something's in the same reference frame, what have I told you that's useful in your way that you treat this phrase?
Well, you've not only said its position, you've described. I'm talking about describing the motion.
No, I'm not saying. If I come up and I say, these two objects are in the same reference frame. What useful information have I told you?
Rumpus, this is important, because what I'm saying is, when I say that, I'm not only describing their positions. I'm saying that as well as describing their velocity from that reference point. From that position, from that perspective.
You've just told me that every single thing is in the same reference frame. So an atom, the other side of the universe, that's wiggling around like crazy, is in the same reference frame as those other 499 people. So you haven't given. I have not been up. That's not a useful piece of information. You've just said, well, I can describe it, but you don't know what. There's nothing useful you can do with that information. Whereas if I tell you in my meaning that all those people are in the same reference frame, I can let you then know that they're not changing their coordinate with regard to their origin at all.
Right,
it's
but
fixed.
at the same time,
can I defend this for a second?
Let me say this last thing. Let me say this last thing real quick, okay? Because I don't know why. That's because I haven't been able to finish what I'm saying. But I'm not describing the positions. If instead let's say I have two reference frames. I have two cars on the highway, and I'm in my car, and this is the reference frame I'm using to describe everything out in the road, everything everywhere. And I'm not just describing the positions. I'm describing every velocity in reference to me being in the car.
Not something you describe in reference frames. That's a
but hold on, Rumpus, hold on, because if I
reference frame is just a coordinate system.
I know, and I'm describing a coordinate system.
Stop talking about velocities then,
Rumpus, because I'm describing velocities in the coordinate system.
Well, no,
that's what I'm saying.
No, you have a position in a reference frame, and then their behavior changes over time. And if they don't move, then they're in the same reference frame. Okay, what I want to know from you is, what useful information have I communicated to you if I say these two objects are in the same reference frame? What does that mean to you?
That by itself wouldn't mean anything to me.
Exactly. So it's no use. So you haven't imparted any useful information to me or me to you by telling you these two things in the same frame. But when I tell you, with my meaning, that these two things are in the same reference frame, you know, so like there's 499 people on train, you know that their position is going to be fixed, and that if the origin of that reference frame is moving, that I know all the coordinates of all the things inside that are in the same reference frame are moving as well with that origin. So I've communicated to you a very useful piece of information, but you just saying they're in the same reference frame means you might as well not say it. It means nothing.
No, but let me speak for myself, Rumpus, because like I said to you, I wouldn't describe to somebody these two things are in the same reference frame.
Well, I
would
would.
describe, right, Rumpus, hold on, because I'm just so it makes sense to you. Because what I'm telling you is what I would do is I would describe how this how this is behaving in this reference frame, and I can describe a different reference frame and describe how things are behaving from that reference frame.
And then you can describe something else.
No,
can you not see that I've communicated something to you quite useful when I say these objects are in the same reference frame. You're saying, well, actually, you're not describing anything useful. You're then saying, oh, well, actually, all these objects inside this reference frame. Well, that does. In other words, there's no connection with the reference frame. You're just talking about how they are moving with regard to you. You're not talking about that in their own reference frame. You're not saying anything useful about that.
Rumpus, just let me finish for a second. I can say the same thing that you've just said. The same thing you've just said. These two objects exist in the same reference frame. I could say the same thing just by saying this object is stationary in this other object's reference frame, or from this origin point. From this origin, this other object is stationary from this perspective, from this reference.
Yes, that's
how I would
say,
describe the same thing you said.
And that's what we mean by saying something's in the same reference.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to communicate the same thing.
But you're not. No, but you've just said the phrase "it's in the same reference frame."
No, but
you've agreed that imparts no useful information at all.
It's exactly the same information.
No, it's not, because I've just told you.
If I say this object is stationary from this other object's reference frame, that's the same thing.
Yes, if you said that, and then you said another object, and you said another object is also stationary with respect to the other object, then that is indeed saying something. But I've managed to say these two objects are in the same reference frame. And you've had to go through describing, you've had to use a long sentence to say, well, this object's not moving with respect to me, and this other object is also not moving with respect to me, they both together are not changing their coordinate with respect to one another. Well, in a paragraph that you've described it, I've been able to say, if they're in the same reference frame, that follows.
I didn't say all that, though. I said this object is stationary in reference to this other object. That's what I'm saying. So if I'm saying me,
that's what defines it being in the same reference frame.
This object is stationary to me.
That's the definition of being in the same reference
frame. I know,
frame.
that's what I'm. But this is what I'm saying to you, though. Is that whenever I'm.
So in other words, you have no use for the phrase "it's in the same reference frame."
I wouldn't say that. Is what I'm saying to you.
Right, you should never use the phrase "in the same reference frame." Then.
No, I wouldn't say that to you. I wouldn't say to you in that same way. I would describe the object.
When would you use the phrase "in the same reference frame"?
Finish what I'm saying. I'm trying to tell you that I would describe either the path, whether it's the motion, the position, velocity, whatever. I would describe it from some. That's what I'm using the reference frame for. I'm using the reference frame.
No. We're looking for the phrase "in the same reference frame." I want you to impart something to me that says something is in the same reference frame, and what you mean by that.
I wouldn't say that. Is what I'm saying to you.
Right. So you'd never use that phrase. Okay. So there we are.
I told you before.
For you, the phrase "in the same reference frame" is not a phrase that you would ever use or find any use for.
I told you.
I do have a use for it.
Wait. I told you in what I'm describing. All objects exist in all reference frames.
Right, so in other words, so it's meaningless for you to say, you're not imparting any information to anybody when you say something's in the same reference. Was it not a phrase you'd ever use? Okay.
Right, yeah, exactly. I would not say that.
Right, okay, so you do not have any use for the phrase "in the same reference frame," whereas I do.
Sure, yeah. That's fine.
Okay, and that means
I wouldn't describe that.
Okay, so you don't have any use of the word "in the same reference frame." Well, other people, scientists and lecturers in the physics and kinematics, do use that phrase.
Talk to them.
And they mean by it that the coordinates of those objects in the same reference frame do not change.
Yeah, the coordinates. See, now you're talking about two different coordinates. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you said the coordinates do not change, right?
Yes, of an object in the same reference frame as another object, the coordinates of those two objects do not change over time.
Right, and what I would describe when I say an object's reference frame, and I'm describing some other object, I'm just describing its behavior in that reference frame.
Well, you might as well not bother with the word frame then. Why not? You're just saying what its coordinate does. You have no use for the word frame.
Yes, I do.
Or frame of reference. No, you don't.
Yes, I do, because I'm just.
No, you don't. Because it means nothing to you.
No, you're not listening. You're not letting me speak.
Unless you define the origin.
You're talking for me. Right?
Well, I'm just clarifying because I don't think you've quite got a grip on the concepts here.
Yeah, you're not listening to anything I'm saying. And then you have Jeremy in the background just piping in, but you're not listening to what I'm saying to you.
Okay, go
I indeed have a purpose for reference frames. The reference frame is the deciding factor for how I'm describing everything else's movement. I'm deciding how this observation is going to be described, where the origin point is, and whether that what that grid is moving in respect to. If it's a car, for instance, it's stationary in reference to the moving car.
So you're just describing where a coordinate system would be, but you're not describing anything, any behavior or any trait of any properties of objects in that reference frame. Whereas I can say, if it's in the same reference frame, I'm telling you a useful piece of information about how they behave in that coordinate system. Whereas you're not using that. Obviously, you've got to have a coordinate system of things, but that's all you seem to be saying. I've got a coordinate system, it's got an origin, that's my reference frame, but you don't have any use for the phrase in the same reference frame, because for you, everything is in the same reference frame, no matter how it's behaving.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps I could say that if instead of saying it's stationary, I could say they're in the same reference frame, meaning that I don't have to make any transformation if I'm changing the origin point from this object to this object. I just have to translate the.
No. If you change the origin point, you went no. We're talking about let's stick with one frame when we want to know how the behavior. You see, you keep on flipping into talking about different reference frames. And I'm trying to say we've got one reference frame.
I'm not saying that, Rumpus. I just said I don't.
You are. You keep on flipping. You keep on introducing the concept of if I use another reference frame with another origin.
I'm saying that I do not have to. I'm saying I do not have to make a transformation. I only have to make a translation if I'm changing the origin point from this object to this object. If they're in the same reference frame.
I didn't understand what you meant by that. Hold on, I didn't understand what you meant. You just said if they have a common origin. You're moving around the origin.
No, I'm not. I didn't say that though. I'm not saying that. I said I said if they're stationary in reference to each other. Right. And as you say, they're in the same reference frame.
Right.
And I can say that I can move the origin point from one of these objects to the other.
Yes, you've changed reference frame now. You've now changed. If you change the origin, you've just changed your reference frame. So hence, I go back to what I said previously. You keep on talking about changing the reference frame, and you do that by changing the origin. Yes, if you change the origin of the coordinate system, you've just created a new reference frame.
That's fine, and that's what I'm saying to you. Is that
that's what I said, and you said I didn't. You said I was. You said you were not changing reference frames, and now you're agreeing you are.
I can't finish anything I'm saying.
Sorry, I agree. I'm interrupting you. I am interrupting you. Sorry, Coach.
Let him finish.
Okay, so I'm not. I'm trying to get on board with what you're saying about the same reference frame. I'm saying I can use the same reference frame thing, and all that would mean to me is that these objects are stationary in reference to each other, and if I needed to change the reference frame from one to the other, all I would need to do is make.
What do you mean by that? Now, see, you've used that phrase. No, you explain that phrase because that's the phrase that troubles me.
I'm trying to. If I wanted to change the origin point to this specific object to this other specific object that are both stationary reference to each other.
That's two different reference frames you've just.
Exactly. And in order to move from these reference frames, all I would need to do is actually make a simple translation, which would just change the origin point. I can keep everything else. Everything else the same in reference to each other.
Reference frames. That's not the discussion we're having. We're saying something is in the reference frame or not. That none of this helps again by you saying that things are in the same reference frame. You've not communicated anything useful. When I say something's in the same reference frame, you know what the coordinates are with respect to one another, and it's not going to change. You do not. I mean, we could just agree you have no use for the phrase in the same reference frame. Whereas I do. When I use that phrase, you know something quite important about the objects in that reference frame.
If you say so, but as I said to you, if I use that phrase, it would only mean that these objects are stationary in reference to each other. But I could just say that just as easily.
And that's a useful thing to know. So instead of you having to describe saying all these objects that I'm talking about are stationary with respect to one another, then that's a long way of saying they're in the same reference frame.
Okay.
And also, but the other key thing is when I talk about something in the same frame, you can say where is the origin of that reference frame, and then if you know where that origin of that reference frame, which those two objects are in, you then know the coordinates of the objects we're discussing. So it's useful to think about other reference frames moving with regard to other reference frames.
Okay,
as I said before,
you can have any point as an origin point.
Let me say this last thing because
the reason why just one reference frame.
Let me just say this
because sometimes it's useful to have, say, for instance, if you where you want to pick an origin often in with respect when you're doing some sort of transformations, you want to pick a convenient origin.
Right. So the only reason why, like I said, the only reason I was describing, I can't remember what I was going to say now. But,
you said you seem to understand. You've got this good concept, which is if objects are stationary with respect to one another. You understand that's a useful thing to do. But the way I then collect all those objects that are like that and say they're in the same reference frame, and then I can then say, but how does this reference, say if it's a train again, I can say all these people are in the reference frame of the train, and then all I need to know then is the velocity of the train with respect to, say, the ground. And then I can say, with respect to the ground, I then can easily work out the coordinates of everybody in that train by simply adding on the origin, the reference frame of the train, where that behaves with respect to my reference frame, and then add on all the coordinates of all the people in there, and then I've got the positions of the people.
Okay, and
I've communicated a very useful thing to you by saying all those people in the train are the same. Are in the same reference frame.
And let me say this last thing so I can before I forget again. This is the last thing I'm going to say. But the reason why I find it useful to I don't find saying that useful, and I find saying that everything's going to exist in all reference frames at all times is because even if you say that this thing's not in this reference frame, as you said, you also say that this thing, now that you're describing it in this reference frame, it's in this reference frame. So you're saying this object is in this position in this reference frame, or it's moving this way in this reference frame. So from that,
no, the things don't move in reference. That's the whole point. Well, no, I suppose. In my reference frame, for instance, so the reference frame of the surface of the Earth, and I've got the train, and I've got the people, and it all have coordinates with respect to that reference frame of the train, and then I can then say, damn, I've forgotten quite exactly what you were saying there. But the point is I can do very simple maths by simply saying, all these people in the same reference frame, where's the origin of that reference frame? How does that origin move with respect to my surface of the Earth or any other reference frame, whether it's a passing aeroplane? I can then very easily, with a simple piece of maths, then say, right, and I've collected it all together, all those people together, and then given them one name, and I can give that reference frame a name, whereas you just say, oh, well, all these objects don't move with respect to one another. But that doesn't make it clear that they've got a common origin, and that I can then... And it's useful to think of being able to move this reference frame, which will be the train, as just one collective item, one single item. There's a collective of lots of other things in there. And everything inside that reference frame, I collect together and say, this is one reference frame. I then just simply have some maths to say how that reference frame behaves, and I then can forget about everything inside that reference frame until I then want some details about it. And I just talk about the reference frame moving. Whereas you talk about, well, they've got these individual objects, they're stationary with respect to one another. You don't give it a collective name. You talk about each individual object as being stationary with one another. And then I go, so how do I move this? How do I then work out what the coordinates if I'm passing an aeroplane? Yeah, no, but you don't have a collective name for all those objects that are stationary with respect to one another. And we do have one in science and maths and kinematics, and we call that being in the same reference frame.
But when you say it the way that you said, like I said, the reason why I find that I avoid that is because you're saying this is this reference frame, and these things are not in this reference frame because they're not stationary in reference to the things in this reference frame. But at the same time, when you're describing the positions or velocities or whatever, you're then describing them in that reference frame.
You don't describe the velocity. That's the whole point. In a reference frame, they have no velocity. If they're in a reference frame, they are stationary they only have a coordinate. They do not move with respect to that reference frame if they're in the reference frame. And then you do coordinates and transformations of the velocity of the reference frame with respect to whatever reference frame you want. So on the Earth, you say the train is moving at speed X, so therefore you then know how the origin of that train is moving, and then you can work out what the position at any time is of the things inside that reference frame.
So you wouldn't say...
Do either you differentiate between the sayings of they have the same frame of reference and they are in the same reference frame? Because saying that two objects share the same frame of reference is different than saying that they're in the same reference frame. You can describe any object from a reference frame.
Absolutely.
Two objects are only in the same frame of reference if they have the same partiality to them. If they
move. So you prefer the phrase "in the same frame of reference." Well, and that's not. If you go see lectures online of physics and things, they just say "in the same reference frame." Okay, I would agree with you. Your wording is more exact, but it's in common parlance in kinematics terms to say it's in the same frame of reference.
So, Rumpus, in conclusion, can things leave reference frames?
Yes, they can.
Okay.
But you could use gummy bears. Gummy bears in the same frame of reference. If you want to be particular, gummy bears phrasing of that is more correct. But it's just become
share the same frame of reference, and they'd be in a different reference frame.
No. If they share the same frame of reference, you can then leave that well, yes, you can then not, you can be in that frame of, having common frame of reference, and then you can, if things change and you leave it, then you would leave, they would no longer be in that frame of reference, therefore they would have left that frame of reference.
Exactly. I've been telling these motherfuckers for years. They've been fighting me tooth and nail on this rumpus. Get them.
I still disagree, just because, like I said,
I'm gonna kiss you again, rumpus.
I find it's almost like contradictory, saying that this reference frame in these different objects, as long as they're stationary reference frames, they're in the same reference frame, and I can describe other objects in this reference frame, but they're not in this reference frame because they have a different velocity or something.
That's why I really prefer using the word having a reference frame versus being in a reference
Right.
frame.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what
you're always in every reference frame because you can describe anything from a reference frame.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
You only have the reference frame of whatever you're moving with.
Yeah, so I've said from the start you can.
Go ahead. Just Rumpus exclaimed it earlier. He said, if you phrase it like that, where everything's in the same reference frames, it makes it pointless to even use the term reference frames.
No, it doesn't.
Rumpus.
Yes, it does.
It makes
I've not told you anything useful. If I say, from your way you use a frame of reference or same reference frame, it would make you would not get any information whatsoever from the phrase "this is in the same reference."
Yeah, I wouldn't say
it would mean nothing to you.
That's fine, but that's not what I would say. And Jeremy just
I know
said
you see. You don't have any use for that term.
Hold on.
You've agreed. You don't have any use for that term, whereas the rest of us do.
Just hold on though, because I'm trying to respond to what Jeremy just said, that you wouldn't have the use for the frame for the term reference frame at all. And that's what I'm saying.
No. We understand the reference frame because you can, as you keep on doing, you could change the origin, so you can have different reference frames. The point is, we're talking about is something in the same frame of reference.
Because, like I'm saying, what Jeremy just said, like the purpose of the reference frame in saying everything's in every reference frame is you're just deciding on how you're describing everything else's behavior. So, like for like I said, velocity or a movement is going to be unique to any other objects, depending on where you decide your point of reference is, and whether that's a moving reference.
That didn't make any sense at all. What you just said.
No, it absolutely does. It absolutely does. Describe, for instance, the velocity of moving of a ball. Okay, it's going to be different with whether you're describing that from the reference frame of being inside of a car versus being on the road.
Again, you're doing the same trick you keep on doing. You keep on talking about different reference frames. We're not talking about that.
Right.
And I keep on trying to collect things. You seem to be completely ignoring the point that's being made to you, that we're trying to collect things together that have use gummy bears phrase, that have the same frame of reference. And you're ignoring all these issues, and you keep on talking about changing the origin of a reference to have a new reference frame. We're not talking about that. We're talking about whether you can collect. I know. Well, yeah, but you don't. You're missing out on a whole useful phrase, like all the people in a train who are stationary are in the same frame of reference, and you're completely throwing away any use for that phrase, or any maths or transformations or any information you would gather from that. And you're saying, I'm not going to bother with any of that. So you're missing out on a whole means of kinematics, and all you're talking about is the fact that you can change the origin of a reference frame. Yes, we know that, but that's another issue completely.
Okay, and then
are you sure that when lecturers talk about reference frames, that they say that two objects are in the same reference frame and not that?
Yes, if you go and see lectures, I was looking at an MIT lecture that did just that.
Okay, the lectures I've watched are Swedish because, of course, I've been in Swedish, and the translation, and of course that's where this probably falls apart for me, would be to say that saying that they have the same reference is completely different than saying they're in the same reference. That might just be.
Yeah, I mean, I think your phraseology is clearer, yes, because if you're saying in the same reference frame, because then you have the Kosho issue where you can change origin, you can say, you can decide on a new origin point or a new movement, and therefore you've changed the reference frame which you are trying to get coordinates for everything else, and so that you could say that's not the same reference frame. So in other words, if I said to you, I'm in from this reference frame, this star is moving like this, and from this other reference frame, the star is moving got a different movement or different position. So that's fine. You've got two different reference frames, and you've just got two. So then you could say, but then an object. But then you're just talking about two different.
Explain how something. Simply explain how something leaves a reference frame.
It changes its coordinate in the reference frame. That's all it needs to do.
And then we've left.
This is what I'm saying. This makes sense to you guys for some reason. That to leave a reference frame, all you have to do is stay in the reference frame and change your position. So you're both in this reference frame still, and also left the reference frame. And this is what I'm saying. This is why I don't.
Because you're changing
that doesn't make sense.
Because it makes because the phrase is not used. There's nothing useful about saying having the using Gummy's phrase having the same reference frame. That phrase means nothing if you. I agree with you earlier. Everything can be referenced from a reference frame. Everything, including the atom on the far side of the universe. But I can communicate to you something very useful by saying all these objects. I'll use Gummy Bear's reference, have the same frame of reference. And that's you seem to be dismissing this really useful concept because clearly you've never done anything on kinematics or any transformations.
Point of clarification. When Neil deGrasse Tyson says the football is kicked up in the air, is the football in the same reference frame as the ground it's kicked from, or are they in different reference frames?
Different reference frames.
They have to be because it's the Coriolis effect. It has to be.
This is the problem, Rumpus. When you agree with Jeremy that we can leave a reference frame, that means you can jump up and suddenly lose all your momentum, and you're suddenly in a different reference frame. They don't understand the concept that you're trying to get them.
I know it's moderately tricky, but Jeremy,
don't try to
Jeremy
play
seems
me.
to understand.
No,
it.
you're
It's
playing.
Kosho doesn't because he doesn't understand the use of collecting everything together. He's just talking about changing different reference frames and how coordinates. Whereas he doesn't seem to think it's useful to collect a lot of objects that are stationary with respect to one another and give that a name, like all the people in the train.
It's fine that you're doing that. But for instance, what Gummy had just said about being in a reference frame or having a reference frame, this is what I'm describing as objects can all be in a reference frame, and having a reference frame would be what the observer is doing. The observation point. And this is what I'm saying.
Look, but you don't have your frame being in a reference frame makes that's of no information. It's completely superfluous.
Right,
you might as well not say that.
Superfluous.
Because obviously everything's in a reference frame, can be referenced from it. There's no point in saying that phrase. You could cut off 20 seconds or whatever of your communication with anybody because saying that has absolutely no useful information in it whatsoever.
Yeah, but I wouldn't find the need to say that because that would be obvious. But saying that these things
exactly. So
these
what?
share the same.
So you've got. Whereas I have got. I can usefully say something to you like it's having the same reference. That's a useful thing to say. I can say useful things with it.
Hold on, let Kosho finish. Go ahead.
But that's what I'm saying though. To me, I wouldn't find it useful to say these things are in the same reference frame. But to say that these things have the same frame of reference, or that that they're all like that would mean the same thing like you're saying that they're stationary in reference to each other. And that's fine. That just means that you can make the observation.
I've got a 2-word phrase for it, and you've got a whole paragraph you've got to go through.
That's fine. I'm just communicating to you what I mean when I say this, and that's what I'm saying to you is that we're not saying different things. You're for some reason you're describing.
Well, you don't have any use for the phrase "frame of reference" being the same frame of reference. That's not a useful phrase to you, apparently.
No, that is.
Well, okay. Well, you said you'd never use it. Now you're saying you would use it, and you understand what it means now.
No, but what you said before about the like I said, that's why I like the way Gummy said it about having a reference frame or being in a reference frame. Like this would be the distinction I would make, and I would make a distinction between that. I wouldn't describe objects as leaving reference frames, as in not being in them anymore. But you could describe changing reference frames as changing the observation or changing the origin.
No, we're not changing reference frames. No, again, you're changing the reference frame. You're not understanding the concept of collecting things together and saying this is in one reference. You keep on changing multiple reference frames, and we're not doing that. That's not the subject of discussion.
It's a trick, Rumpus. You pointed it out.
We know that you can change the origin and have 2 different reference frames. We know that. That's not the subject of discussion here. We're talking about whether something. We're talking about something that's in a reference frame, like in a train. Someone's in a train, they're standing, we say, right, all those 500 passengers are in the same reference frame, or having the same frame of reference as Gummy Bear would prefer to call it. Then one gets up and moves around. He's no longer in that same frame of reference as the other 499 passengers. We have to have a new piece of math.
Did he just leave the reference frame?
He did leave. He's no longer shares that other, and therefore he's left that reference frame of those people. He's no longer in that reference frame. Sorry?
What if I throw a ball off a merry-go-round? Did the ball leave the reference frame?
Yes. It's
Yes,
no
of
longer got the
course.
same reference frame as the thing it was originally in.
Of course. That's how you leave a reference frame, Kosho. You throw a ball off a merry-go-round.
Disagree. I vehemently disagree with you disagreeing with what I'm saying, because you're using the same words to contradict, and you're contradicting. Like you're saying that you're saying this is not in this reference frame.
Yeah.
You're describing it in this reference frame just being in a different position. That's what I'm saying.
There's a difference between being in a reference frame and being able to refer. I mean, it is a trick. I agree. I mean, Gummy Bear's articulation of it actually clears it up,
Right.
because you can say having the same reference frame and being in the reference frame. Because obviously, but everything by implicitly is in the same reference frame from your language. So it makes no, to say something is in the same reference frame using your viewpoint is of no use to anybody, fish or fowl. So there's so the only time it makes any sense to be a useful phrase is in or out, means that it's no longer having the same behavior, no longer stationary. So your use of the word in the same reference frame is absolutely superfluous to the English language. It imparts no information at all. Whereas when I'm using it, it does have a use.
Wait, that's fine. But that's what I'm saying to you, is that when all I would do is just change it to, I like the way Gummy said it too. That's exactly how I would describe it. I'd make a distinction between being in a reference frame, in which I don't think you're gonna be able to change that. You can always make any object in any reference frame because you're just describing its behavior, and then having the same frame of reference, or having the same reference frame, as in their stationary reference to each other, and have the same origin. They share some origin.
Yeah, it's just an abbreviation. I mean, you could, if you want to say having the same reference frame, it's just a few more words. Whereas we can say they have the same, they're in the same reference frame. It's just a bit easier to say.
I feel like it's just a question of the colloquial way of using the words and the hyper semantic way of using words.
Yeah, hyper semantic.
Anyway, I've got to go and watch the Grand Prix. So
I don't disagree. That's I value your opinion. I just think that you disagree. You're disagreeing with me without actually disagreeing with me.
Okay.
You think I'm saying something else, but it's because you're speaking for me. But,
well, no, it's you, because I mean, to you, these various phrases are completely redundant in effect. Whereas I'm got these useful phrases, which Gummy Bears are articulated more explicitly, that are useful to people who are worrying about kinematics and the coordinates of things. Whereas you don't have a phrase. Well, okay, you've now adopted Gummy Bear's one. So if you want to describe all these objects that are stationary with respect to one another, now you've got a new phrase that you can use. They have the same reference frame then. Okay.
They have the same frame of reference.
A new phrase that you can use that is useful to communicate to people.
So here's a question. I've got a question, and I think it's important to this discussion in the Flat Earth community. So if I'm standing on the ground and I jump up in the air, while I'm in the air, have I left the reference frame of the Earth?
Yes, because you're now moving, whereas you're no longer stationary in the reference frame. That you're now moving with respect to it, and therefore I would argue you have now left that reference frame. You now, although using Gummy Bear's more explicit thing, you do not share a reference frame with the Earth.
Left lane. You don't even have to jump, Rumpus. Tell them you get the Coriolis from walking. You could walk.
Yeah, well, you're walking. Immediately you move. Immediately you have a velocity with respect to a reference frame. Then you're no longer having the same reference frame as the thing. You are now changing your coordinates with regard to that reference frame. And therefore, in my easy to say thing, you've left the reference frame, or you have a different reference frame.
In conclusion, me and Rumpus are correct. And you guys are wrong.
In conclusion, you and Rumpus agree with each other.
I'm sure you're going to misapply this shortly. Yeah. I'm sure you're going to misapply this new knowledge you have shortly.
Yes, I'm sure Jeremy will misapply it, yes.
This isn't new knowledge. I've been telling him this for years.
No, but you're
right. You have been saying this for years. It's true. But
you'll misapply it, saying that, like, if you jump up off the Earth, you suddenly lose all your momentum because you're in a different reference frame or some bullshit like that.
Shit up. Don't make shit up, dude.
No, you've said this before.
What have I said? What have I said?
That when you're in the air, you guys say all the time, when you're in the air, you're now in a different reference frame. Things like that. But if you're only describing some object, if I'm on the ground and I'm just watching things and I'm describing the movements of this stuff, and what I'm describing, there's not a different reference frame. I'm describing the movement of all the objects I see from my position, from my grid system, that's stationary from where I'm standing, every object in velocity and movement, I can describe it regardless if it's moving or not, from my perspective, and it's not changing reference frames just because it was on the air and then now it's on the ground.
Hold on, Rumpus. Hold on. I have never said that. I've always said you need to change your tangential velocity to have the Coriolis effect. I never said what you guys are saying.
No one, I don't think, is claiming that you can't describe any object, every atom in the universe, or any other object from the reference frame you're in. No one's claiming you can do that. So I agree that the word out does sort of, when you say leave the reference frame, it does imply that you can no longer reference it, and that's unfortunate. But I suppose it's a different... we need perhaps another word.
I like what Gummy was. I mean, he like I said, this. I think as long as you make a distinction, somewhere, and I think that his was good, personally. But as long as you're describing, like you said, when you're saying the objects in the reference frame.
Because if you're in one reference frame and not in another, say you're in the reference frame of the train, and you then say you're transporting the reference frame of an aeroplane or something, then you've changed which reference frame, which in other words, which one you're stationary with respect to, and therefore we say you've left one reference frame and you're going into another reference frame. Yeah. So that's where the leaving gets involved, even though obviously because.
So we all agree you can leave reference frames.
Well, I don't think they're agreeing that. I don't think Kosher is agreeing with that. Anyway, I want to go off and watch the Grand Prix. So
okay, good talk, Rumpus. Piss you.
Bye.
Jeremy, you're actually becoming more heterosexual each day. Talking about two dudes and Ferris wheels and merry-go-rounds and talking about kissing dudes all day, every day.
Big Tick loves merry-go-rounds.
You can say that you and Rumpus agree with each other, Jeremy, but to say that you and Rumpus are correct would be. I mean, I would disagree with it, and I think that.
I mean, I would agree. I would say that I'm the most correct. Rumpus is kind of correct, and so is Kosho.
I think James says the same thing, and it's just the only difference between what we're all saying is we're making distinctions, and I think the same distinction Gummy Bear made with being in a reference frame and sharing a reference frame or having a reference frame is the difference between being an object and being a description of something, or being something being described, or something being the observer, being the thing that is the origin of how things are being described. So this is the distinction.
That's the main contention I always have is using the word being in and using the word having are the two big distinctions between how you talk about this, actually when it comes to flat Earth.
Can you be in a non-inertial reference frame? Can you be in a non-inertial reference frame?
Yeah, of course you can.
So what's the problem with saying you're in a reference frame?
That's what he just said. He said that it's important to him to make the distinction between those two things, is what he's saying.
Yeah, so in a reference frame would be the correct way to phrase it.
No, he's not saying one is correct and one's not correct. He's saying that he's describing two different things and making sure that you understand there's a distinction. Because that's the same thing I'm saying.
I'm supposed to make the distinction from.
Yeah, the thing anything can be in any reference frame. So that's why I say everything is in every reference frame. When you say in a reference frame, you can't leave a reference frame in that context. But having a reference frame means being the observer and describing the grid system. This can change.
Which is what somebody in the non-inertial reference frame would do. They would explain it in their reference frame, in the non-inertial reference frame.
Yes, you can exist in any reference frame, and you can have that reference frame, right? You can be the person on the rotating frame, or you can be the person on the inertial frame, or you can be the person fucking outside of that frame in some even more inertial frame. Whatever.
Listen, you're being very superfluous. Okay.
Okay, man.
Jeremy agree, or Neil deGrasse Tyson, PhD astrophysicist.
He cut out.
The claim of the globe is what Neil deGrasse Tyson, PhD, also agrees with Jeremy.
And the Rumpus.
When you leave the spinning reference
Jeremy
frame,
and Rumpus.
Yeah, that's so. Neil deGrasse Tyson is also in agreement here.
Yeah, it's Jeremy Rumpus and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Who's going against this motherfucker?
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I would disagree with all those dudes because the way I would describe that event is not something is leaving the reference frames. It's moving across a rotating reference frame, or it's moving in reference to a rotating reference frame. Because this is actually what's happening. It's not leaving the reference frame because you're still describing it from that reference frame.
It left, Kosho.
Yeah, then how you describe it from that reference frame?
Does a bullet leave the reference frame?
Again, how you describe it from that reference frame if it's left the reference frame?
Is a bullet leaving the reference frame or not?
Again, if it left the reference frame, how are you capable of describing it in the reference frame?
That's fine. So you're saying everything's in all reference frames, which we have already told you is useless.
It's not. It's not useless, dude. Because this is what you're not listening, dude. You have to make a distinction.
The way we describe it is in a straight line as we rotate underneath it.
No, but all you're doing is you're describing it. You're when you say that, you're describing it in two different reference frames at the same time. You're describing the inertial reference frames for some reason.
Reference frame.
Yeah, but what you're doing is useless. It's not useless to describe it in either reference frame.
It is going in a straight line. It appears to me from my reference frame that it curves.
Yeah, right. You just described two different reference frames. And that's what I'm saying to you is that is useless.
No, the one
it's not useless to pick one of the reference frames and then describe what the object's doing.
Okay, all right, check it out. So no, it's not that we're yes. So in the one reference frame, it's going in a straight line, and Earth is rotating underneath, or whatever is rotating underneath. If I am on the rotating thing underneath, the thing that we're talking about appears to curve, even though it's going in a straight line.
This is what I'm saying to you. Describing it in two reference frames at the same time.
If you were to get onto that airplane that's going in a straight line, you, in your now different reference frame as a passenger on that plane, you would be going in a straight line, and the Earth would appear and be rotating underneath you as you go in a straight line. Correct?
Right, and that's what I'm saying to you. In describing it in two reference frames, there's no use to that. The only use that you'll ever have is picking one of the reference frames and then describing what happens from that reference frame. So picking the rotating reference frame and then describing how there's a deviation is perfectly valid. It doesn't mean that that's not happening. That is really happening in that reference frame.
Right, but again, but I don't understand because airplanes. This would be applicable to all airplanes, correct?
It's applicable to everything.
So let me ask: would the ball have appeared to curve if it had stayed in the reference frame?
In the non-inertial listen to me. Why would you ask me that? If I just got done telling Rumpus and I was saying over and over again, I don't claim that things leave reference frames. Okay, so when you say if it stayed in this reference frame, would it have appeared to curve? From your as an observer, you are going to decide what reference frame you're in. And now that if you're in the rotating reference frame, every object everywhere can be described from that reference frame. And so I would describe them as existing in that reference frame.
But so you're arguing for there being no Coriolis effect?
No. That didn't say anything close to that.
Yeah, you sure did.
For this is the description of the Coriolis effect that me and Jeremy both just got done arguing with other people. Is that the Coriolis effect is the deviation as observed from the rotating reference frame of an object that's moving in reference to it. So as long as you're in the rotating reference frame making an observation of some object that's moving, you're going to experience Coriolis. You don't need there to be a second defined reference frame because the only thing you're concerned with is that you're on a rotating reference frame.
I agree.
The other reference frame has to exist by default. You can't have the Coriolis effect without that other reference frame.
Yeah, being in a rotating reference frame, you imply that there's an inertial reference frame.
Yes, so it's definitely going to be there.
No, but it doesn't need to be described for any reason whatsoever.
But you have to have it. It has to exist.
It exists by virtue of you existing in the rotating frame. The rotating frame existing by extension. It tells you there's an inertial frame somewhere else.
I feel like we've made no progress. Rumpus hasn't taught you anything. Flurfless.
I'm glad that Rumpus is your new hero, dude. But
I still
disagree with him.
I'm shocked none of you guys
Rumpus,
actually know what
even
you're
Rumpus
talking
said that
about.
I'm the most correct here, Jeremy. So you should start listening to me instead.
Really shocked that the Rumpus was right on this one, and he actually knew what he was talking about.
Dude, if you were listening to him, you would see that he even contradicted himself and then agreed with that Gummy's verbiage of it is the correct way of saying it. Making a distinction of these two ideas is the only way in which you can discuss it without contradicting yourself.
No, incorrect. So okay, so let's not even talk about the bullet or the plane that's going in a straight line, right? All right. The only reference frame that we're going to talk about is what we are observing from the ground, right? Or from the spinning merry-go-round, right? We're on the spinning merry-go-round, and we have the ball going in a straight line. Our only frame of reference is us on the rotating frame of reference.
But you just described the ball going in a straight line, though.
Well, yeah, because I threw it in a straight line.
No, if you threw it in a straight line, you're not going to observe it in a straight line from the rotating frame.
I agree.
So,
but we all know that it is going in a straight line.
but then you just contradicted what you just said. You said we're not going to describe the non-rotating frame. We're only going to describe the rotating one. If that's the case, then you can't describe it as going straight.
In a straight line. The ball is going in a straight line, and we're rotating underneath it, right?
Okay, so then you are going to describe two different reference frames then.
No. What we would describe as what we observe from the rotating underneath
just
is that
didn't
it appears
do that,
to
though.
curve. No, that's all we're going to look at. We're looking at something moving in a straight line as something that actually looks like it's curving.
but then what you just said is not actually what we're going to be doing, because we're not going to be just talking about it from our frame. We're also describing it in the inertial frame.
No, I'm just saying we throw a ball in a straight line. That's all I'm saying. Are you saying that that's wrong?
Okay, so you're saying you throw a ball. Okay, you throw a ball in a straight line. You throw a ball straight forward or whatever. But describing its path is not going to be. If you're describing it as going straight, you're describing it in the inertial frame. Because obviously, if you throw it straight,
the only reason I'm saying it's going straight is to differentiate the fact that it actually looks like it's curving, but that's an optical illusion from us on the spinning reference frame. It's actually going in a straight line, but I'm only saying that to demonstrate the effect that it looks like it's curving. But
then why don't you just instead say you throw it straight forward, so you throw it straight in front of you. You throw it so that it would be going in a straight path, but it doesn't go in a straight path. But once you describe it as actually going in a straight line, or you throw it so that it's going in a straight line, but we observe it as this, then you're describing two different reference frames.
No, so how would you like the ball to be thrown?
That's what I'm saying. Like if you just want to say you're throwing it forward right in front of you, so that it should go in a straight line, but it's actually it's apparent to deviate.
Right. I guess here's the point. The point is that it could actually go in any different direction. The point is that it leaves that reference frame. The only reason to use a straight line is to more aptly demonstrate the effect.
But that's what I'm saying. You claiming that it's leaving the reference frame, but then also describing its path from that reference frame is kind of contradictory.
No, I'm not. I'm not describing its path from that reference frame. I'm describing its path being launched in a straight line or anywhere. It doesn't say it's a drone. Say it's a drone and it just hovers there underneath the spinning roundabout. It's just going to sit there, and it's going to look like, as me looking at it from underneath, it's going to get bigger and smaller the closer and further away it gets to me, correct? It's not moving closer and farther away to me, but it looks like it is from my reference frame underneath it spinning, right?
That's my point. Is that you're now describing it as both being in the inertial reference frame, and you're describing it from your non-inertial reference frame.
It's just sitting there.
Yeah, but when you say that, you're describing it in the inertial frame. The only place that it's just sitting is in the inertial frame.
Yeah, because it left the spinning reference frame, and
but that's what I'm saying. It didn't leave. It's existed, but you can describe it in both at the exact same time. Like you can describe it from both frames at the exact same time.
So when I take the drone, when I'm sitting on the merry-go-round with my holding of the drone, we're both in the spinning reference frame, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Great. So now I take the drone and I throw it straight up in the air and turn it on and hit the propellers, and it starts to just hover there. It now left the spinning reference frame. I'm now rotating underneath it, right?
You can describe it.
Missing Kosho's point here. You can describe an object from any reference frame. Any object exists in all reference frames at all times.
No, what we're talking about, we, the observer, are observing it from the spinning reference frame. We're sticking to one reference frame as us, the observer, sitting on the roundabout.
Okay, well then
merry-go-round.
refrain from describing it as going straight or staying still or doing any of this other stuff again, because if you do that, you're not only describing it from the rotating frame. So if you're only going to describe it from the rotating frame, then it's not staying still.
I don't care what it does. I don't care what it does. I throw it up out of my spinning reference frame. Whatever it does after that, it doesn't matter. It's left the spinning reference frame, correct? It's no longer spinning.
When you from the frame that you're making observations.
When I throw the drone,
I'm trying to answer your question, man. From the frame that you're making observations, when you're describing its movement and you're describing its positions and you're describing its velocity, all this different stuff, you're describing how it's moving in reference to you. It's in your reference frame.
No, I just said I don't care what it does. I don't care what it does or where it goes. It leaves my hand. Once it leaves my hand, it's no longer in the spinning reference frame.
There you go, Jeremy. There you go, Jeremy. Someone's misapplying it already.
I keep missing the point here.
How is that? How am I misapplying that? Or we haven't even agreed that is the point, by the way. Are you saying that is correct and that Gosho's wrong?
No, you're going to still be spinning. You're not leaving the spinning reference frame.
So the drone, okay, but a moment ago, or about 30 seconds ago, or 90 seconds ago, I asked Jeremy, or I asked Kosho, sorry, when I'm both me and the drone are rotating on the roundabout, and I now then throw the drone up in the air and turn it on, and it starts doing whatever it's doing, hovering, flying in a straight line, doing loop-to-loops, going around, and wherever, it doesn't matter what it's doing, it's left my hand. And you said, yes, that's correct, it's left that reference.
I didn't say it's left the reference frame.
Here's a question.
You said that.
Can you observe, so after you've thrown the drone, can you observe the drone from a rotating reference frame? Can you describe the motion from a rotating reference frame?
Okay. It'll appear,
so
but that's the point is the effect.
Right?
The effect that we observe from that reference frame is called the Coriolis effect.
Yes.
Because it appears as doing things that we don't know because we're spinning and it's doing whatever it's doing in a different reference frame. So it appears to do different things.
You didn't leave the reference frame, right? You didn't leave it because you can describe. No, because I just asked you, can you describe its motion from a rotating reference frame? You said yes.
Well, you can describe what it appears to be doing.
Yes.
That's what it's
doing.
An effect.
From your that's an optical illusion. That's an effect that we're
observing
it's called
not.
a Coriolis effect.
Yeah, it doesn't leave any reference frame. A reference frame is simply where you observe the objects from, what coordinate system you're using.
Yeah, the spinning one.
Like from your reference frame.
Yeah, I'm always talking about observing whatever we're doing from the spinning roundabout. The roundabout is spinning. I launched the drone off of it. I'm still sitting on the horse. Going around in a circle, and the drone is doing whatever it's doing above me in a separate reference frame. It's no longer spinning, right? It's no longer spinning.
Is it an object in a rotating reference frame?
Is it rotating anymore?
No,
or did
that's
it
not
leave
the question.
Did it leave that reference frame?
Is the object something you can observe from a rotating reference frame? And the answer is yes.
Of course you can observe it.
So when you say it leaves it, what do you mean?
It's no longer the physical object is physically rotating, correct? When I'm holding it, and when I throw it up in the air and it does whatever it does, it's no longer in the cycle of spinning around connected to a horse, correct?
Right, correct.
So it has now left the spinning horse reference frame and is now able to do whatever it wants.
Take off the word reference frame.
Take off the term reference frame. It's still in the spinning horse reference frame when it's not even connected to the horse. That's what you're saying?
Yes. Yes. It's not spinning anymore, but you can observe any object from any reference frame. This is the point that Kosho is getting to, that you're not understanding. It doesn't leave a reference frame.
You keep saying that as if that's a point of any kind of. What are you talking? Who cares what you can observe from it? Of course, if I was on the drone, I can observe the ground. Yeah, I know.
Yep.
What is the point?
Is the ground leaving the reference frame?
Yeah, the ground is the horses are rotating underneath the hovering drone, looking straight down. The horses
Has it left the reference frame? is it no longer in that rotating
Yes.
reference frame?
Oh my God!
Incorrect.
Yes, the drone is not spinning at the same
I
rate as the horses, right?
I understand it is not spinning. I understand. Right? Objects do not leave reference frames. Reference frames are conceptual observer locations.
Yeah, I
You guys need
agree.
to have
And
a
when
talk
you
with
leave,
Rumpus.
when you step off of the spinning merry-go-round, you're now no longer in a spinning reference frame. You're now on a stable reference frame.
You're no longer rotating. You're no longer rotating. But you can be observed from a rotating reference frame.
Why do you keep changing it? Why
Because
do you
you're
keep changing
about
it
to
to
go
another
down.
observer?
Because you're about to go down Oakley's bullshit understanding of reference frames, which is what you have.
That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying.
Dude, the
Reference frames
Rumpus,
are.
the Rumpus just told us. The
That's
Rumpus
what
just sat here
Rumpus
and
just
like I
agreed to.
just
That's what
said,
Neil
you'd
deGrasse Tyson.
misapply it right away.
Neil
and-
the
deGrasse
Rumpus.
Tyson is
Hold
saying that
on,
when you
hold on,
kick the
Fuzzy.
ball up in the air, it's left the spinning reference frame and
Yeah,
is going
and
in a
I've
straight line. So is
told
he's wrong?
Rumpus. I've
Hold on
told
a second.
Rumpus, do not use that terminology. And he
That
actually agreed with
terminology is
me.
fine to use. That is the correct terminology to use, and that
No,
is
it's
what all the
not.
scientists. It absolutely fucking is, Ruhith. Things
It's
can
not.
leave reference frames.
Objects don't stop existing because you throw them up in the air.
No, they've just left the reference frame.
Yeah, but look at
No,
how
they didn't leave. They left the rotation.
What are you saying?
They're not
Stop
rotating
existing.
anymore.
What are you talking about? Stop existing? I don't under what.
My
How?
question then was, can you observe the drone from a rotating reference frame? And you said yes.
Right.
So what
Yeah,
did you
you can
mean when
observe
you
it.
said it has left the reference frame?
It is
It
no
just left
longer
the rotation.
spinning. It's no longer. Yeah,
Right?
that spinning, rotating reference frame
No,
makes the world
leave
look
off
like
the
it's
term
spinning.
reference frame. It has stopped rotating. The end of sentence. It has stopped rotating.
It left the spinning, rotating reference frame.
No, you keep putting reference frame on the end.
Well, if I'm standing on a merry-go-round, my frame of reference is the world spinning. It looks like it's spinning.
Yeah, it looks
right?
like it, doesn't it?
This is very important. This is why my point was to make a distinction between whether you're describing objects or observations, or if you're describing observers or origin points or reference frames. Because if you're talking about the thing that's changing, where it's describing its observation from, this is what you're. This is you're saying that you're changing reference frames. But anything other than that, anything other than that is literally. Hold on. Anything other
but
than
you
that.
just got
Hold
it
on,
wrong.
dude. Hold on,
I'm
dude.
trying
Hold
to
on.
clarify it for you.
No,
You
don't
got
need
it
to
wrong.
clarify yet, dude. Just wait for me to finish. Anything other than the observer changing, if you're just describing an object, moving or whatever, it can still be described from the same reference frame. There's no reason to say that it's leaving the reference frame.
There's an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame. That's what it's called. Inertial and non-inertial. Once a plane's in the air, it's in a non-inertial run. It's a non-inertial versus an inertial.
There's not just two reference frames.
I'm not just saying there's just two.
Oh yeah, there could be many more, but in the point of what we're trying to,
it's not about that.
It starts with two.
What we're talking about is an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame, and that's why they're avoiding trying to directly address it. Because when a plane moves in a straight line in a non-inertial reference frame over an inertial reference frame, that means the ground is moving independently of the plane below it when it gets into different tangential speeds. It can have its original conserved speed, but then it's not going to pick up that acceleration unless it's blown by this magic wind that they have to have.
Yeah, it's got
we
these
know winds goes in all directions.
See, again, this is why I was trying to talk to Kosho exactly where the point was made, because I now have lost it. Because basically what he was saying is when he said change points of reference, when you said you're changing it, and we're not. We're staying on the spinning, rotating frame of reference. That's the point.
Planes have these magic things in the wings that make wind come out the back.
Right.
It's
what
the
I was
perspective
talking
it's talking about.
Yeah. Okay. But we're talking about the
can
perspective
direct
on the
itself.
ground.
Yeah, it can direct itself.
Yeah, so it can like pick up speed and slow down, sort of like your
Yeah.
car. You got that.
Yeah, it can
that big,
correct for
long
Coriolis, but they're never trained to correct for Coriolis. Is the point?
It's a minor effect for.
Yeah,
fuck's sake.
minor, right? Yeah, but winds go in all directions.
It's
so how do you
correct.
describe it?
It's a minor effect. You never, you'd see it as a wind. You'd never even think about it.
So if it doesn't correct for it, we can show the ground moves below.
No, the ground doesn't move below.
Oh, okay, you're right, because it doesn't move. That's the point.
Right.
No, because
Yes.
for fuck's sake, when you leave,
Yep. See how upset you get?
So when you jump up from an airplane, do you like hit the back of the airplane at 500 miles an hour because you're out of the
Doesn't work that
reference
way.
frame?
It's still the same reference frame.
Oh, then how come when I let go of the drone, it suddenly is a different reference frame?
Because one is one reference frame with inside a cabin, and then another one is above a moving surface, and it doesn't work. This is where your model breaks down, guys. This is why they're so upset.
If I jump up from the airplane, I'm not attached to the airplane anymore, am I?
I got you.
Hold on, shut up. I'm not your new perspective.
I know your drone example. I'm trying to use your drone example.
Dude, just go one at a time, dude. There's no conversation happening.
If I take
when
a
y'all do
drone in
that.
an airplane, is it in a different reference frame?
No, check it out. No, but okay, here you go.
Non-inertial
The
reference
drone,
frame, yes.
If we're looking at
so a drone now would hit the back of the airplane at 500 miles an hour, but if I jump up, I won't. Because why?
You want to think about it that way because you have to.
No, because you are mistaken. You are
No,
wrong.
it doesn't work that way.
So the drone, when I let go of the drone with fuzzy Ewoks, it's in a different reference frame. But if I jump up from the airplane or a train, I'm not in the same reference frame. And what's the difference?
You're inside a cabin. You're inside a closed cabin.
Check it out.
What does that got to do with shit?
Because the plane isn't rotating out from underneath you. Yeah.
The plane's accelerating from underneath me. I should if the same thing's happening in the with the merry-go-round, I should hit the back of the airplane at 500 miles an hour.
If the plane was a rolling ball, that'd be similar.
No, you guys are high.
Do you want the example?
You just want to say that because you guys are caught.
You're high. No, we're not
Guys,
caught.
let's
You're
take
stupid,
turns.
sir.
If you're just saying things like that, then just let this person. And also, the Fuzzy, let's go one at a time. Come on.
I know. I'm trying to address your points one at a time, and you guys keep changing them. Right? If we're only going to stay with one frame of reference here, and that's going to be the camera drone, the drone of the camera on a drone. Okay. I'm going to put that drone on the edge of a merry-go-round, looking outwards from the center. And I'm going to spin that merry-go-round. What the camera is going to see is what? It's going to be it's going to appear that the Earth is whatever the surrounding park is going to be going left or right, whatever way I spin it. Correct?
The reference frame of the camera on the drone, yeah, you're going to be on a rotating reference frame. You're going to be experiencing things that are outside of it, as you know,
I'm going to be
curving or
seeing.
moving in.
Yeah, my frame of reference looks like everything is spinning around. Right now. When I take off and I go and I just straight hover, what is the look of the camera? Is the park spinning left to right or right to left, or is it just staying in one? It's just looking at one wherever I happened to look at where I was taking off.
I don't know. You have control of the drone. You're flying the drone. Well, how are you flying it?
I just said hover. I just pull up and hover.
So you counteract any momentum you get from the rotating reference frame.
I leave that range. I'm now no longer spinning. I'm counteracting everything, and I'm just looking straight.
All right. Well, you're going to maintain your momentum, and that'll be in the form of the centrifugal force. And if you're only going upwards, if you go upwards and outwards, you're going to be experiencing Coriolis and the centrifugal force.
Right. So, but my drone, I'm only looking. I'm looking straight. So I went from spinning to static.
Because
you didn't go from spinning to static. You went from spinning to some other translation.
Well, whatever.
And then you're not spinning.
Any momentum.
Yeah,
I'm now in a
you would have maintained that momentum, and that would have been in the form of the centrifugal force. And if you moved across the or in reference to the spinning frame or whatever, you would also experience Coriolis, and that doesn't matter if that doesn't last very long. It might be the case that you experience both these deviations, and then you correct for the plane start flying, and then you're not rotating with it anymore. You're not in the rotating frame anymore because you said the frame was the camera on the drone.
Yeah, I'm still looking. My only frame of reference is whatever the camera sees on the drone. So I looked like my frame of reference was before it was all spinning, and then when I left that, I'm now in a different frame of reference where it's static, right?
No, you're in your frame of reference is the drone. So you're moving. Right. Yeah, you were part of a rotating frame that you're no longer part of, and in that process, you're losing. You're keeping the momentum in a form of centrifugal force and probably Coriolis, but then that's not going to last forever. You're not going to keep doing that because you're leaving
Right.
that.
I'm able to instantly negate any of that with any kind of and then the. But does that mean that the roundabout underneath horses are still rotating underneath me, right?
Yeah. But
So
you're not. You've already defined your frame.
I'm no longer part of the horse frame, and I'm in a different frame of reference. I left the horses, right?
You've already defined your frame as being the camera on the drone. So you're no longer on a rotating frame.
I'm no longer. Yeah, so I've left a reference. Thank you, Coach. So I've left a reference frame. Thank you.
You as an observer, you as an observer have changed reference frames. You're no longer on a rotating frame.
You should be able to see the ground moving below you, independently of your own motion. That's the point.
Yeah, if I look down on the drone, I'll see the horses rotating underneath me.
Yeah, you'll see the horses rotating. Yeah, that's true. The same way if you were on Earth, if you want to describe an analogy for this experience, it would be as if you were some sort of spacecraft that left the Earth and did stuff to your velocity such that you're no longer being dictated by the velocity that you maintained when you left the Earth. I mean,
just fly into a different tangential speed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You fly at a you would have maintained that velocity, but let's say that you turned around and you've just done so many other movements that velocity that the momentum you've maintained when you left the Earth, you're no longer it's no longer involving you. Same, kind of like the Epic Discover. The Epic Discover is sitting up at some point in space. It was once a part of the rotating frame, but now it's just sitting there and it's not rotating with the Earth anymore, which is why it can actually observe the Earth rotating beneath it.
But why? So an airplane doesn't leave the reference frame of the spinning Earth?
That's what I'm describing to you. Yes.
A helicopter does not leave the spinning reference frame of Earth.
As soon as it goes up in the air, it's in the non-inertial reference frame, and they can claim that it still has conservation of momentum, but they can't claim that the atmosphere is completely in lockstep with the ground. So you're automatically not in sync with the Earth as soon as you leave. Fluid dynamics. You're not going to be in lockstep. They can't claim that.
Depending on what you define the reference frame as, if you're defining the reference frame as the inside the airplane, for instance.
No, it doesn't matter. No,
you just said if there's a tangential speed, you're describing as your reference frame.
If you can leave one, that means there's two.
Of course, there's an infinite amount.
Right.
There's an infinite amount of
frames. If you've left one, you've left it. If you've left it, you've left it. It doesn't matter. You can observe it leaving from the ground, or you can observe it leaving from the actual object.
Right. So your conserved speed has to match. Your conserved speed doesn't match the new tangential speed. If you're flying north to south, your new speed, as you fly into a new tangential speed in a straight line, not correcting for Coriolis, you would be able to see the ground move below it. But planes never see the ground move below it. It means the Earth is stationary.
No,
not correcting for it.
That's very wrong. For fuck's sake.
It's actually very right.
You said not correcting for it.
If I have a drone, I take off and I negate any kind of momentum by going up, down, left, right, backwards, forwards, and in a circle, and I can just sit there and hover. I should see the Earth rotate underneath me.
No. How do you hover? You don't hover.
Does it negate that?
No.
How do you hover? How do you hover?
I don't move anywhere.
Yeah. How relative to what?
The ground underneath me.
Correct. So if the ground underneath you is rotating, you move with that speed to maintain position.
Where is it rotating? Well, I'm not.
Unless you move into a different tangential speed, bro.
Relative to what?
You have to match the new speed.
You have to match a new speed. They have those things called engines, jets, or props.
Yeah, and if you don't try to do that, and you make sure you don't correct, you should be able to see the Earth moving independently of the plane's motion. And you don't.
You see the Earth move underneath the airplane.
Hold on a second. Not perpendicular, west to east, underneath, north to south.
You just said, hold on a second.
I'm going to talk here. You guys are interrupting me. I was in the middle of a sentence. You guys interrupt me.
I just want you to clarify.
Fuzzy, just wait for him to finish, dude.
No, you have to interrupt me.
Just
every time. Hold on a second. But every time I've gotten in an airplane, I've seen the Earth move underneath me. Every goddamn time. It's amazing how that works.
But relative to your own motion, it has to move sideways underneath you, not just because you're moving.
You don't understand
in
about
respect
vectors?
to your north to south, it has to move west to east underneath you.
Do you understand vectors, sir?
If you fly in a straight
I'm
line,
sorry, I'm sorry. You just said that it doesn't rotate under the drone.
You can put a camera underneath the plane and show west to east. It would show west to east underneath if you're moving in a straight line. And
you understand that the way you fly, you draw a line.
South to north.
You know, you draw a line.
Why doesn't it work for a drone, but it does for a plane?
Because the helicopter is hovering relative. Hold on a second. Hold on, will someone please?
Sideways.
How come I can always get interrupted? But you guys, listen. How when you hover a drone, what do you say? You say you stay in one place. The question is relative to what?
Well, I negated any kind of.
The question was when we go into new tangential
That's not
speeds.
what I asked for. No, I'm asking. Not talking to you right now. New perspective. I'm talking to Ewok. Just stay out of it for about a minute.
I would have to gain as soon as I take off and I gain altitude. I've got to gain velocity in order to keep up with the rotation of the Earth underneath me. Correct?
No.
Exactly.
No, you've been imparted that when you took off.
Exactly. No, because you have
I said before, I go left, round, up, down, left, right, and in a circle to negate any kind of any lingering effects.
When you hover, what are you staying relative to? When you say hover, relative to what? Oh, do you leave?
When you rise up,
in order to negate any effects.
When you hover, what are you hovering relative to? When you say you hover, when you stay in one place.
The ground.
Thank you.
Air,
very
everywhere.
good. So if the Earth is moving, then you also move relative to.
If the Earth, you keep saying that. If the Earth is moving, why do you keep saying that?
Because you guys think the Earth doesn't move.
But where is it shown to move?
Well, that's another question. But you're saying that the hover is staying one space in three-dimensional space.
It only works the way it does because the Earth doesn't move. That's
incorrect. Totally incorrect.
What we're saying is that if
incorrect.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says that a football kicked off
football
of the Earth,
is out. Hold on a second.
Does the Earth move underneath the football?
A football is in a ballistic path. Your airplanes and your drone are not on ballistic paths.
I could take a drone and fly it in a straight line if I
Hold
wanted
on a second. A drone is not on a ballistic path.
A ballistic path can be mimicked by an airplane or a jet. Or anything.
No, not really.
In a drone, all it has to do is go in a straight line and not correct for Coriolis, and then you would see the ground move. We never see the ground move. That's the only reason that's possible.
That's not airplanes don't fly on ballistic paths.
They could correct if they wanted to. They could
airplanes don't fly on ballistic paths.
They could stay along a ground path, but then they could just go in a straight line, irrespective of the ground
movement. Hold on one second.
The ground moves, but the ground never moves below.
Are you a pilot? Have you ever flown at all? Do you know what the fuck you're talking about?
I have an FAA certification. Yeah,
I
have an FAA license.
For what?
Questioning the person.
For flying your drone?
I have an FAA
for flying your
license.
drone? For flying your drone?
Does it matter? You asked if I knew what I was talking about.
No, you don't, because you talk. Do you have an FAA certification in what?
When did they talk about that in the book?
An FAA certification in what? To prepare airplanes?
You said, do I fly things? Yes, I have an FAA certification to fly things. It doesn't matter. Does Earth rotate underneath it?
What do you have your FAA certification? Tell me, come on. Are you a pilot?
I've seen the Earth. I've seen the sun.
I asked a simple question, Ewok. What is your certification?
Don't let him put it on you. It's a simple exercise that he's trying to place blame on you for not having some kind of license or something that would make you qualified. But you're just talking about a simple effect that would happen if we were over a rotating reference frame. But we're not. That's why we never see the ground move below the planes that are going north to south, irrespective of its own motion.
Are airplanes
It would go west to east. You could go in a straight line, not correct for Coriolis, to show the Earth moves.
Are airplanes ballistic?
They can act
That's your go-to.
Yeah.
That's your go-to.
Yeah.
It's a yes or no question.
Can airplanes mimic a ballistic path?
I didn't ask that. I asked,
airplanes mimic the path of a ballistic?
Are airplanes ballistic?
Yes, of course not. But they can fly like a ballistic.
Thank you.
They can go in a straight line.
Shut the fuck up.
Not good enough. See, that's why you're telling me to shut the fuck up.
When you say a straight line for an airplane, what are you talking about? You're talking about a ground path, sir. That's what you're talking about.
Nope. Irrespective of the ground path.
No, you fly airplanes on ground paths, moron.
Follow the ground path, That's why they try to
You
trick
do
us
follow
into getting
ground
it to
path.
follow the ground path. If you're
Do you understand
following the
what
ground
ballistic
path, you're
means?
just following along with the turning Earth.
You know,
That's why they
ballistic
always
means
want to bring it back to that, or ballistics, or Foucault's pendulum,
ballistics.
because over several different tangential speeds, a plane flying in a straight line, irrespective of the ground path, would
God,
show the ground moving, and that's
you
the
don't
reason
know
they
what you're
have to
talking
avoid
about.
this,
Yeah.
Fuzzy.
So
Seriously,
Trying to
do
talk
not know what
around
you've
you're
it.
talking about.
already
They always
Peyton,
have to
Peyton,
run in
you've
circles
already
because they
You
get all
done this
upset.
seriously
before.
do not know
You've
of
already
what you're talking
agreed.
about.
You've already agreed that if I had my drone, they have drones where I can throw it up in the air, ballistically, and then turn it on up in the air,
What's that got
thus
to do with anything?
negating everything.
When you throw it, it's ballistic. When you turn it on, it's not.
Right. So therefore, it's now in the best possible situation to negate anything that I
Yeah, just
want
keep
from
going
the
straight.
initial spinning
Just keep
thing, and
going
I
in
can
that
go in
ballistic
whatever
path.
direction I
Just
want,
follow the ballistic
independent,
path
right?
straight, and don't worry about the ground, and watch the ground move below it. But it'll never happen because the ground doesn't move.
It does, though. You fire naval cannons,
No,
you
it
have to
doesn't.
correct for it. When you fire
No, see the
naval cannons, you
ballistic.
have to
They go
correct
back
for
to
it.
the ballistics. Nope.
When
They have
yes,
to,
right.
always go back to this.
That's
And it's
because
like
that's
3
what I'm talking
inches,
about.
3 inches, which could be any kind of thing that's affecting the ballistic. But they have to claim it's Coriolis because if we were on a rotating reference frame, that's the
aren't.
way it would work.
That's why you have
But
to
we're
correct
not,
for it.
so they always have to go back to this
You have to correct for
minimalist thing
wind.
about
You have to correct.
ballistics.
You have yes,
And
ballistics.
it never, planes never correct for Coriolis. Pilots are
correct.
never trained to correct for Coriolis
Why?
because there is no Coriolis
No, there
when
is
you're talking
Coriolis
about
because
the Earth.
but you fly a ground path. It's
There
like
is Coriolis compared when you're talking about the winds, yeah. When you're talking about the weather patterns, yeah. There's something with the electromagnetic toroidal field
no
that causes that.
electromagnetic
The Earth
toroidal
doesn't. The
field.
Earth's ground doesn't move.
It does though. That's what causes Coriolis. You.
Nope, it doesn't. That's what you have to stick to. See,
Oh fuck!
he's
If you
nervous
knew,
and laughing. He doesn't
no,
even
I'm
know
not
how to
nervous. I'm
explain it.
laughing. I'm not laughing because I'm nervous. I'm laughing at you for not knowing what you're talking about.
Right.
I would call it more of a cackle.
I'll be quiet,
more of a
Gio. I'm
cackle.
sorry. We've talked about this for a while. I'm gonna mellow out and not get too angry. I don't want you to ban me anymore.
See, you find a straight line, Fuzzy. That's all you have to do is find a straight line, irrespective of the ground path. You would see the ground move. Planes fly in straight lines all the time. That's all they ever do. But they never have to correct for Coriolis. They want to mix it in with wind. They can't explain the force that would make it match the new tangential speed.
Straight lines over.
They want to say it's
the
winds, but
ground.
winds move in every direction, so they're caught.
The straight lines over the ground.
So here's a question, right? The reason why we see the moon and the sun, let's just say the sun. The reason why we see the sun set in the west is because the Earth is in fact spinning and moving, correct?
Yes.
Right. So as
yes, but no.
Right. Yes,
no,
but no.
yes.
I got you. Yeah, I got it. No, I'm asking him, so I know his answer.
Do this rotation.
Yeah. So, and now we agree though that if I was in an airplane, that I've left that the Earth spinning reference frame, correct?
No, we don't agree on that.
Non-inertial reference frame. You don't even know what non-inertial reference frames are compared to inertial reference frames?
You never leave the reference frame.
It's a non-inertial reference frame, yes or no?
You never leave the reference frame.
See, he won't answer that. It's a non-inertial reference frame, yes or no?
Paige,
Yes.
why is there something called non-inertial and inertial? Why are there two differentiating terms if they both mean the same fucking thing?
They don't mean the same thing. One's moving, and one's not.
Thing.
Why would you not answer?
They're in reference to each other. In reference to each other,
Yeah,
one is considered stationary and one is considered accelerating.
Fuzzy's not saying they're the same thing. He's saying that he's making it sound like they're the same thing, but they're not.
Nobody's saying they're the same thing.
Oh, he said that doesn't leave the reference frame. Well, the non-inertial reference frame is not the same as the inertial reference frame.
Listen, dude, this is the statement that we're all making. Besides everybody at Rumpus. They're never leaving one reference frame for the other.
Well,
They're always listen, so you can be clear on what people are saying. But people are saying that this object is going to be in both reference frames. It's never isolated to one reference frame over the other.
I'm sorry, but
it's never a thing. And what we're describing.
You left the horse reference frame, correct?
Never leaves the reference frame.
What's the point of saying anything when I just say something and you literally ignore what I just said? To ask the question that literally was ignoring exactly what I just said. There is no leaving the reference frame. These objects exist in both reference frames, in all reference frames at all times.
That'd be nice. That'd be convenient if it was. But the inertial and non-inertial reference frame.
Rumpus isn't here, and nobody here agrees with what Rumpus said.
Kosho, did you disagree when? Are you okay? You said that you did in fact leave the spinning horse reference frame.
No,
correct?
I did not. For the love of listen, dude, listen.
Everyone
if you
here,
don't understand this with the
that?
simple words, then there's no point in communicating these things. Nobody is saying that objects are leaving reference frames. When you described an object like a drone, and the drone being the observer, the reference frame, like the actual reference frame is on the drone, then the drone leaves the reference frame. When the drone leaves the rotating frame, it's actually not in the rotating frame anymore because it's the reference frame. The reference frame is the drone. Okay. However, if you're describing an object that's moving in reference to something else, so if the reference frame is the rotating frame and the object's moving off the rotating frame onto something else, you can still describe it from the rotating frame. So to say it's leaving that frame is incorrect. Only the observer, the thing that's describing the movement, the thing that is the reference point from where you describe the movement from, only this thing is what's changing reference frames.
I told you, Jeremy, as soon as Rumpus said that, I said that you guys would misinterpret what he said, and sure enough, you're misinterpreting what he says.
I haven't even been talking, so I don't know who.
I know, not you personally, but Ewok and New Perspective sure are.
It's because you have to. Yeah, you guys are so caught.
No, we're not caught. It's like your lack of understanding.
It's the same, but it's in the frame. It's not. It's the same frame, but it's just a matter of how you look at it, and that's all true. Yeah, it is a matter of perspective. When you want to run around the question, a non-inertial reference frame is not the same as the inertial reference
listening to what people are saying to you, dude. Like, no one said anything that you just said, right? What we're saying is very simple. The object itself is not leaving reference frames because it doesn't ever exist in an isolated reference frame. Like, what's the point of saying these things when you guys aren't going to listen?
Okay, there's a lot in here.
They are not.
There's a lot in there.
Like,
that's funny. It's like 4 bowls.
When the drone takes off,
like
when the drone takes off from the spinning horse reference frame,
Jeremy, you got a cold mic.
How does it stay connected to the spinning horse reference frame?
Does it need to?
Well, yeah, if there's going to be a non-inertial and an inertial frame.
No, they both exist anyway.
Yeah, they exist, but the thing is there's going to be a difference between the two. Even as soon as you leave the air, you should see the ground moving to some degree below because you're not in lockstep. So if you move into a new tangential speed, you have to describe the force that makes it match that new tangential speed, and they can't do that without saying winds. And winds move in every direction, so they have to say there's like meta winds compared to local winds, and it gets all crazy. But it doesn't really work because they're saying that the plane is always following a ground path, which is true. It would correct for Coriolis if it was trying to get to a certain destination. But if it was trying to not correct for Coriolis, irrespective of the ground path, and just go in a straight line from where it started, it would show the ground moving below it. But it never does that.
Nobody cares about that.
Show the ground moving.
Nobody cares about that ballistic path perspective.
You don't
You're
care.
on a fucking airplane.
You don't care because it ruins your globe.
No, if you had a cannon and you had a cannon in the air, strap everybody into a cannon and fired the cannon from one place to another, then yes, you would have to correct for all the Coriolis and winds and all that all at one time. But the airplane makes little corrections all the time. That's how you do it. Like when you're driving down the road, you don't lock your wheels in one position.
If it made sure not to correct
all the time.
If it made sure not to correct and just go in a straight line, irrespective of the ground.
Straight line
relative
you would
see
what?
West to east. You would see west to east ground movement. But we
Straight
never see
line
that.
relative to what?
Relative to where it started from.
Well, what do you mean straight though? Define the straight line.
North, northeast, south, southwest, whichever direction it wants.
Those are relative to the ground.
It can correct. It can fly wherever it wants. Is the point? You don't have to
no
follow
one
the
does
ground
that,
path.
moron. No
No,
one
they
does
don't.
that.
They don't.
Why?
They don't have to.
Because they fly ground paths.
The ground isn't moving. Because the ground isn't moving, bro.
And
you would see ground moving below you as soon as you get in the air.
Every
time
I get
more as you go over more tangential speed.
Every time I get on an airplane, the ground moves underneath me. Isn't it amazing?
You see how he always has to go back to like the simple explanation that if you're moving in one direction, the ground's moving below you. But then you can't say that it's moving west to east. show us
ground,
west to east perpendicular movement underneath the north to south
it's the
movement.
addition of vectors. Stop.
Yep. That's what you could see. That's what we should see, but we
Every
never see.
time I see the ground move underneath me, I'm in an airplane. It's amazing. It moves under me about 600 miles an hour or so. Wow.
The point is, me, Rumpus, and the other girls, Tyson, know you can leave reference frames.
And didn't I tell Rumpus as soon as he said it that you guys would misinterpret it? And sure enough, here is new perspective and Ewok misinterpreting what he said.
Yo, NASA Shield, do you feel the earth move under your feet? Feel the sky tumbling down?
Sky come tumbling down.
Feel
Come
my
tumbling
heart
down.
start
I
to
feel the
trembling
earth
whenever you're around?
move under my feet.
I knew you were going there right away.
Feel the earth move under my feet.
That was hilarious, Issa. Listen,
I had
Rumpus
to look up the lyrics because I was thinking, I gotta feel the earth, the sky come tumbling down. Oh, that's so
the
funny.
point is, we all know Rumpus is never wrong, and me and him totally agree on this reference frame business. So you guys are fucked.
You say he's
Hold
never
on.
wrong?
The Rumpus?
Rumpus is wrong a lot. What are you talking about?
You're gonna stand by that?
Self-proclaimed. He's a self-proclaimed.
That's fine. That's fine. But you're gonna stand by that.
Yep.
I stand by.
You just owned your own ass.
I stand by Rumpus is self-proclaimed. Never wrong.
Okay, because he also says the Earth's a globe and a bunch of other shit.
Yep. Yeah,
He's not wrong about that too, or what?
He could be, but he's the self-proclaimed.
We live on a globe, really not getting it?
You're busted, Jeremy.
No, it's an all or nothing policy. Listen, go ahead, Fuzz.
Well, I just am still
You
curious.
literally said he's never wrong, so go ahead. Fuzz.
By his own. Jesus. So, how exactly is the football being kicked in the air part of, or the drone being taken off in the air? How are they both in the inertial frame of reference and the non-inertial frame of reference at the same time?
It's every object can exist in every other frame of reference at the same time.
That is a useless statement.
There's no reason why it doesn't. The only thing that is exclusive to
two people
the
can
reference
stand
frames.
inside of a room.
Why ask me a question, man? Try this. Don't expect me to answer anything else, man. Okay?
Coach, Rumpus told you that is a useless phrase to proclaim everything's in every reference frame.
I disagree with Rumpus. Rumpus contradicted himself.
He's never wrong.
Times. And that's I have no use for the way that Rumpus was using.
You just admitted that globe, Jeremy. He's never wrong. Rumpus is never wrong.
Self-proclaimed.
Thank you, Jeremy. You just admitted that.
Do you know what self-proclaimed means?
Do you know? Well, do you know? Does Jeremy know?
Yeah, it means it's just something he declared.
Jeremy's not claiming Rumpus is never wrong. He's kidding because Rumpus says that.
Okay.
You guys don't understand sarcasm. Sarcasm might be next.
What's the point of bringing that up if you're not saying it seriously?
I'm actually doubling the sarcasm on you by deliberately ignoring it. Like I'm getting it while I'm doubling it on you by ignoring it.
It's really tough to tell. It's really tough to tell when you're being sarcastic, Ewok, because you say so much stuff that is just totally out there that really did tell sarcasm
was the one
It was Jeremy, not you.
Well, Jeremy too. I mean, it's really tough to tell sarcasm from flat earthers because you say so much.
Yeah.
Obviously, everyone knows.
Now we all know that Jeremy is actually Rumpus, so we can hold Jeremy to Rumpus's word. When Jeremy says Rumpus is.
Listen, obviously, everyone knows that I do not think Rumpus is right on everything, and I do think he's wrong on something. He is the self-proclaimed.
You are Rumpus, so
I am the Rumpus.
Yeah.
Jeremy, stop running away from the fact that Rumpus is always right, dude.
You're holding us to Rumpus's word. I'm holding you to his word.
I mean,
same
Rumpus
standard.
is one of your top lobers.
That's a high standard there, Sheep. That's a high standard you got there.
Rumpus is one of your top guys, dude.
See, if we're responsible for what the Rumpus says,
But everybody in this community, every single person in this community has been wrong before. And nobody's immune from being wrong. And just because I disagree with Rumpus doesn't mean that
Means you're
Rumpus
wrong.
saying is true. It just turns out that if you were actually listening to what he said, you would even disagree with him. Because it doesn't make much sense.
I heard the whole thing.
No, so let me ask you this, Jeremy, because it's the same question I asked him, and his answer wasn't satisfying. So if you're an object, right, and you and the reference frame, and if you're moving in reference to something else, you're not in its reference frame. But however, if you're when you're describing it from this object's reference frame, you can describe this object in this object's reference frame. So how is it that the object is both not in the reference frame and also in the reference frame at the same time?
I'm not gonna lie, that was a lot right there, and it may be a little too high for this.
Yeah, well, this is what he was saying, and this is what I was disagreeing with. This is why I don't use.
I don't even understand what you just said. What do you mean?
Okay, he was describing like a people on the train, right? So you have all the people on the train, and they're all sitting down on the train, right? And then you have some person who's walking around the train, and he described the person who's walking around the train as not being in the same reference frame as the people who are sitting on the train. Okay, but however, when you're describing the reference frame from somebody sitting on the train, you describe everybody's position. It's all stationary except for the person walking, because the person walking can be described in that reference frame, meaning it's in the reference frame. The only difference is that it's moving while the other things are not moving. So what he's saying is this object has both left the reference frame, it's not in the reference frame anymore, and it still is in the reference frame, which to me has no meaning and it has no use. To say this contradiction to you, does that make sense though? Because this is what he kept saying this over and over.
New P, your mic is on. Your camera's on. Just so you know.
Can't even follow what you're saying right now, bro. You're using the word reference.
So then you don't agree with him then?
I at the time I agreed with everything he said.
I know you did, but it's because you weren't listening to him.
I was listening to him. I followed it at the time. He said something. He's not saying what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying.
All right, well, then you tell me what he said then, because he said it plenty of times.
He said clearly you can leave reference frames.
Okay, describe though how you leave the reference frame and how the reference frame is then described with the same object that's just left it.
We're on the rotating reference frame holding a ball. The ball's in the
describe the train. Describe the train just so we're.
No, let's use the ball in the merry-go-round because it's
this is on the same page as the train.
I don't use the train example. I don't like the trains. I don't know why you would even use.
Because that's what he was using, and this is what I'm asking you to describe. I'm asking you to describe what he described.
He described how you leave a reference frame. I'm going to tell you how he described it. At the end, he described it as when I throw the ball and I'm spinning on a roundabout and I throw a ball off a roundabout, the ball has left the non-inertial reference frame.
Okay, he described anything moving as not as leaving the reference frame.
Yeah, technically.
Yeah, with respect to the reference frame, yeah.
If you're not strapped into the seat, like if you're like on a boat and the boat is rocking around in the waves, you can jump around, you can walk around, and you have to walk and be swayed because you're not connected to the seat. So you are technically moving independently of whatever the rest of the boat and people connected to the seats are.
And now here's the issue.
Get out of the boat or train, then it's even more evident.
Yeah, all right. And here's the contradiction, Jeremy. Here's the part that you have to make sense of what he was saying. Because he was saying exactly that this person moving is not in the reference frame as the people that are stationary together. However, he was saying that it was also in the reference frame because it can be described in reference to that reference frame. So how can you make sense of that, dude? When you're sitting here agreeing with what he said, but if you don't agree with this statement, then you have no idea what he even said. That's my point, Jeremy. I can't agree with that just because it's contradictory.
Someone's got a hot mic.
A hot mic needs perspective.
Rumpus took you to school today, and you didn't learn a thing.
Really, dude? Really? So what did he say that you agreed with? Because I just told you what he said. I'm asking you if you agree with it, and you just didn't. Yeah, just denying the answer.
You can leave reference frames.
Do you understand, Jeremy, why I busted your ass earlier? Essentially,
Rumpus, I agreed with Rumpus. My bad. Go ahead.
Essentially, you're making a straw man by pretending that every Glober has to agree with Rumpus. So I'm reversing that dishonesty back on you by pretending that you cannot, since we cannot disagree with Rumpus on what he said, you cannot disagree with him either. So you're now stuck with agreeing with Rumpus, and it's on it's a globe.
No, you don't understand, Rumpus. It's not just me and Rumpus agreeing on this. It's the whole scientific community. Anyone that's talking, anyone that's talking in depth
whole scientific community. Nice.
Anyone that's talking. Yes, the whole mainstream. The whole mainstream.
According to
narrative.
Rumpus, though, dude, you don't even. Here's the issue, dude. You're saying that according to what Rumpus said. You don't even know what Rumpus said enough to even agree with what Rumpus said.
I've seen those lectures. I've seen those lectures. I'm gonna find them. I'm gonna find them and shove them down your guys' throat. Okay.
Fun, man, but you have to start off by listening to what was even said before you start arguing against what was said, because what Gummy Bear said was the same thing in different words that what I originally said. I originally said making the distinction between the observer and the and the object. The observer, you can dischange his reference frames. The object can be described in any different reference frame, whatever's relevant at that point. Okay, and Gummy Bear said it more succinctly and said you can either talk about being in a reference frame, which would be the object, or you can describe having a reference frame, which would be the observer, or the observer and all the other things stationary to it, which I mean I think is fair, and I think Rumpus even himself agreed with. And you're I don't know, saying something else. I guess I don't know what kind of link you're going to find or citation, but. There's a part that we've been disagreeing with people for a few years is like the claim that people say they're on the Earth and they jump up in the air. Now they're in a different reference frame, or they're in a helicopter
like
and
the football.
They're a different reference frame.
Like when Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about the football, right?
He doesn't, though. He doesn't. Again, what I just described to you, the difference between being in a reference frame and having a reference frame. Okay.
So what exactly?
The observer can change reference frames.
What is he talking about then? What reference frames are Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about? Yeah, in Neil deGrasse Tyson's reference talk about the football, which can you walk me through which
he's talking about an object moving?
About?
He's talking about an object moving across a rotating frame, and be as observed from the rotating frame.
Yeah, the rotating frame rotates underneath the other object, which is
it rotates. It rotates regardless of what's happening. It's just rotating. The frame is rotating. The thing is moving, and the other thing is moving. If the other thing is moving, and you're observing it from a rotating frame, then you're going to experience deviation.
You know, it's very, very specifically the point that it is moving underneath the football because that's what caused the goal.
But that way of wording it is irrelevant. That way of wording it is irrelevant when the only thing that's relevant is that it's viewed from that rotating frame.
It doesn't matter where you're viewing it
from. It absolutely does.
No, it doesn't. In fact, matter whether you're the football or you're the goalpost. The goalpost is moving in the way of or out of the way of the football.
That's completely irrelevant. What's relevant
That's exactly
is indeed the
point.
observation.
That's so relevant to the point because that's why he made the point, is that the game was won because Earth is rotating underneath the football.
Yeah, it's rotating. That's what I'm saying. So the fact that the Earth's rotating, now that you understand that the Earth's rotating, hold up, dude. Hold up, dude. You're gonna say the same thing again.
You're skipping
It's gonna be
that part.
incorrect when you say it again.
That's the important part.
Listen, I heard what you just said. Okay, I'm trying to respond to it.
But you didn't
All right?
repeat back. Exactly.
I'm trying to respond to the thing that you just said.
Okay, go for
it.
it.
The Earth, describing the Earth as rotating is not for the purpose of
you missed it again.
Listen, dude. Just don't listen to me. You're a grown man.
Did you not
You have
hear what I
children,
said?
right? Why
Did you
can't
not
you
hear
just
what I
be quiet when someone else is talking and just wait for them to finish talking? Like you're gonna get a turn, dude. Okay. What was I saying? The describing the Earth as rotating is not for the purpose of describing what's happening beneath the objects. It's the purpose of describing the reference frame that you're in. You're in a rotating reference frame. Now that that's decided, that you're in a rotating reference frame, the object that's moving across it, no matter where it is, no matter what it is, it's going to experience some sort of deviation, just for the fact that it's moving and you're observing from a rotating reference frame. That's what's meant when he says that it's spinning beneath it.
But I'm sorry, but you misquoted what he said, or what the point of what he said is. The Earth is rotating underneath, independent of the football.
Did you hear what I said?
I did, and you got it wrong. That's not what he said.
What did I say?
You're making a point to something that someone didn't bring up.
What did I say?
In this specific example, Earth is absolutely moving independently underneath the football, which is going in its own trajectory.
What did I say?
Specifically the point that you are ignoring.
What did I say?
Not what I'm asking.
Right. So why don't you listen this time and actually pretend like I'm saying something that is important for you to respond to. If you're asking me to respond to what you're saying, you have to actually listen to what I'm saying, right?
Well, no, but you have three times now, you've avoided what I actually did say, which is Earth rotating underneath the football. And you keep ignoring specifically that on purpose, very evident to everybody listening.
If you were listening to me, you would know I actually did not ignore that. I told you what was meant by that. When he says that it's rotating beneath something, he's not describing it as rotating beneath something for that purpose. He's saying that because he's describing a rotating frame. Now that you understand that it's on a rotating frame, he's describing things moving across a rotating frame. And what's going to happen is they're going to experience deviation. Their paths will, because the frame's rotating. So because the Earth's rotating, this object, the football, is moving across it, is going to experience a deviation. That deviation is Coriolis. And it's not purely important that it's rotating underneath the objects. What's important is that everything, the observer, the football, they're moving across a rotating frame.
So you keep saying, so a moment ago you said frames, as in there's two different frames, right?
No.
You said frames.
I only described one frame.
You said two. You said you had an S.
What was the other frame I described?
Well, I'm assuming that one is inertial and one's the non-inertial.
No, I didn't describe an inertial frame at all. I described a rotating frame. That's all I described.
Okay.
What was the purpose of what he was talking about? He was talking about it rotating across a rotating frame because that's what would cause a Coriolis deviation.
What do you mean a Coriolis deviation?
Deviation due to Coriolis, due to it moving across a rotating frame.
Well, no, but again, Coriolis, it only appears to deviate. It's going in a straight line.
It doesn't only appear to deviate.
Well, that's what. Okay.
That frame, there's an actual deviation.
No, there isn't.
That's why the field goals is possible. That's why things can change, because the path is actually changing. In that reference frame, the path is not doing what you would predict it to do if it were in some other reference frame.
So if it works for the football, why doesn't it work for my drone?
It works with everything.
I'm telling you, it doesn't work for my drone, and that's why I'm asking.
Well, you're saying it doesn't, but it actually does. Yeah.
Okay. Whoops. Copy that. Okay.
Yeah. The difference between the football and your drone is the football is a ballistic. Your drone is powered by you, and so any Coriolis, it experiencing the exact Coriolis. If you flew it through the exact path that the football went, it would experience the same Coriolis. The only difference is it wouldn't be evident because you're actually controlling the path that the drone is traveling, much more
Wait
than
a second.
any influence.
I'm sorry. Okay, so if it took the exact path as the football, then that means that the football didn't experience any Coriolis?
No, it means that you didn't listen to what I said.
Well, you just said if I take the drone and take the exact same path as the football.
What was the next part of what I said?
That I won't experience this Coriolis.
So I'll repeat what I said. If you took the drone and you traveled it along the same path that the that the football went, it would experience the same Coriolis. The difference is that because the football was a ballistic and your drone is powered by you, the thing that was evident for the football and allowed to influence it, you are going to you're not going to easily allow to influence your drone because you control your drone is going to be much more of an influence than any small Coriolis.
Okay, but I can make the drone act as a ballistic
by throwing it. I guess if you threw it across the field.
You just said I take the exact same path as the ball that does experience Coriolis, and now I take that exact same path with the drone, and somehow I'm not experiencing Coriolis.
Well, no. If you were listening to the last 2 times I said it, you can take the same path with the drone.
I'm taking the drone and pretending it's a ballistic.
You have to let me. You're going to miss it the 3rd time too.
Acting as though it's a ballistic,
fly the same path with the drone, and it will experience the same Coriolis. It will experience the same Coriolis. That means that it is experiencing the Coriolis. That doesn't mean that it's not experiencing the Coriolis. I've told you that 3 times now. It's experiencing the same Coriolis. The only difference is you're powering it. So what was easily evident in football, the ballistic, is not going to be evident in the powered craft that you're maneuvering.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I just don't understand why it wouldn't show this if I'm taking the exact same path as the football, which does show it.
Because of the fact that both of the objects are experiencing the Coriolis. The difference is the football is allowed to continue being affected by only this one thing and not anything else, whereas your drone, which is also affected by Coriolis, is not allowed to just be swayed by tiny little.
You just said I'm taking the same
path. You are in the business of controlling it because you have the control in your hand and you're telling it what to do. For that reason, it's not going to be swayed by this tiny little influence.
Why is that not? If I'm taking the same path as the ball, how is that not showing the same deviation? Whether I'm powering it or not, I'm just pushing it in the same exact line of the ball that did show it. I can take the drone and apparently act as though it's a ballistic, right? I can do that.
I did not say that. You asked me how you make it act like. You asked me how you can make it act like a ballistic, and I told you could throw it. That's what I told you. I told you to fly the same path the football took. I didn't say that it's going to behave the same way the football behaved. For the pure reason that I've already told you that the football was a ballistic. It's not. There's no influences acting on it besides any tiny influence like Coriolis can barely sway it. The drone is not going to be swayed by these things in the same way because you're controlling it. So this, even though the Coriolis will influence it somewhat, that influence is going to be much more outshone by you controlling it.
But I'm making it look like a ballistic, so it should negate all of that, right?
No, you're not making it look like a ballistic.
But you just said I'm taking the path of the ball, which is the ball is a ballistic, right?
Yeah, you're taking the same path the ball traveled. You're doing this not acting like a ballistic, but acting like you saw the path the football went. Because you saw the path the football went, you can easily take the drone and follow that same path.
Okay. So the ball's in the air for what, 3 to 5 seconds? So if I take the ball, if I take the drone and start to follow the ball, but then right at the apex of where the ball is now going to start to fall back, I can just keep going with the drone. And I should show a much better deviation then because it's going to be in the air for a lot longer than the ball, right? So I should see
you're saying if you turn the drone off?
Right? No, I turn it on and I can fly wherever I want. Once I'm at the apex of where the ball would be, now I can take off and go anywhere I want. And I can go back in the opposite direction. I can go anywhere I want
Sure.
I should be able to see the Earth moving underneath me pretty good now because I've now been up in the air longer than the ball would have been, and therefore I should easily see this deviation, correct?
No, not at all. The
Oh,
fact that
copy
you're
that.
going wherever you want
Okay.
to go with the drone is not what's causing you to see the Coriolis or experience Coriolis at all.
Okay.
The fact
I'm
that the football was able to be influenced by it, and that he thinks that it decided the field goal, is because the football was a ballistic, and it was not being influenced by anything other than the fact that it was falling through the sky. So the fact that it was falling through the sky, being the only thing influencing it, allowed any minor influences to determine its ultimate path. And so that's why he's claiming that the Coriolis was evident or was possible in possibly influencing that football. And this would not be the case with something that you're powering, or a frisbee, or a kite, or anything else that has much bigger influences. He said that with the football because the football is a ballistic.
The point is, if you knew which way if you knew that the Earth was actually turning west to east, if you follow a north to south straight path, you could put a camera underneath the drone, fly over many tangential speeds, and show that the Earth actually moves. But they can't do that because the Earth doesn't move.
Why don't you do it?
That'd be great.
Yes, it would be great. Yeah, you talk about this quite a bit. Why don't you set something up to where
Because I know the Earth doesn't move. No,
You'd have to apply for special flight permits. You have to apply for flights and all these kinds of things because you don't have. That's not a normal flight route.
How do you know it? New perspective.
You tested
because
it.
you wouldn't be so upset that I know it if it.
You
if
don't
it
know
did.
it though. You speculate. You believe it. You think it. You want it to be.
If it moved, you wouldn't be. You wouldn't. If it moved, you wouldn't be here caring about it. If I thought it did.
I've been asking for proof for the flat Earth, for the geostationary, geocentric flat Earth, whatever you want to call it, the non-moving, infinite plane for 3 months now, almost 4 months, and nobody's given me anything other than
just get a plane, go straight line. You can prove it doesn't move. There you go.
Yeah,
prove
like
it
I
doesn't
said,
move
every
because
time
it never moves out from the north to south run, a north to south path.
Every time
it doesn't deviate. If you go north to south in a straight line and it doesn't move below you, there's your proof.
Every time I get in an airplane, though, there's this thing in front of me called a stick that I can control where I go. It's amazing how that works. Sort of like a steering wheel in a car.
Yeah, and you can make sure not to deviate for the Coriolis, and then just show that it moves below you. There you go.
That's not how it works. For fuck's sake.
It's too bad. That is how it works.
No, that is not how it works. That is completely not how it works.
PNS, you did science on your own. I walked you through your own science step by step, and you determined concaver on your own.
I was trying to show you how stupid it was, but you've obviously missed the point.
Yeah, you did it on your. This is
I was trying to show you how stupid it was, and you obviously missed the point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to call your science stupid. Only you can do that.
I was trying to show you how stupid it was because I live in a little, on a hillside with a little bit of dip to it. So that's why I was trying to show you how stupid it was because the concave Earth is even stupider than the flat Earth.
And that's how you got to. That's where you ended up.
Yeah, because I was following your dumb experiment.
No, you followed it all on your. I said, "What will you do?" The only thing you'll do is look outside the window.
Yeah, like I said, I was trying to show you how stupid it was, and you obviously missed the point.
Yeah, it was on your own though.
Yeah, but you obviously missed the point.
You want something. You want somebody to give you something.
You obviously missed the point. That
it
was a dumb experiment.
The point is this: you want somebody to give you something that either A, you can't do on your own, or B, you won't do on your own.
That's stupid.
I'm confused. Can you go back? You were trying to show him how smart it was, or how?
No,
or how
I was asking him for proof of the flat Earth, and he led me through the go look at what do you see. And I looked out my window, and since I live on a hill with a little bit of, there's a hillside behind me, I concluded the Earth was concave. Trying to show him how stupid his dumb experiment was, but he obviously missed out.
Oh, it was okay. You're right. Before you really don't understand sarcasm very well.
What? I don't understand sarcasm or crit.
You still.
No, because if Crit was actually trying to lead me through a real experiment, he
You
thought would.
asked for it. You told me what you needed
Yeah.
and wanted from me.
No.
I
You
gave
told me
you.
how to do it. I was asking you how to
responding.
do it, and you led me through it, and it proved that your Earth is concave, which is obviously a wrong definition.
For you.
No, for everybody.
No, just for you.
No, that's not how it works.
It was only no one else has made the observation outside of your window besides you.
Yeah,
it was
well,
all
the
you.
Earth isn't concave.
Then that is your conclusion for you.
No, that's not how it works, Crit. Sorry.
Yeah, that's exactly how that works. That's why
that's not how
science
it
is
works,
so.
Crit.
This is why science is so powerful. Is because it doesn't matter who's doing it. All
Yeah,
you
well,
show.
when you look out your window and see about, I'd say maybe 1/8 of a mile and infer the rest of the Earth from it, it's pretty dumb. And so you led me
No,
through a
you
stupid
weren't looking at
experiment.
the Earth. You were looking at leaves. You
Like
can't.
I said,
Looking
looking at leaves and squirrels and trees and stuff. It was showing you. You're trying to show you how stupid your experiment was. You're leading me on. So the Crit
and
experiment.
you used. No, it
No,
was your
that's not my
experiment
experiment.
only.
That's the Crit experiment. You
No, it
guided
was
me
yours.
through.
It
It's
was
the Crit
yours.
experiment.
I have not looked outside your window. It was not my
But you
experiment.
guided me through it. That was I used
because
the Crit
you
method.
asked for it. You
No,
asked.
it's the Crit
something,
method. Thank you.
And you've
Thank
been
you. So
doing
the
it
Earth,
for 3
according
months.
to the Crit methodology,
According
the
to
Earth
you.
is, according to the Crit
To you.
methodology.
I've got my own methods. I tested.
Oh no, you led me through the methods, sir. I
For
followed
you.
your instructions.
Because you set terms and
These
conditions.
were your instructions,
you
sir.
won't
I followed
leave
your
your
methodology.
computer desk. The only thing you'll do is look
This is your
outside your window.
methodology, sir. I followed
It's
it.
your methodology.
No, not mine. I would do a different experiment. See,
Then
but
do it.
I have, and the Earth is not. Guess what? The Earth is not flat.
Yeah, but it debunks your first claim. That
No,
you're
I
looking
didn't make
for.
that claim. That's your claim, sir. I followed your
That you're
experiment.
looking for proof of flat Earth.
I followed the Crit experiment method.
Which is your experiment.
No, it's the Crit method.
No, it was yours.
It's the Crit method.
You did it all on your own.
You told me what to do. But you told me what to do.
Yeah, and you chose to do it or not do it based on you, not
That's
me.
right. So I followed your instructions. This was
Yeah,
the Crit
for you,
methodology.
not my instructions. These were
The Crit
your
methodology.
instructions.
The Crit methodology.
Yeah, for you.
The Crit methodology. Thank you.
Yeah, for you. It was your
fine, but it's still the
methodology.
Crit methodology.
Your room, your window, your backyard.
And your methodology.
Not mine, yours.
Yours. I asked you for proof of flat Earth.
Everything in here,
and you led
the
me
whole
through
thing
the
was all
methodology.
you. You didn't even need me to do that. You could have
Well,
done it
followed
all
me.
on your own.
I followed your instructions. That was your
Yeah, but
methodology.
you could have done it all on your
I
own.
could
You
have,
didn't
but it
even
was a
need
dumb
me.
thing to do. If I would have done it without your instructions.
So there you go. Now you have it that when you factor in other people for your science, it leads you very far astray.
No, when I follow something from a flat earther, it leads me astray. That's for sure.
But you keep asking for it.
Yeah, because no one's given me any proof. There is no proof of the flat Earth. You guys have a religious belief in the flat Earth.
Then that's your claim. Go with that.
That's my claim, but you guys all say no. It's science.
No,
and
you can use
and I
that.
do the Crit methodology, and it leads me to the fact that the Earth is concave based on my view of about 1/8 of a mile circle.
Then you're debunked, because at first you said
no, it's not though. That's a dumb.
It was
experiment.
a religious thing, and then the experiment.
Well, see,
proves concave.
your experiment proved that the Earth isn't even. Your experiment.
No, your experiment. I haven't
yours,
done
sir.
it.
It was yours.
This is all yours.
There's your methodology.
No, there's only pine trees where I'm at.
Well,
so this was your
methodology.
Experiment.
Thank you for your
Come on, Crit.
Can I just point something out? This is what happens when both parties just make statements. That's all.
So do you not see how Crit is the silly one in this? Or I mean, they're both being silly, but Crit is like
they're both being
it's literally
silly,
his methodology, and he's like, no, it's not mine. It's not mine. No, it's not mine.
Okay, so
you
Gummy
did
Bear,
it.
if you ask me for something, I tell you to do this, this, and this. You give me feedback, and you tell me the only thing you'll do is look out your window. Is it still mine? Like if I tell you, okay, you gotta get on a scale, you gotta watch what you eat, you have to exercise, you have to find a support system to help you through this, and you're like, well, no, Crit, I'm not gonna do any of that. I'm only gonna look out my window. Is that
it's
now?
yours
is it still mine?
with the caveat of only sitting at the window or looking
No,
at the window.
you added that. I gave you all kinds of options to do it so you can lose weight and get back healthy again. But you chose that you will only look out the window. So then I said, okay, sure. Do you see all the people outside having fun? Don't you want to have fun too? And then you come back at me saying like, oh, Crit's weight loss method is to watch people have fun. No, that was your method. I was looking for some way to help you get in shape. But you
So what you're
added.
saying is,
No, I said
with my
exactly what I said.
no, hold on. What you're
If
saying
you
is that
do
with
your
my
own research,
restriction, with my or in this restriction, but with the restriction, I'm only looking through my window. You can only give me a really bad way, and that's fine.
no, it's a good way.
If it's a good way, then why does it come up with it being a concave?
Because if you see people outside happy, and it kind of makes you jump up and down in your seat, and you start moving a little bit. A little bit of movement is better than no movement and just sitting there like a lump.
That wasn't the result of this. The result was showing it's
Yeah, to
concave.
trick you.
So the result, instead of the result was, I look out the window and I see an ice cream truck and I go, ooh, and I eat a bunch of ice cream and I get fatter. That was the result of your weight loss.
Yeah, but it was to trick you into thinking for yourself. Because you asked me how to get in shape. You came to me and you said, hey, Crit, I need help. Certainly, Toby. I'll help you out. What do you need help with? Oh, you're fat and you're out of shape? Oh, sure, I can help you with that. I got some ideas that you might be able to follow if you want to, or don't. You do you. If you find anything here that you like or you don't like, you get to pick and choose, plug and play what works for you. So
whoever's
you
responsible
know
for this
it was
conversation,
you.
I'm happy.
Please move it along.
Yeah, as it moved along, and now do you guys know that you have to follow your own methods? Nothing
We
here
still
is
get that
just
your method is inferior and gives us a concave Earth. That's all we know. So let's move
no.
on.
That was PNS's method, not mine.
We're all gonna attribute it to you. So let's move on.
Yeah, you can do that, and that's a showcase.
Yeah, so we
of
can do it. So let's
environmental
move on.
conditioning.
What we're doing. So let's move on.
And your method is basically
Oh,
bullshit.
we're moving on. Stop. We're moving on.
Yeah,
Moving on.
How about those Lagrange points?
Oh yeah, they're cool.
Lagrange points are a form
Lagrange
of
points, you get. They're yo, I got a question for you, Kosho. Did the parking lots in space exist before Elon Musk put the car in there? Or did they only become useful after Elon Musk put the car up in space? Right, because they're called parking lots in space, right?
I mean, that's a way of calling them. Yeah. Don't have to
That's
be
what they
called
call
that.
them.
They're not scientifically
Right.
called that.
They're called, well, colloquially, for anyone who even remotely gives a shit about the subject, as parking lots in
But
space.
I can call someone's chin a butt chin. That doesn't make it start pooping. What is your point?
No, but if
Just
I
because
look up,
we call something
my
something
point
doesn't
is
make
this:
it that.
if I look up, hold on, are you just in space?
Right, you cut out for a bit there, or lagged out for a bit. What did you say?
Oh, forgive me. I was saying, are you disputing that Lagrange points are called parking lots in space?
No, but I'm saying that doesn't make them parking lots. It can be called that. It doesn't make them into a parking lot. Same way that I can call someone a butt chin, or call someone's chin a butt chin, doesn't make it an actual butt.
Or call your method someone else's method.
We all know it's your method. Move on.
You'll never be able to.
We agreed to
you
move on.
are
Let's
just
move on. Come on.
that
Let's move on.
triggered by your own thinking process that you know
Craig,
it's ridiculous.
Why are you describing yourself?
That's according to you.
Is this an autobiography?
You can use that answer too. That's the best part. It's all you. If you label something or if you add content, it's for you, not for anyone else. The rest of the world isn't required to keep a straight face.
That's why we're laughing at you.
You can add that too. You can think you're laughing.
I think I'm laughing, so I'm not
Yeah.
actually. Is that what you're trying to say now?
Yeah, because there's the same feedback you'll get everywhere you go. You'll just walk in and start telling people whatever you're thinking, and try to be some sort of stand-up comedian and laugh at your own jokes, and just get booed off the stage.
And kind of like Lagrange points. Yeah.
Lagrange points are cool.
Right. Well, I mean, but they're useless. You know what I mean?
Really?
They're useless.
They're not only useful, but the Coriolis explains the Lagrange points. There's a device at one of the Lagrange points called the Epic Discover, which literally can observe the Earth rotating while
Sure,
it's
there is.
observing it from an inertial frame of reference.
Sure, buddy. Sure. I mean, hey, man. Some people believe in some people believe in angels. You know what I mean?
And some people believe
and that's
that
all
things
right.
can orbit above a
Yeah,
flat
it's
Earth
all right.
without gravity.
Yeah, it's
Also
okay.
another
It depends on what your cosmology is. Some people decide that having faith in things that they want to be real with no evidence or reason is valid. Some people find things that have actual substantial evidence to hold that as valid. And these are two different methods for coming to truths. And you can decide to do it however you like. But I personally think that one of those methods is much more valuable and valid than the other.
Well, I mean, I can agree. Even though I look at it from the other perspective, like to me, it's like Lagrange points. It just sounds. I mean, this is what's so interesting to me is that all of these things kind of fall apart when you take into consideration, like, geocentric, a geocentric cosmology, because all of that,
since it's not geocentric, isn't that cool?
Well, I mean, like, and again,
when you take something that's wrong, get a wrong answer. Good, yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, again, it's like for you, like for you, that's a wrong answer. Like for you, love is just maybe chemicals in the brain to propagate the species, right?
That's for everyone. That's an objective fact.
Right, and that's right. That's how you look at it. Like for me, let's say, like, I don't think of myself as so shallow. I think that to interpret what one experiences, let's say with love or family or anything like that, and to diminish it to the point where it's just chemicals in the brain to, further the species. It just, I think it's like it discredits so much of the value of life itself, and it explains why that outlook and that cosmology has produced one of the most depressed generations that's ever existed.
Well, if we instead use the wrong cosmology, geocentric cosmology, then we'd produce a dumb generation that doesn't know what they're on about. I think this one is better.
Well, I think if, let's say, like from my perspective, like if someone believes in Lagrange points, I think that they are utterly lost in their religion of nonsense. And they've diminished everything around them to the point where they diminish everyone else's opinion, so much so that they're willing to just come in and talk out of the side of their mouth and disrespect people. And that's the problem with that society, is that that's what that cosmology has produced. It's produced a selfish, I mean, like, do you believe in climate change?
No, I don't believe in it.
You know it's real, right? You know it's real, and it was created by the most selfish, godless fucking generation that ever existed, right?
Or you talk about who created it? That would be God, the creator.
No, I'm talking about who
doesn't
created.
Exist.
Well, fair enough. Okay, so climate. Do you believe in man-made climate change? I should say.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so do you think that that was done by like a God-fearing people that love the earth, or was that done by people who think that love is just chemicals in their brain?
Both, done by all people.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's not one
Oh
party that's
yes,
willing to diminish?
100%. It was all parties involved.
Well, when did the Industrial Revolution happen?
Industrial Revolution.
Like, yeah, like when did like quote unquote like pollution happen, and what was like the general consensus of that population regarding cosmology?
So you mean because they believed the Earth was a globe at that point, or what?
Well,
I'm
I'm
not.
saying like
Okay,
they just think love is just chemicals in the brain, and you know what I mean. Like, what is this but
yeah,
just some dying spaceship on, you know what I mean, on this like chaotic happenstance existence, right?
yeah.
Right. So like
So
if
say they believe that. How does that? What does that do with anything?
well, no, my point is just to show that that's the generation who's created climate change and destroyed the earth, right?
Are you saying that none of that generation were religious?
Well, I'm saying, well, I'm just asking you, like the consensus. Did you say like most of the people at that time were not so rudimentary as to be religious, and like
I
and believe?
believe most of the people at the time were still religious.
What would you say, like let's say like the ones who were advancing, like mankind, like they knew better, right?
Oh, the people that were knowledgeable scientists, they were probably religious.
They were probably not religious, you think?
Yeah.
Right. So, and they created DEET, right?
You created what? Sorry.
DEET. It's like it was like an insecticide that like killed a lot of people.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
Well,
But
okay.
yeah, I mean, just because
DDT.
you.
Well, no, my point is this, and I just make this correlation just because it's the facts. That the generation that like is this so-called like sophisticated fucking scientific elite are the same generation that have actually caused the destruction. If you accept man-made climate change, then that's the generation that created it. So well done to the materialist, rationalist, nihilist who did this to the earth. This is your side. Our side is trying to espouse that God wants us to care for the earth, be the caretakers of the
So.
earth. It's completely
So what you're
diametric
saying is that
philosophical.
because your side wasn't smart enough to make inventions, and because the inventions are what led to sort to climate change, therefore we're the bad guys. When all we did was invent things, and we're the ones. Not you as in you, but
I'm
everyone
just asking.
used the invention.
I'm just asking. Is that the generation that did it?
Sure, that's where it started. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not.
So
That
I mean, like,
doesn't mean what you seem to imply it means.
well, I mean, neither does your opinion about Coriolis. You have different opinions on that too. You know what I mean? But like, or not Coriolis. We know what it is, but at the same time, like whether or not we experience it with Earth. Now, my point is that back to geocentrism is the idea that like if we had a geocentric position, we might have a different philosophical outlook, and we might look at things differently. And let's say like we could incorporate the scientific perspective and also the philosophical perspective. Like, we could throw both sides that are bad out and keep both sides that are good in.
But that's what we did in science. When geocentric was an option, we looked and we threw the bad stuff out, or the geocentric, and kept the good stuff in.
Well, the problem.
Correct.
Well, then why did they quote unquote? Why did Hubble say that in order to avoid, the horror of a fixed position? Why did he coin geocentrism as horrific? Do you think?
I mean, why he used that wording is, to me, it's immaterial.
Well, okay. Could you answer me why he said it though?
I actually don't know specifically why he said it. I can speculate, but that's
Well, carry on. I'll accept your speculation, of course.
So essentially, the options were how to even say it.
You can see the coal
Like
burning there. It's thinking for the first time.
Yes, indeed.
Like, would you?
I actually don't really know why he decided to call or
What's your
thought of it as a
speculation?
horror.
What's your speculation though? What's your
No,
first thought in the
sorry.
head?
My speculation is I'm currently thinking about it, and I'm coming up with the fact that I don't really know why he considers it a horror.
Right on, man. And that's something I would say. Like, I know you mentioned earlier that it would be immaterial to you, but to me it's not. To me it's like it's very much it's very much akin to the idea of like the different outlook about love, because to me, to just say, let's say like love is just chemicals in your brain. I don't think it's just that. And the problem is that, like, I think a lot of people, maybe not you and I even, Sheep, is just that the idea a lot of people, based off of this cosmology, will accept that all of these emotions just come from these chemicals in the brain. And I think that diminishes who the fuck we are. And that's a disrespect to who we are. And I take offense to it. Like, you know what I mean?
I agree.
And like, and it's like,
same.
you know what I mean? And I don't think you look at it like that because that's the perspective. I'm just saying that a lot of people do look at it like that. And like the implications of like what geocentrism and these kinds of things and flat earth and the rest of it have to offer is a philosophical value for what we are here on earth, regardless of what shape it is. Because essentially what I've come to determine is that any extrapolation, whether you think of it as a sphere or you think of it as a globe or flat, whether you think of like satellites as using orbital mechanics or geostationary fucking satelloons, it is fucking useless information to all of us.
But the thing is, what I don't decide what is true by what I want to be true. I
Of
simply
course.
look at the evidence.
But
And
hold on, but how about
it's
this?
shown to be true is true, and
But
that's
sheep.
what
Then
is.
how about this? This is why you're right. You're fucking right. It's like, and then how come they decided that we're moving because of their disdain, their horror for the idea that we would be in a fixed position? That's the literal only reason we chose not to be
because evidence. Nope, because evidence showed us it was moving. It's as simple as that. Evidence showed us.
Well, I mean, like, and that evidence may be good enough for you, and that's
not exactly true. The evidence showed that it could be both, and they
right.
chose one and said it would be horrible if the other was true.
Right, and then so why are we dealing with someone's like Edwin Hubble? Like who I don't know that guy. Why am I going on that philosophical choice?
You're not. You're going on Foucault. You're going on the inventors of gyroscopes,
like,
ring
right,
laser gyros,
like straight up, that's just like gay as
Coriolis,
fuck to
all
me.
sorts
I'm
of
not going to get
things
into
that
this.
are evidence.
That's
Of
not.
course you won't.
How about this? And that's cool. Those things may be good enough for you. They're not good enough for me.
They're
And
evidence.
so, like, they're evidence, right? They're evidence. So, like, but again, not good enough to prove what they're trying to prove with it. And so, like, and to say it back to the point where it's like Ricky, I think just mentioned, it's like they decided that there's no way to determine whether it's one or the other, and they chose out of the like even there's a great quote about like like I forget the brother Ed. Somebody's fucking put it in chat before too when I was talking about it, was that we chose this cosmology on philosophical grounds, and I think that is and then he goes on to say that cosmology tries to hide that fact, and I think that's kind of that's why you have this divide of people that are coming to flat Earth, is this philosophical weight of gold that it really is.
What makes a needle rotate around a woman's belly or a man's belly hung by a string?
Who says it does?
I've done it. I've seen it many times and done it myself. It definitely does. You can test it, but that's not the question, right? If it does, what makes that happen?
No idea. I haven't ever seen it, so can't answer.
Well, then why are you commenting?
What? Wait. Can you repeat that?
I'm trying to get clarification from you, moron.
It's an old wives' tale. Like a woman's pregnancy, you can tell the if it's a male or female by doing a thread with a needle on it. If it turns one way, it's a male. If it turns the other way, it's a female. But no matter what, it turns, right? It rotates. Kind of like, there's something in the air, an energy source that's making that needle rotate.
You mean something like a magnetic field?
I mean, you could say it's many things, but we know there's magnetism. We know there's static electricity, whatever it is. I mean, who can put their finger on it? But
So what is the accuracy of this test?
Well, no, that's the whole point. The point that it says male or female is not what the point. The point is that it does rotate.
Does it? Does it keep rotating, or is it like twisting a line? So forever, it just keeps spinning.
Well, it goes both ways. Like if you do it over one lady, it may go one way. If you do it over a different lady, it goes another. Like months later, years later, whatever.
So that could be as easy as the person who's doing it is twisting it a little bit, has a little twist in the line when they start.
Yeah, I know all the excuses.
You mean like hold on, Rakia, hold on. You mean like the fucko pendulum?
Yeah, kind of like that.
Not at
like
all.
That, they gotta like
not at all. No, not at all like that.
Right? Oh,
but it is funny how you say that. No, it's not. You actually could instead of cackling like a little child, you could actually address what happens with the so-called pendulum.
No, we just did. It's a hustle.
Nope, it's actually can be done by you. But you won't do it because you're not trying to find the truth. You're just looking
back
for
and forth
confirmation
in the
of your little story.
Yo, cry harder. Cry harder, would you?
Yeah, it may be biased it may be a bias in the way that the whatever they hung it with, right? I mean, because if wire or piano string or the glass wire, if it's woven, it's going to have a bias. If the air current in the room is one way, if mass attracting mass is true, then that might create that bias in the initial, burning of the string. It's going to go towards the heavier mass in one direction after time, and then it's going to be biased in that direction. Could be a magnetic field, like the other gentleman said. It could be like a 1,000 things. But to say it's just one thing is ludicrous.
Jesus, not even worth it. You just talk on and on. Ridiculous.
Are you complaining?
Yeah, I'm complaining.
Okay, I thought so. I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, you're so smart. You just caught on like real easy on that one, didn't you?
Well, it was just the first time I really opened my mic and you're already bitching like a little girl.
So I heard somebody say Lagrange point before, and I heard Gummy Bear say, "Oh yeah, Lagrange point." Do you know what the Lagrange point is, Gummy Bear?
It's the position in space where, because of the two orbits, or not the two orbits, sorry, because of the two
gravitational field.
Yeah, because of the gravitational field of the two other objects, so the sun and the Earth, for example, that position, if you put something in, it would orbit in such a way where it's stationary in respect to of the Earth.
Everybody knows
So
that.
it's a point where.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah. I just want to get some clarity because I have a follow-up. So it's a point where gravity does not affect the object, correct?
No. It's
Not
a
at all.
point at
That's what
which
he said.
it's a point at which the effects of gravity sum up to make it seem
Balance.
stationary in respect. Yeah, essentially balanced to where it looks like it's perfectly balanced with the position of Earth, so it will move in respect to Earth and therefore seem stationary.
So somehow between two orbiting bodies, there's first of all, is there just one Lagrange point?
No, there's 4.
Okay, so somehow.
Is there
somehow,
5?
I think so.
I
think there's
4,
5.
okay, if it's 5,
I think there's
fine.
5, whatever. I just wanted to make sure you knew there was more than one. So now somehow two orbiting bodies, they create somehow 5 points where gravity balances out.
And?
Is that what we have to believe? Like there's it's like nothing there, basically. It's like an
Not like nothing
equilibrium.
there. There's like balanced. Balance is not nothing. If I have wind coming from the east and wind coming from the west, I've got 2 winds.
So somehow those winds come in a certain way that you can like hover a balloon there in the midair. That's what you believe.
Essentially, there's eddies, yeah, where you could like statically have something, where two currents come together and something will remain stationary. Yeah,
that's what you believe, huh? Okay.
That's
now,
what I
do you
believe.
think something?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fine, fair enough. Now, do you believe something could orbit that point?
Orbited is, I'm not sure that's exactly the phrase I would use. I'm not sure exactly how to explain Lagrange points.
Anybody? Any baller want to take that up?
Didn't Gummy Bear just tell you that it balances there because the two gravitational forces kiss each other?
Yeah, okay. We established that's how it works in your model. But I asked you another question. Do you think something can orbit that?
I wouldn't say it's orbiting that, no.
Yeah, you have to define what you mean by orbit that.
No, I'm asking you that Lagrange point, those 5 Lagrange points, right? We established that a satellite stays there, right?
Yeah.
Somehow, magically. Okay.
Not
what
magically.
I'm asking you is, well, you remove the word magically. Somehow, some way, gravity balances out. Now I'm asking you, at that point, do you think something else can orbit that point?
The point, or what? What do you mean? Like
the Lagrange point, yeah. Do you think something can
else
orbit
can
that?
sit there? Something could sit there. Something could sit around there. For instance, the James Webb is not exactly in the Lagrange points. It's in a position where it has to purposely move towards the Lagrange point.
Yeah, it's hanging out there.
Yeah, so
He said specifically orbit that point like it's got its own gravitational field. No, it doesn't have its own gravitational field, so you can't just go and orbit it. There's not a mass there.
Right, exactly the point. Well, guess what? The James Webb Telescope is orbiting one of those points.
I just said it's not just orbiting the point. It's just it's basically being put in a position that's right next to that point, right next to the Lagrange point, so that as the sun moves it, it'll move into the Lagrange point.
It's sort of like balancing a stick on the end of your finger.
You just made that up, right, Kosho?
No.
You got it. In order to balance a stick on the end of your finger, you move your hand around a little bit to try and keep it the center of gravity right. So that's kind of what
didn't you guys just say that can happen? Didn't I just go through it with you, and you said no?
I don't know what you're talking about, but okay.
I asked you if something can orbit that point, and you said no.
You're saying orbited. That's a strange phrase. I said I don't agree with using the word orbited. it's constantly adjusting its position in order to stay at that point.
What do you mean?
Like the balance of the stick on your finger. You got to kind of move your hand around a little bit to try and keep the center of gravity right. You have to kind of wiggle around to keep in that Lagrange point.
So you're saying the James telescope is firing off jets every once in a while to stay in that orbit?
No, I just told you the sun itself is in a position to where the sun is going to push it into the correct position.
Which is what is the current position?
It's somewhere near the Lagrange point.
Somewhere near so you think it's just hanging around there next to
left lane just told you. It's hanging around, and
so you guys think it's hanging
towards it.
So you think it's not orbiting that point? You think it's hanging around that point, just like the satellite?
It's certainly orbiting. That's by virtue of it being there. It's literally there because it's orbiting. It just is orbiting at a position where it's not orbiting the Earth. It's not orbiting the sun. It's orbiting both objects at a point where it'll seem balanced.
Don't let me keep you up, huh? What are you talking about, man? What is it orbiting?
So I think
you're just blabbering on here. What is it orbiting?
The Earth and the Moon. The Earth and the Sun.
You just said it's not orbiting any of those. You just said 2 seconds ago that the sun is pushing it into a position where I'm done with you guys. I just wanted to prove a point. These guys have absolutely no clue what a Lagrange point is and what it does.
I just told you it was orbiting both. And then when you asked me again, I told you again it was orbiting both. And then you said,
Yeah. I'll just funny mute you some more.
Yeah, it's very dishonest tactic, SE, but it's cool. But
what dishonest tactic, bro? You just said two things in the same freaking sentence,
I just said
man.
that it was orbiting the Earth and the sun both times.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
we can play the tape back. You said it pushed it and it hung around, just like Left Lane told you. You guys are liars, man.
What is it orbiting?
You don't remember what you said
orbiting? I told you it's orbiting
30 seconds ago, man. Yeah, I'm done with you, man.
Go ahead and play it back then.
Yeah. I'm done with you. Yeah.
Which part are you going to play back when you and Moyak said it's not orbiting and Left Lane said it's just hanging around? And you
said it wasn't orbiting.
And then when I was talking,
the sun
and y'all complained about people Fundy muting you. Are you going to play that part back?
Yes, you are Fundy muting him.
You're a man, right?
When you complained about being Fundy muted, and as soon as SC started talking, you Fundy muted
right
him.
Now, Rakia.
You're going to replay that.
As much time on this as you need to, Rakia.
I will. He was absolutely correct. Y'all are double speaking deceivers.
Nope.
Agreed with Left Lane.
No problem proving that.
You're a little too slow.
As I just said twice, it orbits the sun and it orbits the Earth. Okay, that lets it sit around that position. The sun itself the sunlight is pushing it into the position. It's nestled in a position to where it's ideal to where the sun's own energy is going to push it closer to the Lagrange point, which it's basically right in. It's not orbiting the Lagrange point because it's orbiting the Earth and orbiting the sun. And it happens to that's exactly the position that's balanced by those two gravitational bodies.
He's a little too slow to understand it.
I'm going to enjoy my bowl of soup now in the solace of knowing that it took me like 5 minutes to expose you guys, man. Just 5 minutes. It's incredible.
You did a great job, man. And if you really want to feel validated in doing that, you have the opportunity to show to the world literally like what you just claimed, that I just told you two different things. When I'm certain I told you the same thing twice. Shouldn't be too difficult since this is live on YouTube. Of course, you're just going to live in your delusion where you don't find evidence and you just keep claiming that happened.
You just double spoke.
Exactly.
Double spoke, triple spoke. 2 seconds you said something, and then 5 seconds later you said something else. Not only that, you use left lane to validate what you were saying, and he's staying quiet now because he knows I'm right.
Yeah. No, what did I say? What did I say it was not orbiting, and what did I say it was orbiting?
Word for word, you said. Word for word. You said the sun pushes it along and it hangs around. Where left lane said something to that effect. That's
position.
what you said.
The sun pushes it into position because it's hanging around the Lagrange point, and it's doing that by orbiting the Earth and the sun, which have a location that is these Lagrange points. Meaning these are the locations that objects sitting here are going to be equally balanced by both gravitational objects.
It's not orbiting the moon or the sun.
No,
do some homework.
Earth and the sun.
Earth or the sun. No, negative. Do some homework.
Yes, Lagrange 2 is orbiting the Earth and sun. It's all moving together. The satellite is sitting at the Lagrange point, orbiting the Earth and sun.
That's what allows it to sit there.
Where is Lagrange point 2, left lane?
It's behind the moon, I think.
They just researched it. Now they're going to become experts. Watch this.
No, I haven't researched anything. Yeah, I haven't looked at anything. I just
he
know
got
that.
it right. Left lane got it right.
Yeah, the Lagrange, like the epic is 4 times, it's 1,000,000 miles away. It's 4 times further than the moon, and I think that's that what's it called? The epic, isn't that L5 or is that L? Is that also L2?
Jeremy, check where the James Webb telescope is orbiting. Do me a favor.
I'm pretty sure James Webb is the L2.
And post it for them.
I mean, L4 and L5 are the stable.
The James Webb telescope's at Lagrange point 2, right?
Oh, so at the Discover's at L1.
So it's orbiting a Lagrange point, not the sun and the Earth, right, Cocho?
How do you orbit a Lagrange point?
Exactly. You're starting to wake up, are you?
No, it's not orbiting a Lagrange point.
Oh, no?
Since the Lagrange point's not even a massive body.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. The Lagrange point is a point that's orbiting both the sun and the Earth that lets you sit. Like if you're stationary in reference to both objects.
You can claim that it appears to order. Sorry, it appears to.
It appears now, huh? It appears,
That's not what's. It's not orbiting in the same way. It's like the moon's orbiting Earth. It's orbiting because total. Like
that's right.
Because of the Earth and the sun, it appears as if it's orbiting a point. Nothing.
So not the Earth and the sun, then, right, Gummy?
No, it is
absolutely the Earth and the sun.
Because of the gravitational influence of the sun and the Earth, it appears to orbit nothing.
Boy, now you're getting it.
Is because of the gravitational influence of the moon and
right, but not the Earth and the sun, right, Gummy?
Well, yes, it is.
What's the matter?
How are you
giggling?
Like hearing me say these words and then not understanding what I'm saying?
You guys are hearing this, right?
Hearing the opposite of what I'm saying. I don't understand.
You don't understand. No, you understand correctly. You just not man enough, either one of you, Kosho, left lane, or you, to admit that you're wrong.
What are you talking about?
In what sense are we wrong?
You just said it.
If
you just said before, all three of you, that the satellite orbits the sun and the Earth, right?
All the objects at Lagrange points have to be doing that, man. That's how they exist there.
So you know for sure that we're wrong, so you should be able to explain how we're wrong. Please go ahead.
You know what, man?
Laughing isn't going ahead. Go ahead.
I believe I exposed you guys. I'm gonna have my
Explain
soup
how we're
while
wrong.
it's still hot. Let somebody else,
Okay, so
and you know what? In 10 minutes, yeah, in 10 minutes, I'm gonna come back and I'm listening to every word you're gonna say now. In 10 minutes, I'm gonna come back
Explain how
and
we're wrong.
expose all your double speak. Go ahead.
Explain it.
All right, I'm going to read something to you, okay? Because you can eat your food. I hope you don't choke on it because you might
Listen,
realize
you
that,
lying sack of shit.
you're
Did you
completely
say
wrong.
that the
So
sun
this is, I
orbits?
thought you said you were
Did
going
you
to eat
say
your food.
that the
So here we
satellite
go.
orbits
I'm
the
going to
sun and the
read.
earth? Yes or no?
It says L1 point. The L1
Yes
point
or
lies
no, Kocho?
on
Did you say
line
it?
defined between the two large masses.
You don't
M1
want him to
and
choke
M2.
on his soup,
The
Kosho?
point
You
where
just gotta add
gravitational
that in, huh? You
attraction
little
of
prick.
M2 and that of
You don't want
M1
him to choke on his
combine to
soup?
produce an equilibrium.
What
An
type of
object
soup
that
don't you
orbits
want
the
him to choke
sun
on,
more
Kosho?
closely than the Earth
Why did you
would
have to
normally
say
have a
that?
shorter orbital period than the Earth.
Kosho, why did you have to say
That
that?
ignores
Can
the
you hear
effects
me?
of Earth's own
Can
gravitational
you hear
pull.
that? You're just
So do you see
you
this
just got
object
so
that
much
exists
hate in
here
your
is
heart you
being
want to talk
orbited
about
by
people
the sun
choking?
and being orbited by the Earth?
He must
So
have you
not
turned
orbiting
down.
the sun and the earth, right, Kocho?
I mean, if you listen to what I just said, I just told you. Was
No,
somebody
you
else?
didn't. You said a lot of bullshit. Is it
I'll
orbiting
read
the
it to you
sun and
again.
the earth?
Pay
Yes or
attention.
no, Kocho?
Just pay attention. It says,
No, you
it's the
fucking
point where
answer
the
the question.
gravitational attraction
Is
of
it
M2
orbiting the
and
sun
that of
and the
M1
earth?
combine
Yes
to
or
produce
no?
an equilibrium. An object that
The
orbits
MK
the
Ultra
sun,
has to run its course
an
now.
object that orbits the sun more closely than Earth would normally have a shorter orbital period than Earth, but that ignores the effects of Earth's own gravitational pull. If the object directly between Earth and Sun, the Earth's gravity counteracts some of the Sun's pull on the object, and therefore increases the orbital period of the object. So I don't know if you can understand these words, but I hope you can, because what I'm describing to you is an object that's orbiting the
Tell
sun
me when you're
and the
done,
Earth.
sweetheart. Tell me when you're done.
Is he banging on his desk?
Oh yeah, he's banging
George
away.
does that too. George does that too.
I mean, I'm reading to you.
Kocho?
You're having a hard time understanding this. You said you're eating your food. Sounds like you're
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
I'm gonna take a break just for you.
But hopefully,
Just for
while
you, I'm gonna take a break.
thinking about how the Lagrange points works.
You mean the food,
are you done,
Kosho, that you don't
Kocho?
want him to choke on?
Kocho, is the satellite orbiting the sun and the earth? Yes or no, sir?
I feel like I only told you this about 8 times. But I don't know if you still need me to tell it to you again, so I'm not going to tell it to you again. I'm going to have you listen to the 8 times I told you I said it to you.
You didn't answer the question.
Not only did I say it to you 8 times, I just read to you how it is doing exactly that.
No, you didn't. So why don't you answer it directly? Kocho, is the satellite orbiting the sun and the earth?
So play games with yourself.
Yeah, sit down and be quiet.
I only said it 8 times, right? But you're asking, hey, are you saying that it's orbiting the sun and the earth? Did you say? I said it 8 times, dude, blatantly.
Your double speaking bullshit ain't gonna work with me, son.
Okay, did I ever say it's not orbiting the sun and the earth?
Is it? Is it? That's right. Silence is golden.
I think it might be.
I feel like you have like honest issues, man. Like I blatantly never said it wasn't orbiting it. I only ever said it was orbiting it. I told you I was going to read to you where it says it's orbiting both objects. I've never said it wasn't, and now you're sitting here and asking me if I'm claiming that it is. It's like you're not participating in the conversation.
Yeah, no, you're just repeating yourself now, Kosho.
No, he's still not answering the question. Is it orbiting the sun and the earth, or is it orbiting a Lagrange point?
God damn.
Yes, Montreal, I feel that
right.
you are being a bit ridiculous.
Let me repeat this for the 100th time. It is orbiting both the sun and the earth in such a way that it appears to orbit around the Lagrange point.
You hear that, ladies and gentlemen? Those are the wizards at work. Just somehow it doesn't work with me.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't change the fact that it's there.
You can't understand words, so you consider it funny.
No, I love to see people like you guys bullshit your way through stuff. I just love it.
I see you. Hold on. I see you bullshitting your way through stuff because you're basically what you're trying to do here is you're trying to claim a victory by asking the same question over and over and over again until someone doesn't answer, because that's what you were trying to do with Kosho. He didn't answer, so you were claiming a victory. See, he cannot answer. And now when someone answers, you're still claiming victory because you think it's bullshit, so you want to claim victory no matter what.
No, I'm not
It's
claiming
just
victory.
bullshit.
No,
Of course
I'm going
you
to
are.
stay
You know
neutral.
that.
The people listening are going to judge you, not me. Me, I already know what and who you guys are.
They might judge you too, SE.
Yes, sir.
In ignorance victory lap.
Absolutely, they're going to judge me as well. Damn, this is good chicken soup. Shout out the wife.
Okay, so SE, let's combine two great topics: Lagrange point and Coriolis.
Oh my God!
Did you know?
Now you're gonna make me choke for sure.
It's a nightmare. It's the flat Earth nightmare.
Just by looking out your window and then tell someone else that they looked out your window. For you.
We don't want your method. Stop. We agreed to leave your method behind because it was inconclusive. Or no, well, it showed it was a concave Earth, but inconclusive.
Well, there's 20
all gone
people.
quiet.
Yeah, 20 people here. What's going on?
Yeah. So who killed the conversation?
Rakia had a
We
hard
have
time
two
understanding what
problems
the
right
Lagrange
now.
point was. He's blaming his misunderstanding on everyone else.
Yeah, we have two problems. We have its method showing concave Earth, and we have SE not understanding Lagrange points.
And you not looking out your window for you.
I'm looking out my window using your method. Oh, it's concave.
Your
Oof,
method.
I guess your method is wrong.
Your method.
If
you look out your window, that's you.
It's named after you. How is
no,
it mine?
if it's you looking out your window, that is you looking out your window. Nothing to do with me.
You're right that it's me looking out my window, but it's called the crit method. Of course it's
Yeah, you can call it whatever you want.
Yeah, but if you tell me to look out the window to do an observation, then that's your method of getting that observation.
Exactly.
I am following your method.
No, you told me the only thing you'll do is look out the window. But you don't know how to do that. So I'm like, sure, what can you just look out? Like, what do you see? Just describe to me. What do you see? Are you seeing that stuff or am I seeing that stuff?
Cloudy
I'm
today,
seeing
Crit.
this stuff using your method. It's called the crit method.
No, your method. Your eyes, your window, your environment. You.
It's everything's mine
Not
except
me.
the method. The method's yours.
No, your method for you.
This is constructive.
It's quite simply why you guys aren't taken very seriously in science. You can't even follow your own observation for you. It's always somebody else. someone else's fault.
Yeah, I think it's Crit mute time again. Bye, Crit.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I don't know why we're trying to debate whether the crit method is done by crit or not. I mean, made up by crit or not. It's called the crit method. Come on.
Yeah, and here's my answer. You can call what you do.
Method.
You can call what you do anything you want to call it. For you.
Well, it's the crit method, so therefore it's you who made it up, and therefore we're done talking about it. Let's move on to more constructive things.
Crit. See, when you asked the gentleman about I won't say ask, but when the other guy said the only thing he can do is look out his window, did you then ask him to look out the window?
No.
No. Then it's his method, not yours.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
If you had asked him to look out the window, then it would be your method. But because you didn't ask him to look out the window, he chose to, then that's his method.
Yeah, the whole thing was a choice. He came here, he said, I need help. I'm like, certainly, Toby, what do you need help with? He needed help making observations. I'm like, well, sure, like, what type of observation do you want to make? It's like, he wants to make observations of Earth. I'm like, sure, what can you do? Can you do it? What are you able to observe?
How is this fascinating to you, Crit?
It's exploring the mentality of the globalists.
Globalists, okay.
Can we just not engage, Crit?
I'm sorry I kept that going.
No, don't be. It's good to explore that because that's really the fundamental crux of the conversation is two things. Cause and effect as the root of the scientific method, and also just observations. These two things are deeply lacking on the global side.
We weren't using the scientific method, we were using the crit method.
Well, what causes gravity or what causes the Earth to be a ball? It doesn't even look like gravity is much of a cause that's worth discovery because we don't hold gravity in a jar to prove that that's what's, causing this in the first place. It's just a philosophy, basically.
Hold on, Letman. We're not talking about gravity. But when you were talking to the other guy, did he actually learn anything?
Here's the answer. Ready? Since he won't listen to anything I say, use any answer you need to trigger or not trigger.
Trigger or not trigger.
Yep. Because I've explained it multiple times.
That's what's up, dude.
Yeah, the same feedback Kosho gave SE. So therefore,
same feedback I gave him. I just gave him his answer.
I gave you the answer. I've answered it multiple times. Either A, you don't understand it, or B, you're not listening. Therefore, any question you have for me, just make up the answer for you. Then you know why.
Be the person you were talking to.
Yeah, use any answer. I'll say it again. Use any question you have for me. Use any answer you need. Because you're not listening. You're not paying attention, or you're not getting it.
You're not listening to me.
Yeah, the only thing I can do is repeat.
Hold on. No, because nobody's answered this yet.
Yeah, the only thing I can do is repeat.
Guys, why don't we stop? Why don't we talk about something?
I can't carry you. You broke my back.
Are you banging right now, Jeremy? You doing it right now with your wife?
Banging your mum.
One of the kids fell asleep on the couch. I was trying to lift him in his bed. He weighs 180 pounds.
At least we can't see you, man. You're not on camera, but pretty sure you're just doing it.
One of the kids fell asleep on the couch. I was trying to lift him into his bed. He's fucking huge, though.
I'm back, Kosho. Good news, I didn't choke on my soup.
That's
Thank God.
That's
Thank God. I was worried.
You didn't choke on your chicken.
No, I'm still thinking, guys. So, Kosho, I posted something for you. Have a read.
Thanks, man. I'm still learning how to read, so I'll get to it.
SE, listen to this. Two guys standing in a park, stationary, throwing a ball back and forth in a straight line. There's a roundabout in between them. There's a guy spinning on the roundabout. He sees the ball apparently deviate from a straight path. That's the Coriolis effect.
Get the hell out, bro.
Totally visual. No angular momentum, nothing. Totally visual.
Nah, you're wrong. Conservation of momentum.
But if you're on the roundabout and you throw the ball, it will not be a straight line.
No matter what, if you're on the roundabout, no matter what, if you're on the roundabout, it ain't gonna appear to be a straight line. It will actually be a straight line, though, in actuality.
No, because the conservation of momentum will take the ball on a curved path naturally.
Sure. So there's two guys.
You're already spinning. Yeah. So when you let the ball go, the ball, although you push it in a straight line, it will still. Let's say you're traveling clockwise, it will still go to the right.
That's a neat story, but in my example, where there's two guys standing on the ground stationary, throwing a ball back and forth in a straight line, and the guy in the roundabout spinning in between them sees the ball apparently curve, that is the Coriolis effect, and it has nothing to do with the conservation of angular momentum.
I agree. I agree totally. It's just
Okay.
Can I say
so it's purely
something?
visual. So it's purely
people
visual.
were talking. It's just when people were talking earlier, they were talking about the person on the roundabout throwing the ball in a straight line. You can't be on a roundabout and throw the ball in a straight line. That's not possible.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The guy in the roundabout can absolutely throw it in the same straight line path that the guy is standing off the roundabout did. It's ridiculous.
It's not about, see, the thing is, it's not about defining what the Coriolis effect is or how it works. That's not a mystery. It can be explained very well. The whole idea of this whole thing, the reason it's important for this conversation, is they want to make the Earth into a merry-go-round, and the Earth provably is not a merry-go-round because of these effects not being present. That's why the Coriolis effect is important for the flat Earth discussion. It's not about what it is or what reference frame you're in, or if someone knows what it is or if someone doesn't know what it is. It's, can you prove that the Earth spins? And we can prove that the Earth spins or doesn't spin by using a camera underneath a drone that goes over, or a plane that goes over many tangential speeds without deviating from Coriolis, and correcting to make sure it goes in a straight path from where it started from. That's all this is.
How are you correcting for winds in that scenario?
So you're saying Coriolis effect is a wind? Is that what you're saying?
No, I asked.
Okay,
how
yeah,
are you
winds go
accounting
in all
for winds
directions.
in that scenario?
Planes correct for winds all the time, right?
Right.
And winds go in all
how
directions,
are you
right?
distinguishing? Yeah, how
That's
are you
the point. They
distinguishing
want
between
to hide it.
Coriolis and
See,
winds?
they want to hide the Coriolis and say it's not as strong as the winds. So therefore, they don't.
Okay.
Pilots don't need to be trained to worry about Coriolis. They just need to follow the ground path. Well, that would be true.
Right. So your
right?
experiment
If you
does
follow
not
the ground
distinguish
path
whether
on a
there is or is
rotating
not
reference frame,
Coriolis.
and
Well
you're able to correct to follow the ground path, then you could be a pilot and believe that the Coriolis is real, and or believe that the Earth actually spins, and that you just follow the ground path that ended up where you needed to be. Except for the fact that as soon as you're in the air, they have to account for fluid dynamics, and they have to say that no, the atmosphere isn't completely lockstep with the ground to begin with, so automatically you're going to see some difference between the ground movement and the plane in the air automatically, because they can't claim it's in lockstep, right? Because there's fluid dynamics. That matters a big deal when you get to landing the plane, because if the Earth is moving at all in relation to the plane's movement, then the plane would have to accelerate sideways or some direction that wasn't the right angle as it lands, and we never see that. We always see a stationary landing strip that the plane always approaches and lands no problem. Otherwise, we'd have Dyson ball wheels or something to make sure that it landed safely. Even that wouldn't do. But if it goes into different tangential speeds, they have to explain why the original
conserved speed now is either slowed down or sped up to match that new tangential speed. And the pilot could do that and try to stay along with it and correct, yes. But if he doesn't correct, it would be very easy to show that the Earth moves.
Right.
If it
So in
moves.
answer to the question, does your experiment control for wind? The answer is no.
What do you mean control for wind?
Well, how are you distinguishing Coriolis
So you're
from
wasting
wind?
your breath, bro. You're wasting your breath.
Yeah, I probably am actually.
Ruhif,
I'll finish
define the
lunch.
Coriolis effect, please.
He's talking to me.
No, I'm going to have
Ruif.
lunch.
He's talking to me, Ruif. I'm wasting my breath because you're just going to keep saying winds as if it's the same thing as Coriolis.
Exactly.
And,
Let
you're
him
the one that
define
has
it.
to distinguish between the two. You
What's
have to
the
distinguish
Coriolis
between
effect,
winds and
Ruhif?
Coriolis. They always run away when I corner them on this. It's happened 3 times in the last couple
He
of days.
left?
Oh, I have to go do something. Yeah. Same with Ruif. Same with Rumpus and Zanuck the other day.
As soon as he heard
Because
my voice, huh?
Well, yeah, maybe you,
I'm
but
still
also
here.
I was cornering him on this whole tangential speed
Yeah,
thing.
of course, yeah.
I'm still here. I haven't run away.
Okay, explain it.
But,
The conservation.
yeah,
Now, this is the other thing. And we're talking about Coriolis force. That's totally different than the Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect is just the reason that it looks curved, but it's straight, and that's the Coriolis effect. Now, if you're going to talk about a Coriolis force, then you have to say what that force is and how it so consistently makes the plane automatically, no matter how fast it flies, no matter how many tangential speeds it flies into, it's automatically already in that new conserved speed, regardless of how it started out. And that would need a force that acts opposite to the winds, because the winds go in the opposite direction of where it needs to correct from. Then you have to counter that force plus the plane's initial trajectory. So there's all kinds of more than subtle forces needed to be explained.
I'm not a pilot, so I wouldn't know how to fly a fucking plane, but I'm sure the pilot
it's not about how to fly the plane.
wind and all different kinds of shit.
Yeah, exactly. It corrects for wind and does all that. If it stays on the ground path, then it would correct for wind and whatever else. Yeah, and they could just say, well, it corrected for Coriolis too. But no, because if it went in a straight path and it didn't have a ground path it was following, that's the test we could show the Earth either moves or doesn't move. In fact, the Earth would move a little bit,
does your test
at least a
control
little
for-
bit, and we could show it every time we get in a plane.
This is your test. How does it control for wind? It doesn't. The end. It's a shit test. Back to
What do you mean? How does it control for wind?
It's your experiment.
How do planes control for wind?
No,
what do you
how does
mean?
your experiment? Right, you're proposing an experiment, right? Or some observation.
No, I'm just saying every time we get in a plane, we'd see a difference between the ground movement relative to the plane's movement, even by just going up in the air, because it's not in perfect sync. But once it goes into new tangential speeds, it has to correct consistently, so that no matter how many tangential speeds north to south, if it wasn't correcting for that, it would always be in that. For some reason, the Earth never moves west to east under the plane. Otherwise, we'd observe that when it was moving north to south, right? Because the new tangential speed has to make the winds, or whatever you're going to try to call it, are forcing the plane either to accelerate or slow down to match the new tangential speed. Even if it went into a 200 mile per hour faster jet stream and then flew out of that, all of a sudden now it's in the same tangential speed crosswise underneath it, and it doesn't see anything but a stationary, what would seem to be a stationary Earth relative to its own motion north or south. How does that happen?
When the plane's flying and it's making corrections for all different things, and it's following a path along the ground, it's making corrections for that path to make sure it stays.
No, but he's saying no corrections, right? He's saying no corrections.
Yeah, I'm saying if it made corrections, it would work just like you're saying. No, it works just like you're saying if it makes corrections following a ground path. But the way to prove that an Earth spins is to not follow the ground path and go in one direction and show that the Earth spins, right? That's all I'm saying.
If we fly a plane north-south, hang on. If we fly a plane to the north, right, and we're not making corrections for anything, and we see left to right, like east to west movement, we see that movement underneath the plane. Whichever way. If we see that movement, how are you going to distinguish that between Coriolis and wind.
Well, if you had a camera underneath the jet, you could see that the ground is moving perpendicular in respect to the plane's movement.
All right. How is that different to if a wind blew it that way?
Because the Earth would be
Such a
moving
simple question.
independently. The Earth would be moving independently.
I don't think you understand.
Can you actually fly?
Can I fly? What do you mean? Am I a pilot? No.
Yeah, no. Okay.
Do planes have a detection to let them know that they're correcting for Coriolis as opposed to winds?
No.
Yeah,
No,
that's
there's
because
no way to distinguish.
They would need
No,
to.
it's because there's
They would
no
need
way to distinguish them.
Yeah, there is.
That's the question. How
One is the
will
Earth
you
movement.
distinguish between
One is
wind
the Earth
and
movement.
Coriolis?
One is the Earth movement. The other are winds. There's the difference.
Yeah. In
You'd
your
be off
plane,
course.
how will you distinguish? No, because then you're correct, right?
No, you'd be off course
How
if
do
you
you
didn't
know?
correct. You can correct for winds to stay off course. See?
Yeah. How do you know that you're correcting for wind and not
Perspective,
Coriolis?
I keep telling you, bro, you're never going to win this argument with a plane. You're not listening, bro.
Well, he's not answering the question.
I just want to watch him run around it. If you have wind, right? If you have a wind, you can go and you know and you're correcting for the wind to stay on your original trajectory, north or south, dead reckoning. You're correcting just for the winds, and then you'd be able to see a very distinct movement of the Earth below you in relation to your own movement. Now, if the wind,
Let's say we're not making
I know what you're
corrections.
saying. I know what you're saying. If the wind was pushing the plane to the side, then it would look like the Earth is moving to the side. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Right.
How would you
But
distinguish that
there
from
would be
Coriolis?
there would be a very good way of knowing that, because you'd see a consistent west to east rotation, and you'd be in that tangential speed that would match that ground movement, and you'd be able to distinguish between the winds and the Earth movement. You would be able to.
No, you can't. You can't do it. That's the whole point. How
Well,
are you going to distinguish
what if you had a
between
wind that was pushing you in the opposite direction that the Earth moves?
Yeah, maybe it'll be 1 knot less. Right? Let's say it's a 20 knot crosswind, and you might only measure 19 relative to the ground. Like, how do you know the difference? You can't.
Well, you would be able to. There'd be all kinds of. If the Earth was moving, there'd be all kinds of ways to know it. But when you land the plane, regardless, when you land the plane, the Earth's moving independently of the plane, and you never see that. The Earth's completely stationary in respect to the plane's movement.
Oh, for God's sake!
I know you want to mix it in with
You're
winds,
right,
but you have to identify what the force is. If it's moving the plane to correct, you can't call it just a wind.
I've made my point.
I understand your point. I understand your point. Don't think I don't.
Yeah, but you haven't explained how you'll distinguish between the two.
Well, the planes would always have to know if they're off course because of winds or because of the Earth movement. That would be something important.
No, we're not correcting. We're not making corrections, right? We're not making corrections. We're flying north-south, right? And we see the ground move west to east. We see that underneath, right? How are you determining that that's wind and not Coriolis? How are you distinguishing between the two?
Well, I put an example of the F-35B that can hover in midair with 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance. That might help because it's hovering in midair then, and it's gotten to a new tangential speed, and it has 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance to stay in a stationary spot. And it would have all kinds of like readings and stuff, and it could stay there long enough to show very well that it's actually the Earth moving below, not just winds pushing it.
No, if I'm on this flight and it's going north, if I'm going on this flight and it's going north, and I see the ground moving underneath me, west to east, that's Coriolis. You can't prove otherwise. The end.
Right. Well, if you move, yeah, there you go. Yeah, if it moves west to east, but it doesn't, dude.
Yeah, it's Coriolis. There, you did done. Yeah, it is.
Doesn't.
Yep.
You show that. You could show it very plainly that the consistent rotation of the Earth is happening, especially if the plane hovered like this jet can do with 40,000 pounds of air wind resistance, right? Then
if
it
I
just
shoot
sits
a
there,
bullet,
and it has all its readings, and it knows there's a directional wind coming this way, right? Okay, well, that wind is coming this way, and we're resisting that. We're still staying stationary. But wait, the Earth is moving west to east at a constant pace underneath us. Let's get a shot of that and prove the Earth spins.
No, if I shoot a bullet north and it misses to the right, Coriolis done. End of story. No wind.
You'd like it to be that, right?
No, you've got to prove otherwise.
No, I mean you have to prove the Earth
Coriolis
spins.
done. That's
right.
I just did.
That's all they need. See how they go back to ballistics? They always have to go back to
because we're not
ballistic.
steering, right? We're not correcting. We're not correcting for anything, so we're just firing a bullet, basically. If it misses to the right,
in one straight line.
Coriolis.
But the reason that
Coriolis.
you prove
Wind?
Coriolis is because you're going in a straight line.
Day
How do
four
you
of Coriolis.
Shooting a
Holy
bullet
how do
that
you
misses to the right.
distinguish between the winds and Coriolis, right? And
It's
your
like
and your
nothing else
ballistic.
matters besides Coriolis.
Have you not fucking gotten the point
Day
in the last 10 minutes?
4, bro. Cringe is at
If
this.
I-
Go take a shit or something.
Chad, go fuck yourself. If I
Yeah,
shoot a
if the
bullet and it
ballistic is
misses to
pushed
the
by a
right,
Nothing else
wind,
that
we
matters
could call it
besides
winds.
no wind.
We could
No, you
call it
can't. You can't
winds.
use
We
wind.
don't have to call
You
it
can't.
Coriolis. We could just
No,
say
you
the
can't.
winds. How do you
No, you
distinguish?
can't.
How do you know it's
That's my
better for
point,
wind?
dickhead. Because
Why do you have
you
to call me a
can't. This is
dickhead?
my point in the last 10 minutes. Is that you
I'm
cannot
putting it back
distinguish.
on you in the same way. If you can't
That's what
distinguish
I
between
just.
winds and Coriolis, you can't call it Coriolis.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Thank
There
you.
you go.
Well done.
You said you could call it Coriolis if the ballistic doesn't. If you shoot the ballistic, are you saying there
to
is no
try and make
Coriolis
you
that the
understand
ballistic
my
can?
point. You
Right.
finally
Well,
understood
I
my
agree with
point
you then.
by saying to me, you finally understood my point by saying to
I
me
get it the whole
that you
time.
can't
I'm saying
distinguish
there's a way
between
to
wind and Coriolis.
with a projectile it's much less easy to do that because it's a shorter distance. It doesn't have a camera or any kind of detection sensors on it. It's like you could claim whatever you want about that ballistic after it lands and deviates a certain amount for whatever reasons. There's all kinds of reasons that a ballistic might deviate. You know that, right?
Is this
If
what
you want to
tonight's
call it,
fighting about?
but your side tries to call it Coriolis and say that's proof of it. But that's the problem.
You walked straight into it.
Is this what it's going to be
Dude.
about tonight in the server? So there's no point in
Dude,
coming.
are you coming in here to change the subject to something more interesting?
Bro, it's day 4 or 5. I stopped counting at this point.
Why do you come in here just trying to
topic,
shit all over
bro.
the conversation that's
Have you
going
guys
on?
made
If you have
any
something more
traction on
interesting to bring
anything?
up or add to the conversation,
Have
then let's
you
do it.
guys made any traction on anything at all? Like one thing?
I'm satisfied. I don't need to continue with it. I think Bruhif thinks that I've finally come to the light of what he's saying, but actually he's agreeing with me. He's saying you can't tell the difference between Coriolis and winds if it's in a matter of ballistics, so you can't claim Coriolis.
Agreeing on this one topic is going to be settling every other disagreement. So what?
Wait,
Your experiment with the plane is not making corrections, right?
No, the experience with the plane is you're making sure to distinguish between the winds and Coriolis by hovering in one spot with 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance and showing a consistent movement of the ground west to east that doesn't match the winds that you're detecting by the
robotic repetition, man. It's like there is no presence in the words you spoken. Because you guys have said the same thing over and over again for
years.
Coming
here to preach about concave Earth? Is that why you're upset?
You're concaver.
He's a concaver, yeah.
Pretends he's a concaver.
Oh, sorry, All Glory is.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why he's upset about Coriolis.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be able to tell the difference. You'd be able to show the west
it's
to east.
Because you guys aren't even.
To the wind.
There's no communication happening. You guys are just talking at each other. It's
You don't
just
even
weird. It's
understand
just
it, bro.
weird people. You guys are weird people. You don't get anywhere.
Why are you here then?
You're not agreeing anything.
Why are you here?
You guys even aren't moving one step together mutually. You're just talking at each other. It's like there's a deficiency within yourself, and one day, every day, just helps you get by.
Well, no, what it is that they're trying to claim that the Earth moves, but it doesn't move, and we can prove that. That's the problem.
Yeah, typically the way I deal with him over in Gems is not like this.
Yeah, but there's a new update for iPhone, and I can't actually click on his username. What the fuck?
That's what sucks about iPhones. You can't use that overlay.
Yeah, shit house. Let's see if I can do it here. Yeah, I literally can't click on it.
You gotta click that little icon on the right, the little double human icon on the top right.
Ah, there we go.
And then you can click it.
Thank you.
Guys, what's the weird number? It begins with H.
A number that begins with H?
The name of it begins with H.
Oh, the name of it. How about 100?
No.
How about
What does it mean, Jeremy?
Is there any weird numbers that begin with H?
what would you say,
What do you mean weird? What?
100,000.
Yeah, right.
No, you're no
100
help.
million?
Still no
100
help.
billion.
Still no help.
What's it in reference to, Jeremy? More
This
clues.
isn't like
come
a
on.
riddle. I don't know. It just does something weird. There's some weird thing about it. Euler's or something.
Euler?
Euler starts with an E.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Euler starts with an E.
Spell it.
EULER.
Oh, I think that was it.
That doesn't start with an H.
Doesn't start with H.
Okay, I see that now. Okay. Thank you. You guys have been a big help.
You want to challenge yourself, Jeremy? Go to eulerproject.com.
I want everyone to go subscribe to the YouTube channel Earth Awakenings. Thank you.
About 100 trillion. Did we get it right yet?
Still no help.
It's just, apparently it starts with an H and it's spelled EULER. It has no H in it.
I thought it began with an H. Everyone settle down.
I mean, technically the number is called E.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you're right. It's James is right. Euler's number, yeah.
I would struggle with that shit these days, gotta say. Like fucking natural logs and, you know.
How do you get this Euler's number?
How do you get it?
Oh, 1 plus a half plus a quarter plus an eighth or something. Isn't that the series?
What's that one? That one identity. It's like E. Oh, isn't it
E
like
to the I pi theta? E to the I pi equals -1.
E equals 0? I thought. It was
E to the I pi.
right.
E to the I pi -1. Yeah, equals -1.
You said E to the I pi.
Yeah, equals -1.
Okay. Yeah, it's supposed to be the most pure mathematical statement.
It's just beautiful. It's freaky that it is. Yeah.
So you start with 1 and you keep adding half of it and you end up with 2.718.
Hang on. No, E is the sum of 1 over n factorial. So 1 plus 1 over 1 plus 1 over 2 factorial plus 1 over 3 factorial plus 1 over 4 factorial, blah, blah, blah.
1 over n factorial, wow.
Yeah.
And it just keeps going forever?
No, it converges on E, which is 2.718. Yeah.
Well, if you add it up forever, it converges on E.
Yeah.
But
so that E isn't an exact number. It's like pi, just rounded off.
Yeah, basically.
Is it a transcendental number or like pi or no?
I don't know.
Oh, it is.
You know what a transcendental number is?
And it's irrational, yeah.
It is irrational.
What is a transcendental number?
It means you can't you can't write it in the form of a root or something like that. Is that what it is?
Transcendental, hold on. Transcendental number is a number that is not algebraic, that it is not the root of a non-zero polynomial of finite degree with rational coefficients.
If anyone could have read it off of Google.
Sure.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You asked what it was, man. Who cares?
Yeah, but I read that Google thing. I can't fucking understand that shit. I was hoping somebody could put it in simple terms.
Wait, so you can't understand Google this, but you still think you're good at Coriolis and other physics?
Yes, but this I am just starting to look into, so I am not familiar with this.
Brian's logic is regarded among the flat earthers as a subject matter expert in celestial navigation. An actual quote from him the other day is, "Square roots is not something that I learned how to do. I left school at 15. Like he literally, all he had to do was plug in a number into a formula with a square root in it, and he had to ask someone else to do it.
If you get a chance, look up Graham's number.
Yes.
Is that like the infinity?
What's the
X
number?
to the power X to the power X to the power X, but yeah, just infinite fucking exponents.
What's the number called?
Graham. I'll put it in
Graham's
chat. Graham, like Graham Cracker. I guess that's how you-
Graham.
Yeah.
Yes. We know the end digits. We don't even know the digits it starts with.
How can you know the last number and not know the digit it starts with?
Because it's easy to calculate. Like 325 times 5 ends in a 5.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So what's this goofy number? You guys got all kinds of goofy numbers.
Here's, dude. Let me ask you a question, dude. If 100 factorial, how many zeros do you think are at the end of it?
I don't know. That's going to be more a higher number than there are atoms in the universe.
That's a lot more number. That's a lot higher than. Actually, no, it's not. Is it? I don't think
52 factorial. Yeah. 52 factorial has more atoms than the universe has.
You said 52 factorial?
Yeah, the deck of cards.
Okay, sure, but I know there's like two to the 100th power is about the amount of atoms in the universe. That's what I've heard before. Maybe 2 to the 80th power or something.
The deck of cards factorial has more atoms than the universe. They say number 5. I don't know if it was number 5 and other people, but they did a crazy thing on that 52 factorial thing.
Well, yeah, that's the number of combinations in a deck of cards. Yeah, that means there's more combinations in a deck of cards than there are atoms in the universe.
Almost as many. No, never mind. I don't want to roast you this late because I gotta go to bed soon.
Yeah. See, because you can't roast me this late, dude. You just fucking showed yourself up, dude.
I don't want to get you all fired up tonight.
That's all good, bro. Well, for the 100th factorial, I think there's 24 zeros in 100th factorial. I was trying to see if I could figure that out without I was like, damn, there's a lot of zeros, and then I was like, well, there's a lot of 10s in there, and then some 5s and some 2s.
That can't be right. You can't have just 24 zeros.
No, well, there's 24 zeros at the end of it. It's a long number, but
at the end, okay. So more than 24 total characters, just 24 zeros at the end.
Yeah, like isn't the number of atoms 10 to the power of 80 or something?
You said 10 to the power 80? I think that's similar to 2 to the power 100. Let's see.
Yeah, probably. If I knew fucking logs, I'd be doing it.
You know what I noticed a long time ago? If you wanted to figure out, like, let's say 2 to the 10th power, 2 to the 20th, 2 to the 30th, I know that 2 to the 10th is about 1,000. Yeah. And so every 10 that you add on there, it's somewhere near multiplying by 1,000.
Yeah.
So let's see. Hold on. So yeah, that's right. So there's only about 30 zeros. So yeah, never mind. 2 to I remember that now because that's actually right. 2 to the 100th power is close to 10 to the 30th. All right.
Do something, hey?
You like math? We're here from you, programmer, right?
Yeah. Did pretty well at maths at school as well.
A lot of programmers are math guys, but some programmers aren't.
Yeah. I got accelerated actually at school. I did my did the highest level of math in year 11, and then it's had like fuck all to do in year 12. It was magnificent.
Wow. So you're telling me that you're a modest dude, pretty humble guy?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
You want to hear something really depressing?
Yeah.
When I was in 6th grade and in 5th grade, I was in accelerated math classes. And when I was in 7th grade, I was in accelerated math class, but it was so fucking boring. The teacher was kind of rude, and the kid sitting in front of me was a big dick. But my friends were all in the class next door. It was like the dummy math class, right?
Yeah.
And so long story short, I purposely failed a semester just so I could get to the other math class.
Back to your friends.
Yeah.
I remember it was year 9 music, and I was after the first half of the year. I was coming first in the class, and my best friend was coming last. And then for the second half of the year, I sat next to him for the rest of the year. I ended up coming second last in the class, and he came last.
Yeah.
No,
parents were not happy about that.
What I heard, Kosho, was you purposely failed so you could get in the other meth class.
yeah, the idiot meth class. That's right. No, it was like there was the accelerated math class, and then there was like the math class for people where they're so dumb they don't even do math in the class. Like you always hear them playing over there, and they're listening to music, playing cards, and laughing and playing. I'm like, dude. And then like we're right next door to them, and like being super quiet, and the teacher's like super lame, and yeah. But I challenged myself outside of school anyway, so. Actually, I left school that year. Did you study math in college, Ruth?
I do computing science.
Yeah. Well, I did physics and math, and then I changed it to computer engineering. Math is fun, but there's not a lot of practical application for studying for math major.
Yeah, I think computers is pretty good. I think so.
Yep. It probably has the most practical application.
Oh, and the most fun as well. Like one of the electives I did was computer graphics, and you had to write your own ray tracer. That was good fun. And like do all your textures and shapes and shit like that.
That's pretty neat. I mean, I was in a class, or I was in a group. I mean, that's how I first got into virtual realities, because like that's how I got the DK2 of Oculus Rift set. This is like 8 years ago, or whatever. But so I was in a group. We were supposed to be developing virtual reality games, but I started dating this chick, and I didn't participate in that group that much.
I remember there was a Visual Basic elective. I remember asking the friend of the hottest chick to do the group, like a 4-person group project, and to ask her hot friend to be in the group. We all got tie distinctions for it. It's fantastic.
Yeah, they probably made you do all the work, huh?
Oh yeah, fine, happily. She did all the fucking documentation, that sort of shit.
Here's another funny story: is when I first started school, when I got out of the Navy, it was right before I started dating my ex. But anyways, I was in my math class, and there was a hot chick, and she was sitting next to me, and I could tell she was into me and stuff. Anyways, around this time, I was practicing being ambidextrous, so I was writing with my right hand and practicing with my left hand, and I would take notes with my left hand, and it looked like, I don't know how to describe it, but it looked like a baby was writing, right? And then like at the end of the class, I could tell she was just like wanting an excuse to, talk or whatever. And she's like, "Hey, did you take notes? Can you share your notes with me?" I was like, "Well, I mean, I guess." And I showed it to her, and it was like the most fucking bullshit. So just, yeah, we never talked again after that. But yeah, like fuck, you have to ask me today. I won a math. So in my math department, there was an art contest, and it was I think that was the whole challenge. Was you just have to make a mathematical art or something. And I wrote this code. I think I still have it somewhere, but it's like a really simple code. And you probably know what a Sierpinski triangle is, or that it's like that fractal triangle thing. I made one of those using this, like, it's like a really simple code. It is just this simple it's like this is simple function. It's like really just 2 lines, but it makes a really cool version of that. I was pretty proud.
I was actually employed by not as a tutor, but as a like a research assistant for one of the lecturers, and he got us to do this evolutionary algorithm thing. So basically, a bunch of randomly generated what are they called? Randomly generated set of parameters that you then compete, like you make them compete against each other for whatever real world scenario that you're talking about. That's good fun.
Okay.
Like making the framework for that, so that you could test, competing starting conditions for whatever.
Did you ever work with any neural networks or AI?
No, that was only getting big when I.
Scott Veach, he has PhD in AI. I was using OpenAI earlier, and I asked it some stupid because I asked it to make jokes for me, and it'll actually make jokes. But I asked it to make me some flat Earth jokes, and they all sucked. There was only one of them that was halfway decent, but they literally it made no sense. Like one of them was like, "Why did the flat Earther cross the road?" It said to get to the other side of the world. What?
What's like the flat Earth joke is like, why you can't get a job at NASA?
Why?
There's no space.
Oh, that's
okay. That's
or
good.
Like your mama is a reason why the Earth is flat.
Well, did you hear about the restaurant on the moon?
It's got no atmosphere.
No. Yeah, but you've ruined the punchline, dude. You can't just.
I know these are like flat Earth jokes. Is the AI came up with that one, or you heard that one?
No, dude. How would? No, dude. You obviously know it, so the AI didn't come up with it. But it did. This is the only funny one it said. It said like, what happens when a flat earther uses a map, or claims they're using a map or something, and it says, no. What do you call a flat earther who claims they're using a map? And then it says, lost.
Yeah.
That one was like an easy one.
Speaking of navigation,
yeah, that was pretty. Actually, it was kind of a really annoying conversation at times last night.
What was last night? I forget.
Last night we were talking about celestial navigation. I don't want to name the person. There's a certain person though, and they were kind of
Yep.
Just really
Yeah, that was annoying. Trying to get the conversation back on track. And that person was hassling Bandy. And I was like, dude, fuck.
Have you used like Codex or OpenAI or GTP3 or anything like that?
No.
Well, Codex is, I don't know, I probably said this the other night, but basically with Codex, you can literally write out a sentence. Like you can say, make for me a game, make for me a Mario Brothers game, and print out the starting screen on my screen or whatever. And you can watch it write the entire code to successfully create the game. And
that's nuts.
Yeah. I've seen somebody do this with Snake, and I've seen him do it with a couple other games. I've seen somebody make an AI doing that. People make websites, of course, So basically people who don't even know how to code, technically can just fucking write a huge program.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to get the API for it, but they keep rejecting me.
Yeah, that conversation last night was quite irritating.
Indeed, it was, because there were some questions that never got answered, but I'm not sure if those want to be revisited or not. But stuff about like if you can do celestial navigation given the angles, like why would it be different doing it
on the ocean itself?
Yeah, or anywhere.
That was SC Montreal, wasn't it? Where is he? Are you still here, SC? He is. He is. That was disingenuous. And you, SE, are a disingenuous wat. Or twat, as they say here. Actually, I need to add something else to what I would need if I was in the middle of the ocean, and that's an actual labeling of the constellations so I can know which fucking star to look for.
Wow. Actually, I'm pretty, like, if I didn't even have anything at all, I could probably still look at myself because depending, not right now, I'm not adept at it right now, but at certain seasons I'm looking up there enough that I could basically tell you what time it is. I mean, pretty easily actually, just tell you what time it is any time of the night.
All right. I could not. Yeah, if you said look like which star is that, I'd struggle big time. I'd need a map of the actual stars.
Well, some of them are pretty obvious.
The sun.
Seriously?
The sun's pretty obvious.
Sun's obvious, but I mean things like Sirius, Vega, Deneb,
Betelgeuse.
What is it called? Antares, Betelgeuse. Yeah, Betelgeuse, Rigel. Yeah, all those ones in Orion. But you're right. But Ruhiv's down in the southern hemisphere. I didn't realize that Sirius was in the southern hemisphere.
So does that make the sun harder or easier to find in the southern hemisphere?
Right about now, it's just about equal.
What is it? 2 o'clock here now?
Oh yeah, it's over right now. Then. Oh wait, 2 o'clock in the afternoon for you.
Yep. No.
See, that's time travel. He's already at tomorrow.
I'm in the future, man.
What are the lottery numbers going to be?
Good question.
Damn, this sucks, man. I applied for this bullshit a long time ago. I haven't gotten a fucking response. I want to use that codex thing so bad, man. I mean, you're a good coder, but still, you could find something like that pretty useful.
I'm a sloppy coder these days.
That's what I'm saying. Then if you're a sloppy coder, then that's what this thing's good for. You can tell it to do something so trivial or not even trivial, and it will actually do it in a neat and efficient way. But it's just GitHub has a similar thing. So there's Codex, which will write the whole code for you. But GitHub, the same system. It's like there's another thing in the system that GitHub uses, like a helper thing, and basically it does the same thing, but like kind of in a smaller scale. So you can be writing code, and then you can begin a function or something like that, or you can write the comment for a function, and then it will just write it for you.
That's insane.
Yeah. And it usually does a good job, but it was trained on the entire repository of GitHub.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
it could just be borrowing from what someone else has written.
Most likely. Yeah. I mean, for something that already exists, like if that exact thing exists, then yeah, it's gonna use that.
Oh dear. Have I ever spoken about the court case that I was in years ago about supposedly stolen code?
No, I mean that's me.
Okay. So me and a bunch of other guys left a company in 2006 and started up later that year. And then the company that we left, took us to federal court claiming that we stole their software. And they had, experts, or we had experts on our side and they had experts on their side going through the two code bases to see how much, or to see if they thought it was stolen and copied and that sort of shit. It's fucking pretty hectic.
Guess what happened?
Well, started in 2007. I finished working there in 2009. And it wasn't until 2014, I think, that my company, which I was no longer a director or whatever, decided to settle the case. and I was fucking furious.
Wow. Oh, so you weren't director anymore, and they decided to settle it, and you probably already spent a bunch of money.
Well, I was still a shareholder, but like I was being slowly bought out every year. So I had no say in the management at all. But yeah, it was fucked.
How does the law work there for code? Like, it's kind of a weird, difficult thing, right? Because how do you prove it? Like, how do you? What's the cutoff for, like, you know?
Yeah, so it was technically a copyright case, right? So rather than you're allowed to be a programmer somewhere, learn all the tricks and trades, and then take that knowledge elsewhere and apply it. But obviously, you can't take the actual code and just copy it verbatim. So the tips and tricks that the programmers that we took, we're allowed to implement them because it's what we've learned at the previous employer. So they couldn't do anything about that. But they had had experts on their side go through our code and try and find things that were identical, and it was pretty hectic.
And
it was fuck. Yeah, do you know what a GUID is, right? GUID.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was one GUID in common with our code bases, and I remember one of the programmers called me that night and goes, "We've just got a submission, like a filing from the other side. There's a GUID that's common between the code bases," and I fucking shat myself. I was like, "Are you fucking serious?" And it ended up being a single third-party code, third-party library that we'd both used, and I was like, "Oh fuck, that could have been fucking devastating."
Yeah, but like, what's an example of? So let's say that there's a function that does fucking something. If you write a function that looks a lot like that one, that can be a copyright lawsuit.
Well, that's the hard part, right? How do you tell whether something's written with an understanding of what the function's meant to do, as opposed to whether you're literally copying from a source, right? So there's,
it just seems like a really tough thing to judge.
It is.
Because, like, I can't two people have the same idea, even.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of like there's an API to a third-party software program, right? And in that API, there are a bunch of constants and a bunch of message names, a bunch of things that you have in common because you've got a code against this API, right? And we had a a standard of constants like that. You put in uppercase and they have underscores in between them, blah blah blah. So obviously, because we're both using the same third-party API, we've got all these constants in our code which are identical, because we just went, oh, all right, we're just going to use the same naming standard, all uppercase with underscores in between, and they go, oh, you must have fucking copied. And we're like, fuck off, idiot. So a lot of the shit was like that. There was a nice technical trick that one of the programmers came up with at the previous company, which he obviously implemented at the new one. And they said, oh, that's our fucking trade secret. And they lost that point, which was nice. Because you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to take your knowledge of how to do things to another company.
Yeah, but couldn't you, rightfully counter sue them during this same investigation, because like they're looking over your same shit and they're also obviously have similar code than you in some cases, right? So couldn't you just make the same claim at them?
No, their code base existed first, right? And then we left and wrote our own. So there's no reversies.
Yeah, I guess, but I mean, they really could have looked at your code and then, ultimately done
independent experts, and there's
independent experts.
All sorts of confidentiality shit. But in the end, so it was 2014, and I was fucking prepared to go to trial on this. But the current management, I don't know, they got scared, I guess, and they came to a settlement where they paid the opposition's legal fees to date, and that was it.
That's what your side paid?
Yeah.
And they paid they paid their lawyer fees? That's still a fucking lot of money though, huh?
It was, yes. Yes, it was.
Yeah, I had to pay this fucking lawyer right now, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm talking
The
8
best
figures
lawyer
here,
in
so,
Austin.
yeah.
But yeah, well, that's some shit. You know, I just watched this movie because I was just had me thinking about like criminal cases with coding, like the the Silk Road guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucked up. There's a movie. There's actually a fictional movie. I've seen the story and I've seen the documentaries and stuff. But there's a fictional movie that came out last year, I think. It wasn't that bad to watch. It was kind of centered around that what's his name, Ross Ulrich or whatever, and also the DEA agent who extorted him basically, or what did they do? Like basically laundered money from him. Pretending to be they were pretending to be a hitman basically.
All right, I haven't heard that much of the story.
Well, no, yeah, that was the dude. He got like 6 years for doing that, but yeah, in during investigating him, he was like undercover as a guy in like their admin group chat and stuff like that, and there was one of the other admin guys, or the like basically sub admin guy. He was really reckless, and the DEA caught up with him, and so since the DEA guy was pretending to be, he was already has a troll account undercover. He basically said, the what's his name, Ross Ulrich wanted that he found out that guy, his second in command, was under investigation, and that their Bitcoin was being extracted, and he had because that number two guy had access to the main account, and so basically Ross Ulrich put a hit on him, and the guy who he happened to put the guy he happened to hire was the undercover DEA agent, so he pretended that he killed him, and then he just kept the money, pocketed the money basically. Did that a couple of times.
Okay. Hang on, I found an article about the court case. One sec.
About yours?
Yeah. I'll DM it to you. One sec.
Was it a big? It was a big deal. It was like big in Australian news.
Oh, it was on the front page of the paper when it sort of was settled. But it's a day. There you go.
I hope I make a company like that and sell it one day.
Yeah, it was fun.
Let me see what's going on here. Oh wow, it's a lot of money.
Yeah, like I said, the settlement was 8 figures.
8 figures.
Yeah.
Jesus, the settlement. Holy shit, that was like the Wow, that's a lot. That's a big portion. Yeah. Okay, no, I see. Hold on. Oh damn, dude, that's a lot of money. Was that a big portion of? I mean, did y'all have that money expendable?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations, then, man.
Yeah, the company needs probably between 100 and 200 mil just to operate.
Wow. Congratulations, dude. Like I said,
thanks, man.
Maybe I'll be there one day, dude. Probably not.
There we go. Tibra Capital is rumored to have agreed to pay up to more than 10 million to drop the case.
Wow, just to drop it?
Which includes all but one of the 7 men, which is me, was struck without any admission of guilt. Yeah, I didn't settle. I personally did not settle. I was fucking furious.
Wow. So wait, so they all settled and they all had to pay, and you just didn't settle, and you got charged or something?
No, the settlement comes from the company, and then you just have the free option to sign onto the settlement or not. I mean, because the company paid the settlement, it's coming out of my equity anyway. So,
I see.
it was a free option for me to settle as well, but I was like, "Fuck you, come at me, bro."
Yeah,
And
there's
they
probably
didn't.
some real bad blood with, the old company or whatever. I mean, you're not going to admit it, but just being honest, like, was a little bit of,
There was no copying. No copying.
You know what's crazy? Like, that's why on my GitHub is almost bare. Like, I have the one bot that I built. I put it on there, but I only did that just because I needed to put something on there. But I actually feel weird about sharing my code. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird. I think it's weird that a lot of people do it, like it's normal or something. But just for some reason, I just feel, I don't know, it's not necessary to show to people all the code that I have. You know what I mean?
You can make GitHub private there, right? Can you?
Probably. I don't know. I don't use it enough to even. Yeah. That's probably why I didn't get accepted for that, what's it called, OpenAI or the. I mean, actually, I'm in OpenAI now, but I mean for the Codex, because to sign up for the wait list, you have to put your GitHub, and I'm sure they look at it and see like what kind of shit you do, and
I'm gonna see what's on mine actually. Hang on. My username's NambyPamby on GitHub.
I will check you out. NambyPamby.
NambyPamby, I think.
All right, I'm gonna ask this OpenAI to write a joke.
I got 3 repositories. I'm sure I got more than that. Mind the gap.
Hold on. About reference frames. I said, write me a brand new joke about Coriolis and reference frames. See what this fucking thing comes up with. Oh no, dude. Oh no. It says, why did the chicken cross the road? Fucking retard. To get to the other side of the rotating reference frame. Fucking retard.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Here we go. I have a one of my projects is a hardware timestamping on a network card.
Hardware timestamping network card?
Yeah, so the rather than getting a timestamp for a packet from your operating system, the network card picks a timestamp in the frame, and you've got to write relatively low level code to get it out. So that you know how fast your code is.
Man, sometimes my code is so inefficient. That's how because the way I write is like I know what the task is, and then I solve the task, and I write it first, and then I go through it and make it more efficient. That's just the way I do it.
Yeah, exactly what I did. Yeah.
God damn it! I asked it to tell me 15 jokes about Coriolis and reference frames. It told me 12, and none of them are jokes. It says if you're not careful, the Coriolis force can really mess up your sense of direction.
Yeah, it's piss weak.
Damn, it's disappointing, man, because this thing's like retarded. I guess I'm asking it to make fucking Coriolis jokes though. So let me see.
Yeah.
It could replace all globalist communication in the future.
Thanks, Grit.
I just told it, tell me 15 brand new, very funny jokes. Okay. I'm not saying that I don't like my life, but if I had a chance to restart it, I would definitely choose a different font. What in the fuck?
Is that meant to be a fucking flat earth joke or what?
No, I just said write me 15 brand new, very funny jokes.
Yeah.
I'm not paranoid. I just have all these voices in my head telling me to do things. These aren't fucking jokes, man. Get this thing, man. Hold on. So this, you know what GPT-3 is? It says, right now I'm using a model that's the most capable model in GPT-3 series. Doesn't seem that capable, dude.
Oh, that is. Generative pre-trained transformer.
Pre-trained transformer.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to go and do something constructive. It's been fun, though.
Yeah, see you, Mr. Riff. I'm actually way behind on doing productive things.
Yeah, all right, cool. See you.
Okay, I'm going to fucking try this one more time, dude, because I just said, tell me 15 funny jokes. This is supposed to be like a powerful AI, right? The 15 jokes are like shit like, I'm not immature, I just don't care about things. What? I'm not selfish, I just put my needs before others. These aren't jokes, bro. This is the ravings of a psychotic.
You're not. Yeah, dude, it's funny.
It's not funny, dude.
Yeah, the AI said I'm not selfish. I just put it says it puts its needs first. That's the definition of selfish.
Yeah, but that's less funny and more annoying. Okay, let me see. Okay, so I asked the same thing again. Okay, hold on. I'm not saying that I don't like my job, but if I didn't have to work to support myself, I'd probably just lay in bed all day. These aren't fucking jokes, bro. I'm not happy about this.
What they did was you just filled in like a joke format that replaces, like the noun and the verb depending on what you said.
Here's a kind of funny one. It says, my mother never saw the irony in calling me a son of a bitch.
There you go.
It's not bad. It says, my therapist says I have a preoccupation with vengeance. We'll see about that.
There's a good one too.
Yeah, it's not bad. If you think nobody cares if you're alive, try missing a couple car payments.
So back to Coriolis.
Yeah, I should ask you some more Coriolis jokes. That's right, Riff. Here's a good one for you, Riff. I mean, not Riff. I'm sorry, Panza. You're like, how many fucking times are you gonna call me Ruhiv, dude?
I was just waiting to see if you were going to wake up to it, but anyway, go on.
Well, dude, you guys all sound alike, man. You guys are all. You guys sound nothing. Even Riff sound nothing funny, but yeah. So here's this one's for you, Bandsaw.
Right.
It says, "You're never too old to learn something stupid."
Okay. Well, then teach me about Coriolis then.
There you go. Well, you missed it earlier, dude. Me and Jeremy was Jeremy was salivating, but me and Rumpus got into it. It wasn't like it was. I mean, he doesn't stop interrupting, so that's why it was kind of heated. But we didn't. He was speaking for me, straw manning me basically. But it turns out he agreed with Jeremy. So Jeremy was backing him up the whole time, just, behind him and everything. But it hasn't
Rumpus
turned out.
agreed with Jeremy. Oh my god! I hope that's been clipped.
Yeah, and I was actually really because he was making me feel low, dude, about myself, man, and my self-esteem was shot. But then as more Globers were in here, everybody agreed with me. So I think this is a case of Rumpus agreeing with Jeremy, but both of them being wrong.
So now we have this conservation of momentum.
Sure.
Right, so I take off in my plane. Okay.
If you'd like.
Well, or a helicopter, Harrier jump jet, whatever sort of plane you got. But this is kind of like a magical plane, like your magical drone.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. And so now this plane has the conservation of momentum in it. So we start flying around the world. Okay, then now we're told that this 1,000 odd, because we're at the equator, right? So this thousand odd miles an hour, right? Can't really lose that. That's with us, all right? So our speed is just that plus 1,000 miles an hour, right? That's why we don't travel at, say, 1,500 kilometers an hour. Would you agree there? Would you agree so far?
I mean, a little bit. I don't really even. I didn't understand it mostly, but you said
we haven't
that
got there yet. We
okay.
haven't got there yet. But the plane flies at 500 kilometers an hour, right? Even though the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, right? Everywhere else, it's a little bit lower, but at the equator, because this is where we are at the equator. But so the plane isn't actually flying at 1,500 mile an hour. It's only flying at 500 mile an hour. Technically speaking, it is flying at 1,500 mile an hour, but we're not counting the 1,000 mile an hour.
That's right. You know what? A better way. Actually, you'll be a step ahead of the rest of these slums. Okay, if you say it like this, in your reference frame, the reference frame of the Earth, it's going whatever speed it's going there, and then the reference frame of some other shit, I don't know, something in the inertial frame, then there it's going 1,500 miles per hour.
So now, yes, well, I'm not worried about the reference frames. I'm just worried about what is, right? So, but I hear what you're saying. Okay. So now all of a sudden now I whack on the handbrake. This plane, I come to a screeching halt, right? And I start flying the other direction. Now I've lost my conservation of momentum. It's gone now, completely vanished, right? Because I slammed on the handbrake. Okay. Now I'm flying in the opposite direction. Okay. So I'm flying against the rotation of the Earth. I've lost my conservation of momentum. Right? So I should be right flying heaps quicker to my destination because I've slammed on the handbrake, lost my conservation of momentum now. So I can get back to where I started, right, in half the time, a third of the time, thereabouts.
Yeah, it's basically genius, dude. Borderline genius. But there's one problem.
There's always a problem with you, Coach.
Well, there's two problems. One is,
not one, but
as a
two.
flat earther, when you're on the ground with the plane, you get in and you try to start it. You know why it doesn't start? You know why the plane doesn't start?
Why? Because I forgot the key.
Because it's flat and motionless. Yeah, not really, but really though, when you're in a plane, and oh yeah, so you're in a plane and you brake. Let's say you're in a plane, you brake. You're in a car, same thing. You do the exact same scenario. It's a very fast car. You do the same thing where you brake and go the other direction. You can be running, going the same speed, and you stop, and then you run the other direction. In all three of these scenarios, you're not going to do anything about your conservation of momentum. Your momentum is conserved in all these scenarios.
But yeah. I'm not attached to the Earth in one of those scenarios.
You would think so, but you are. Well, just first of all, I'm imagining a cartoon when you say you're gonna brake and turn around, because planes don't really do that, right? But
Yeah, we know this. We know this.
right. So I changed it to a car. But even if you imagine a
Imagine
plane, the mechanisms for doing this, for turning around or for stopping and slowing down, are all going to be based on the same thing that it used to create thrust and lift, and that's the atmosphere. And so, same thing if a car, if you change it to a car, it's going 1,000 miles per hour and it brakes, then it goes a direction. When it brakes, it's only going to brake enough to be going 0. So it brakes, and now it's doing 0 in reference to the Earth's rotation, the Earth's surface, I mean, and then it starts driving the other direction. At that point, it's still maintaining its momentum, or conserving its momentum in that direction. It's just also traveling along the Earth in the other direction. So your inertial velocity is going to be 500. So let's say you're going 500 miles per hour on the ground, opposite the rotation. The your in the reference frame of the Earth, you're going to be going 500 miles per hour that direction. But in the reference frame of the inertial reference frame, you're going to be going 500 miles in the opposite direction. That's about it.
Yeah, but this gravity force doesn't work in the horizontal.
Yeah, but you got to stop thinking about gravity in this scenario. It's not useful.
You brought it up yesterday.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
Gummy Bear did. Gummy Bear brought it up yesterday. I remember that because it was like he said this whole scenario, and I was like, "Wait, why are you bringing that up?" I was like, "Oh yeah, well, I guess it is true, but it's just not important." Coriolis don't work. Yeah.
So Rumpus was right, was he? With the
No.
reference frame.
No. He was not only not correct. I started out saying, yeah, you were right, and Zanuck was also right. But he says, no, Zanuck was wrong. And I agreed with Zanuck. So that's when I told him that basically this is what Rumpus is saying about leaving reference frames. He describes a reference frame, being in a reference frame, as you and any other object that is stationary in reference to you, you are all in the same reference frame. That's okay. And if something is in reference to you and the things that are stationary to you is moving or has a velocity or something, it's not in your reference frame. It's left your reference frame. This is what he says. I don't say this. But he also says that when an object does this and it leaves your reference frame because it has velocity, you can describe it using your reference frame. Describe it in your reference frame. You just have to put it in a different position because it has some velocity or whatever. So this object that's left your reference frame, you can describe it in your reference frame and this kind of thing. And to me, this sort of language is confusing, and I just don't use it like this. But he very much disagreed with me in the way I use it. But the way I use it, as I describe everything existing in every reference frame, but the actual observer or the thing making the observation, this is the thing that can change reference frames. So if you're talking about something leaving a reference frame and being in a different reference frame, we're talking about the observation point or the person observing it. You're not necessarily talking about like a ball or an object and describing it in the reference frame, because every movement in the universe can be described from any reference frame. So
if you're in a car, for argument's sake,
yeah,
if you're in a car, okay, and that car is moving, and then
yeah,
you've got another person outside the car. So the person that's in the car, right, can be linked to the car. So that person isn't moving at all, right? So you can link that person to
right.
the car in the same equation. I'm gathering, right?
This is what this is Ruhev's. Yeah, this is Ruhev's. Not Ruhev's. This is Rumpus's.
So
yeah.
all you need is the speed and the direction of the car, right? And I presume you could have a coordinate system for the person reference to the car.
Right. Yeah. This is
Okay.
Rumpus's argument.
Okay. So as long as you have the coordinate system and the speed and the direction of the car, you've got both of them. So then now, if you're outside that car, you would need another equation to relate two of them.
Yeah. Again, yeah. This is what Rumpus was describing. He would describe that car as being a reference frame. Everything stationary in it as being in that reference frame. Yeah.
Okay. So he sounds right then.
He sounds right. I agree. But again, his language, because what he says is anything that's moving in that car is not in that reference frame, and everything that's not in the car is not in the reference frame. Which, to me, he says that my way is useless to him, but his way is useless to me, because if you're in the car, that's the reference frame. Okay, that reference frame doesn't have to be only in the car. That reference frame can exist in the entire world. It's just fixed in the car. So like the origin point is in the car, it moves with the car. The objects in the car are stationary on it. But every other object in the world is existent in that reference frame. It's just doing, it's all maybe moving backwards along that grid system for the most part. Which he says was a useless way of describing things, but it's absolutely not. And I thought that I was alone, but like I said, after there was multiple people who basically agreed with the way I'm describing it. Because I don't disagree with the way he was describing it, but I disagree with him limiting and saying that when you move, you basically leave that reference frame.
Probably gathering the way Rumpus described it was very confusing.
Say what?
I'm probably gathering the way Rumpus described it was very confusing.
Well, no, I mean, I'll be honest with you. When Gummy Bear actually summed it up really well, the solution, because and it was similar to what I had said, but he just said to make a distinction between something being in a reference frame, which like these objects could all be in any reference frame, and he said, or having a reference frame. So the car has a reference frame, and all the things that are stationary in reference to the car share that reference frame. But everything in the world and everything in the universe, it could exist in that reference frame. So
what you see inside that reference frame compared to being outside that reference frame are going to be two entirely different things.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why the observer. That's just what my distinction was. He didn't understand why I was making this distinction. My distinction is between objects changing reference frames, which I don't think they can do, or observers changing reference frames, which is what you just described. An observer that you can make the observation point, the reference point, from inside the car with origin inside the car, or you can make it outside the car, stationary in reference to the car moving. Whatever you want to do. Every object. Go ahead.
It's all about the observer, where the observer is.
Right. This is what I said, but like I said, he very much disagreed with that, and
he's wrong, but I could be wrong. I doubt it. Doubt it very much.
So you doubt what?
I said I could be wrong, but I doubt it.
What did you say though?
Well, I think it all depends on where the observer is observing. They're observing. Whether or not they're in the reference frame or they're outside the reference frame. It's like being on the roundabout or standing on the edge of the roundabout.
Well, if you're the observer, you're basically the reference point, and you're not on the rotating reference frame, then you're not the reference frame's not rotating.
You're right. Yeah, if I'm the observer standing on the merry-go-round, sorry, not the roundabout, on the merry-go-round, I'm going to see something completely different if me, being the observer, jumps off the merry-go-round and observes.
Absolutely.
Two entirely different things.
Right, and it's on whenever this is the problem that I did because I wasn't able to complete any sentences or anything like that, which is frustrating. But what's important is that you, as the fucking describer, you're the one writing it down or telling it to people or whatever you're doing. You can decide where the relevant reference point is. So if you're talking about like the path of something on Earth, like we were talking about the plane and the Coriolis bullshit, whichever reference frame is the relevant one is the one you're going to describe it from. It doesn't make sense to describe it from two different reference frames at the same time. It doesn't usually make sense to do that.
Yeah. So we concluded that Coriolis is a thing that you see.
Oh, the Coriolis
depending,
server.
depending on the reference frame you are in.
Well, yeah, no. You have to be in a rotating reference frame to observe Coriolis.
No, that's what I'm saying. It
Right.
is it's what we observe, right? So we've concluded that it's what we see. It's not what we experience. We don't actually experience that.
Well, no, that's not true. We got in a huge argument. We had a huge argument in Gems earlier. Me and Jeremy were the only one on team. Coriolis is the thing experienced from the rotating reference frame, but it's also true that Coriolis it's experienced from the rotating reference frame, but it can also just be affecting the path of something that's traveling across the rotating reference frame in a very real way. So that, like with the atmosphere, it actually does very real things to it. With objects and its paths on the ground, it's actually making, it's actually changing the path of objects. So.
Apparently.
Well, actually, you guys like to use the word "actually" here, but it actually changes the path in that reference frame.
Well, on a merry-go-round, the ball travels in a straight line, even though it appears to travel in a curved line.
No, and
It travels in a straight line.
the ball travels in a straight line in the inertial reference frame, and if on the merry-go-round from the rotating frame, it actually travels in the curved path. I'm going to use that word "actually" now as much as you guys do.
Okay. Give it to you.
A GIF I actually made for Jeremy.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, it's just showing an inertial plane. You can watch from the inertial plane. You can watch. What are you watching? Oh, you're watching something rotate from the rotating frame. So this could be like a merry-go-round. These two balls are stationary, or moving in straight lines in reference to the rotating frame, and they curve in the inertial frame. And the opposite is true for the opposites that are going straight in the inertial plane appear to be curving in the rotating frame. That give me a joke to ask this this bot to make up. So I want it to do something for me that I can't do. So I don't know. Let's have it let me do something. I'm sorry. This is one of its stupid jokes, by the way. I'm sorry and I apologize mean the same thing, except when you're at a funeral. It's not a fucking joke, dude. That's like a morbid truth. I don't know. Okay, I said write a poem about the flat Earth.
A poem. Ooh, I love poem.
Yeah, a poem about the flat Earth. Here's what it says. There are those who say that the Earth is round, but I know that it's flat. It's as plain as the nose on your face. Just look around and you'll see that it's true. The horizon is always level, no matter where you go. So don't be fooled by those who try to tell you otherwise. The Earth is flat, only way to go. What the fuck? The Earth is flat.
That's a terrible poem.
It's the worst poem I've ever heard in my life. It almost didn't rhyme, but the only words that rhymed in it were when they said "go" twice.
It's not much of a lyrical play on the language. It doesn't show mastery of rhyme, form, structure, anything that is very poetic in that sense. You could say the same thing with or without the poetic, genre or whatever. It's just like a newspaper article. There's nothing that inspiring about it on a poetic level, anyway.
It's written. Yeah, go ahead.
Went to one of this arts night. Been about 10 years ago, maybe even longer, and it was a poetry night, and for the most part it was okay. And then they had, I can't remember the name of genre, but it's like people just get up on stage and blurt
Open
out
mic
what's.
night.
Sorry, Lemon.
They call it in the States open mic night, like an open microphone night where you can say anything, basically.
Yeah. It was an open mic night, right? And but these artists that got up there to read to perform their poetry, there was nothing structured about it. It was like they were just blurting out whatever was in their head. And it was really weird. And their bodies were contorting and they had all these really strange facial expressions. It was really, really bizarre. It was almost to the point of being disturbing. It was quite amusing.
Well, poetry is like a new way to express the language with new combinations, new forms, new structures. If it just feels like you're taking your speech and just applying a beat to it, it just feels like you could, do a bit more with it potentially.
Yes, exactly. As it's your Sunday, isn't it, Lemon? Not Monday. How's your Sunday going?
It's going okay. How's yours?
Well, my Monday is excellent. So far.
That's
I've
good.
been down to the beach this morning. Had a walk along the beach. I'm back. Picked up a few rocks to put in the rock garden. Done a little bit of weeding in the garden. So yeah, it's been pretty enjoyable. In bare feet all day, so I feel nice and grounded.
Nice.
Actually beautiful down the beach. The ocean was as calm as anything. So calm and so still. Gorgeous. The water is starting to change temperature. It's starting to get a wee bit chilly when you dip your toes in.
All right, here we go. This one should be good.
Other poem? Let's hear it.
So, this is a song. It says, "There's a world beyond what we can see, a place that's waiting to be explored. The flat earth is calling out to me, and I can't wait to set sail once more. There's a sense of wonder in the air as we journey to unknown lands. The flat earth is a mystery, and we'll solve it hand in hand. We'll explore every inch of this land and find love that knows no bounds. The flat earth is our destiny, and we'll never turn back now. It's not that bad. Damn, bro. Let me see if I can get it. I should I should write a rap song.
Oh, come on, bust out a beat.
Let me see.
I've written poems about flat Earth.
I've written raps about flat Earth.
Perform one, Kosho. Perform one.
Hold on.
Come on.
I'm
you
reading.
Put it out there. Put it out there. The mic is yours.
I have a bunch of bars about the flat Earth, but there's not time for that. It's time for the bars that the bot wrote, dude. And here's its bars. He wrote, "There's no such thing as up or down. There's only side to side. We're living on a flat Earth, and it's one big ride." These aren't real good bars, man. There's no need for a map. We just follow the sun. And when it's time for bed, we just sleep and we're done. We're always on the move. There's no time to waste. We're living on flat Earth, and it's a big race. There's no end in sight, but we don't need to know. We're just living for the moment and enjoying the show. We're all in this together, no matter where we stand. We're united by the flat Earth and the love of the land. So let's explore every inch of this great big world and create some amazing memories that will never be forgot. The fuck, dude? This fucking fucked up at the end.
It just
Shit the bed at the end of the fucking song, dude.
Didn't it? You need to sack that.
It's a really shitty. It really is a shit bot, you know what I mean? But it could just it could be.
Do something. Is it stealing its knowledge from?
Yeah, it's been trained on the entire internet. That's what it's trained on.
Really?
Yeah, there's a version of this bot that does his artwork, and you can literally type in a sentence, and it'll just create a picture out of scratch from scratch. And I've asked it to make a flat Earth model before, but I don't know, it kind of looked kind of weird. It takes a long time, so it takes like an hour to make a good picture. But it'll make it completely brand new pictures completely from scratch.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the website called "This Person Doesn't Exist"?
Yes. Yeah, you pointed it out.
Yeah, it's using the same training program, basically. Basically, it's been trained with every picture on the internet, and then it'll just randomly create a face. It's not a real person's face. It's just a fucking crazy. I'll post one right now. I try to go to like a sexy girl one, but they cost money. Otherwise, you have to settle for a bald man.
Our fuel is up around $9 a gallon at the moment, Kosho.
$9?
About $9. Well, it's between $2 and $2.30 a litre. It's close enough. 4 litres is close enough to 1 gallon. And $9. It's insane, isn't it?
How much is that American?
$9 American.
Oh, $9 American. God damn, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's $2.30 litre here. But yeah, it's about $9 a gallon American.
Check out this babe.
Person does not exist.
Yeah, but scary is sometimes it really fucks up, dude. Really fucks up. And it'll give you like a really fucked up picture. Like the eyes are there's like a face in the eye. It's like, I don't know how to describe it, dude. I'll show you one if it comes up, but it's really not pleasant. What's that, Branch? Make a ticket.
Little in joke.
Yo, Branch, you should have heard this fucking Flat Earth song that this OpenAI made, dude. It was pretty. It wasn't bad.
Don't you dare repeat it.
I already deleted it, dude. It makes some pretty hot chicks today, dude. I deleted the good one, man, because I was like, okay, let me see if we can do a rap song, and then the rap song fucking sucked. I'm trying to find a scary person that doesn't exist. Hold on.
Why is it so quiet this afternoon?
Everyone's jerking off, dude. Have you been to that website called Doppelganger?
No. I've
Yeah.
seen mine.
Are you sure it was yours? Because if in
Well,
Doppelganger, you upload a picture, and it will show you people who look exactly like you. You'll be like, "What the fuck? Somebody looks exactly like me." It's crazy. Let me go.
I was in Melbourne once, just doing some shopping, going from shop to shop with my girlfriend, and went into a shop, and this guy was coming out of the shop, and we almost walked into each other. So we had to kind of like stop and sidestep. And as I've stopped and sidestepped, this guy in the eye, and I swear it was like looking in the mirror. It was uncanny, and he's like looking at me, and I'm looking at him, and we had a bit of a moment there actually. It was quite moving, quite touching.
Shit, my girlfriend's sick, dude.
Just a little bit.
What's a little bit? That's bandsaw first realized he was a little bit gay. I mean, Jeremy's being real gay, dude. He's been talking about doing it with Rumpus. He's like obsessed with kissing Rumpus lately, dude.
Really?
Yeah, he really wants it, man, and he won't stop. He won't get off it because
Well, who said you couldn't find love on the internet?
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You have to be crazy if you think you couldn't. Yeah. A married man, now he's got a Discord wife.
Rumpus is generally on no one's side except his own.
Kind of. Yeah, that's true, but he's often brought in. I mean, I've known a lot of flat earthers who have brought him in to the debate just to settle a argument.
Oh, really?
Sure. Anthony Riley used to do it all the time.
Mm-hmm. What's happened with him? Is he still out there in the world?
Like I told you, last time I heard from him, he was targeting children, for his own words.
Oh, for
But
crying out loud.
specifically on TikTok, he was targeting them to teach them about the flat Earth.
It's the same thing about talking about. You're told yesterday not to talk about people who aren't here.
Somebody asked me where he was.
I actually asked him where he was. To be fair.
Honestly, I think he's still on Nathan's all the time. I don't really watch that show, but I think
He
Ruhiv
still,
said
he
something.
still goes on Oakley's. Okay.
I believe so, because I think Ruhiv said something about talking to him on there.
I don't actually. That's why I asked, because I don't tune into Oakley's anymore. So I knew that he was a regular with Darwin and the gang.
Sorry, who are you talking about?
Actually tune into Arwen's the other day. He's still going strong.
Are you talking about Sensman or who?
Sorry?
Just wondering who were you talking about?
Oh, I just asked Kosho, is Riley still in the trenches, still doing his stuff? Is all, because I don't tune into Nathan's show anymore, and that's kind of where he was. I don't watch his YouTube
I wonder if
channel.
he's in Ballbusters. He should be in there.
Busters, maybe. I mean, I don't know.
At least he was there, but I mean, I've only seen him in YouTube comments now.
Yeah, because he was quite a big figure a couple of years ago, doing his thing.
He might be levitating above all the rest because he debunked everything.
Maybe. I went over to what is it? The science versus pseudoscience channel, but I'm muted over there, so didn't hang around.
Finally, a place that knows how to mod people correctly.
On the science versus pseudoscience.
Yeah, I'm modded there all the time. I'm muted there all the time. It's just QE just likes to mute me. He likes to ask me a question and then mute me. Remember to tell me I couldn't answer.
Yeah, the other day he was going on about someone needing a citation for refraction, and then said light isn't the wave. And then I asked for a citation for refraction where light isn't the wave, because in all his citations it says the light waves are refracting, and he just deleted the comment and took my rolls away for 24 hours.
Well, we know,
Like, why do I even? Why?
know, Mailman, that all experiments that are conducted, right, are all done in a planar environment. So they are all evidence for flat Earth, right? Every single one of them.
Yeah, that's the pre-sub flat earther.
The pre-sub.
Yeah, we know the Earth is flat because the Earth is flat.
Oh no! All the experiments are done in a planar environment, right? So.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Well, you can see them that they're done in a planar environment. Right? Show
So
me
because
one that
we see
isn't.
bolts go over the horizon.
Is that an experiment?
No, but that's part of the environment.
Well, that's not an experiment. I'm talking about experiments here, like
No, okay.
like lasers in fish tanks, for argument's sake. Right?
Sure, they're done in a fish tank. It's not a plane environment.
100%, it's a planar environment. It's not a spherical environment. It's not a curved environment. It's a planar environment.
No, but the laser is going through the fish tank, so not on a plane.
It's 100% is going through a planar environment. It's going through a rectangle full of water and sugar. A planar environment.
But how is it going through planar environment? I don't get it.
Oh, it's not going through an environment that is a sphere, has sugar water all around it, adhering to the outside, and then laser.
Sure. So then we can say that it's almost cube. So it's going almost through an almost a cube environment, depending on the shape of the fish tank.
Well, a planar environment is horizontal and level.
Sure, and it's going through the fish tank, so it's not on the surface. So whether the Earth is flat or curved, it's still going through the tank and not on the surface.
The medium ain't representative of a spherical medium.
How do you know that?
Because you can see it with your eyes. You can observe it.
So, what do you see with your eyes?
Can you see a sphere? You look at that fish tank.
No, I see the edges turn up, so it's a concave water on the fish tank.
Only see edges on the very, very end due to water tension.
Yep. So it's not a flat environment.
Concave. Oh, concave would be turning up all over it, wouldn't it? Just at the edges.
Well, the edges.
Or is this a different concave model? It's edge
No, it's not
concave.
No, it's not a concave model. It's just the water is concave. Or if you have the fish tank fully full, then it would be convex because of the surface tension.
Well, I think you need to get your guys onto it, mailman, and rectify it.
It's quite simple. Just fill a glass, and the water surface is.
Tell them to stop misrepresenting your model.
I mean, I wish I had as good as eyes as you, so I would never have to measure anything. Like lumber, I would just look at it and say, "Yep, it's straight." I mean, it would save a lot of money.
You know what?
Surveyors.
The worst thing about wearing glasses, mailman, when you look at lumber, like Dan trying to work out whether or not it's straight or not, you got to take your glasses off.
Yeah. And the worst thing about wearing glasses is that everything that you see is refracted, so it's apparent and nothing's physical. So you live in an apparent world.
I do, yes, exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not going to disagree with that at all.
Well, I gotta go. I'm at work. There's a lot of noise, but I'll be
Right,
listening.
have a good one.
Yep, you too.
I'm going to use this Twin Stranger website and see if I can find a doppelganger of my girlfriend and see if I can hit her up.
Man, wouldn't it be bizarre if her boyfriend was your doppelganger?
That would be bizarre, yeah.
Yeah, that would be bizarre.
I'm going to find my doppelganger. Hold on.
Right, show me.
All right, hold on. I've done one for Bob No Down before. It looks like. Oh, let me find mine though.
DM it to me.
Right, hold on. I gotta fucking look it up. So far, no good. Guys don't look anything like me. I did this like a year or 2 years ago. I remember these same fucking dudes, man. I'm gonna use a different picture. Guy kind of looks like my brother.
Does it have to be like straight on, or could it be like a side view?
Now it's probably the best. The best results are going to come from the best possible picture. So straight, I guess the best kind of possible picture might be like at an angle, right? Because straight on, you might not get a full profile of your face, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like a complete profile, not like a partial or.
I'm gonna upload one for my girlfriend. Because all the ones that I put of me, I'm not really happy with. And it's probably because I need to find. You're probably right. I need to find like a one with a profile.
Right. So if I'm in space, Kosho, right, just floating around, and you're in space too, and you're 10 meters away from me, we've got a domino, right, and I flick that domino, it's got conservation of momentum. That'll keep on floating all the way towards you. Okay. Now you put out your hand in front of the domino, right, and now it stops. Right, the momentum's gone, so now it's just floating there in front of you. Okay, completely gone. No more momentum at all. Completely vanished. Right?
You think so?
Just like, well, it's not moving anymore, is it?
It hasn't vanished though.
Sorry.
It hasn't vanished. It got transferred into my hand.
Ah. So momentum got transferred into the plane's brakes when I pulled on the handbrake.
Okay.
Right? Did a U-turn. How do I get it back?
It doesn't work like that, man.
Oh,
If you
It's lost the heat. It's lost the heat, Bandy.
Yeah, it's basically just going to be. Yeah, you're not. Basically, the
thermodynamics won't let you get from a less organized form back to the more organized form.
Yeah, but what he's describing, he had a scenario where he was in a plane and he used the brakes. So he's going along the equator, and he puts on the brakes and turns around, and he wants to know if he's going to lose his conservation of momentum that he retained before.
Dissipate.
Dissipate.
Well, you're going from a more organized form to a less organized form. The thermodynamics says you can't go the other way around.
What?
Second law, because entropy, time.
Dissipates into heat.
Yeah, I think bricks work.
Dynamics.
You got bearing, tire friction.
I think brakes work.
Now we're talking about this plane that's flying right, along the equator.
Right.
It's flying along the equator. Right. So when I take off, right, the plane has conservation of momentum built into it. Right. That's why you guys say that I'm flying east or west. I either A, don't go faster or slower. One of the either or.
Well, the airplane really doesn't give a shit what latitude it takes off from, because it only cares about airspeed.
It has to. It has to care.
The airplane doesn't give a fucking shit about this, because it doesn't care about how fast it's moving. I mean, the same thing, they take airplanes off of aircraft carriers that they're moving like 30, 40 knots. They don't give a shit. They just have to overpower. All that you care about is airspeed over the wings. That's all you care about.
Yeah, but
the same thing with the. Did you see
plane, the plane doesn't have enough thrust, right, to fly. Just say the plane flies at 500 mile an hour or 500 knots. I think they measured it in knots, planes, but I could be wrong. But 500
okay,
knots.
500 knots is nautical miles per hour. Okay.
Yeah. But the Earth, because we're at the equator, right? One rotation is equivalent to 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
So it's got to go the 500 plus the 1,000.
Again,
the 1,000 comes from the conservation of momentum that's in the plane as it's taking off. Correct?
But the airplane doesn't really give a shit if it's going like with the rotation or against the rotation. It can take off on any runway. It could, all it cares about is the speed through the air. This reference frame, this God reference frame of yours, who cares? Nobody cares about the God reference frame.
I'm not talking about the reference frame at all. I'm talking about this conservation of momentum. I'm not even talking about reference frames at all.
Okay, so you take off at the equator. You've got what, 1,000 miles per hour speed. Okay, then what?
So now the plane has this built into it already. Okay, then, because the plane isn't traveling at 1,500 mile an hour, right? Well, technically it is, but it's not because we only measure it at 500. Okay,
Right.
but now I'm flying along, and I have this conservation of momentum built into the plane. So I'm flying in an easterly direction. Westerly, doesn't make any difference. Now I rip on the handbrake, I stop midair, I do a U-turn. Now I fly the other way. Okay, where now I've lost all my conservation of momentum because I've stopped.
No, you won't. You won't come to a complete stop because you'll only come to a complete stop relative to the air.
Oh, you're talking about in the air.
Yes, Howard. Yes.
So you're saying that your airspeed goes to zero?
It goes to zero. Comes to a complete halt.
Okay.
Like I've got a Harrier jump jet or something that can.
You're still going. You're still going 1,000 miles per hour east.
Yeah,
even though I'm stopped, I'm still going
relative
the
to the
same
air.
speed.
Yeah, because the ground below you is still going at 1,000 miles per hour.
Okay.
This is. You
said
it before, but you said it before that you're imparted with the momentum. You're imparted with the speed of the place you left, so you're going 1,000 miles per hour east. Just because you go stop relative to the air, you're probably on. It's a calm day. Let's say no wind, so you go back to zero airspeed, the same you had as sitting on the ground. So you're still going 1,000 miles per hour east.
Yeah, but now I'm going west.
Okay, you're going west.
Are you
so now I'm going against it.
Yeah. Well, but again, okay. So you turn. So basically, you take an airplane, turn it around, and go in the other direction.
Pretty much, yeah. But I've come to a complete and utter stop midair. If you could do that, come to a grinding halt, and I do a U-turn. Even though we can't do this, we know we can't do this.
Okay.
But just say you could, bang, right?
Okay. Now I'm going 500 miles per hour the other direction.
Other direction, exactly right.
Okay.
So in my head, right now, this conservation of momentum is gone.
No.
Right? And I want to know how I get it back again.
So you're viewing it from you're talking about a reference outside the atmosphere from a location that would be sitting still in relation to the Earth. So I mean, you got to think about it. It's all moving together, and that 1,000 mile an hour tangential velocity doesn't matter.
So what would be the difference between that airplane that took off going east, stopped, going west, and an airplane on the ground that takes off going west? Excuse me. What would be the difference between those two?
It just takes off and goes west.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop midair and go. Well, because we were flying and then we just stopped.
Yeah, but so. But what's the difference between that now and an airplane that takes off in the westerly directions? What's the difference between the airplane that took off east, stopped, turned around, is going 500 miles per hour eastbound, westbound?
I mean, from that reference point, Bandy, that's the weird saying that if the plane was flying due west at 500 miles per hour at the equator, you would see the plane flying backwards or flying forward but moving backward.
Yeah.
Is that right?
From the inertial frame.
Yeah.
Because I was only just thinking about this last night because Kosho and I had a magical drone last night and we were mucking around with the magical drone. And we were talking about this conservation of momentum and all this sort of stuff. But the conservation of momentum is only at ground level. As soon as it gets off the ground, every millimeter off the ground, its conservation of momentum is only that of the surface of the earth. As it gets higher and higher and higher, it only still maintains that conservation of momentum of Earth's surface speed, not any higher than that. That's
What
correct
about
there, Kocho, what I just said?
I gotta find the picture again. Hold on.
Yeah, but anyway, because, yeah, that's why apparently you travel in this curved path, or it appears that you travel in this curved path, even though you do. Sorry, Howard, I cut you off, buddy.
No, I was just trying to
What
get
travels
clear.
on the
You know,
curved path?
yeah, when you were talking about the plane doing a UE, I was thinking it was on the ground rolling instead of flying. I said
Okay.
and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, what would be the difference between this airplane that takes off eastbound, stops, turns on, flies west now, versus the airplane that just took off going west?
The one that just took off and is going west,
Yeah.
has that conservation of momentum in that
So does the
particular
one that
direction.
took off going east and turned around and come back. Just because it stopped doesn't mean it stopped relative to the air, so its airspeed went to zero, but it's the momentum that from the 1,000 miles per hour hasn't changed. It hasn't done anything to that.
But that momentum is in a particular direction, isn't it?
Yeah, so is the one going east. I mean, the one that takes off going west, it has the same momentum. It has 1,000 miles per hour eastbound momentum too, from your God perspective. But it doesn't. Again, airplanes don't give a shit about how fast the ground is moving under them. They only fly by airspeed. Did you see the one of the what was the show, the MythBusters, where they did the moving runway thing and the airplane still took off?
No, I don't
Well,
think I did.
the big debate was if you had a runway that would, if you had rollers under the wings, and would the airplane take off? And the answer is yes, it would, because it doesn't give a shit about how fast the the wheels on an airplane just roll. There's no connection to any drivetrain or anything.
No. Yeah, well, if the runway is only just moving, yeah, I get that. I don't know.
Let me see if I can find that one.
This whole topic is too many reference frames, even though it's all the same reference frame. Technically speaking, it's all the same reference frame.
Yeah, the conveyor belt runway.
It's the observer that changes. We can do it with a I think we can do it with a really fast jet. You can overcome all this. Camera on it. I think we can see it. Should be able to. was supposed to be the year of the sextant, I thought. It's turning out to be the year of the Coriolis.
I thought last year was the year of the sextant.
Yeah, last year.
Was it last year, was it?
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. So.
Well, Bandy, did you see where MC Toon changed to the parameters of his contest zone?
No,
You
I
can
didn't,
now
NASA.
you can now use the almanac.
Yeah, he says you have to do it. You have to do it naked.
Yeah, naked with green top.
I'm all
Like,
for that.
you can use the almanac now.
Yeah.
Happy days. I
But
think
yeah.
Brian is going to give it a crack.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, since Oakley claims that the globe math was actually derived from a flat Earth, that MC Toon decided it would be okay for Oakley to use the globe math if he could do it.
Okay.
Well, part of it was the site he has is in the past, so you could know the positions of the stars if you had been observing them at that date. So, I mean,
okay. Well, see, I couldn't understand when he was saying you can't use globe mathematics. I thought mathematics was just mathematics. It had no.
Well, it is, but I mean, you couldn't use globe geometry. Basically, might be a better way of saying that.
No, he says it pretty blatant in his website. He says you can't. He says you have to use geometry and math that what does he say that what's the word he uses? Is that basically assumes the Earth to be flat. So basically, the math you're using and the geometry you're using is because you think the Earth's flat, and so that it should be represented in the geometry. So, for instance, you shouldn't be using something that uses the dip angle for refraction based on based on the radius, right?
Oh.
A dip angle of I'm sorry, not refraction, but for the horizon.
I think it's a bit unfair that you can't use a dip angle.
You can't use things that are deriving from the globe geometry. I mean, that makes sense.
Oh, that's nothing to do with the globe. That's just working out horizontal.
Well, if Earth is flat, you can use trigonometry, just regular Euclidean geometry, to do this. If Earth is flat.
But you'd still have to have a dip angle and all that sort of stuff.
Why? The clouds should rise to eye level, shouldn't it?
No, that's a myth.
Oh, so how does the rise not rise to eye level then?
Well, you got different kind of effects, don't you, NASA?
Well,
you'd have to admit that whether flat or sphere, we look through an atmosphere, right? Regardless of where you are, you look through an atmosphere. So that is going to affect what you see. Okay, and you are trying to work out a horizontal too. Right? So using these dip angles and all that sort of stuff, I think
if you explain how dip angles work by refraction, you'd probably allow it, but you better.
Well, I've got no idea, but you should be allowed to use refraction because refraction happens regardless.
I have no problem.
That's okay.
I have no problem with refraction.
Right? And my dome, right? If I had a dome, if I did have a dome, my dome would have a radius of 3959 if I had a dome.
Yeah, the fact that the stars are height matches the diameter of the globe is sort of fortuitous.
Now, the stars are just a point of reference. They're not a height. They are just a point of reference. That's all the stars are. There's no height attributed to them when you're doing this sort of thing. They are just a point that you line up to work out your angles. No more, no less.
Tell that to Brian Leakey, because he's using the height for the stars.
Yeah, but he's come up with his own method, right?
If you don't have the height of, you can't use trigonometry, and if you can't use trigonometry, how do you compute it on the flat Earth?
Asa, you
You
can't
could
tell
easily work
me
with
that when I'm
information.
looking at a particular star, okay, star A, that star A at being 1 trillion light years away compared to star B that I'm lining up is 2 trillion light years away, that I actually know these figures. The height of the star isn't even in it at all.
Well, no,
We're
it
talking
doesn't.
about a point of reference that we point our sextant at to derive our angles from. That's all they are.
Well, you have a different belief, different theory than most flat earthers. Then.
Okay, that's not a bad thing.
No, I'm not saying it is.
But the idea you're describing works on a flat Earth. I mean, it works on a globe Earth.
I'm not saying that it wouldn't show. All I'm saying is that the stars are a point of reference that you point towards, so you can derive your angle from. Yes.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Boom.
Benzo, do you agree with the 16 nautical miles per degree?
Of baking you really low, but yeah, I did get you. Well, I'll agree with it. I've never tested the theory myself, Bacon, but I'll agree with it for the sake of the conversation. But I've never been out there. But I presume there's been thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people that have used this figure. I'm happy to go with it.
But the thing is, if that's correct, and celestial navigation works on a globe, then it's confirming the globe distances, and it's ruling out a flat surface. You can't have both. If you accept for the 16 nautical miles per degree to be correct, and for the weights done on a globe to work, those together, they rule out flat Earth, regardless of what stars are, or light bending. Even that can't save flat Earth from this scenario.
I don't know, Bacon, to be honest with you. I really got no idea. I hear all the arguments. I really got no idea myself. But the only argument is that all the stars are like the sun. They're just a point of reference that you point towards to work out an angle. So you can do your trigonometry.
Yeah, but I mean, the way you can find your position using those reference points is that you assume they're far away and that the Earth is a globe, and then you can do it.
Well, would it make any difference whatsoever if it were just there as a point of reference? These stars that we point at, right? Doesn't matter how far away they are at all. You can say they're really, really far away or really close, right? They are still just points of reference that we line up, set our sextant to, and we take our angle. So if one star is 1 trillion light years away and one is only 1 million light years away, it doesn't make any difference, because all we are lining up is a point to reference against. That's all we're doing.
I don't get how that. Is that a response to what I said?
No, it's like you're telling me that somehow the distance of the stars come into it. So when we're working out our navigation using a sextant, okay, and we have those angles written down, okay? Where in those calculations, and they may be there, I don't know, I've never asked for them before, but where in those calculations are the distance to those stars? Are they there?
Well,
Do we
it's
use
in
them?
it's in the assumption of parallel lines. So because in celestial navigation, you assume that the light is coming towards the Earth in parallel lines. That implies an infinite distance. So yeah, in some sense, the distance is there, and it is treated as infinite. So I mean, we're not going to input infinite in any calculation, but because we're using the light of the stars from to be straight lines, you can say that the distance is infinite. That's how they're
Okay.
using the distance.
That
So if
that
the distance was
infinite distance, right? Distance could be, say, 100 kilometers away or 100
no,
trillion light years away, because we're
no,
presuming that they are in parallel lines
no,
and it is a straight line.
they couldn't be 100 kilometers away.
We don't know because we don't actually
No, they
use
can't.
the distance.
Yes, we do. We do when we assume they come in parallel lines. Because if they are just 100 kilometers away, as you move across the surface, the angle would not change the way it does. For the angle to change the way it does, it cannot be closed in either
Okay.
model.
Where in the equation does it state that light rays are parallel and we have to disregard it?
Because we are using the zenith angle to be the same as the distance on the surface. That comes from the assumption of parallel lines. If lines weren't parallel, you couldn't do that.
He's making it up.
It sounds like it, doesn't it, Show?
What?
I'm just kidding, man. Yeah, he's telling the truth, dude. He's exactly fucking right, bro. Because no, think about this, man. It's really easy. If the sun is as far away as we say it is, so if you can make the observation from the Earth to the moon, which is pretty far away, it's at least 3,000 miles. People say, but it's farther than that. Either way, for that distance, the light rays are damn near parallel from the Earth to the moon. You can test this yourself. If you're able to determine the distance to the actual moon, and show that light rays are damn near parallel, you can triangulate that. Not triangulate. I'm sorry, but use trigonometry to determine the closest distance the sun could be at, and that already puts the sun. So if something would have to be at least 1 million miles away in order for them to come in somewhat parallel. So yeah, that's the same for any object. Any object that's not more than 1 million miles away, the light that comes in is going to be angled. Just based on the fact that it's close to you.
Right.
So if you can show it parallel.
We tested this?
I have. In my paper, I use, like I said, I use that proof for the, when you hold the baseball up or whatever, and and you check the shadows on the moon to the ball.
Oh, how is that testing that light rays are parallel?
Because you can see if the shadow that's created in the ball in your hand is the same as that's created from the moon, that tells you that the light coming from the sun is hitting both objects at about the same angle. Light rays are from between you and that distance are at least within a degree of parallel.
I don't know if it exactly shows that, to be honest with you. That's a mighty big jump to a conclusion there.
You don't think that shows that?
That's a good point.
Personally, no, I don't, Kosho. No.
So I mean, it makes sense. Or whenever you put a sphere on the sunlight, it's going to look exactly like the moon, right? Like same direction, same amount of visible brightness, right?
Yeah, what's his name? Bounders or whatever his name is. He did this the other day. His name rolling with the boulders.
Oh, yeah.
He was being funky last night, huh?
He's been losing it lately.
He's a good guy though. I think he's new to this community, man, and he's like, wow, this guy's really got. He's really got. You know, he's level minded and he's easy to talk to, but it doesn't take long for this community to break.
Trigger. A trigger. He triggers pretty easily. Yeah, no, I don't think that proves parallel rays at all.
Here's his picture. I don't think his picture is that great, but I'll show it to you anyways. Rolling with my boulders. Here's his. It's not that great, to be honest with you. Honestly, baseball's not the best ball to use because it's got the fucking stripes on it.
Seams and all that sort of stuff. Right. What else would you expect to see?
Just fucking something different. Why would you expect it to be the same? Why would you assume that the shadows would be the same as from the ball to the moon?
Why would you expect it to be different?
Well, it would be different if the light was so. If the moon is really far away and the sun is someplace close, you know, it might be it might be close enough to the moon that it's actually lighting up the whole thing, and the ball is only lighting up some portion of it. You think the portions would be different if there were anything but parallel, right?
Well, I think if you've got your light source coming from above, which that seems like it is coming from above, naturally it's going to have a shadow on the bottom of the ball.
Yeah, but his isn't. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Don't really see how this is proving one way or the other that light rays are parallel, because the light source itself is coming from above and there's a shadow underneath. That seems like a logical thing to be happening, actually.
Yeah, his ball's not the best. You really gotta look at somebody who. There's a good one. Thank you, Left Lane. Boy, there's Left Lane. Left Lane knows what's up, dude. Left Lane knows what's up, because look at Left Lanes. There's just two different scenarios, and it's beautiful. And both scenarios, especially the one on top, the angles are damn near identical. This is damning evidence that whatever is lighting up the moon at that exact moment is also lighting up that ball in exactly the same way, right?
Okay, and so it's lighting up the ball, right, in a similar way. No problems. So, did you just scoff?
Come on, man. It's a similar way. You and Jeremy are probably brothers, dude. I can imagine you guys would be brothers.
It's in a similar way, right? It still doesn't indicate parallel rays. Just because the light is coming from a particular direction and casting a shadow or lack of light, whichever way you want to look at it, it's just showing to me that the we got here blue sky.
I think if you thought about this enough, and we investigated a little bit, you got to think about other experiences, like some sort of spotlight on the roof of a building, or I don't know, headlight on a car. You know, if it's close enough to you, you're going to be able, even if you can't see where the car is in the picture, and you see a picture of the light and the shadows created from the light, you should be able to tell about where the light is and how far away it is from the observer.
Yeah, but when we're talking about that sort of thing. We're talking about things that aren't even close to the same scale as what we're talking.
Yeah, but that's the point. Is that the angles, the difference in angles will tell you a lot about the distance to the object. So, and you're right. It's for that reason, because the scale's so close that the angles that you're not going to expect to see this sort of parallelogram, especially with two objects that are far.
Know how we did it. It was Bacon's fault. Put us here, and now he's run. He realised the error of his way.
I don't know, man. You know, when this whole community, I'm not so worried about that, you know, you not being convinced by it or something like that. But, no, I'm just saying, you know, it's like the I just sometimes it's like the things that seem that like they should, like, we should agree on, like we should agree on the veracity of certain claims, I think is fair. And it's a fair driver. Let me show you one over here. Here's something. I don't know if this one.
I know what we can agree on, Kosho. We need to be doing a Foucault pendulum at the 21st century nightclub.
Yeah, I agree with that, man.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Here's one. Let's see this one. This is too close.
At the end of the day, Kosho, you're happy in your world, right? And I'm happy in my world. Right? So everyone's happy. At the end of the day, everyone's happy. Which is a good thing.
I'm not happy, man. I want to, because I want to see I want to see the Russian government fall. I want to see.
Really?
Yeah, I want to see man. Yeah, I want to see man go to, you know, different places.
Why do you want to see the Russian government fall?
Okay. I don't want to see that shit. I am happy. You're right.
That's pretty harsh. What has Putin done to you? Has he done anything to you?
And you guys really should watch Jim Panda's show. It's fucking funny. There was a clip, the first clip in his show today. There was a guy being chased by a cop in UK, and he's getting chased by a cop, and the cop chases him down a pier, and everyone's like, "Shit, catch that guy!" And he gets to the end of a pier, and there's nowhere to run, and he fucking pushes the cop in the water, and then he runs past him, and the cop can't do anything. It's so fucking funny. It's the best clip I've ever seen.
That on his roast show that he does.
Yeah. Let me. I'm actually gonna steal it from him. Hold on.
Does he put that up on his channel, or does he not?
Yeah, but he takes it down in TSL.
Okay, then. Fair enough. Be a little bit too controversial to be leaving up.
Oh, you know what's crazy though? There's so many new flat earthers, dude.
Really? Over there, over in his channel.
No. He puts them on his video. So
Okay.
he had a bunch of dudes from TikTok. There's a lot of people from TikTok none of us have seen before. Okay. A lot of new people. And get this though, the arguments are fucking so old, dude. It's like the oldest arguments in the world. Like fucking arguing the dumbest things you can imagine. If gravity's so strong, how's it holding down my hair? We got Jin Kazama in here. Jin Kazama in the house.
Jin Kazama?
That's right, dude. The fury from the blurry. I don't know. I kind of like those songs the AI made. It was some of them were pretty good. It really wasn't bad. It was like you know, we're gonna have an adventure and fucking good stuff. Anyways, hold on a second. I'm gonna record this video, so I gotta mute deafen. Hold on.
Hey, Jin.
Well, how we doing? How we doing, Bandsaw?
Yeah, good, my friend. Good, my friend.
Wow, well done, well done. How's it been? What's been happening?
It has been fantastic. We had a party on the weekend. And the guest of honor was a nice young lamb on a spit that was basted in honey and garlic. Oh my God, it was mouth-watering.
Honey and garlic, no less.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes. And
Yeah,
we cooked her up for about would have been 4 or 5 hours, and she was the centerpiece of the dining room table. Jin, she came straight off the spit and was sitting in the middle of the dining room table. Everyone just to bask in her glory and carve her up at will.
Salivating, yeah?
Oh my goodness gracious, Jin. It was good. It was mouth-watering. It was a good night, actually.
Did he share the balls? Did he share the testicles? Because normally, like, the chicks get them and
No. And but my mate, who actually did the slaughtering and the butchering of the young lamb, ate one of the eyeballs. Oh my God!
I was going to ask you about that.
yeah. Fuck, man. I remember we had a lamb spit when I was younger, and at a party, and this chick came along, and she just fucking, I don't know, the nuts were on or something to do with it, and you just see it. Everyone knew that she was eating one of the testicles, and it was like, oh, fuck, man, seriously. Eyes.
Yeah, no, man. Yeah, I've eaten fish brains, fish eyeball. I've eaten them. But and the fish eye is like it's like a hard rock BB ball in there. Once you suck up all the soft edible stuff, the rest is just like an orange seed. That's what it's like once you've finished. Yeah, same color. When you finish sucking it all up, it's the same color. A fish eyeball.
Yes, well, he tried to get me to eat one of them, and I went, not a chance. I haven't drunk enough to be eating that bloody thing. No way.
No way, man. But a fish eyeball, oh yeah, I've seen that done. But again, no thanks.
Yeah.
But I guess if you're in the forest and that, if you're surviving, you'd eat it without a doubt.
Oh, if it was for survival purposes only, Jin, yeah, I would
Yeah,
eat
that would be it.
Right?
Yeah.
Got no problems there whatsoever. But if I've got the choice between an eyeball and a mushroom, I know what I'm going for. I'm going for the mushroom every day of the week.
Exactly. Yeah, I used to say that to my dad as well, because in Africa, you see, they eat all the chicken foot, cow foot, and all this and that. And I used to say to my dad, why do you buy these parts of the meat? It takes a long time to cook. They're not very, and when you've cooked it, it still takes a long time to gnaw through and eat it to extract any kind of nutrition. I said to my dad, it took so long, and we were kids, remember, talking in the 70s. So I said, Daddy, and we're not desperate. That's what I said to my dad. And I said, if we were desperate living in the jungle, yeah, but we're not, Daddy. So, the money you spend to buy these foods that none of us really like, they're cow food. I said, why don't you just buy more meat? And I said, and don't buy the cow's stomach either, because that's you can't get through it. You need a really, really sharp serrated knife to enjoy small pieces. And even when you put that small piece in your mouth, you are not breaking that down with your mouth at all, your teeth. So it's like a piece of rubber in your mouth. You've sucked up all the juice and the soup and the sauce, and you've got this white piece of meat in your mouth, and then you swallow it. So you're not really breaking it down in your mouth, that is. So it wasn't really enjoyable. I said, can you not buy cow's stomach either? Because it's not good. I remember one time I spent like 5 to 10 minutes trying to eat this piece.
it fell out of my mouth on the floor, and my dog came in like a whippet when it was gone, and I was like super angry because I was hungry, you know. And the dog took it. It hit before it hit the ground. It was gone. I chased it around the house, man, but I didn't get it.
If you're that hungry that you're eating cow stomachs off the floor, fighting the dogs for it, then goddamn, bro.
Well, yeah, because those were the days when I was growing up. You know.
Oh, I see. I got you. I like to talk about when you were slumming.
No, I wasn't slumming it at all. We were living in Camden Town, but my dad was the only breadwinner at the time because my mum was working. She worked part time, so you know, money was tight, of course.
Yeah, that was a good man, though.
That's why he was buying those pieces, of course.
That's a good man, though, man. Hey, Jen, you want to see something really funny?
It's the funniest clip.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome. Watch that clip, Jen. It's so funny. Also inspiring, dude. It makes me want to go to the UK, man.
Well, that was when I was living in the UK during the 70s. You know, my dad was working very hard.
But check out this video.
Best.
Sorry? Check out this video, Jen. Didn't you fight a cop once? You beat up a cop. You fought a cop.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, watch this clip, dude. It reminds you of that.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna watch.
It's fucking crazy, dude.
Now, if it starts.
That was awesome, right, man? So.
Oh, yeah, it's funny. I had to mute myself actually when I was watching it.
It's not play. I'm clicking it. It's not playing properly.
It's probably your internet. You gotta wait for it to load or something.
Okay, yeah. Hang on a minute. It's trying to play. Silly thing. Keep stopping.
If I need to send you.
You want some good news, Jen? I've got some good news for you. Apparently, there is a massive number, huge number
go on.
of flat earthers on TikTok. They are coming out of the woodwork as we
brilliant.
speak.
Yeah, they're all retarded, though. Oh. Good news?
That's a little bit harsh.
You want to hear some of their arguments? Hold on.
Thank you very much.
They're probably bang on the money.
Okay, so here's the first guy. He's a brother. He's a brother. He's like a mix between me and James, if you can imagine that. And anyhow, so this is a brother, right? And this is what he says, dude. He has a picture. He's an actual picture of the flat Earth taken from space. I don't know if you've ever seen that picture before, but it is a real picture. And it says 1972 on it. And then he's like, this picture this is a picture from the Earth. Looks like it was taken from high up, just the Earth. And he's like, what's weird is this is 1972.
Yeah.
Look what else happened in 1972. Yeah. This is the last moon mission. It's like, is that a coincidence?
That's right.
Yeah, but dude, what's he claiming? That we went to the moon and then came back and took a picture of the Earth, the flat Earth, but after we went to the moon?
Well, yeah, that's wrong in itself. Yeah, of course it's wrong. I've seen that clip and I've seen the picture as well.
You've seen that
clip? We didn't go to the moon, so that couldn't have happened, obviously, and it can't be. This thing's still not playing properly.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do you guys a solid, okay? I shouldn't be doing this, okay? But I'm gonna share with you some of this is from Jem's Clip Show. Hold on. Don't tell anybody I shared.
I'm playing this thing. It just keeps stopping. It just keeps.
All right, dude. Just watch the video. Watch the YouTube video I posted, and just go to 2 minutes. Yeah, go to 2 minutes.
Okay, that's a good idea. I'll go to 2 minutes. Okay. Sunday roast 88 clip. Is that right? 88 clips. Okay. Let's have a look at the Sunday roast. Go to 2 minutes. All right.
Yeah, you gotta go 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All right, so there's another guy. So there's a couple people from TikTok. One of the dudes is like, "I'm not a flat earther, but I did learn some stuff that made me want to not make fun of them anymore." And he goes over all these flat Earth proofs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's obviously a flat earther though, man. But yeah, these dudes are like my age. It's like you know, all these young people. So Jem said it's like a third. It's a third wave. There's a third wave of flat Earth.
Good, I think. Thank you, Bansal. That's great news that we got
Yes, I thought
that many coming in from. But I always knew that anyway, you know. Yeah.
It's great news, but there's not that many hot ones, dude. There's one girl who's decent looking.
It doesn't matter if their arguments are a little bit rough around the edges. It doesn't make any difference whatsoever.
All right, I mean, I think it kind of matters, but there's this chick.
They've got to refine themselves, Kosho. They've got to refine themselves. So.
Yeah, there's this chick later in Jem's show. As a matter of fact, she's at the 38-minute moment in the video that I posted, and it's this chick, and she's actually pretty hot. She's got this black hair and this kind of heart-shaped face. It's kind of cute. But anyways, she's kind of strange because she's got a globe behind her head, and she's written a book about flat Earth, basically, and conspiracy theories. And she says at one point, she says, "I've been monitoring these flat earthers since 2016, and blah 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 blah." She says all this stuff. So she's like actually been doing research, and she's like, sharing the information with this. Almost looks like a shill meeting or something like that. These interviews she's doing. But I thought it was interesting.
He was talking about Putin as well.
Oh yeah. She's kind of a babe, dude.
Looks like Dell got a show as well.
Yeah, he's in the show at some point. I left before that. Did you watch the clip?
Into the lake. He pushed him into the lake, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he fucking gets away, man. I can't believe that, dude.
That's it. That's what you do. That's what you do, man. That's it.
That's funny, man.
The guy's got crazy. Back up. He's quick. He's trying to get him. He's on pursuit still, though.
It's crazy though, because
it's not the same guy, is it? No.
What do you mean? Later? I don't know who that guy is. That guy's not a flat earther or anything.
Same guy. Oh, that was good. That was.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I like.
Yeah, man. It was crazy because he gets chased down there, and you think he's like, damn, dude, he's got nowhere to run, man.
Damn, he's going to be apprehended now.
Yeah. This can't happen in the U.S., dude. This would never be a situation in the U.S., man. You'd get shot at the end of that dock. It used to be a thing, though. You'd see.
No, I don't think you'd get shot. You wouldn't get shot. Would he shoot you from the back? Bang, because you pushed him in the water.
Cops. There's some cops who they're not like the military. They're some of them don't have the best training, so they're too quick to pull out their gun. That's why people get shot sometimes because they're.
That's right. So by rights, that copper would be breaking the law, though. That copper would be breaking the law, shooting a man that's unarmed, running away, offering no danger to that police officer.
Well, if he was attempting to attack him,
from his solicitor.
If he was attempting to attack him,
that would be the argument. He was unarmed all the time, so he pushed him into the lake. Nothing happened there. He got a little wet, okay, and he ran off. So if anything, it's an assault on a police officer by the.
Yeah, I know, but I think that could justify over here
Yeah,
and shooting him.
the way the law is written, it's written in a very specific way that actually protects the police. Like they only have to think that you are potentially reaching for a weapon or their life is at risk,
Right.
and they can act in a.
Yeah, but clearly the guy is running away. Sports training gear, socks, shorts, t-shirts, no concealed weapon whatsoever, and he's running away from the officer. So to be shot in the back of the head, shot in the back, that would be breaking the law.
But what, at one point, he's close enough to push him in the water.
That would
So
be excessive force. Excessive force.
But if he's close enough to push him in the water, that means he has his hands on him. And
he didn't have a weapon, though, did he? He could have shot him, couldn't he? If he was that close, he could have shot him by this point. If he was a man with a weapon that close, the assailant could have shot him. So I don't think that guy was a police officer anyway.
Jim said that too. Jim said he could have been like a neighborhood sort of.
Yeah, neighborhood watch or one of those security guys that you have in a shop or whatever, you know. But anyway, you know, a police officer shooting a man running away in the back, that would be definitely a crime by the officer.
It's happened.
Excessive. Yeah, should have got on the radio for backup. That's what you do. You get on the radio for backup that you're chasing an assailant wearing white shorts, black shorts, and blue and white training shoes, heading east across the pier. And yeah, I'm running out of breath here. I need backup. I'm soaking wet. Can we have backup? You see what I mean? Yeah.
All he had to do was stop at the start of the pier. The guy's running down the pier. He's got nowhere to go, so he could just waited there. Just waited.
That's right. That's what I was thinking. That the guy is in a dead end now, unless he jumps in and swims off. And even then, you know, still going to be a bit difficult because, you know, he jumps and swims across the other side of the lake. Oh, that'd be fucking brilliant. Gets carried away by the current, waving. See you later, mate. Next time, yeah? Learn to swim, you cunt. Learn to swim. Oh, that would be good.
You need to invite some of these new flat earthers in here, Kosho.
Yeah. I'm saying. Did you see them though? They're in the clip right after that. There's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, I saw. I'm going to watch it again later on, but I saw the black couple and that in the picture in the 1972. But you know, yeah, I mean, come on, they've got some of it's a little bit of a misrepresentation now.
Not really. I mean, it's them. Actually, their clip, so I don't know how it's misrepresented. There's a guy who looks like the American Dell, but then in the later clip, he looks like a fucking goofball. But he's got some of the dumbest arguments, man.
Well, that's what I mean. That kind of dumb argument is like a misrepresentation.
See, here's what he says.
So he's trying. Yeah, I'm listening now. Look, Apollo 17, December 7th, 1972.
They're making statements like space is fake and that sort of stuff, which is just ridiculous, really.
What statement did he make? Sorry, I didn't hear that, Bansal.
Space is fake.
Okay, so you think space is real then?
No, I didn't say that either. But A, it hasn't been proven to be real, and it hasn't been proven to be fake either. Like we
That's
know
correct. That's correct.
We know there's something above our head, but to make a broad sweeping statement that something is fake without actually having any evidence to back it up, I don't think that is well, A, it's not scientific, is it really? Like, you know, we can go along that what we're told about space, what space is, perhaps to you and me, you know, rockets working in this void. It's just like, well, how do they do it? Rah, 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 all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, to say
we know
that they I think is going too far. To me, it's like the dome argument. Right? People say we've got a dome above
Well, it's speculation. speculate. Where's the
Speculation.
dome? Where's the evidence of the dome? Now you can show me pictures of sprites. You can show me this. That's not hardcore evidence. Now you can show me a
No.
rocket that happens that goes up and appears to perhaps hit something and stop and fall, but that doesn't mean that it's actually hit a brick wall. You know what I'm saying? So you got to
No,
have.
I never bring that one up.
Yeah, but you got to have the same skepticism with both sides. Like otherwise, you're really just not being.
Yeah, you got to be balanced in your.
Exactly.
I agree. You got to be balanced in your skepticism and that, because that's why I don't bring up that one where that supposed rocket hit the dome. I don't. That's desperate as far as I'm concerned, because you know that should have been repeated over and over and over and over again to confirm one is not enough. You know, and that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So I'm not taking. I'll never bring that one up actually. And as for space being fake, all I can say is that the moon missions didn't happen. So there's no way they could have gone into deep space. We don't have any evidence that we can go that far. Okay. I mean, clearly, if we can go 60 miles up, and they say that's the beginning, you know, 62 miles, the beginning of space, Kármán line, fair enough. How far can we go? I don't know how far we can actually go. We only know what they call is low Earth orbit, bearing in mind the Earth is not a globe. So where are we going? And where have they been?
Hey,
you know what I mean?
you know what me and Jeremy did once, and I thought it was a great exercise before it got ruined. You know, because we don't really have arguments anymore, right? But what we did was we switched places, but we took it seriously. Like you gotta really get in the character that you believe is a globe and I'm believing it's flat, and argue just opposites. You guys could do that.
Yeah, I've seen it done. I don't like doing that myself, really.
Yeah, but you have to actually take it. So you can't just joke around and say.
You got to take it seriously.
You got to actually put your real argument into it.
You got to put as much conviction as you put into the flat Earth that you know is the truth as the globe. It's going to be difficult for me because I know the globe doesn't exist. So already I'm weakened by that. I cannot.
Sure, they're the same globe, man.
I would be pretending.
That's the whole point, yeah. But the whole thing is, it's a good way to steelman your own argument.
Yeah. When you know that the globe does not exist in any single degree, there is no way you can actually, with good, you know, as hard as you can try to convince someone that the globe, it's just not possible because it doesn't exist. So even though my body language would be giving me away somehow, and I couldn't.
That's fine. I mean, I already know that you're a flat earther, so it doesn't matter if you give it away. I'm going now, James. I'm getting into it now, dude. If you can't do it,
what you mean, right? But it'd be difficult to do that, really. I mean, you can only argue. I'd only be arguing in the same way the heliocentrists argue, and these arguments, every single one of them, are weak.
Let's get into it, Jen.
There's nothing in it. No, I'm not going to bother to do that. I'm just not into that at all, mate.
Wow, dude. Failure from the start.
I'm not going to spend a single second doing that.
Oh, well.
I've lived it for 53 years. I'm going to spend the last 53 years of my life, or the next 53 years of my life, flat Earth. That is it.
And then after you're 106, you're going to become a concave earther. You're 106, you're going to turn to a concave earther?
That's never going to happen because we don't live in a concave Earth. We don't live in or on a concave Earth. It's just not there. That's not there either. It's just another one to. It's another distraction from the reality that I live.
Hold on,
that I have been. Sorry, I should say that I've been living since I've come out of my mother's womb. It's just another distraction. Wow.
That's what's up, dude. But guess what, man? We're gonna go for it, dude. And if you're not gonna do it, then I know Bandsaw. He's got the moxie to do it.
Yeah? Well, yeah, he can do it. I'm not gonna. I don't want to do it.
I would just bring up things like Aristarchus, Copernicus, Alberuni.
What they ever do?
Alberuni, yeah.
What those guys ever do?
Well, they put sticks in the ground.
So what does that mean? You can put sticks in the ground on a flat Earth too.
Yeah,
well, yeah, but you see, we have parallel light rays. You see, because the sun's really far away.
Yeah. Then what?
So
How do you explain? How do you explain crepuscular rays? Then
crepuscular rays are just an illusion of the sun coming through the clouds. That's all they are.
that's retarded,
So,
dude. There, it's obviously,
that's not retarded.
Yeah, dude, it's
Hey,
obvious.
hey, calm down. Stop getting so emotional there,
Hey man,
big fella.
you should have heard. You should have heard when me and Chemo did it, dude. Chemo got so fucking mean, man.
Oh really?
Fuck that shit, dude. But
Are you aware of the experiment that's been conducted where they have a piece of cardboard, in a circle?
Oh yeah,
and
exactly.
and they draw 5 other circles in there and cut those circles out. Okay.
Yeah.
Then they have a flashlight. Yeah. When they move the flashlight closer to the cardboard, because you've got the cardboard up in the air, and you move the flashlight towards the cardboard, the rays begin to flare out.
Yeah.
Towards that, and then when you move it away, the rays become parallel.
Oh yeah, that's exactly right, man. So what the hell about that, dude? Because crepuscular rays, this test, it shows that the rays are not parallel, and you're just making that shit up. You have no proof for it. So, what proof for the actual globe do you have? Because flat Earth is apparent.
Got a picture.
Okay, what about the fact that pictures from NASA are fake and composites, and they admit it themselves?
No, not this one. There is one that's not. It's a picture taken on film.
What are you talking about? It's not.
No, it's all fake. Even that picture is a painting. That picture is a painting.
Right? And we took a camera up, right? And we protected it, right? We protected it from the Kármán line. Well, we put it in a bag, covered in lead.
What the hell's a Kármán line going to do to it?
Right. Well, it's like radiation that destroys film and stuff like that, right? So we protected it from all that. Got the camera up there, got the film back. We took it into the processing lab, right? Processed it, and voila, we had a
Okay.
picture.
Guess what, dude? I did the same thing. I did the same thing, dude, with this big giant ape in New York City. It was on the Empire State Building. Yeah, and I got pictures of it, and I got videos and everything. So
Really? Show it.
Okay, do I have to?
100%. Produce your evidence.
Produce yours. Produce your fucking evidence, dude.
It's not about me. I didn't make the claim. Like you made the claim of a big ape on a building swatting planes. I didn't.
All right, dude, hold up. Fuck. I mean, I wasn't there for this picture, but it is.
No, you weren't there for that picture. So how do you know it's real?
Hold up.
How do you know this picture is real?
Well, you can tell by the lighting and everything. It doesn't matter. It's just as real as your picture. That's the point, dude.
My picture is very real, right? You can see water, right? You can see countries. Right? Look at that. Right? Look at that.
Yeah, show me yours.
I'll show you yours if you show me mine.
Yeah. There's fucking the Empire State Building.
Hold on. Now you're gonna make me bloody well produce mine.
That's what I'm saying, dude. So you don't have a picture.
Hold on. As we speak.
Yeah, anyway, dude. By the way, just so you know, if the Earth was a globe, there's a certain distance that we're supposed to be able to see. If the radius is 3959, that means that the horizon should be no further than 1.2.
Refraction.
Yeah, but refraction can. How far is it going to extend the horizon?
That's what refraction does.
Yeah, but by how much? Not by.
Well, it depends.
It
depends on the index of refraction on the day. You need to take into account, the atmospheric conditions.
What would you say the maximum would be, just so we can have a limit? Like, what would you say a good maximum would be?
I don't think there is a minimum or a maximum.
Yeah, Rumpus had said that with enough refraction,
you can see his ass. I know.
The back of his head.
Oh, there's his ass. Well, regardless, that's fine. I know that there's not an actual limit then, but surely maybe there's a record. Like there's a record. Like this is like the biggest ratio difference. Like this is like 50 times further, 1,000 times further.
No, there's none
Are you
of those.
referring to the Black
There's none of
Swan?
those.
Well,
Are
no,
you
they
referring?
prefer this longest distance shot.
Kosho, are you referring to the Black Swan image?
Well, Black Swan's a good one, but like or the Mount Conagu is a good one.
But did you see how the cranes are all distorted?
Well, yeah, in the Black Swan, sure, but I mean, there's other pictures like that. There's pictures like Mount
There
Conagu.
are other images of the Black Swan where there are other images with where the Black Swans in the Black Swan where the cranes aren't distorted at all, especially in the image I have, which is taken from 8 feet high early in the morning and around about 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:30, and the cranes are, there's no distortion on the cranes at all.
Yeah, but then you can
they're not bent or anything.
You can see in those photos that you speak of, you can see the Earth curve blocking the bottom half of those of the platforms.
Yeah, not in my picture. You can't because you're 8 feet. You're 8 feet above the surface. You're not at 12 inches now. You're at 8 feet, so you can see right above the ocean. Quite there's a nice angle to the oil rigs, so you're looking above. You can see the bottoms clearly.
Yeah, Black Swan is just one. We have so many examples of scenes way farther than you're supposed to be able to see.
That's right. And then in that shot, the geometric horizon should have been at 3.46 miles, but it's not. We're seeing well beyond that. It's still
because light bends.
But
light
it's not going to bend.
It doesn't bend in miles. No, sorry. I agree that light does bend, but not to that degree. And if that's the case, you have to.
So light stops when then? When does it? Why wouldn't it bend that far?
Well, I think.
What makes you think that it wouldn't?
It's the degree of the curvature that's going to determine how much your light's going to bend. You see, and unfortunately for you, we don't have this curvature anywhere. Not even a thing. You failed at 1 mile. It's not there. Geometric horizon, so we're not getting anything, are we?
The curvature of the Earth has nothing to do with light bending. They're two separate issues.
Well, look, what I'm trying to say is that if you're looking on a curved surface, the Earth's supposed to be curving, and yet we're seeing at long distances. The further we go, that would mean the more of a refraction you're gonna need, right? So that's going to be silly now. How much does light bend? You can't be talking, 9 miles of curvature, not there. So that's 9 miles of refraction.
Jan, I feel like you're on their side, Jim. Just hold on a second, dude. Because the Black Swan is a great picture, but it's not even close to the only picture like that. We have pictures literally where you can zoom in and you can see boats again, right? So they're supposed to be disappearing behind the horizon. But if you use a better camera, you zoom in, bada bing, bada boom, you can see the bullshit again. It tells you it's not disappearing. It tells you
but that's proving that there's no curvature there, of course. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I have videos of ships actually disappearing, whether you zoom into them or not. As far as you zoom in, it comes to a point where they still disappear behind the curve.
Yeah, but then again, you get a more powerful optics. You get a more powerful optics, and you can still zoom in on the ship that's supposedly going to go. And as you well know, once something, an object or a car or a vehicle, has gone over any kind of curve hill, right? Doesn't matter how much you try to zoom in, you're never going to see that way because the hill is actually in the way, blocking you from seeing that vehicle ever again. Would you not agree to that?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying with my example. This is exactly what you said is what happens. It gets to a certain stage where you've zoomed in as far as you can.
Jen, hold up, man. Hold on. Let me respond. Yeah.
It gets to a certain stage where you've zoomed in as far as you can, and even after that, the object still is obscured by the curve.
No, I've never noticed that because every time I've seen this being done, that more powerful optics has been used, and you can zoom in back on that ship in particular in this case. So that's never been proven.
But optically, even those optics have a limit. It comes to a stage where there is no further zoom.
Well, I mean, not really. No, I mean, if you can create a more powerful optics, you will definitely see that. But the question, but hang on, the question is, where's the curvature in all that distance? Because clearly we're seeing further and further and further away from our location, and there should be curvature there. We shouldn't be seeing. So don't forget that, right? You said it disappeared at the first from your eyesight. We pick up a pair of binoculars now. Oh, there it is, still moving away from us, right?
Yeah, moving away and disappearing bottom up.
Yeah, but that's the natural law of perspective from your angle and angular resolution. That's what that is, isn't it? Things will always disappear bottom up as they move away from you.
If there's a curve in the way.
Can be demonstrated quite clearly, on the streets, on a pavement, on your kitchen table or your dining table, for that matter, with a coin.
And I got news for you, man. We got to take it. We got to take it to
always disappear bottom up.
Dude, we got way better proofs than this, dude. We have things we can see too far. We have laser tests where the laser is not supposed to be able to be seen. We can fucking do long distance laser shots on the surface and underwater. There's no evidence of curvature anywhere, of water bending anywhere. Okay.
You know lasers bend, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, but it's going to bend to match the curvature of the Earth. You're right, dude.
I'm not saying that it bends to match the curvature of the Earth. I'm saying that lasers bend, that you can't use it as a proof for flatness.
No, but lasers can be used as a proof because they travel in straight lines and they hit the target perfectly. Especially when you use them at night, where there's less chance of them bending. You see,
exactly.
So to get your
it's still atmosphere though, so they're still going to bend because the atmosphere is present whether it's night or day.
It's not bending to the degree where we're hitting the target that we shouldn't hit over a given distance if the Earth is a curve. It's been proven over and over and over again. So unfortunately for you, that's you're flogging a dead horse there with that one, I'm afraid. They are a precision tool, and they work precisely over the ocean. And when you hit a target, because they're using them military and naval applications.
All right, but let's let him argue, give his response, man, because we got.
Well, let me just get it out first. Can I?
You're saying a lot of stuff.
He's pouring it on, and I'm pouring it on as well. Okay, so there you go. I'm just saying to him that we have this.
At the end of the day, Gene, you're trying to convince. This is me talking. You're trying to convince a flat earther that the Earth's flat.
I know that.
So why don't you just
dial it down a little bit? I'm going to give it all I got. He's getting all I got. He's pretending to be a glober, and I am sticking to my flat Earth. So there you go.
Yeah, but you don't have to be so passionate about it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No, Gobulus knows exactly where I'm coming from, don't you, Glob? Don't you?
No, I think you're full of crap, Jin, to be honest. I mean, you believe in a flat Earth. What's that all about?
Oh, shit.
Well, I mean, you're an Aussie cunt. You're fucking down under, confused Aussie cunt, then, if that's the case.
Well, if we're going to resort to name calling...
But I do love you, though. So don't worry.
I'm not worried. I'm just more worried about your arguments and how bad they are.
Yeah, man. You're right. Our argument.
I'm sure you don't even have an argument to even talk about.
Well, look, all of science is on my side. We've known for thousands of years. The fact that there's this little internet niche of people that just want to go against the grain, or they're contrarians because I don't know why. Perhaps they were hurt sometime when they were young, and they feel as though the world's against them, so they have to.
No, dude.
It's what it is, though, Kosher. That's what it is.
My entire life,
contrarian just for the sake of being contrarian.
My entire life, I've walked around the earth. I was in the world's greatest navy.
I'm sorry.
I was in the world's greatest navy. I've been on a ship around the world. Okay, let me tell you what I've never
around the world.
Around the circular world. Okay. Never once have I seen water curving. Have I seen ships going over the horizon, coming from the horizon? I've never gone over a horizon. Okay, so there's absolutely no evidence of curvature, and that's actually the big issue here. It's not that we're constantly showing you that we can see further than we're supposed to. and that lasers and all this stuff, and you're saying, okay, you can't use that. Well, guess what, dude? There's no evidence of the contrary of the globe, right? So the default is that everything I've seen is flat.
There's plenty of evidence, especially the fact that if you've been on a ship, what was it? What sort of ship was it? Was it
an
a
aircraft
destroyer?
Aircraft carrier. I was in an
luxury
LH2
liner. In my case,
it
was a luxury liner.
In that case, then those ships have weaponry on board, and in every single manual of any weapon that's fired, you have to take into account the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's actually a great point, because those same manuals, they also say, hey, by the way, we need to use the Earth as flat and stationary to make any of this stuff make sense. Every manual says that.
No, it doesn't. It says that you have to.
I can link you to the information from the was it the Army Research Labs at ARL. You've got NASA.gov.
Can you go grab those?
You've got the CIA. You got the KGB. They've all got documents.
Okay. You don't have to list them, Jin.
Every single sniper.
That's right. It's in the manual. Why would it be in the manual if they don't take it into account?
Yeah, it's in the manual, and whatever sniper ever say, we never use that. It's literally just in there just for shits and giggles.
Yes, they do. They factor it into every long range shot.
No sniper I've ever met or talked to ever has done that. Ever used it. Nobody I know who's done anything ever calculates that in, and anyone who ever has is not going to get anything accurate. It's never used.
We're getting a little feedback from Jin.
Yeah, okay, let me do that for you now. Sorry, guys. I'm going to go walk now anyway, so I'll catch you.
Don't go, Jim.
No, I'm going to go. I've got to go for a walk now. I'm going to walk this one. I'm going to walk this one off.
Are you going to listen to some Aerosmith?
This one off, guys.
Anyway, yeah, exactly. So what was I saying? I don't know. Yeah. The manuals. They make first of all, barely any of them say anything about Coriolis. They throw it in there just as a nod. Nobody ever uses it. I was in the Navy. I've never heard anybody even bringing it up, and no one brings it up. It's not a real thing.
There are plenty of videos on YouTube of people making long range shots where they've definitely factored in the Coriolis effect. Furthermore, there's other effects that need to be factored in, such as the Etvos effect. When you're shooting east to west or west to east, your target will either hit high or hit low because the Earth is coming towards you or going away from you.
Yeah, but it's kind of like wearing a condom. You know what I mean? Like in the movies, people are always wearing condoms, right? In real life, nobody wears them. Okay, the same thing with this fucking with this Coriolis. No, like it's in the books. People think people are using it. In real life, no one's using it, dude. Not one person uses it. It's the exact same thing as condoms.
Like I said, that there are several videos on YouTube of people making these shots and using it, factoring it in. So your little examples, it's non-consequential here.
But there's people on YouTube showing that, but they're not doing it in actual practice. Is what I'm saying.
They're showing you in practice what they're doing, so you can't even say that.
Yeah, but I mean, anybody could show you. Oh, I'm going to use Coriolis to make it 2 inches to the left, and meanwhile he's fucking just shit.
So they're bullshitting. You're saying that all these guys and all the authorities and all the manuals, they just put it in there because they just want you to believe that the Earth is a globe.
No, I'm telling you that even if those people, they don't have to actually know that they don't use it. Just nobody uses it. And furthermore, those same manuals, all of them, are describing the Earth as flat and stationary. I mean, that right there should tell you something. It's like that. Not one of them neglects to tell you that, because they have to use that in order to for this planes to work and simulations to work. Otherwise, it's not going to work. It wouldn't make much sense.
It will definitely work, and that's only it's treated as flat locally, right?
Yeah, and I suppose, Kojo, you're trying to tell us that maybe sextants don't even work because we've never held one in our hands, and that sextants are fake, right?
Yeah, sextants only work on a flat plane, dude.
It's a ball.
No, they don't.
How are you going to get an angle? You should know this more than anybody, dude. How are you going to get an angle on a round surface? dude?
A tangent point? Tangent line? You heard
Oh
of
my
tangents?
God.
Have
Dude,
you
how about
heard
you
of
actually get out
tangents or
there? How
not?
about you actually get out and do it one time and see if that's how you do it? Because you're not making sense, dude.
Well, that's how you acquire your elevation angle off a tangent.
Yeah, no.
You've never heard of the concept of tangents.
Yeah, which what you're doing right now to the conversation. You're just going off on a tangent because no, you don't use that. Doesn't make
I'm
any
on
sense.
point. I am on point. You said, how do you get elevation angle? And it can only be done from a flat plane. And I'm telling you, you do it off a tangent. You do it off a local horizontal.
Mm.
What is the definition of horizontal? Perpendicular to plumb, which can be done on a globe. You lose.
Okay, so does it say this in any almanac? Does it say, hey, make sure you're making a tangent?
That's not part of the almanac. Why
All
would
right,
that be part of the almanac?
Because it's telling you how to do it, saying, hey, by the way, in case you didn't know how to use a sextant, it has instructions in there too.
No. All you do is acquire the elevation angle, which is derived from a globe. That's all you do. Which it's derived off a tangent. That's not part of the almanac. It doesn't tell you anything about
How do
I get my radius.
Yeah, how do you get this radius?
What, the radius value? You mean the one that's being measured
One
over and over again?
you have to use to calculate this. Obviously, you need
It's
to know that
known.
value.
It's been measured.
Right.
It's been measured over and over again.
Right.
Have you heard of geodetic surveying by any chance?
Yeah, I've heard of the
Spherical axis?
Japanese Russian borehole, whatever country they fucking borehole holed in the ground, 8 miles. Okay.
Yeah, what about
so
that?
that's not a measurement that reaches the 3959. That's actually 3951 short.
Well, I'm not sure what that has to do with the radius, but I think you're just sort of scattergunning a bit here.
Well,
It's
how are you supposed to measure the radius?
typical flat earther tactic.
How are you
Scattergun and
supposed to
see if you can get a hit.
No, dude,
You're just missing.
you brought up the globe fucking numbers. I'm saying, where'd
You
you
brought
get
up a
them from?
borehole when we're talking about the radius.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, exactly. How do you know the
Yeah.
radius if you haven't measured it? But you said you've measured it, but that's the deepest you've ever gone.
I haven't said I've measured it. It's been measured. It's well known. It's established fact.
Yeah, okay. Measured how with a I don't know. I don't even know how you would do that. You've only been down 8 miles.
Geodetic surveying? Duh.
Okay, so you just come up with some theoretical explanation for what the Earth should be, and
it's not theoretical. It's
well,
practical.
how do you measure
we
something
use
you've never
total.
been to?
We use total stations. We have things such as reciprocal zenith angles, which clearly show that there is an anomaly there that would say that it's a globe.
Yeah, first of all, that doesn't mean anything. People say that shit just to make it sound like they're doing surveying, but that doesn't mean anything. Reciprocal zenith angles doesn't mean anything. There's nothing you can glean from that.
Yeah, it does.
No.
It clearly shows that your angles, they're not parallel. Your zeniths are not parallel.
Okay.
There would be if the Earth was flat. Those zeniths would be parallel to each other, but they're not.
Justify using 3959 as the radius.
What do you mean justify it?
Well, you said that geodetic surveyors, and then you said reciprocal zenith angles. But like, how are you actually? What are you using to determine? Oh, by the way, it's 3959 to the radius.
Really, I'm not understanding your question.
How did you figure out that the radius was 3959 miles?
Because we put two sticks in the ground. We measured by shadow.
Yeah, Eratosthenes did it thousands of years ago.
Wow. Yeah, Eratosthenes, 2 sticks in the ground. So Neil deGrasse Tyson tells you that you can do the same thing on a flat plane. Right?
You can't do it with 3 sticks though.
Yeah, dude. Dr. Zach, he did it with 9.
Oh, 3 is the number that's the magic number.
Yeah, well, Dr. Zach, I guess he's a magic man because he did it with 9.
Well, like I said, he overdid it by 6 sticks.
Yeah, exactly. He overdid it, and he still did it on a flat plane.
And that's why he got the wrong answer, because he needed 3, not 9.
You got the right answer.
That's just your belief.
Well, I saw the video, 30-minute video. It's one of my favorite videos.
So you're gonna take this video from whoever Dr. Zach is.
Dr. Zach is
over thousands and thousands of years of us knowing it's a globe, us directly measuring it using like I said, geodetic surveying, Eratosthenes. what? Are you serious? You can't
Let's
be serious.
see. We got Dr. Zach, a PhD, a doctor who Karen B has actually written a rap song about, and he's a living today. We have him, or we have Aristophanes, who was a fucking librarian from ancient Greece who probably never even survived. He wasn't even alive. He's not a real person. But if he was just a librarian. He was supposed to trust that he guessed with the radius using two sticks. Doesn't make any sense. So.
All right, so I'm going to post something, and I want you to explain these measurements. All right? This is going to prove to you, and actually one of the guys that I know well and I'm quite well acquainted with, and he's a great guy, Larry GPS, was actually part of this. So it's somebody in the community, somebody that we know and trust, but that you'd probably say, he's an agent or something. That's what
he's a fucking shill, dude.
Yeah, of course he is. Who isn't, according to you guys?
Yeah, that's why he puts Larry GPS in his. He came in right whenever fucking Bev and all the surveyors, in the flat earth community were,
Bev,
on the ground.
You can't be
and then
serious.
next thing you know, you have a fucking guy called Larry GPS.
Are you seriously gonna mention Bev, the guy that thinks horizontal means level?
Yeah, dude, Bev's done more.
Bro.
Bev's done more experiments today than you've done in your fucking life, dude. So
experiments? He's done nothing besides.
Yeah, dude.
No, he's done nothing, mate. He's just gone out and pretended like the Earth is flat, pretending like horizontal means level. Can't even get simple definitions right.
I'll be honest with you, man. I can't really back him up anymore, so I'll give you that one.
All right, where's this file that I'm trying to? Oh, there we go. Larry Scott. What a top bloke. All right.
That's a general answer for anything, isn't it? They're just shills.
Exactly.
It's been compartmentalized, right?
Yeah,
we have a whole industry of scientists that are peer reviewed with such scrutiny, and all they're trying to do is debunk one another.
Yeah, guess what, dude?
They are trying to debunk one. That's what they do. That's what they do. They try and debunk one another, and they can't. They try, but they can't.
Guess what, dude? I've seen a paper that says that 80% of all peer-reviewed papers are 100% fucking made up, not real. There's no real people attached to it. There's nobody fucking. You can't even find out who wrote the paper. That's not important, dude. I'm looking at this fucking paper that Globus posted. What the fuck is this, dude?
So
I'd like to see such a paper that says everything is made up.
It's not going to say that on the paper, dude.
Can you explain the measurements made by those total stations and why the angle, the zeniths are not parallel?
Wow, dude. So you're going to expect me to believe that, I don't know, something looks like you drew this on paper? That these are... Dude, I can draw a picture. I can draw the exact same picture with two straight up fucking lines and claim that...
This is a representation of measurements made by total stations. It's data.
It says not to scale.
The scales it's not consequential here. It's whether or not the angles have been measured the way they've been measured, which is what's exactly happened.
Oh, let me look at this, dude.
So you're claiming the data that they got from their total stations, they made it up just to shoehorn in a globe belief.
Dude, I mean, I'm just saying anyone can do that. Like I could show you the same thing, and what are you gonna say?
Go and do it then.
If
anyone can do it.
Would you just accept, or would you claim that it was fucking made up? That's what I'm saying, dude.
You can actually confirm this yourself very easily, very cheaply.
Really? How? What tool do they use, Bandsaw?
Yeah, it's typical flat earther shit, though.
What tool do they just do this, Bandsaw? Don't answer in groups. I'm gonna see what tools. If I can do this myself, Bandsaw, what tool are they using?
You could use a total station. That's what you'd use.
It says theodolite.
Okay. You use both, couldn't you?
Fucking liars, dude. That's what I'm saying. You guys are just making shit up.
Liars. Oh,
you guys are just making shit up. Use a total station. It says use a theodolite.
Oh yeah, dispersions and accusations there. Liars.
Par for the course, bro. You know what? I'll be 100% honest with you. You guys don't have anything, dude.
I don't think you've been honest yet.
Yeah, you haven't explained. You just hand waved it away, saying, "Oh, they just drew this. The data's it's all fudged."
Anybody can present this, man. This is not.
Dude, this is
nothing.
data. This is actual data. Data, however you want to pronounce it.
Yeah.
Tomato.
Right? Yeah, okay, man. Mr. fucking rap god over here. Trying to give me bars.
You're welcome for the bars. You're welcome.
Let me fucking let me show you something, dude. Give me a second.
Show you a song made by AI.
Hey, man. That was personal, dude.
Simple question. Why aren't the zeniths parallel? I mean, if you can't answer that, then
dude,
you're bad at this, man.
I'm telling you, it doesn't have to be legit. This is literally just somebody who drew this on paper. You think that those are accurate? It says not to scale. You think that those angles are actually the angles he got? He was
Those
this
are
guy,
the
Larry.
angles-
His name's Larry GPS.
Those are the angles acquired from his total station.
Okay, where's the video?
I can show you video. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, show me the video that has all this data. I want to see that the data from this is from the video. Otherwise, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, dude.
All right,
Anybody could just
give me a
write a piece of paper and put numbers on it.
Reciprocal zenith angles.
I want to see like the actual
This is basic
these
shit.
measurements in video form.
I'm about to post that. Just give me a sec.
Because I'm like, why is he writing not to scale on there? If it's like anybody could draw a fucking curve. Oh, this is a ball.
Because the land
Right.
isn't to scale, but the angles are accurate. Of course, that's not to scale because look at you really think the land's gonna look like that? Like he's
I
drawn
mean,
it?
I can show you a fucking flat Earth test very similar where it actually does look because it's an actual picture. It's not fucking a drawing with numbers on it.
Stick to the argument at hand, mate. Look, I've just shown you. There you go, Jesse
Oh
Kozlowski.
wow, Jesse Kozlowski. Oh my god.
What? What's wrong with Jesse
my
Kozlowski
God.
now?
This is crazy. Okay, dude.
What's wrong with him?
Jesse's a shill.
Yeah, you're gonna show me fucking
Yeah,
like
let's dismiss everyone that contradicts our position and that owns us as a shill.
So you're gonna
It's
tell me
the
like
same
contra
shit with you
train
guys.
and then tell me that fucking that lake is curving, fucking that much.
By far.
Have you seen the video? Have you seen the video?
I have seen the video.
Try to refute the video when
how he made it.
the angles measured are clear, concise, to the point, destruction of your paradigm. Just accept it, man.
Dude, first of all, he's so boring when he fucking explains this shit. You didn't even watch. I know you didn't watch this.
Yeah, just because you don't understand it, you dismiss it as boring.
He talks slowly. Hold on.
And doesn't mean that his information is incorrect.
Exactly.
You don't like the cadence of his voice.
Oh
That's right.
Wow, minute 47. Fine, I'll watch it.
Yeah. Not very long. I'm sure you can sit through that. Sure you have the attention span for that.
Dude, this is such bullshit. This is not even a measurement, man.
It hasn't even been a minute 47 and you're already judging it.
Because he's literally just looking down. He's looking down. He didn't even put his eyes on it. This is such bullshit. Hold on. He just point, dude. He's just point. Oh, wow. This is nuts, dude. He literally just points. He doesn't put his eye to the fucking thing. He just points the direction he thinks it is. Oh my god.
He knows the direction it is. He doesn't just think, oh, okay, it's in that direction. I'm just going to point there. Mate, I tell you flat earthers, I don't even know why I waste my time with you guys.
How do we even know that that machine's not just designed to trick people into thinking that we live on a globe? Like, how do we know what's in the programming?
Not even using it, dude. He's literally just pointing around the fucking grass and pretending he's using it.
You can't be serious with that question, writing.
He doesn't.
What do you mean? Like, all the geodetic surveyors seem to think we live on a globe, but how do we know they're not being tricked by these fancy devices? They don't know how to program the device. They don't build them. Do you reckon they ever test them, or do they go, no, this is a device that I use to test other things?
With a theodolite, you think it's programmed?
Yeah.
Program.
It goes, well, it's possible, isn't it? You can't say it's impossible that this device, once it looks further than a certain distance, just tricks you into, adds in an 8 inches per mile squared so that you can cancel it back out so that it can be like propagating a lie. You don't know that's not true.
It's measuring an angle. There's no programming involved.
Yeah, but it just knows how to measure an angle to show you like a 8 inches per mile squared drop.
It's not that it knows. You look through it and you measure the angle.
Right, it's not measuring
The instrument itself isn't.
mile drop. It is
Yeah,
measuring
exactly.
angles. That's what it is doing. Right? It can measure any angle.
Well, let me tell you what I saw, dude, because it was a great video. And I spent 2 minutes on that. I'm glad I spent 2 minutes watching him point around the fucking grass, right? And imagine that he's measuring anything. He doesn't even fucking touch the theodolite, dude.
Dude, if you don't understand what's going on in the video, then I don't know what to say to you. I think this conversation is way beyond your pay grade.
Give me the timestamp when he's making a measurement.
You need to reevaluate your life.
Yeah, okay, dude. I just had a flat earth wedding, dude. What'd you do?
I had a globe earth wedding where we watched ships, clearly sail over a horizon. It was by the sea.
So,
well, I'm not sure what that has to do with
your weddings are boring, dude.
Watching a beautiful, seaside wedding, watching the beautiful curve being, mounted by ships, and it was absolutely gorgeous.
You're watching. Yeah. You should have been doing the mounting, Globus.
I did later on that night.
Hey guys, why don't you save the chit chat till after you guys proven that the Earth is a globe?
Evidence. You haven't produced anything.
Yeah,
no,
all you did was make fun of the video because of the guy's voice. Say that the guy was looking, at grass. But
I watched on mute, dude. I didn't even listen to him because he's boring as hell.
You mixed the crux of the whole argument. Sorry, Bandy, go ahead.
All you've got is a lot of hot air at the moment, Kosho. You
haven't
got one bit of evidence, like just a lot of chitter chatter in the background.
Yeah, hot air. Also, all you guys have had so far.
With that boring cadence in your voice.
Dude, you shut your fucking mouth, dude. Listen to me, dude. All you guys have given me so far is a boring paper with numbers on it. That means nothing.
With a video to go along with it. With a video showing, putting it to practice. Putting that data into practice. That was the video. If you don't understand, if you don't understand it, reevaluate your life.
Oh my God.
Maybe you need to understand it first before you criticize it.
Exactly.
Dude, I watched the video. He shows his hands 5 times, pointing. I'm gonna point here. I'm gonna point here. Doesn't write shit down. Doesn't even look through the theodolite. Doesn't even fucking. Who knows what he's even saying? Because I have it on mute. The thing's retarded.
Typical.
So you don't even watch it. Like you're missing out on all the important information because you
Fine, I'll watch it again.
Decency to actually watch it and listen to the information.
I'm putting on the subtitles.
That's such a typical flat earther attitude.
Typical.
To, cherry pick the information that
that's
they want
right.
to pick.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, answer this question.
Here's another video.
Oh my God.
Using a Leica total station.
This is too long. Hold on.
It's 1 minute and 18 seconds.
God,
I know you guys don't have that attention span, but
dude, why can't you just do GIFs, dude? Why can't you just put him a GIF of him doing it?
Because it's too short.
To actually cater for that attention span.
That's exactly. You're spot on, Bandy. That's why I didn't want to pick a 5-minute video because I know these guys, be like,
dude,
start playing with Play-Doh and whatever else they do, eating crayons and whatever else.
You want to hear you want to hear a true story? My girlfriend's my girlfriend was telling a story because my girlfriend was talking to her sister. Her sister has a little boy, and he was peeing out like blood. Like he was peeing out red shit for a couple of days, and she was so scared. They took him to the doctor, and when they were at the doctor, like, okay, well, have you been eating beets or blackberries or something? And they said no, nothing like that. And he says, have you eaten anything weird, anything? He says, well, I did eat a red crayon. Fuck. And I was laughing, so I was like, dude, he's really a crayon muncher, dude.
I bet he's a flat earther.
But he's a globe earther, dude.
No, he's a flat earther. He's eating
Typical, aren't
crayons.
they? Just a lot of them. Just they're like, oh, let me show you a pretty picture. Oh, I can't because I ate all the crayons I was using to draw it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why isn't this picture?
Can't
Why
show you a
is the
physical.
picture all in black and white and the numbers on it? Oh, I ate all the crayons.
Yeah. Can't show you a physical representation of something. So they're like, look at this tiny little number. That tiny little number, because it's not zero, means we live on a ball. It's like, come on, man. Show me the
Yeah.
actual curving water, and you might be getting somewhere. Show
Yeah,
me this
explain.
number on a device
again-
that we don't even know how it's programmed.
Yeah, because you don't know doesn't mean that everyone that uses one knows or doesn't know. Sorry.
Yeah, so answer this question: how do you have a vacuum next to a high pressured fucking thing, right? Like a fucking a air tire next to a vacuum, right?
Number
okay.
one,
Why
it's not a
do you have
perfect
it
vacuum.
without a
Number
fucking
one,
container?
let me stop you right there because you're already making shit up. Number one, it's not a perfect vacuum. We all know that. Number two, gravity. Simple, just one word,
Oh, wow,
and they destroy you.
Yeah, the answer to everything. Gravity saved my dad, man. My dad was a fucking pot smoker.
Gravity saves us all on a daily basis. If it wasn't for gravity, we'd just all be floating up there. And how are we supposed to go out? Yeah, how would we go about our daily lives if we didn't have it?
Just pray to the big G, man. Big G in the sky.
Well, it's been proven that people do it in, even high school students test it every day on a daily basis. Scientific experiment.
Universities every single day.
Absolutely, all the time. Even high school students can do it.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
this is
like, yeah, they go do it. It's a good argument, but do you? Do we have anybody here who's tested this, or is it just like you want us to take the word of some snotty rich kid who, swung a ball and went, yeah, found globe?
I've tested it, and guess what? It didn't happen.
Hang on, have you guys been to Antarctica? Because you haven't been there doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Yeah, I have a friend who's been there, and guess what? I haven't seen him since. His name's Human Sheeple. Not a fucking joke, dude. I'm fucking laughing. Human Sheeple was a good friend of mine. He was fucking making a hydrogen balloon, heading to Antarctica. Last I heard of him, he was on his way.
So in order for things to be true, you have to personally verify everything. Is that how you live your life? So you're just that paranoid and that dumb that
somebody else verified it, so it's definitely true.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What you have to put through, everything has to go through your personal verification process in order for it to be true. You can't live your life like that. I mean, you can't be serious. This is paranoia at its utmost.
Yeah.
You guys trust the news, right? You guys trust the news. I'm reading the news right now. It says Russia is attacking Ukraine. We're enemies with Russia. Wait, what is all this? Wait a minute, hold on. But we're all agreeing about fucking Antarctic Treaty, the longest treaty ever, and fucking all these enemies are best friends all of a sudden.
You're sounding like a Putin puppet. Not gonna lie.
No, dude, I'm sounding like somebody who's actually telling you that you can't go to the Antarctica. People go there, they don't come back. And
you can go there
all the world, all the
Any
world.
day of the week you can go there. You can get a boat or a plane there any day of the week.
No, you cannot.
You
Any
can
day of the
actually
week you
get a
can go
job
to
there.
Antarctica.
You can get a job there if you so desire. You can do it
Which
yourself.
days of the week have you been to Antarctica? Come on.
So why do things fall at 9.8 meters per second per second?
Because that's the rate they fall at. What does that matter? That doesn't mean anything.
Well, it means that there's a force making them accelerate downwards at that rate.
No. Let's say something falls to the ground. How did it get up in the
Isn't
sky?
it? You're saying, why does this thing, is it a force? How do we know that?
Because it's making something accelerate towards the ground.
You picked it up off the ground. You gave it the energy that makes it go to the ground. It's supposed to be on the ground. You picked it up, gave it work, and that's why it's going back to the ground.
But then it's going back down. I may have picked it up, but then it's accelerating down. Am I pushing it down?
No. You picked it. You gave it the energy.
I gave it the energy in order to pick it up. But then
I think there could be a force pushing down. I just don't think we've ruled out all of them. I think we're like, oh, maybe it's the mass of the Earth. That's probably it. And here's some numbers that show it, rather than going, well, could it be electrostatics?
No, but it's been
tested all these other options, or do we just go, it's probably gravity. That's good enough. Moving on.
Gravity's their answer to everything.
It's obviously mass attracting mass. Have you guys not heard of the Cavendish experiment?
Dude, have you ever seen it done?
Yeah.
It's not successful, dude. People will pretend to do it, and then you watch them do it, and like, wait a minute, what the hell? It's like, oh, you're the laser is hitting the other laser, and it's just Cavendish. It's not Cavendish, dude. It's not mass attracting mass. You gotta actually sit there and observe it and see what's actually happening. Nothing's actually happening.
So you're saying that when you haven't seen the masses attract?
Yeah, you can't just put two balls together and that's what you should be seeing. You should be able to hang two balls and you should see them, cling together.
Not as simple as that.
That doesn't happen.
So you want to deny science? You want to deny Newton? You want to deny classical mechanics? You want to deny all those laws just purely because you think that you are somehow smarter than all of them?
No, there's classical mechanics that's legit. There's a lot of people in history that actually are not legit. Isaac Newton was studying the Bible most of his life, trying to debunk it. He thought there was 300 years of history missing. He would drink mercury, thinking he could fucking live and fly from fucking the roof of his building, do some dumb shit like that. Okay, Einstein was selling girls' clothes, stealing fucking other people's ideas.
Yet all these laws work out and they can be demonstrated. Right.
No,
So what's your point?
Yeah, the laws. Show me space time. Show me space time anywhere, and show me it bending.
You've never seen space time bend?
Oh my god! Yeah, actually I did. I forgot that.
It
movie.
happens
I forgot
on a daily
movie.
basis.
Yeah, I did see that.
When you drop something, that's space time bending and making it, attract to the other mass.
Yeah, that's your claim, bro.
Bending is when I drop things. What is this going
Exactly. Exactly right. When you drop something,
are you on?
that object is bending this fabric of space time.
It's a fucking claim, dude.
You don't know that?
That's a huge claim. I'm going to love seeing the proof for this.
Cavendish experiment.
Cavendish
Don't use a
experiment for
trampoline, dude.
bending of space time.
Yeah. That's why the masses attract each other, because due to the uneven distribution of mass, that then in turn warps and bends the fabric of space-time, causing the objects to attract. You haven't seen the example with the lycra? Surely you've seen that.
The example with the lycra, no?
Yeah. All right, let me show that.
I got news for you, bro. None of this stuff has been tested legitimately. This is just stuff that people.
Well, I'm about to give you some evidence, so relax. All right, here we go. Space-time visualized. Bang.
Let me see.
Read and wait.
Hold on. I'm watching porn. Hold on.
I like balls.
Gravity visualized.
Give me a minute. Hold on.
It's as easy as A, B,
I'm
C.
hold on.
Typical flat earther, short attention span.
Hold on, I'm banging. Hold on.
These are all simple concepts. I can't believe you guys can't grasp them. Especially space time.
People have known this for 2,000 years.
Just don't get them. I get them. I just think they're ridiculous. When I drop things, space-time is bending. How don't you get this? It's just, come on.
Well, the fabric of space and time is all around us.
Oh, wow. Dude, I said don't use a fucking trampoline, dude. This is such bullshit.
That's not a trampoline. If you think that's a trampoline, then again, reevaluate your life.
Sorry, I wasn't a rich fucking kid. Fucking parents gave him everything.
I know this video is a little longer, but I believe in you. I believe you can get through it.
I got something. Like, this is the kind of shit I want you to be fucking showing me from now on. This is an actual article from one of Einstein's papers. This is like actual quote. Dude, none of that shit's real, man. So is that is the space time? Is it actually blue, or is it just to help us, visualize it? because that's
Obviously,
fucking
it's to
blue.
help you visualize it. It's just typical flat earther focusing on something that has nothing to do with the premise.
Okay, so gravity's a fucking bald dude with glasses. Okay, cool, man.
No.
I got news for you, man.
Oh my
I got
god.
news for you, dude. It's a cool claim. It'd be cool written in comic books and stuff like that. But just claiming that things fall because space time's bending.
It's
doesn't make sense
demonstrated.
unless
It's not
you
just a
actually see
claim.
it, unless you actually see the space time itself bending.
It's a
Demonstrated every day.
I'm demonstrating my claim.
Dude, that's not space. So the blue stuff right there is space time.
It's how you can conceptualize it.
Oh my god.
So how? So what does that?
We have,
What does
we
that
have, we have
actually
to make
mean?
it simple. We've got to make it simple for you guys.
What does what mean, Harry?
So that space time. What does that mean for like? How do my clocks work when I'm near that place? What's going on there? It doesn't make sense to me.
Hey, listen, you buddy old pal.
What's going on? This is GP Scooter. What's your name again? GP Pilot. G Pilot or something.
Yep.
He sounds like a flat earther.
He
sounds
dumb.
dumb.
He's Canadian. He's Canadian.
What does a flat earther sound like?
Hey, what is
Dumb?
that?
Ad homs here.
Oh,
Well, they just sound ill-informed, uneducated, obnoxious.
Logical.
You know,
Wow,
yeah,
nothing but ad
logical,
homs and pro men.
full of logical
Yeah, if they had it, don't worry,
fallacies.
don't worry, Kosha. If they had an argument, they would present it.
That seems like a little bit of a dick move on your part there. It's saying that all Canadians are ill-informed and that they don't have the education.
Yeah, I
I
know,
didn't say that, did I? I said all flat earthers. I said all
No,
flat
I
earthers.
heard he's Canadian. He's Canadian. Oh yeah, he's a flat earther.
Yeah, dude,
So I
these are
kind of
globers,
added
dude.
2 and 2.
They're the most
Well-
insensitive pricks in the world. These globers.
Look, all I've been doing for the past 10 minutes
That's
is
where I kind
show
of
you.
draw the line, by the way, with the whole ill-informed with me being a Canadian. That like, there's lots of people that have, no matter where they're from.
I'm on his side, man.
Well, anyway,
where
if
he
we can
was
get back
saying
to-
he's Canadian, which is the same guy that said he's on my side, supposedly.
Me?
Did you say you were on my side?
Yeah, I'm on your side, dude. What are you talking about?
Ah, screw you. You're not on my side.
What?
He's a flat earther.
I'm a flat earther. I'm a Canadian fucking flat earther, dude.
He's a flat earther. You got to forgive
Are you
him.
Canadian?
I'm from Toronto, bro.
Toronto?
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I'm probably just trying to create some kind of like, I'm trying to make it humorous in some sense,
you're
even if
good,
I'm
you're
making
good.
myself idiotic.
We're all laughing. We're all laughing. You're
I'm
good.
trying to make an ass out of myself, literally. I'm trying to
Well,
be,
Literally.
you know.
You've already done that by stating that you're a flat earther. I mean,
I didn't state that I was
mission
a flat
accomplished.
earther. I did not state I was a flat earther.
Well, you sound like one.
Oh, well,
Hey,
that's
man.
your assumption.
Yeah, dude, guess what?
You know,
That's
I'm
the proud-
actually
that's
still
the
on the
proudest-
fence,
that's
actually.
the proudest thing you can call yourself, dude. So don't let that insult you. Wear it like a badge.
Thinker is what you should take that as. Like, of course, they're like, "Oh, you don't agree with my scientists, so you're an idiot." It's like, yeah, I encourage free inquiry, thinking and checking these things for yourself, and that's an insult now. Okay, insult me, bro.
So, what makes you think that you can dismiss thousands of years of proven science, thousands of years of experiments, just dismiss that purely based on the fact that you think you're special, or?
Oh, guess what, bro? I'm a free man.
Yeah, I think I'm a free man, and I shouldn't just have to agree because, like, oh, but yeah, this other glober says it's true. It's like, okay.
But it's proven fact. It's not a matter of agree or disagree. It's not subjective. It's objective. As per all the evidence I've been posting. All the scientific experiments using the
Hey, I
scientific
think
method.
I'm special. I think I'm very special. I went to special class when I was a kid.
Well, yeah, most flat earthers did.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah,
Okay,
we did.
tell me,
That's
is
right,
that an
bro.
honest joke? Or is that a joke, or is that a truth?
No, it is true, dude. And that's because
established
we're
fact.
gifted. That means that we're smarter than you fuckers, dude. There's a reason why only a few of us actually are able to grasp the veracity of this. These are some pretty easy things to observe. Like, you ever imagine waking up, never seeing the curve of the Earth, always seeing the Earth flat, and being one of the only people in the world who fucking is like wakes up to the common sense idea that, wait a minute, there's not any evidence otherwise, right? I feel like I'm in a fucking madhouse, dude.
Yeah, I'm the only I'm the only one thinking logically about this and asking questions. You just ask none of these questions. You don't know anything about the radius or how it's found. You just go, it's probably true. And then after all that, they're like, you're a fucking uneducated idiot. Like, I know your model better than you do.
Nobody said that we just think that the radius is we know it's measured. It's common knowledge. You can do it yourself if you weren't so lazy. You know, that's what you flat earthers always do, the same thing.
You don't want to do any of these things yourself.
You
Exactly.
flat earthers.
Right.
Yeah, you
All
flat
you
earthers.
do.
You dumbasses. In other words.
Yeah, that's all they can resort to. We should be used to this by now, Kosho.
Hand wave, dismiss
They won't attack the
everything.
argument. Just call us idiots.
Right.
It's character analysis. It's got nothing to do. It's not an ad hom. You know, I'm just
those flat earthers. Oh.
Right.
Yeah. See what I mean?
Why are you a flat earther? To watch a couple of YouTube videos and all of a sudden you were convinced. Like you've
Yeah,
done
exactly.
You've done nothing yourself whatsoever.
Dude, watch your fucking mouth.
Some crackpots.
I have a question. Why can't we just get along? Why can't
Well,
we
guess what?
get
These
along?
people rape and pillage, and that's why we sent them away to fucking, not be fucking members of society, but actually be prisoners. Next thing you know, these guys are fucking part of the United Nations, and so supposedly our allies. These guys are fucking criminals, dude. All these guys.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Extracting your taxes from you, selling you these cheap CGI that you're just too brain dead to even look into, and see that immediately they're obviously scams. Some of them, they have like a fluffy doll just appears in front of her and she plucks it out of thin air.
Oh, yeah. Everything's CGI, Harry. Everything's CGI.
Hey, Tom, say something.
They still won't pick it.
You heard all the conversation. Say something.
Why would
come
they
on,
lie
do you
about
have
this
any
anyway?
kind
Like,
of
what's the motive?
conversation? Not only about that, but the conspiracy about Ukraine, or not conspiracy, like
it's news. It's not even conspiracy. It's news on Ukraine, right?
Yeah. So say something.
Yeah, guess what, bro? Ukraine's a
Ukraine's a
beautiful place.
conspiracy? Really?
Ukraine's a beautiful place.
I don't call it I don't. Nothing's really conspiracy because.
Yeah, there's no such thing.
What? Ukraine doesn't exist? Have you been there?
Yeah, good question.
Is this where you're going?
That's exactly where he's going.
I know it exists, but like what I'm saying is, there's lots of propaganda in North America. You can't trust anything that comes out of anybody's mouth these days.
Oh, here we go. Paranoia.
Except for whores.
Exactly right.
Oh.
No, it's the truth, dude. A whore is the only person who can talk to all the people, all the politicians, everybody. Nobody's afraid to hold back from them. And
are you talking about horrors? Did you say horrors? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm gonna
get a problem with
news whores. That's what they do. The people that binge watch the news, they're news whores.
Yeah, what's wrong with the news, man?
Hey, man, like on the mainstream media, it's full of fucking shit. You know, sheep.
They're all in on it.
You know,
they're all in on it. Every single TV station, every single news outlet, they're all in on it.
Name one that's not.
Reading from the same narrative and stuff, are they? They're all in on it.
Name one person you've ever seen on TV that you trust.
Not a single person at all. That's all I can tell you.
All this stuff is fake, and yet you've got no whistleblowers coming out and
exactly.
Yeah, we do actually, dude.
Whatsoever. Really?
Yes, we do. Yeah. There's a Brazilian soccer team. There's a Brazilian soccer team who's all flat earthers. There's fucking Obama basically called out the whole fucking flat earth society. Said stop fucking posting this fucking fake memes. We don't need the flat earth society in here. Like he fucking knows that they're shills.
You know what? the thing is that why can't we accept each other's differences? Well, like if I'm a round earther, right?
Wait, what? You're a what?
No, I'm using it in my own words.
Is it a brown earther?
You know, if I'm a glober, right? Like, why should I hate you and try to state a point and try to challenge you on your own thing?
Because
You
we're
know,
gonna eventually
why
fight
should
you.
I?
wrong?
Like,
We're not
why
gonna
should I?
accept you if you're
Why
wrong.
should I challenge? Why should I be having a problem with your opinion or what you view it in any sense of the way?
In
Because
the
they're
end, only one of
objectively
us is gonna
wrong.
survive.
It's not even an opinion. They are objectively, provably wrong. Demonstratively so.
You don't get my point, though.
But if they're
Is
gonna,
that someone who's a flat earther, just respect that they
no,
have.
though, it's dangerous though.
Why is it dangerous?
Dangerous about
Because
it. What's dangerous about flat
because
Earth?
because
How
they're
many
out
other
here
flat
spreading
Earth
misinformation to children, for example, which are very vulnerable, and implanting their own, bullshit ideas, and giving them just completely the wrong information of their very own cosmology.
It's dangerous
Which is
to teach
proven.
children
It's been, like I
things.
said, it's been proven. It's objectively true, and there's
proven,
nothing
has it?
these guys can say. Yes, it
How did it
has.
get proven?
Well, photos. You've never seen a photo from space of the Earth being a
A
globe?
photo is proof of something. So if I show a
Space.
photo of me with an 8-inch cock, you're like, it proves
Well-
eggshells is an 8-inch cock.
If it's a photograph, yeah.
Yeah, and
I didn't know you could say
Have you ever
that.
heard
I
of
have an
pixel
8-inch
lenses?
cock.
that rulers are real.
Tell you if you don't think a photograph can be faked.
Have you ever heard of
Like a
pixel
photograph
lenses?
of a bridge, of a document that says I own a bridge. You interested?
Am I interested in what? Sorry.
Yeah, they trust random pieces of paper, dude.
Are you interested in an 8-inch cock?
Hey man, my kids are in here, dude.
Oh,
Show me
okay,
that in a
sorry.
vacuum.
But there was somebody else saying that, sir.
Dude, he wasn't
those
talking
sort of
about.
words.
He wasn't
I
talking
think
about that, man.
I think we've got another idiot flat earther. I think Mole Man's here.
Hey, really, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for kind of saying things. I thought it was
Dude,
okay to say
someone
certain
was
things
speaking.
because that other guy was saying certain things, and I was like, okay, well, then I'll
You're good.
I'll go.
You're good, man. You're good, man. Just let's get back to the dilemma.
So yeah. Have you ever heard of pixel lenses?
I got muted, so I was
What?
why I'm worrying,
Oh my
right?
god.
Dude, you're good, man. Let's just self quiet yourself.
So I think he said fisheye lenses. I think that's what he was asking. All right. So you realize they don't take GoPros up to space to take photos of the Earth.
Oh, they don't?
Wow, dude.
Well,
sounds like you.
not really. No.
I can show you a concave price.
Yeah.
So
All right.
yeah.
With a GoPro, right?
Yeah. All the cameras in space
All
are
right.
GoPros.
So in 1972, when they took a picture of the blue marble, you're over talking me, typical flat earther. In 1972, when they took a photograph of the blue marble, did they have GoPros back then with fisheye lenses?
Can you show me the physical negative of the image? No, you can't.
What? So you want me to show you negatives? That's how far your paranoia has taken you.
It's not paranoid. I mean, you're just lying. So.
I mean, you're just calling me a liar. That's neither here nor there.
I mean,
when
you
I'm
have no
telling you,
evidence.
all right. Do you want me to post the blue marble in 1972?
Yeah, post the negatives. Yeah, the physical negative.
Well, as a result of a negative, you have what's known as a photograph.
Sure. And if you have a photograph, you should have a negative. So post the negative.
Well, the negatives have never been released. So you think they should release them for you guys that are you so paranoid?
Oh. So
that's what you guys
been
want?
released to anyone. No, not for me. For anyone.
But they don't need to. That's my point. Why would they need to go that far?
They don't need
to satisfy
okay.
someone's paranoia. That's why.
No, it's not paranoia.
It clearly is because you can't accept a photograph that everyone accepts.
Yeah, I can show you a photograph of a dinosaur. Do you accept it?
Would it be a photograph of a dinosaur? They had photos back then.
Yep.
They had cameras back then.
All right, well, I'm gonna leave and
millions of years ago.
Have a good one, you guys. I'm gonna listen to some music.
Yeah, millions.
Hey.
No,
cheers, you guys.
Ciao. To be fair, 6,000 years old cameras doesn't sound like reasonable, but
yeah,
it's still less than millions.
These typical flat earthers just tripping over their own statements.
Fucking dinosaurs.
Shit.
Do you think that those exist, right?
There's evidence of them existing. Oh my god. What
Fucking
is there
hippopotami.
anything you don't deny? You're like, do you exist? Do you have hands?
Is there anything you don't blindly accept?
Of course I exist. I mean, I think, therefore I am, and therefore all the facts necessitate referencing the necessity of a god.
God now.
So there has to be a
God now.
creator, and the Bible is
An
real.
invisible sky daddy that poofed everything into existence, right? Because that makes sense.
It's not in the sky; it's outside of the universe.
Right, wherever he is, he's invisible. You can never speak to him, but he's
No, you don't know
there.
that.
Is it? Hang on. He's outside, but so he's not right in my room right now. I thought you guys always say he's there, right? Or he's
No, you're in his
omniscient.
mind.
I'm in his mind, but so he's not in the room with me.
Yeah, he isn't, because he's outside, and you're inside him.
But you guys say that he's everywhere. He's omniscient, right?
No,
He's all knowing. He's.
You are in him.
That sounds gay.
No, it's not that way. Not in a sort of a category.
Well, that's you know. But yeah, in the live stream voice text, it's a picture of the globe. I mean, it's undeniable.
Doesn't look round to me.
It doesn't look round to you.
Yeah, something's missing. Why isn't it the sphere?
The other half is in darkness. Duh.
What? I can see it. So how can it be in darkness? I'm in light in the picture.
Check that. How do we know how light behaves in outer space?
Yeah.
Could do all sorts of things, right? It could be a superfluid. We haven't tested it. It could be a container. We could be getting a warped image through the container. If we can't go up there and check it, there's just no way to know this.
See, more incredulity. The same old argument.
No,
it could be this. It could be that. A lot of what ifism, right?
It's called zeticism, which is I want to be able to test it for myself. I don't want to take your word for it. I don't like taking people's word for it. And
So you put everything through the zetetic method. Is that what you do with your with your life? Everything.
When you buy a car, let me just check this. When you buy a car and the person says, it's in pretty good condition, which method do you use?
Which method do I use? Well, I normally just blindly trust them.
I bet it's scientific method.
Blindly trust them. I got a car I want to sell you too now.
Well, you can. Well, that's what we do as globe earthers. We just blindly trust the authorities and people selling us used cars. What, you have a problem with that? Why are you guys so skeptical? Why do you think everyone's out to get you, Harry?
I will say, in this game, that is the first time you straw man.
Yeah, I know. I fucked up there.
You've been doing very well, but I have to call that one out.
Are you going to use the scientific method to see if the car works?
Why would you use a scientific method when not for that?
Well, just thinking, if you're a glober, you can science a shoe. So I thought you might science a car too.
A shoe is a natural phenomenon. You didn't know that?
No, it's
What do you mean
man-made.
by natural phenomenon?
Well, it's created by humans. We're creatures of nature, therefore it's natural. Right?
What is a natural law? I don't even understand that.
No, well,
What do you mean when you
the
say a natural law that something is one or could be not one?
well, natural law or natural phenomenon?
Or either.
Well, it's a product of nature, and if we're a product of nature, which we are, then everything by default, like for example, something we create, is natural because we're natural and we've created something naturally. Yeah, silence. I thought so. Silence.
Sorry, I had to go. Did you say that man-made is natural?
Well, we're natural, are we not? Are we not a product of nature?
No, we're man-made.
We're man-made?
Who made you?
Who made
Your
me?
cause.
Nature.
Yeah. No, it's your parents.
And who? Yeah, you could go back and back and back, and then eventually you'd arrive at the Big Bang, a natural event.
Oh, Big Bang.
Yeah,
Fuck
that's
off.
right, the Big Bang.
No.
It makes way more sense than your
what
Sky
happened a
Daddy.
microsecond after the
So
universe
nothing
shut
exploded
off
in
into
nothing.
existence by reading redshift of stars. That seems like something believable.
But all right, but your story of a guy that's in you, right?
Yeah.
Or
Oh,
in
it
you,
is not in-
outside of you, but I don't know where he is really, because you guys can't make up your mind where he is. That makes more sense than the Big Bang.
Yeah, because then there's a cause. Cause and effect.
But what proof do you have for your Sky Daddy?
Because you can't reason without him. It's impossible. So we can reason. Therefore, he exists.
But would you say that's proof?
No, it's a necessity.
But it's not proof. That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah, it's a necessity.
Yeah, so it's not proof.
Just like
Cool.
if you're talking about gas pressure, you know that there's a container because it's a necessary antecedent. So if you want to reason, there is an all-knowing God.
If you want to dismiss gravity, then you could go along with that. But I mean that's what you guys do.
Gravity, I wouldn't go there.
Yeah, you don't want to go there because it destroys your paradigm.
What's the cause of gravity?
What's involved in gravity?
No, what's the cause?
The cause? We don't know what the cause is.
Okay.
But it's
pretty
there,
sure this thing does
and
this
it's
thing, but we don't
demonstratable.
know how.
It's demonstratable as we went over this.
Okay, guys, I just put the most obvious picture that the Earth is a ball in the chat. Everyone can see the curvature.
It's all over. It's all
right
over.
there.
Boom.
That's it. Game over.
It's smashed.
The ball.
Absolutely
Look at
smashed
that.
out of the water.
Totally curving.
Exactly.
So is that a physical horizon there?
You can see the curvature. So it's a ball.
Exactly right.
Is the horizon a physical thing? Is everything physical there?
The geometric
Yeah,
horizon
bridges
is
are physical.
No, that's not a bridge. But if I go there the other day or the next day, would I see the same thing, or would it be different?
See a bridge, yes, 100%.
The geometrical horizon is physical, but we never see that horizon. What you see is the apparent horizon.
Okay.
You can laugh all you like, but I mean, it is what it is.
Hey, Flatty, it's up to you to prove that's not curvature. You have to prove it.
No, you have to prove that it is. It's sinking refraction.
No, prove that it's not curvature. Look at it. You can see.
Sinking refraction.
Yeah, if I take a Fresnel lens, I can move things, and you can see that it's curving down.
Oh, you guys are stretching. Seriously.
I know, right?
What's up with this guy?
Absolutely stretching, Dave. Like, what have you heard
Yeah.
such?
I think he needs to go back to elementary school.
Picture.
Next, they're going to claim mass indoctrination and all this sort of stuff. You know, it's just
Exactly.
That's never happened before.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
do we all just agree to invade Russia? Is that
Oh, here we go.
Russia, have we?
In the name of
good.
peace,
Putin
we're going to
puppet.
just need to go. Well, didn't Putin just today say we cannot have Putin leading this country? It's just not tenable anymore. Like, I'm sorry, wasn't your problem about regime change? Now you're just going to go, oh, that's all right, we'll regime change you. Like,
You're okay with nations
these are the
invading
people
other
of peace.
nations.
These are the people
You're
who are
fine
in
with that.
charge of the shape of your earth. And you're like, yeah, that's fine. Seems legit.
You're fine. You're absolutely fine with other nations invading other nations.
Yeah, and nations just trampling on sovereignty like as if it was a doormat.
Exactly. Where is your humanity?
Exactly.
Seriously. That's what we do
Might
as
makes
people,
right, Dave.
right?
Next thing you're going to say.
We need.
Next thing you're going to say is nukes are fake and we shouldn't even be scared of Russia. Aren't
Oh, exactly.
Exactly right.
Exactly. Goes from one extreme to another.
These guys probably aren't even jabbed.
Yeah, exactly right. Like it's a
Good thing we're not in a room talking with them.
Exactly. They probably wouldn't wear masks. Fucking inconsiderate cunts. Yeah, silence.
You're probably wearing masks right now, even though you're talking to us through Discord.
And what's wrong with
Oh
that?
yeah,
What's wrong
I
with
cannot. I can't do that. I have to wear a mask.
Well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with it's a deadly virus, mate.
Exactly. People are dropping like flies, left, right, and center.
What virus?
Yeah,
What?
they just make stuff up.
Here we
They're just
go.
like, oh, if I don't have the facts, fiction alert.
More
I'll make it
denial.
up.
Who's isolated the virus? Show me the virus.
Yeah, show me a virus.
We're talking about live creatures that aren't really alive, but they're totally are, and they're in the air and they're coming at us. I mean, everywhere.
To be honest, mate, that sounds so far from real. Like, is that your best description of it?
We can't even steel man the proof here. This is fucking fun.
Just listen to Fauci.
What? Why would I just listen to Fauci?
He's a doctor and you're not?
Fauci knows best.
Sure. So if I find another doctor who disagrees, what do I do now?
Has Fauci isolated
Refer to
the virus?
Fauci.
You follow the consensus?
Just follow the consensus. Is that
Exactly. That's right.
That's the safest thing to do.
What-
That's the safest thing.
Okay, sheep.
Yeah. Ad homs when they get cornered.
Yeah, sounds good. Just follow Dr. Fauci.
Yeah.
And it's not just him saying it.
But-
It's 99% of all physicians.
99%? What does the percent tell? 1%.
The 1% are just conspiracy theorists, paranoid idiots like you.
Oh, sure. So
Yeah.
hate the minorities. Fuck them.
Ha, the minorities are normally wrong. Hence why they're a minority.
Sure.
That's racist.
Yeah.
So
This is why flat earthers are dangerous. They don't trust the science of space, and then all of a sudden they're lying about the virus. I'm sure everything in science is totally not true.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm not lying about the virus. No one's isolated it. So how do you know that it even exists? You know the cause. People get sick. People have flu. I mean, nothing other than important.
You've never heard of a PCR test?
Sure.
What is
Sure.
if it's,
What's a false? What's a false positive?
something that's extremely rare?
Oh, how do you know that?
The statistics say that they're rare.
Well, how
the
do you
news
get
says that they're rare.
statistics? What test do you do
From the
to
news?
validate that they actually have?
Hey, Flatty, you should be more afraid of false negatives.
Sure, I don't care. I mean, if there are false positives, how do you know that there even is a virus? Every positive can be a false one.
No, that's an outlandish claim.
Oh, is it? Well, prove to me that there's a single positive case.
You can't be serious. So you think that every PCR test has failed? You think that's a possibility? You're willing to say that that's a possibility,
even
but
is
that the
a
virus
PCR
doesn't
test?
exist?
No, it can detect something else than the virus. It can detect some just normal flu.
No, it can't. It's
And pretend that
specifically
it's a
designed to test for the current virus.
How do you know that? How can the test know?
Because that's what the news says.
Oh, okay. But there's a video over here where someone uses just tap water and gets it positive. So it's clearly not COVID that it detects.
Are you just going to believe some random little video that you've cherry picked
It
from?
was on BitChute.
Once again,
Yeah, that's what I
random
mean.
Anonymous people on YouTube is what
Yeah.
they're basing all their
On
evidence and beliefs on. Absolutely.
Yeah, but you have no evidence. All
On
you
these old-
Credulous.
Do you have any video of someone actually?
How would they know the difference between all the variants we've had? Jeez.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but how can the PCR test tell? Oh, this is Omicron. Oh, this is Delta. Oh, this is just COVID. But how does the test know? What does it detect?
Detects the virus. Oh my god.
You probably haven't even been tested.
Oh, the modified virus or the original virus?
So now there's a modified virus.
Yeah, there's different variants.
Modified by who? By the government?
I mean, sure. Why wouldn't the government do it?
So you think the government's out to get you?
Not sort of. It's not the government that's after us.
Right. Who is it then?
There are people who are
Right.
Typical Q-tard.
Yeah.
No. It's not that. It's not that. It's just there's a shadow government that wants to harm us.
Right. And can you provide any proof for that claim?
Yeah, Agenda 21, for instance. Agenda 23 is now on. They did the Agenda 21 already.
But you deny it is the weird bit.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you the link to the United Nations Agenda 23 paper.
Those documents were put together by a shadow government, not the United Nations.
Yeah, the United Nations. That is the one.
And
world
that's a
government.
shadow government.
Yeah, because it's going to be the one world government.
How are they in the shadows when they're apparent to everyone and they
Because
don't
they're hiding
hide at all?
Did you know that they're going to be the one world government?
Well, that's what a lot of conspiracy theorists tend to believe because they're just paranoid and
Do you believe
scared.
that? Okay, so you don't accept.
Of course, I don't believe that. I don't
Okay, well
accept.
then they're hiding in the plain sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
there's
you would
Agenda 2030. I can post you the papers for it.
Don't you think these men are smart enough to predict the way society might have a problem that they have to deal with? That's why they write those things up, so they'll have a plan in place.
I mean, these guys say that it's for sustainable development, but it's all about reducing the amount of people because they're atheistic. Satan are atheistic. That's just
But mankind is responsible for destroying the planet. We have to do something about that.
Destroy. We don't destroy the planet.
Okay.
How can you destroy a planet? How can you destroy a planet? It's not even a planet, but how can you destroy?
Hairspray, cow farts, too much consumption, oil, all of that.
Eating meat.
What does that do? What does that even do?
Do I have to go back to elementary school to teach you about science?
What science?
Environmental science?
Environmental science? How can you science environment? Like, what's the cause for environment?
Science just means knowledge. Duh.
Sure.
Yeah, etymologically it does, so you lose.
Which you don't have.
Yeah. So how are we
logo.
destroying this magic planet? Like, do
He
you
just
mean
told you.
global warming?
He just told you global warming, cow farts, hairspray.
Guy probably doesn't even believe in climate change.
Of course he doesn't. Have you heard him?
Climate change denies.
Isn't cow farts literally cow-made global warming? It's not man-made then. If
Yeah,
I
but
farted, then that's man-made.
Right, but we're the ones farming all these cows for our consumption, so we're responsible.
But how can
you can't even make the connections?
How can the global warming happen when all the materials, all the carbon and the oxygen and the carbon dioxide and everything is already here? It's not coming from anywhere. So how can it warm something that it already exists in?
It's not just carbon.
Well, okay. Tell me something that comes from outside this magical spinning testicle. Is everything here already?
No, it's not here already. You can produce gases.
But they are already here. The elements are here, right?
The elements may be here, but they're not in gaseous form.
So how can they?
We're responsible. We're responsible for changing that state of matter that shouldn't be done. That's right. We're responsible for changing things into gases that affect our atmosphere and that affect the planet and the climate.
No, but how can gases even like how can they affect it?
You don't know what a greenhouse gas is?
Greenhouse gas? No, we don't
Yeah.
live in a greenhouse.
I'm not
I
saying
mean,
that you live in a
your
greenhouse.
system is open, so I mean, your heat can just escape into space with the gas.
No. System is
You've
not
never heard
open.
of ozone holes?
System is not open, by the way. This
Yeah,
guy's
the
never heard of the
ozone
atmosphere.
has holes in it. There's holes all over the ozone.
Hole in
Idiot.
something that isn't so you have a hole in something that isn't closed. Tell me how that works.
If there are holes, if there are holes in the ozone layer, how come the atmosphere doesn't escape?
Gravity.
So what do you mean with a hole in something
Gravity.
that is closed?
What?
Show me
I
a
just answered.
show me a hole in a gas.
Surely you understand that simple concept.
Of a hole in a gas? No. Show it to me.
Oh,
You've never
we have to
seen
show
that?
you everything. You can't believe scientists, so we have to show it to you.
You've never
What is ozone?
you've
Start
never
with that.
blown a smoke ring?
Smoke ring? That's gas in gas. It's actually
A
not
ring
in a
of
gas.
smoke?
Smoke is
It's a
gas.
ring of smoke with a hole in the middle.
Okay, is that hole, does it
Like a
consist
donut.
of gas?
It's like space time.
Is there gas in the hole?
What, sorry?
Is there gas in the hole?
Is there gas
That's what
in
she
the
said.
hole?
Yeah, if you blow a smoke ring, there's gas everywhere. It doesn't do anything to the gas around the hole or in the hole. Or
Yeah, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm showing you a clear example of gas with a hole in the middle.
no, where's the hole? There's gas in the hole. It's not a hole.
It's a ring of gas. How can you not
Gas in
conceptualize?
gas. Is there more gas in the ring than in between?
There's other
the,
gases. There may be other gases, but we're trying
Oh,
to
okay.
isolate a particular gas here.
Okay,
so are you
gas
saying
hole. Can we
ozone-
move on?
Are you saying that ozone is a different gas? What gas is ozone?
Oh my god, this guy doesn't know what gas.
Is it
The
oxygen?
ozone is a mix of gases.
Okay. So just like the atmosphere is.
Al
so
Gore
now
proved all of it.
now you believe in an atmosphere.
What was that?
You believe now he believes in an atmosphere. Shouldn't it
There
be a flat
definitely is
atmosphere?
an atmosphere.
I'm just assuming your fantasy just for the sake of the argument.
Is that right?
A
Or
hole in it.
was it just a Freudian slip?
Don't have a hole in it.
Look, I think you believe in it. That's why it just came out of your mouth. I think you know it's a globe. You know it's an atmosphere. You're just
Show
trying
us
to
proof
backtrack
of your
now.
imaginary dome. Let's see the firmament. Prove it.
Yeah, good question.
It has to be there when it's non-sequitur for this hole in your atmosphere, even though it's a contradiction in terms. And how can it have a hole in a substance?
It's a simple
I'm finding
concept. I can't believe
I'm finding it hard to believe that mailman ever was on the other side.
If you think that
I
you
know,
know
right?
something, actually go to Nathan, please, and just go on the live show. And he has a few questions for you. Like
I've been there. All he does is shout you down. I've been there. All he does is shout you down. He mutes you. He can't speak. He can't get you.
Beats up his kids.
Beats his
No,
kids.
I mean, no. That's too far. I mean, it just fell out of the chair. He didn't. There's no slap like hitting anything.
Sure,
And,
Flatty. Use everything.
Yeah. Excuse your priests. It's all good.
The slap was not from Nathan's mic.
Yeah, and if you're scared, then you don't have to go there. I mean, it's okay.
Like I said, been there several times. All he does is shout at you. I'm not.
Post the video. Post the video.
I annihilated Nathan Oakley several times already.
Sure, yeah.
Several times.
Yeah, sure. On a Sunday when he's not there, or you probably work on Sunday.
He deleted the video, or I'd show it to you.
Sure, yeah. He doesn't delete any video.
He does.
No,
the ones where it gets
no.
destroyed, he deletes them.
Well, he doesn't.
Yeah.
You can find all
The one.
He totally edited the whole thing to make it sound like I was wrong.
No, he doesn't edit his videos. They're on target.
Spoken like a true disciple.
No, I mean, you can talk about something else other than going there. Talk with it. I mean, you don't have to go there. It's very clearly obvious that you won't go there because I'm afraid of the QE and the others. Like always.
QE. Afraid of QE. He doesn't even know what light is.
What?
QE? What?
You heard?
He doesn't know what light is.
He does?
Yeah.
It's a particle. And the proof for that is?
The QE, the quantum eraser experiment, the wave function collapses. So it's a particle.
Next, they're going to bring up some kind of like a scientific method that QE made up.
It's a particle, yet it has every characteristic of a wave. Right.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have a wave function when there's knowledge of the information.
I didn't catch that. What did you
What
say?
is?
If there's information about the information, if the information exists, then it's particle, and there is a God, so the information always exists.
Got nothing to do with whether or not it has wave-like characteristics.
Yeah, but it's not a wave. It might have some wave-like characteristics, but it's still a particle. It's not a wave. It's not like sound wave.
So it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, but it's not a duck.
No.
Does it
walk
like a duck?
Yeah.
Yeah, sound wave.
Show me how
it waddles.
Show me how a light wave walks.
How a light wave works?
Walks.
Walk.
You said it walks like a duck. Show me it walking.
Like I said, it waddles.
Light waddle?
Yeah.
Well, you have no evidence for this. I mean, lasers go straight, but so how do you think? What is sound?
Lasers go. Hang on. Did you say lasers go straight? You can't be serious.
Yeah.
They actually don't. Here's an interesting thing about their dumb science. Like this comes from the physicist Richard Feynman, which is like their a great teacher. He thinks that actually when you shine a light, the light ray goes into Mars and bounces off Mars and then comes back into your eye. This is how stupid their science is.
All right. Lasers don't bend. Let me destroy this with one little picture. Just all right. Bang, bang, and
That's, by the way,
bang.
called quantum electrodynamics. Look it up.
Destroyed.
Oh, what's that?
That's your destruction.
No, what is there? Is there some kind of a liquid or something?
A laser bending. It's a fluid, just like the atmosphere is
Fluid. Oh,
Yeah,
so
just like-
so you think that we live in water?
No, we live with gas, but gas is fluid,
But
same
it's
as
not
liquid. Doesn't have to be liquid. They act the same. Have you not heard of fluid dynamics?
Is the atmosphere as dense as that liquid?
Doesn't have to be.
Okay, so it's not analogous.
Density isn't taken into account here. It's the way that the laser is refracting through the medium.
Refracting, sure.
Yeah, refracting. I know you guys don't
Yeah.
like that word.
What's
You
the
guys don't
radius?
believe in it.
Do you think that it's 7/6 R in that fish tank?
Well, it's been proven that the R value is correct. It's been measured. Geodetic surveying.
How did you measure it? How did you measure
Eratosthenes.
it? How can you measure something with geodetic survey?
How can you measure something? Have you ever heard of a total station?
What does it
Spherical
measure?
axis?
No, it doesn't measure anything. It measures an
Reciprocal
angle.
zenith
What are you going to
angles?
do with
Yeah.
an angle?
So why aren't the
Reciprocal
zenith
zenith
angles? Why
Didn't
aren't
you
the
just
zenith
say that
angles
light
parallel? Do I have
Did
to
you
post
just
this
say that
picture?
light bends?
What's light bends? I showed you how that bends.
Okay, so light bends, and you can optically measure reciprocal zenith angles. Okay, boss.
It's got nothing to do with whether light bends.
Well, how do you measure reciprocal
Bang.
zenith angles? Do you use light?
Look. No,
You use
you
light.
use a total station.
Yeah, and total station uses what?
It uses your eyes.
Okay, so it's optics then.
Yeah.
So light then.
Look at
And
what I
light bends.
posted. Look at what I
Yeah.
posted.
How can you measure that it light bends?
So you actually think that you can't measure it because light bends. So you think you can't measure an angle because light bends?
Yeah, if
Can
I
you
go
unpack
there, if I go there in consecutive days, would I get the same answer, or would it be slightly different every time because of contraction?
No, it'd be the same answer every time. You'd always get
Okay.
these reciprocal zenith angles. You would never get parallel zeniths
Well, can you
like it
prove
is
that?
on your flat pancake Earth. I
Well,
can.
can
I
you
just
prove
posted
that?
it. I just posted the data.
Yeah, one. Do you have
Well,
like
and
10?
prior to that,
consecutive days?
I also posted practical examples of a
Light
good
bending, yes.
colleague of mine. No, not light bending. Of
Well, the
Jessica
fish bends.
Slawski. Jessica Slawski. I know you guys don't like him and you think he's a shield, blah blah blah, all of the above. But the fact is that he's an honest guy that makes honest measurements, and because you don't understand,
Where do you even get these like the coordinates? Where do you get those? Snap D88. Is that some kind of a globe thing?
Yeah, it's off a reference ellipsoid.
Okay, can you show me an ellipsoid?
Are you assuming some sort of constant in refraction all the time?
Are you another flat earther, right?
They're coming out of the woodwork now.
Aren't they?
Who was it even?
It was a friend.
Yeah, it's neighborhood fucker.
What's
You don't even
causing your
believe.
refraction, though?
But you don't even believe in refraction.
Of course
do
I do.
You do? You're a flat earther.
Of course I believe in refraction.
You guys deny refraction. Do I have to queue up your black swan full of refraction?
African American swan.
You've seen that black, and you've seen the cranes, how they're all bendy.
All distorted. Avy.
And you claim that as proof when it's clearly
judgmental,
full of refraction.
Refraction is pretty legit to me.
Well, that's news to me, because most of you flat earthers, and yes, I am going to group you all in one group, deny it. That's got your tongue?
Well, they do all sing from
Oh
the
no, I
same
just got a DM.
generally.
Yeah,
One moment, please.
That's
No,
right.
Nicole,
She's
Come
about
on,
to
no
Google.
DM.
She's about to Google.
I don't need to Google refraction.
Yeah, you do. That's what you're doing right now.
No, I don't. What
She's been a
causes
baller.
refraction?
She's been a baller for years. She knows exactly what's up. She believes in science. She knows it's a globe. She's just pretending.
Pretending, just for the sake
Exactly.
of being contrarian.
That's right.
She's making it up. Yeah, just to have fun.
What causes refraction? Let's take it down to 5th grade, honey. What causes refraction?
Oh, well, is there really a need for that condescending tone? I don't appreciate the
You
condescending
don't
tone.
appreciate that
when it gets
being
really
called
cold.
out, of course not. But what
Doesn't it happen when it
causes
gets cold outside?
refraction?
What
Can you
causes
even
refraction?
explain that part?
Yes, I can. It requires two mediums, light traveling through those mediums, and bending.
What mediums? What are the mediums?
The mediums would be gases, different gases.
Medium shake.
Different gases? Just
Yeah,
gases?
it's not all just one gas, is it?
No temperature difference? Nothing like that?
Well, that's part of it, of course, yeah.
But you
But I
just
mean,
said 2 different gases. You didn't say anything about temperature.
well, the thing is that it requires the two mediums, and we have more than two mediums. We have, a mix of gases.
But it goes beyond that. What else causes refraction?
Well, like I said, temperature is a factor. Air
Why?
density.
Why
Air
is
density.
temperature a factor? Where is
Because
it a
it
factor?
because it where is it a factor? Everywhere. In the atmosphere.
No.
Yep. Yes.
No. There's this very specific reason temperature is a factor. Why is it a factor?
I just told you why.
Because it's everywhere? No, that's it. No.
Because it affects the density of the air.
Where?
In the atmosphere.
Temperature? Is temperature not everywhere?
Apparently not.
Yes, temperature is everywhere, but where does where is the point? Where's the physical
So
space?
why did you make fun of me
that
for
the
that? And then
refraction
now you're
is caused?
conceding.
I'm not conceding anything.
You just did. You
Why
conceded to
does
Benny.
temperature cause refraction? Where does it cause refraction? What does the temperature do that's causing the refraction?
I'm not going to let you get away with it. You laughed at me because I
It's
said
two
temperature is
different
everywhere.
temperatures interacting with each other, causing the refraction. Did you not
So
even know that?
So temperature isn't everywhere? Or it is?
Oh,
I just want to
that's
zero
sort
in
of
on that.
like a flat earther saying it's not flat because there's mountains. Come on, bro.
So are you not going to concede
Concede
that I was
to
right?
what?
That I was right.
Tell me what causes refraction. Temperature.
I said, so you seem to be want
Gases?
to.
What else?
So, all right, because you seem to want to skip over it, I'm going to go back to it and I'm going to continue to
I
circle back
think
to it.
you're skipping, not me.
I think
I'm
that
asking you for
you
specifics, and you
are
have none.
laughing and being condescending when I said that temperature is everywhere. Then later on, you
Well,
turned around
yeah,
and said,
because
no,
that's
what? It
lame
is
as
everywhere.
fuck.
Okay.
I called you out, and you had no answer. That's the problem.
Because it's lame, but it's true.
It's lame shit, man.
But it's true. Right?
Obviously, temperature's everywhere.
Ah, concession.
Or lag, or whatever.
We've got a concession finally.
But where is the refraction?
We got there in the
Where?
end.
Why? Why is temperature causing the refraction? Why can't you even answer that? That's so basic.
I already told you. The fact
No,
that
you
you're not
didn't.
listening is
Temperature's
not
everywhere.
my.
You did not tell me why temperature is a factor.
I
Well,
already
we gotta
told you.
have
Yes, I
two
did.
different kinds of gases.
It
No, that
changes the density of the air.
Doesn't it make the air stale?
where?
In the atmosphere.
Where is the point of where's the change? Where's the interaction?
Would have an effect on the medium.
Is she not listening?
Juan, is this true?
No, I'm listening, but you're not.
You clearly aren't.
Oh, for Pete's
You
sake.
keep asking where, and I'm telling you where. In the atmosphere.
Where? What part?
Keeps asking where. She can't
Why
be serious.
is it temperature? Why is
So
temperature
now it's why,
causing
it's
it?
not where.
Can you tell me why temperature is a factor?
So now it's. I already told you it changes the density of the air.
Why? How?
That's changing
How
the
does the temperature change the
refraction
density?
index.
Why? Why does that happen?
So now it's a why.
Do you have an answer? Do you
I
need to
just
Google
gave
it, or
you
should I
an
tell you?
answer. I gave you an answer. You think I'm going to
Because
trust
temperature's
your
everywhere?
flat Earth?
You
think
just
I'm going
told
to
me
trust your flat
because
Earth sources?
temperature's everywhere. That was your answer.
You think I?
And
You
you're
think
gonna
I'm
come
going?
at me like I'm conceding.
You think I'm going to trust your flat Earth sources?
I don't give a shit what you trust.
Well, that's where your
Why
sources
is
are coming
temperature
from.
as a factor? Why? Why is it a factor?
I already told you. I'm not going to repeat myself.
You didn't tell me.
I need to educate you.
Doesn't it make the air stale?
If you don't open the
Stale.
windows from time to time, that does happen, Kosho.
The only thing stale here is her argument.
Well,
I don't
it's
think
not
it's correct to
stale.
say that. I don't think it's correct to say that temperature is everywhere. Like sometimes it goes to zero, and zero means it doesn't exist.
Like absolute zero, but that's never been measured like in reality. That's still kind of a theory, I
What
suppose.
is absolute zero?
Like no movement of molecules.
0 degrees Fahrenheit.
No.
Oh, you guys used the wrong system. Celsius, man.
Well, 0 Celsius would just be like the freezing point of water, but 0 movement, no vibration of the molecules whatsoever, no movement. That would be absolute zero, but that's never been observed.
I observe that all the time.
Well, you might, because
All right. So, do you have any flat Earth proof? Come on, lay it on us.
why would I want that? I just said I know there's refraction. I agreed with you about refraction, and you jumped on me.
Yeah, he does that.
Well, the thing is that you flat earthers don't believe in refraction.
Am
You
I a
deny
flat
it.
earther?
You sound like one.
What does a flat earther sound like?
Please say
Usually-
yes.
Usually, they're ill-informed, uneducated, can't string together sentences.
But you didn't even answer the question. Deflecting
constantly drooling, all those factors.
That's gosh.
They're
You're
masculine.
just hating.
They're
You're just
heroes.
hating on the right brain. You left brain thinkers.
Ad homs. That's all you guys have.
I got
No,
news for you.
I actually asked you specific questions, and you wouldn't answer any of them. You
I
said I
answered
was.
everything, and the
No,
fact that you don't understand my
Why?
answers.
No,
it sounds
I
like
understand science.
Now
but
you're over talking me. Now you're over. It's a
Oh,
typical tactic. See, that's
God,
how I know you're a
like,
flat earther.
you're so boring.
That's how I know you're a flat earther, because you over talk.
You don't even know what causes refraction.
I already told you several times.
Not really.
Yeah. Yeah,
well,
really.
you gave me some lame shit, and I asked you for specifics, and you had none.
So, are you going to say that there's no refraction in the black swan image? Is that your claim?
I didn't say anything about that.
Yeah, well, I could hear it in your. It's. I'm sure
You might
I
want to
can hear
get your
some.
head checked, man.
So
Are you hearing
again
voices?
again with the ad homs. This is what I mean.
This is actually my first one. Up to this
Well-
point, it was specific questions. Based on what you said, actually.
Based on what I said.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not the one denying refraction.
I didn't deny refraction either. I said it was real. Right off the bat.
All of you guys deny refraction. The whole lot
I'm
of you
not
guys.
denying refraction. It's
How can you
legit.
prove refraction?
How can I prove refraction?
Yeah, like, how can you prove it's happening in the atmosphere?
The black swan's a perfect example. We're seeing a horizon that has been refracted, thus making it look further than it should be.
How do you know it's not just a hazy day?
Because it's clearly a clear day, as per the photo and the video.
Yeah, except for the cranes are all bent and broken, and I've seen those cranes. They're actually straight.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. That's why it's refracted. That's how you know it's.
How do you know?
It's a day that's full of
Wait,
refraction.
what exactly is refraction in your opinion?
I already told you.
How do you know that what we're seeing in the photo isn't actually the real shape of the cranes, and then what you think is the straight form of the cranes was just a refraction causing that?
See the arguments you guys have to resort to? Just absolute nonsensical arguments.
Dude, you're still talking about the black swan, dude, and I've already told you we have so many other observations, bro.
You've never heard of looming?
Yeah.
Hang on, yeah. Let's speak to the refraction expert. Where is she? You there?
I'm sorry, I'm having a conversation outside this topic.
All right, well then put yourself on mute or leave the server.
I was muted.
You don't have to do that. Listen, we need you on our team. Okay?
Why? She
I
doesn't
don't
know what
anything
she's talking about.
refraction. And
But
that's
I'm
all that's
everybody's
all I was
favorite
talking
glober.
She said temperature's not everywhere. Like, you really gonna use her?
No, I
as-
didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You
No, I
backtracked
didn't.
later and then conceded, but originally
I hope
laughed
you
at me.
recorded this because I didn't actually say that.
It's recorded. Of course it is. It's live streamed, and everyone heard you fail, and it's fine.
It goes
We
live
can
on
be wrong.
YouTube.
I didn't
That's
hear
good because this is really lame.
I didn't hear her fail at all.
You didn't?
No.
No, I
Well,
asked you why
you've
temperature
got
is a
bias, that's why.
factor, and you couldn't face it. I know why it's a
faced it
factor,
and
and I know
told you
where it's a
several
factor.
times. I'm not going to repeat myself.
You said
What is the
temperature is
temperature?
everywhere, man.
That's not
But that
everything I
was
said,
it.
was it? That was it? So clearly, you're not listening.
Why is
Still waiting
temperature a
for the
factor? I'm still asking why it's a factor, but
And I already-
you want to
and
come
I
and tell
I
me
already
that I
told her,
said
but she-
some other weird thing.
Now she's over talking me. Now she's over talking me.
She's allowed to, though.
That's your ego. Your ego, just like,
Temperature.
come on, peon, let it go. You'll be
Temperature,
okay.
the temperature is just a
At home.
scalar.
Insults.
Oh, so now temperature doesn't exist.
No,
Is
temperature
there
is a
anything
scalar.
that exists?
Temperature.
Is there
Heat.
anything that
Doesn't
exists?
Heat exists.
So what
Temperature
are we
is
going to
just a
call it? Are
scalar.
we going to call it the
Right, and
vibration
ti-
of the
and-
molecules, the amount of vibration of the
Right.
molecules?
I like that.
Hang on, Mole Man. So time doesn't exist
Do you
as well?
believe in the molecules? No, time is a scalar too.
Oh, for
You
Pete's
see what
sake!
I
Now you're
mean?
going to tell me we don't
Nothing
believe in
exists.
atoms
Do you think
either.
time can cause something?
Nothing
Time
exists. Of
doesn't
course it
exist.
does.
What?
Time
What does
causes
time
me to
cause?
age.
Exist for you guys.
Time causes me to age. Time
No,
causes me to
that's
age.
just time. It doesn't cause anything. It's just passing.
So why am I aging as time passes?
Can you manipulate time? Can you
Because you
manipulate
smoke
time?
a lot
Are
of
you
cigarettes.
aging?
Yeah, you can.
That's
Oh,
terrible.
how? You can travel
I
in
am.
time? Okay.
I
Beam me
know
up,
I
Scotty.
may not look like I'm aging, but I am. And that's due to time.
Yeah, so how can you manipulate time? Driving 88 miles per hour, or how do you do that?
You've never heard of...
You must be one of those who think that time dilates and like the...
That's exactly what I was about to say. Of course time dilates.
Wow.
Sure, just like a balloon.
time's having a baby.
God.
See what I mean? You guys have to resort to jokes when you don't understand.
You
a
just
simple
said time.
concept.
Time dilates. Just like earlier, you said that space-time bends, which you've never witnessed. You showed me a picture.
I showed you a practical example.
Of a dude with a trampoline.
Exactly.
Does
The
it dilate or
dude
does it
spandex trampoline, dude. That's not space-time.
If you don't understand a simple concept and how it can be visualized, then that's your problem.
Well, hold on. If you're saying that time is dilating, the space-time is bending, is the
Yeah.
space bend?
Space-time is bending,
They're
yeah.
just gonna keep making shit up, dude.
Bending and
What's the
warping.
difference? Okay, but is it just space
Making
or
claims
time?
you can't verify.
Or
It's both.
both?
You haven't heard of pseudo-Romanian force space?
Ooh,
So that's
You know that
that's
you know that time is a
also
dimension.
dilate?
You know that time is a dimension, and we have a specific
Time doesn't
geometry.
exist.
No, it isn't.
Shut the fuck up.
Time doesn't exist. You guys, are you guys hearing this?
Yeah,
What is time?
Proof
So-
time exists, dude.
Doesn't
Time's a concept.
exist.
If time,
It's a concept.
Haven't you
It's a
ever heard of
concept.
Walter Russell? So
What is
basic.
time?
Dude, it's a concept.
have you ever heard of Albert Einstein?
Oh, he married his
Is he a
cousin.
Muslim? Who'd you say? Al? What?
Not Al Biruni.
I'm related to
Albert
him, so
Einstein.
whatever. Shut up.
I'm a big fan.
Although Al Biruni also proved the Earth is a globe, but I mean,
It's a
I
bit
know.
suspicious that there's Al Biruni and Albert Einstein. Both are Albs.
And they
Yeah,
both
exactly.
proved the globe.
Algebra,
Yeah.
Al Jazeera.
Just Al, this Al. That is just. I mustn't go. Sort of planning.
And now he's being racist.
That's not
Sure.
racist.
You know what I realized was racist a couple days ago? Bottled water. That is racist.
Bottled
How do you say
water.
that?
Think about it.
Please.
You know water
racist?
curves, right?
Even in a bottle.
Yeah, of course it curves. Have you not ever dripped water drops on a nickel? It curves, man.
I'm talking about the oceans.
Nickel.
It
Oh yeah,
curves
bottled
up.
water is, I guess,
I
kind of
bet.
racist.
What'd you say?
It is kind of racist if you think about it.
It really is, because
I
only
think
white
this
people do it.
this girl's a liability. I think you have to kick her out of your cult, personally.
I mean, I don't know. She's the only one here who actually knows about refraction, so.
Sad part is that you're in a college. You don't see it.
Guys ignore refraction all the time.
How can it be a cult when it's taught in schools? It's established
Indoctrination.
fact.
It's pure indoctrination. That's why over here in Finland we don't even have homeschooling, because people might actually teach something to the kids.
Yeah, but you guys don't even have electricity over there, so I'm not surprised.
What? We have electricity over here.
Oh, you've discovered
So
that?
you don't even know what electricity
Congratulations.
is, but
Dude, we have indoor plumbing too.
Man, living the high life there.
You
Lap of luxury.
You forget these guys are from Australia. They don't
Yeah.
But do people think that you live upside down? I mean,
You guys don't even think Australia exists, so yeah.
Dude, of course we think it exists, dude. You're just talking about flat Earth society. I told you don't
Which
bring
is
it up.
What's wrong with Flat Earth Society
We're
now?
not Flat Earth Society.
Oh,
Dude.
okay. They're controlled opposition, right?
Yeah. Dude.
Everyone's against us. There's conspiracies left, right, and center wherever you look.
Controlled. It's all indoctrination. It's the same old, isn't
I
it?
know, right?
The news media's in on it. The schools are in on it. The government's in on it.
Wow,
Everyone.
dude. You're starting to pick
Everyone's
up.
in on the big lie, apparently. All these people are in on the big lie, but not one of them, none of them blow the whistle, ever.
Dude, Obama himself, I told you, dude, he said, don't trust the Flat Earth Society. He fucking said that on live TV.
Yeah,
I
there's a
mean,
lot of
he
people.
had a good point.
Yeah, I mean, just
There's
don't
no
trust
time
it.
for that.
Exactly. Flat Earth Society
Gross.
fucking sucks.
But there's a lot of whistleblowers, but all of them, like JFK and others, they just get replaced.
Exactly.
And do you think Epstein killed himself?
Of course he did.
Duh. Of course he did.
What the?
Jesus
Come
Christ.
on.
You think that's a big conspiracy? Everything to you guys is a conspiracy. Like you guys
There's nothing that isn't.
must live in a such a sad, paranoid little world where it doesn't
I know,
matter where
right?
you look, it's all just
Wow,
it's all
dude.
just an illusion of lies and misinformation. Like I don't know how you could even stand to go out your front door. Well, actually, you probably don't go out your front door.
Dude, have you ever been to a Flat Earth meetup or a Flat Earth key party? Okay, dude, this is fucking legit shit. You don't even know what you're fucking missing, dude. Every fucking week, something new. Meanwhile, you
Week,
guys are
something new, like big rave parties, hundreds of thousands of people meeting up.
Yeah.
Center of a Zoom. Like, how many do you get to these meetups? 3?
no, like a fucking bunch of people, all hot babes. You know, some cool dudes, no masks. Yeah, dude.
Hot babes, where?
At the Flat Earth meetups. Actually, we
Oh,
only
shit.
we only allow hot babes.
Hot babes in my area?
Of
Dream
course,
come
yeah, yeah.
true.
Whatever area you are. Has anybody ever been in a really fucking weird area and you're like, no, there's not. Hot babes in Gundagai. Fuck off. No, there isn't. There's like
That's
2 in the whole town and everybody knows their name.
That's an Australian place.
If only they believed it was a globe.
I've seen your tags that you believe in toroidal fields. What a laugh.
Who doesn't?
Well, if you're educated, you don't.
So you think that somebody just made up toroidal fields and they're not a real thing?
Yep. Show me one. And a lot of you guys claim that we're living in a toroidal field and blah blah blah. Prove it.
Yeah, okay. Listen to Strawberry Fields backwards.
I suppose you believe in the ether as well, right? Suppose you believe in the ether. The ether. That word just triggers me.
No, it doesn't. Have you ever heard of superfluid vacuum theory?
That sounds like a bunch of bullshit.
It actually isn't, dude. It's actually part of your cosmology. And guess what, dude? Paul Dirac, right? The guy who came up with quantum field theory, the thing you believe in, he believed in the ether. And guess what? Superfluid vacuum theory has ether.
Prove that he believed in the ether. How about that?
Dude, he was like the fucking ether king.
And the thing is, whether someone believes in it or not, it doesn't matter. I just want you to demonstrate it. Yeah. Can you demonstrate it? Or are you just going to talk about it? Just
I'm
like...
not a scientist, dude.
Well, clearly.
You're
You never
kind of
will be either.
embarrassing me, dude.
You never will be either.
Why don't you give me a break, man?
Because you're making claims you can't back up. Ether, toroidal fields, flat Earth.
You're just
refraction
denying
doesn't
these things.
exist.
Like, there's good reason to think these. There are many of your own physicists who've proposed these ideas. We're not just cooking them up out of nothing. These are scientists too. Why their studies aren't good enough for you?
Well, that's all well and good.
Very definition of cherry picking to me.
Well, that's all well and good that, you know, you found a little niche somewhere where people believe in ether and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, if you want to stick to the mainstream, to scientists that actually demonstrate things practically with experiments, you're not going to believe in those ridiculous theories,
What are you
preposterous
doing?
theories.
Are you latching onto an idea from the 1300s that's been disregarded ever since? Is that
The
what you're doing?
Exactly.
1300s.
These archaic ideas that you
Wow.
guys just continue to promote and espouse, it's actually quite sad.
You know what's sad is that real scientists, okay, people actually want to work and did science. You know, they actually believe in this shit. Paul Dirac is one of the greatest scientists in the last 20 years or something like that. Okay, so I'll post the link. Hold on.
Well, I'm sure you think astrophysics isn't a science, right?
It's not. Name one experiment that was
Oh,
done.
whatever.
Name an astrophysicist who's ever done an experiment.
The only reason you don't believe in it is because you don't understand it. Okay.
Exactly, dude.
I think that was directed at you, Kosha.
Yeah, I think so.
It's on my team, bro.
She doesn't know what team she's on. But I mean, like, by the sounds of it, she's a flat earther, sure.
Let me post this Paul Dirac thing, dude. But yeah, there's never been one astrophysicist who's ever done any experiment, even in elementary school or middle school, high school. They don't do science, dude.
What would you classify an experiment?
You can't do experiments in astrophysics.
What would you classify an experiment?
Have the fucking 5 ingredients, do them in order. Yeah.
5 ingredients?
5 ingredients.
Yeah, the 3 variables, the hypothesis, right? The observation. You know the
the QE Bible, the scientific method, and you know, independent variables and dependent variables and manipulating the cause.
Or
You
even
think
we
that's
have
the only way we
standards.
can do science? You think that's the only way we can do science?
Standards and everything, demanding that you like live up to some sort of level of rigor.
So nothing can be.
You just believe everything. We question things.
So nothing can be discerned unless you put it through this 5-step Bible method.
We can guess at things. We can test things. We can sort of test science doesn't have to be a test. You can test things without necessarily doing all of those things in science. But if you're going to call it science, you should be doing those things. I think that's fair enough, don't you?
You just contradicted yourself.
We can do tests, but if we want to call those tests science, they should adhere to some standards, right? We can't call everything science.
Well, like I said, the etymology of the word science purely just means knowledge. It doesn't mean you have to put it through this rigorous, you know, method of steps and blah blah blah. You can still, you know, discern things by not having to put it through that rigorous bullshit little step by step little you know, primary school crap.
Dude, can you be a little bit less insensitive, dude?
Not a chance.
When I'm dealing with complete idiots, it's hard, you know, it triggers me.
Yeah, I understand that. But Bandsaw, you can't help it that he's fucking from Australia, okay?
At least he knows the Earth's a globe and he's not, you know.
Look, we have to settle down on the ad hoc, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's just stick to the arguments. All right, stick to the arguments. Let's not get it personal, because if we stick to the argument, Globus, we can destroy them quite easily.
It's hard though. How I don't know how you keep that composure that you have, Bandy. Like when they say just complete dribble, you know, like I can't do it.
Okay, dude, check this out. Name one astrophysicist experiment ever done, and I'll give you 3 Bitcoin right now.
3 B, you wouldn't have a third of a Bitcoin, let alone 3 Bitcoin.
Wow, dude.
All right.
Fuck, man. Can't believe you just fucking said that, dude.
That burned a little, didn't it?
Yeah, dude, I was trying to impress. You know. people in here, and you're fucking.
I was gonna say the flathead is about 4.
It's okay. Just be yourself.
Right.
Well, I do have 3 Bitcoin. Okay, so why don't you fucking go ahead and tell
3
me?
whole Bitcoins?
Yeah.
True knows.
Oh.
I consider those 3 pennies in the console of your car Bitcoin.
Big old Bitcoins. 3 of them.
There you go. Yeah, can you show me an experiment from astronomy where that's independent variable?
You've never heard of the cryogenic dark matter detector?
What's the independent variable?
So what?
So you have?
Yeah.
What's this? Who cares about an independent variable? That doesn't mean that it's not science. Doesn't mean it's not an experiment.
Kind of does.
Like, yeah, well, that's your QE friggin' Bible that you guys always read off. You know?
Wow, dude. So
And
just
if you
because
like,
QE
but I mean, if you,
just because QE agrees with something, it's automatically
It's-
not true, right? Yeah.
it's his method. It's his method.
You know, his real name's not Quantum Eraser, right?
Yeah, I know. It's John.
I didn't know that.
Don't.
It's quite well known what his name is. He's not afraid. He's
No,
he
he's
may be
very
dumb.
afraid.
He may be dumb, but
Behind
he's
his
not
chin.
afraid. He may be ill-informed, uneducated, but he's not scared.
Dude,
There's so many.
He's got more intelligence in his pinky toe than all of you Globers put together, right?
On the nail of his pinky toe.
I'm sure you've also heard of LIGO. I mean, I think the list just goes on.
Wow, Legos. Okay, listen, dude. If you can't name one astrophysicist experiment,
I just did. I named 2.
LIGO?
So you owe me how many Bitcoin?
Is LIGO
What's
on the
LIGO?
moon?
Oh,
No, it's funny. It's funny how you just actually brought up LIGO because LIGO was actually built consideration to the curvature of the Earth. Right? They couldn't have built it any other way. Like it's actually
Okay.
stated there.
Oh, it's great.
That-
You've done a test on that? I'll be so excited to see this test.
That's how they built it. So the people that actually built it say that that's exactly what they did. So
Exactly, and they
You
did
guys are
tech.
so full of shit.
You guys have you guys heard of gravitational waves? Well, you guys didn't even believe in gravity, so that's a
Oh
pointless
wow,
question.
dude.
It's a pointless
Yeah, we're surfing in the fucking Black Swan, dude. Fucking gravitational waves. If you don't have an experiment for fucking astrophysics, dude,
I gave you 2. You owe me 3 Bitcoin.
though all those things are on Earth.
No, they're not.
LIGO?
That LIGO may be, but I mean, what they're detecting isn't on Earth. No, isn't.
I'm gonna
Is
get a
it?
fucking mimosa. I'll be back.
What's with the exasperation, though? Feigned exasperation.
Just gets tiresome. Like, I don't get why you guys are here. Like, we're trying to discover truth, and you're like, just coming in being like, oh, I disagree with you. Like, we're the only people you disagree with? Why do you devote so much time to this?
Because we're trying to educate you. You know, we may not like you, but we still want to educate you.
Why?
Because I feel as though I need to do that. It's, you know, I'm
It's sort
like
of,
that.
you know, like a little big man syndrome.
Again with the ad homs.
My dad was a little big man.
But they're really delicious.
We're just interested in the flat Earth psychology.
Yeah, we want to know how you guys think, why it is that you think what you do.
Why don't you just ask
Sure.
them?
Yeah, let's talk about psychology. Let's talk about cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, you could tell us all about that. I'm sure you're quite experienced in that field. Is it because you guys think you have secret knowledge that nobody else knows about, and that makes you special?
Duh.
That's a proven fact. Dude. That's a proven fact.
I mean, duh. Obviously.
So you're secret kings. Is that what you guys are?
If I was, I wouldn't tell you.
We're out here telling you. It's not secret. We're well aware of it. You're just not accepting it. Not so
Why is it that you're such a minority? Why hasn't this caught on? Why don't other people think like you?
It's a good question. I think some of it is the cognitive dissonance I mentioned just a moment ago. Some of it could be, like, it could be a bunch of stuff, really, couldn't it?
There's flat earthers
It
all
is
around you, and you don't fucking know it, dude.
All around
They fell for the psyop, and now they don't want to admit it.
Yeah, exactly.
The people who pump your gas, who pour your milk, who deliver your mail.
They're all Globers.
No, they're not, actually.
Oh.
They're just not fucking telling you.
There's 7.6 billion people on the face of the earth, and 7.55
Can you believe that?
99999 billion of them.
You just believe anything, dude.
Again with the incredulity.
I'd like to see a survey of just like how many flat earthers there are.
Yeah, let me
See
tell
how
you
the
something
numbers
about people.
actually see how the numbers stack up.
Let me tell you what kind of
Sure,
people
you'll
do
fall
surveys,
well
dude.
short. You'll fall well short. You're going to say the surveys are corrupted too? They've been
Dude,
corrupted.
flat earthers aren't stupid enough to fucking sit there and answer the phone call when people are calling them doing surveys. That's you, idiot.
Why? Because they're paranoid.
No, because they're not
Phone
gonna fucking
rings.
answer the phone and do a
They're
survey,
paranoid
dude.
now.
Who's gonna do
Because their phones are being tapped by the government. Oh my god.
No, they're actually doing shit, dude. They're actually doing experiments or fucking banging babes. You guys are fucking sitting there waiting by the phone, waiting for a guy to call you and do a survey.
Do you guys even trust your family members? Like, say, for example, sorry, go on.
No, it was good. That's all. That was a funny one.
Do you guys even trust your family members? Like, if they say they're going to the shops, do you follow them there? Is that the level of paranoia, or
Do you actually believe in gallops and things like that?
In what? Sorry?
Scallops?
In like what you were talking stats. What did you say?
Oh, ballots. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. I mean, why wouldn't you?
I'm just wondering, like, if you do, how is it that Hillary didn't win? Because she was predicted to win by the interviews before, and she didn't win.
She may have been predicted to win, but then they had a ballot and they actually counted the numbers, and she didn't win. Quite obvious.
No, but they asked the people. I forgot the word. It's not Gallup over there, but like when they ask around.
Poll?
Survey or poll? Yeah, survey. Yeah.
They took a survey of a very small amount of people. They got their opinion, but when they took the ballot of all the people, obviously their survey was incorrect, wasn't it? Because when all the people voted, she lost.
So surveys aren't. They don't tell you anything. So if you survey a small group of people, it doesn't tell you anything.
Survey can give an indication, definitely.
Well, did it?
Find me
Hillary
a
will win.
single flat earther who's ever done a survey.
They're not always accurate, though.
God damn, dude. You guys believe everything you fucking hear, man.
Well, I'm sure you think what?
Wouldn't we?
They stole the election from
Not
Trump.
believe. We've got no reason to.
No
You probably
flat
think
earther is gonna do a fucking survey, dude. We're not just waiting by our phones for some idiot to call us and ask us 1,000 questions.
You guys probably think the Russians influenced the election. That's why Hillary lost.
Yeah, I don't vote, man.
I mean, I bet you think that it was a legit election. We counted all the votes and everything went.
Wouldn't it be legit? It
Oh
was
God,
made
I'm
up.
not.
You think it was CGI'd?
No, you think that people actually voted? They counted all the votes. Of course they did.
Very slowly. That's how they counted them. Very slowly. Vote by vote.
Yeah, they threw away Trump's vote.
They threw away votes. Have you got any evidence to back up this claim that they threw away votes?
Yeah, there's no video of anyone counting.
There's a
I'm
video of them
done.
actually
You believe anything?
throwing away votes. That's a mighty big accusation there. And I'm sure if they had thrown away votes, there would have been some action taken.
One
By
vote
who?
for me, no votes for you.
One for him, three for you.
Oh, I actually got to get back to work. This was fun.
It's been actually.
I bet someone's gonna take clips from the recording and just take it out of context.
Yeah.
Over here on 28th of March, you said this.
This all goes to Flat Earth Data's book.
This was the controlled opposition on both sides.
I actually once read the book about quantum electrodynamics. It's kind of a wild theory.
I don't think you've ever read a book in your life.
Well, it's funny, but I currently have a book in front of me.
But you're just looking at it, you don't know how to read it, do you?
Oh,
Well,
God.
it seems to say quantum mechanics right there.
What would a flat earther know about quantum mechanics?
Pretty picture.
Not
I'm not a
much.
flat earther. Flat earther is someone who says that there's no terrain. That's idiotic. I'm not that.
Yeah, that's
Well,
part
you're
of it.
semantics.
Well,
Sometimes semantics matters, man.
there may be
Yeah.
some stuff to learn from the quantum electrodynamic stuff. But if we're trying to use it as some qualifier or disqualifier as to whether or not the Earth is this shape or that shape, that doesn't really make any sense. Knowledge about some sort of esoteric field of science is irrelevant. It's just whether or not the evidence is pointing to a flat Earth or not, really.
I agree. Yeah, finally somebody's come and said it. You just got to tell them like it is.
Yeah,
The thing is,
A lot of
when
times in these discussions, they try to use some sort of disqualifier to say that you're not smart enough to figure out the question, but the question's pretty simple.
well, by default, if you believe that the Earth is flat, you're not smart enough.
Yeah, well, by default.
The Earth presents itself as a flat, motionless plane.
Yeah, it actually is
Yeah,
flat
locally.
by default.
Locally.
So you live on a sphere that's locally
You
flat,
believe
but then at some points it like transitions to a different type of flat. Shouldn't there be
No.
like an angle
a disco baller.
between those
You just
flat
don't
parts?
understand. You don't understand how small you are. You're tiny,
Yeah,
tiny.
of course. Always too small
Is that
or
another
too.
word for insignificant?
Well, think about it: an ant on a basketball, or even smaller. It's probably more like maybe bacteria. Yeah, I consider you guys bacteria. That makes sense.
Okay, I'm imagining it. Now what?
From the perspective of the bacteria, it would look flat.
Would
Have
the
you
bacteria
been-
see the geometric horizon?
Sorry?
Would the bacteria see the geometric horizon on a basketball?
We never see a geometric horizon.
Yeah, we don't, but would the bacteria see it?
Well, no, they'd see an apparent horizon.
Oh, what is causing the difference on a basketball?
What's causing the difference?
Yeah, don't you see the geometry of a basketball when you look at a basketball?
No, what you see is a refracted horizon. It's always refracted. There's always atmosphere. It's no atmo day.
What? Okay, so when you see a basketball, it's not a basketball then?
No, I'm saying that that horizon's refracted. Then that was your question. You were specifically referring to the geometric horizon.
Sure. On a basketball, when you look at a basketball, do you see a geometric horizon of the basketball?
It's refracted. There's atmosphere.
So it changes day by day. The size of the basketball is changing.
The size isn't changing. No,
Or the apparent size, is it changing?
not at all. The horizon is just
Okay,
changing
so it's
because of
geometric.
refraction.
But then it's geometric then.
No,
That's
it's
not
not.
what she said.
It's apparent.
So it's apparent, but it doesn't change because the apparent size stays the same.
Look, the fact is that it's
But
we
you have to
never
change the
we never see. No, I'm not changing the subject at all. The fact is that we never see the geometric horizon because atmosphere exists and we have refraction. So every single time you look at what you think is it's a geometric horizon, it should be at a certain distance. No, it's refracted.
That was good. That was funny and weird. That was really good.
Basic
Yeah, I mean,
shit.
you're gonna need an R for the refraction on your spinning globe.
We've already been over an R and how that's been validated.
Sure. Yeah, and no one's still validated.
You just hand wave dismissed all my evidence. Reciprocal zenith angles, you just hand wave dismissed. Oh, that's it's an optical.
Okay,
Yeah,
look,
I mean,
I thought we were supposed to be
like-
hashtag same team, but you're not giving legit evidence.
Who isn't giving legit evidence?
What's the I'm,
You're kind
what?
of embarrassing me.
Who's in the team of food?
I'm
I
on
don't
the
know
team
what
of
team she's
truth,
on.
and some of you guys are on the
Yeah.
truth of just like believe whatever the scientists say.
I'm on the science team, the thousands of years of experiments team.
I'm a reality
Thousands
earther
of
myself.
experiments told you about, and you were like, "Yep, sounds good to me."
Look, I triggered all you guys with one simple sentence.
Well, symbol is what describes you.
Yeah, so you measured reciprocal zenith angles with an optical tool, even though light is bent.
Again, you keep bringing that up. It's got nothing to do with the measurements themselves.
Well, it has. I mean, if I have a ruler that is bent, I can't make an accurate measurement with it, right?
Why are we talking about rulers now?
Because you're measuring with something and you're using light.
An optical observation.
Yeah, an optical observation. And is light bending in the medium?
Of course, light bends.
Okay, so how can you measure it?
So, hang on, so light bends now. So you guys don't believe that light bends? Okay.
No, I agree that light bends.
That's news to me. Most of you flat earthers disagree.
No, it does bend. But for,
Wait, so
for
Globus,
an
what
arc
do you,
to bend on
what
your
do
globe, you need an arc for that.
Globus, what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
It's a globe, duh.
It's a globe tart.
Come on.
Oh, okay, for sure. I thought I saw you in Gems the other day. I didn't, and I thought you were taking a different position.
Come on.
I was there with my
Hey,
mates. I was hanging.
You can't trust these Globers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all good. I let them believe whatever they want, dude. If they want to think they went to the fucking moon in a tin can,
We
How
did.
ridiculous.
We did.
Of
Let 'em
course
be.
we
Let 'em do it.
did. There's a fucking flag.
Well,
The
Globus
flag.
is a known flatty.
I mean,
Prove we didn't.
I think if
Retro reflectors up there.
That's
We've
what I was going
got
to say, Bandy. The retro
flags.
reflectors.
Come on, seriously.
you guys think that somebody
You
went
know how
to-
many people would have to be in on it?
Exactly.
next
Way
you're gonna
too
ask me
many
why they would lie.
conspiracy. Anyway.
Yeah, why would they lie?
We've got rocks.
Good
We've got
question.
rocks from the moon. Oh, we've got so much stuff. So much stuff.
They have
Jeez.
absolutely no reason to lie. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, it's not like anybody lying is trying to control you or anything. That's crazy.
I mean, I bet
Totally
some
crazy.
people over here think that they actually are some kind of complicated moon rocks or something.
We are rocks. We are rocks. We're just
Yeah,
complicated
exactly.
rocks.
Sure, yeah, sure.
Rocks get smart.
Why do you think
prove
that's
they
funny?
don't.
Why does he think it's funny though? I don't get the humor behind
I
it.
don't get it either.
Can you
He
show
doesn't
me a
think
rock
evolution's
thinking?
real or something.
Oh, but
He
you
doesn't.
assume that you're a rock, so it depends. Okay.
We're monkey rocks, actually.
Hey, you guys.
That's what we are. Yeah.
You got? Did you guys hear the one about the Glober who his wife walked in on him cheating on her with some young chick?
It could have totally been a robot. I don't know why they have a problem with that guy. I mean, it makes sense, right? It could have been a robot looks just like the neighbor.
Exactly.
I mean,
I don't know
these
why
days,
those people are
come
making fun
on.
of him. Yeah, exactly. You ever heard of technology advancements? We wouldn't even be
These
talking
guys-
right now on these
You know,
phones.
actually,
if
there's a
someone,
guy-
if they didn't go to the moon, there's no way we'd be able to talk to each other right now. if they didn't go to
Exactly.
the moon.
These guys deny
crazy.
technology, but they're on a computer or they're on a phone.
Okay, wait.
I mean-
So you think that because we have phones, that means we went to the moon? I'm so confused.
Oh, totally.
Okay, wait. I've been
that-
listening for about
just
30
make the
minutes, and you guys
connection.
are being
Just
very,
make
you're
the
being very sarcastic, and I can't tell who's a flat earther and who's like, I'd
No
like
way.
to argue with someone. but
Sounds
I
like a
don't
paranoid
know.
flat earther to me.
I'm actually giving up, dude.
Giving up.
Yeah.
It's an opposite. It's an opposite day today.
I'm surprised we've done it for this long. To be honest, it's been
Actually,
like,
you
at
were
least a couple
pretty
of hours.
good, Globus. You were really good.
What
Globus.
Yeah, you were too good, Globus.
A little too good.
How does it feel to be a globetrotter?
I'm paranoid of you.
You go fuck
You might
yourself
actually
for
be
a
a Glober.
fraction, okay?
Yeah, I've been messaging with her eyes, I guess I call her. She was like, "No way, he's really no, I can't, no way."
Oh, I'm not letting him win. He's still not winning.
Too good.
You're still not winning, regardless.
No, you fuck yourself. Come on.
Shit.
He's battled them
Still
so much
owning.
he knows their arguments too well. That's the thing. He knows exactly what they're like.
It's a good exercise. This is such a genuine participate, man. But
Wait, so was Globus? Were you really a Glober? I'm stoked. I'm confused.
Really?
No, we were role playing. We reversed everybody's role.
That was a touche moment.
Globus is pretty good, man.
Yeah,
Well, I've seen him around. I don't think I've ever debated.
Yeah, I'm glad he's on our side. Yeah,
Are you sure though?
It was hard to get anything on him. I was like, dude, he's a better Glober than most Glovers, dude.
Yep. Well, that's the thing. You can just know what you're supposed to know, as long as you don't acknowledge your feelings or have any kind of common sense and all those things, and you can just rattle it off what they say.
I think Mole Man's probably the best flatty. Mole Man was definitely the best flatty.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Mole Man is man. I was like,
Wouldn't
whoa,
that
how is
be
he ever? This guy is not a
Mailman?
baller.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, we'll call him Mailman now. He earned it.
That's true.
He's a secret flat earther.
Well,
He so is.
me too. Kind of. Not really.
Is that a secret? I think everybody knows.
That I'm a Glober.
Oh, that you're a flatter.
Show that all you had, your best evidence was a picture.
Right. Yeah, it's that.
I gotta change the team.
There's a reason why Globus can do a pretty good job at being a Glober, and I can't do a pretty good job at being a flat earthers because I said y'all's best arguments, to be honest with you.
You didn't really. You were straw manning us pretty good for a bit there.
Well, I brought up all the best arguments. You can't see too far. From NASA are fake.
I did get actually kind of pissed
I could tell.
for a second.
Yeah.
I could hear it in your
got
voice.
I was like,
that snideness to his voice that just like makes
If there's
you feel
one thing I can
ridiculed.
do well, is piss people off. Ask
Yeah.
Jim Panda Silver.
100%.
That's a talent.
That is talent.
Quality. It is a quality that you do possess.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of comes from that smug, toffee little voice of yours.
That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
You hear him jam, dude.
Now your piss pants are off.
Yeah, now you're pissing me off, man.
You little boy.
Don't be surprised if you get a call from headquarters offering you a little bit of money to change sides.
That's right.
Happens all the time.
Yeah, I might do a ranty on you guys. Watch out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
The price is right. If the price is right.
burn.
Flat Earth office.
That's a question, Jimmy.
Ooh.
Actually, no, we don't need to talk about that. We can talk about it another time.
Oh, I saw one photograph and now I think it's a ball again, even after I took 100 photographs to show it wasn't.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, like, I just wonder how you change sides. Like, what?
Maybe you never did.
You realize you're not spinning. That's how you change sides.
Or
realize
you
you're not
never
spinning.
thought you were. Or you always thought you were.
Yeah, that's what it takes. Just realize common sense, that kind of thing. Realize that people can make up stories that create religions, and one of them actually made science into a religion. See, that's the problem. Shouldn't have to believe in science. But yeah, Ranty's thing was weird. I don't even want to talk about that. It's just that's obvious, right? One photograph. But that's at least that was kind of like the way that he made it, so everyone would know it's bullshit, you know. But he could do it at the same time with one photograph.
Have 223 million terabytes of photos. Not one of your own. Not one of your own.
Right.
Did he not have any of his own? Is that the case? I thought he had loads of his own.
No, that's the whole point. He had terabytes full of his own photos showing that there was, you know, a flat Earth, and then one photograph from a third party, second, you know, hand, convinced him. That was ridiculous.
On a good day, it's ridiculous. On a good day.
I just want to know what the check was for. How much did he get? Or what was the situation? Why did that move become the move he made? Too bad.
I don't know. It was like a rebranding.
I guess, but it's like,
is that what they call it these days?
was like I call it career suicide.
Yeah. Diet Randy. Randy rebranded himself. Sugar free.
Surely he's not that bad.
I suppose it depends on your situation, though, right? I mean, I'm sure some people would be willing to sacrifice their integrity for monetary means if they really needed it.
Or maybe they'd never had integrity to begin with.
That too.
Well, it doesn't seem like it, unfortunately. Like when he had his channel up, when he was doing all his observations, it was just about the observations. That's what his channel was about. He wasn't doing anything.
But where's Brandon?
Oh, he's gone, vanished.
Lizards took him.
Yeah, he gone.
Patience.
He'll be back.
He didn't take the check.
He didn't drink the Kool-Aid.
He abandoned us.
He's in.
Oh fucking god!
It's chocolate chip.
It's very in Antarctica.
Fucking hell!
God. Sorry. I
didn't even hear what was so funny. What were you laughing at?
He's chocolate chip in it.
Does.
You know. Like Brandon.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to him.
Having a holiday.
You know, he really did seem to. He had such composure. Like, he wasn't triggered. He didn't get pissed. And then
Yeah, I like to be in his presence.
I could sort of like, you could see where he just had enough. He was like, fuck this. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah, at the later stage, he was more and more like aggravated all the time.
Yeah. Like he just couldn't take it anymore. Like Rumpus. Oh fuck you, Rumpus. Shut the fuck up, Rumpus. Like,
I mean, Rumpus is sometimes very
he's
hard to
special.
listen to him.
Hey, you know what? Rumpus told me, you're the stupidest flat earther there ever was.
Utter fool.
I think there has to be a musical about Rumpus. Flat Earth the musical.
Maybe, but
he's the tragic figure, you know, the
I don't
last
know.
one to hold on to the globe.
He would like it too much.
Oh,
and
he would
that
love
would,
it. He
would
probably wants to
ruin
start
it.
it.
That would
It
kind
would
of
be
ruin it.
I would love to have like a TV show of flat earthers, and then just people acting as some flat earthers. Like you'd have someone acting as Rumpus, and like Chemo, QE, Nathan.
Sure. Yeah, there's a lot of characters out here.
Or maybe a
You mean like
cartoon or
real flat earthers?
No, I thought about actors, but then again, we know how these people look like, so maybe it's just a cartoon. Sort of
It would
thing.
have to be more a reality show.
It kind of is a whole lot.
We can have Will Smith acting Peach.
Did you see what he did just
Yeah,
a
I
few
saw, yeah.
hours ago?
Just
Whoa!
smacked Chris Rock in the head.
Chris Rock.
What? What did he do?
Will
Dude.
Smith slapped Chris Rock.
Oh, he like bitch slapped him. But
In the
Chris Rock didn't even flinch.
What are you talking about? Who?
What?
That real
Will
or was
Smith.
it set up? Guys,
I think it
real?
wasn't set
It looked
Gosh.
pretty janky. I think
Does it
was.
matter?
Well, it looked pretty
Yeah, it's
set up
funny
to
that
me. The clip that I saw looked pretty set up.
I don't know. I watched Sky News and they're totally legit.
I
Forget the
think
fact
that's an
that they're
example.
Rockefellers.
But I think that is I think that is an example of something looking so fake that it has to be real. Like
It has to be real.
yeah, it's like this organic, but it's awkward because it's not planned.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's made up, even though it's not.
Well, he was making fun of her hair. Like
Yeah.
her shaving her head, if she had not done that before, which she hadn't, she had that like little faux hawk thing. It would be a submission kind of thing, like a initiation situation. And so maybe she was doing that, maybe not, but she did the like half eye roll, lazy eye kind of thing when he said it, when he brought it up, like the G.I. Jane reference. And Will, if you look at the footage, he laughed. He thought, great.
Yeah, he was laughing first, and then
Like, wait a
the
minute,
camera
I'm
went,
be offended.
yeah, but then the camera went to Chris Rock, and he said something more, and then Will Smith started to walk on the stage.
Yeah, he had to do the macho man thing. Or that's, that's how they portray it, at least. Who knows? Either way, they want people to focus on it.
But does she have some kind of a sickness why she shaved her head?
Alopecia or something.
The coworker said
A
that she has some
sudden. That doesn't happen overnight, though.
Yeah, I think she shaved her head because she knows that her hair is falling off. But I'm not sure.
But when they do that, isn't there always like the bestie that also shaves their head in support?
Maybe she wasn't.
Okay.
Where's that
Did
bestie?
Will have hair?
I mean, not a lot of effort needed on his part for that support.
And the KKK has shaved heads. Maybe they.
Oh, damn! They're both neo-Nazis, dude.
Yeah.
Who would have thunk it?
Nobody
all
until right now.
Tell that to Pete Shea and it's back.
Did you just say Pete Shea?
Yeah, everything regarding Will Smith has to go through him.
Well, except for like the dodo.
Yeah, but that doesn't exist.
Or does it?
No, obviously not.
That's the point. Duh.
Oh god, I gotta get back to work.
Again.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm just doing work, off work, doing work, off work.
What's
I
that?
gotta get started.
Let's get it started in here.
I love how I just watched the clip for the first time. I love how he was like, "Well, that was the greatest night in the history of television."
Yeah, right.
Right? Like you realize
They
right
go
away
for a
how
while,
great
huh?
that is. Right? I don't know.
Well,
I
if you
don't think
think
it was
about their
fake. It looked pretty real.
roles, though, like Will sort of has to stand his ground on his archetype.
Right. Exactly. I
Because
guess.
Chris
You know.
he's sort of like the court jester,
Right.
you know.
Okay.
So
But
Will
they're
has to
saying it's
have
fake.
a
I want to know if it's fake. I have to know if it's fake now.
I mean, even
I
if
don't
it's
think so
not,
though. It's pretty good. Pretty good acting
it
on Will Smith's
really,
part.
if that's fake, then that's like the best fake. But
Mm-hmm.
if you look at how they work, though, like look at Star Wars, it's all about the archetypes. So if they were representing the archetypal roles, then Will Smith was the prodigal son, like he always is.
It's weird that he didn't back off at all. Like Will Smith walked right up to him and he didn't try
I
to like
know. That's what
dodge
Rex
it or anything.
because Chris, he did not flinch. He's like,
Nope.
well, that happened.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if there was a sense, like, if it was legit, if there was a sense of like, I did kind of deserve this. I was asking myself whether this will deserve me a
Yeah,
punch.
Right.
It was
Yeah, that
really good acting
too.
on both their parts. Like he didn't look like yeah, it looked pretty real.
So either they
could be
weren't
fake.
acting at all, or it was the best acting ever.
But one thing I
Yeah,
find odd,
I
exactly.
think that it's also possible that after so many award shows, somebody got jack of somebody else's dodgy, edgy humor and just went, "Fuck you, man." Like,
one
it
thing
could have
I've,
happened to Ricky Gervais too. You heard his one?
yeah,
Well,
the
but the
only thing
whole
I've
thing is taking the focus off of Jada. Why is her head shaved?
one thing I found odd about it is the fact that Chris Rock did not. Normally, when you get hit, your automatic sort of reflex reaction is to hold that part that's been hit, and he
Yeah.
didn't. Normally, yeah, if you get slapped, like it's almost like a reflex reaction to hold the part that's been struck.
Or at least lean toward that direction.
Yeah, and just hold it,
And
'cause
he
of the pain.
didn't.
And that was a big slap. I mean, right?
If you look at Will's elbow, it is rounded outward, like a punch more than a slap.
Yeah.
It was
I've
fake,
watched it a few
Kaz.
times.
It was fake. It was a Hollywood slap. That's what it was. It was a Hollywood slap.
If it was a slap, his elbow was not in the right place.
Slap or a punch, it was all Hollywood.
If it was a punch, it would have been, yeah. I guess that's what we're supposed to be doing, though, analyzing it.
I'm
Yep.
talking about it.
That's what they want us to do.
And then tomorrow morning, somebody is going to wake up with platinum blonde hair.
Do you not think any of this is slightly auto-hoaxy? Where, like, it is possible.
All of it is.
He slapped him.
That's the
He
best
slapped him, but
shit.
it was a Hollywood slap. I just watched
It's
it in
like
slow
Days
motion.
of Our
I just
Lives.
want to put it out there that
It
it's
wasn't. I thought he
possible that
punched him.
slapped another guy for saying some shit about his wife.
That's yeah, 100%. And I don't deny that personally at all. There's just some oddities. But yeah, that doesn't take away from the fact that it definitely could have been real.
It kind of hits you in the feels. That's the thing. It's like, oh God, yeah, I would have done that. So what do you think? What do you do? Talk about it more. Duh.
Yep, they got us talking.
Damn it, it worked.
It did. Fuck.
We could
It's a globe anyway.
wheels or doors. We could be talking
It's a globe.
I'm a pickle.
Refraction.
Action.
You don't even know about refraction, so whatever.
Doesn't exist.
Refraction.
What causes it?
It doesn't exist.
I don't know.
Don't make me get back into character, please. Even though I did enjoy that.
That was touche. That was a
It wasn't. That's why I kept it up for so long, because I was enjoying it. And normally I don't even speak for this long, even as a flat earther.
I was hoping so much you would bring up like the shit like latent microwave radiation. Come on, dude.
I was about to.
Yeah, right.
You two need to
I
get it
jumped
in.
across the road, Globus. You're over there. You had them absolutely rattled. They did
I did,
not
didn't I?
enjoy your presence at all, to the
No.
point where you actually got muted and deafened.
Oh yeah,
You got
100%.
as well. Yeah, not just muted, you got deafened.
How rude.
That happens a lot, though. A lot. I'm no stranger to gem pandas.
What was it over? What was it over this time?
Oh, several subjects, but mainly Coriolis. It started off.
Coriolis,
Yeah,
nice.
fluid dynamics. Coriolis was the main topic, but then there was also earlier on it was angles, celestial navigation. You know,
Your main
elevation angles.
adversary was it Doofus? Was he the one
Doofus,
you were going
yeah.
coded? Yeah.
Yeah, Doofus. He hates me. The dude, he actually legitimately hates me.
He hates everyone, I think.
Yeah.
Him and Jeremy have a love-hate relationship too.
Do they?
Yeah, I think so.
Is
I
that the real
appreciate-
Ali B?
Yep. The one, the only.
Where's he been?
He's in
Around the globe.
He's in Denmark, traveling around.
Is he still?
I think so. Well, that's where he lives, I think.
Yeah.
Could be wrong. I don't want to talk for him, but that's what I thought.
Well, last I heard him say he was not going to go back to Scotland because of the
Oh,
shit.
do you blame him? The bloody weather's
I mean, of
terrible
course
over
not.
there.
Right?
That's what I love about
Yeah.
Mel's channel when I watch it occasionally. Right, when he's just raging about the Scottish weather, he absolutely loses it.
Yeah, that one where he's sitting out there in the park and he's like cursing his ancestors.
Yeah. Do you guys analysed his latest video? Did you, Kosho, on the roast?
I left the show early, so I didn't catch the part with Dell. Hold on a second.
Which video?
It's one
Which
of
video,
the
Benny?
show. Oh man, you missed it, Ruhif. We all switched roles for like the past fucking 4 hours.
I am cooking dinner.
Did you do really go to McDonald's?
No, I'll show you I'll fucking take a photo of my dinner in a minute. I cooked a masterpiece this evening.
Masterpiece.
Well, what was it?
Well, I'll send you a photo of it in a minute. It's mango chicken breast and stir-fried vegetable.
Oh,
That's not cliche enough for me. Gotta be shrimp, right?
No.
Shrimp? Who eats shrimp?
Cliche people.
Yo, shrimp is delicious.
You know that
I eat
accent.
prawns. I don't eat shrimp.
Same
No,
thing.
we
Oh.
only eat prawns here.
Yeah.
Prawns.
Prawn is just the UK
But
Australian term for it.
prawns are kind of tough. I don't know.
What sort of
To me,
prawns
that's
are you
sort of like
eating?
Yeah,
that's
that's
like a
right.
PF Chang's, like a chain restaurant kind of commercialized.
No, they're essentially the same thing. In
Literally, yes.
In North America,
but-
they call them shrimp, and in the UK, they call them prawn.
Prawns.
Well, I think
King
they
prawn,
make
king
us.
shrimp.
They want us to think that the prawns are more like the big guys, like the tiger shrimp.
No,
But then,
those are called king prawns. You know, the bigger they are,
Yeah,
you know,
or
or jumbo
jumbo
whatever.
shrimp.
Yeah.
Jumbo
Oh,
shrimp in
okay.
America.
Prawns, you got banana prawns. Oh,
They only call them prawns if they still have their like feelers attached.
Now you're getting too technical.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Otherwise, I
If it's
mean,
more than what I knew, it's too technical.
Yep.
otherwise it's just a shrimp.
Are
You're
you
a
a
shrimp.
biologist?
No, that's like restaurant menu stuff.
Nah, sounds like biology to me.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
nothing better than a bucket full of freshly caught prawns. Thrown into
Prawns
a
are filth. Absolute filth.
filth.
The garbage of the sea.
Oh yeah, man, they taste so good too.
I thought that was oysters.
Oh. If you
No,
like
that's
jizz,
mussels.
then yeah.
Barnacles, maybe?
Nickel Bill.
No, prawns are good because even though they're bottom feeders, they have like, you know, the ability to metabolize and filter out all that, you know, disgusting stuff like no one's business, which is like the exact opposite of like pig, which can't filter out and they don't even have sweat glands and they just eat absolute garbage. So I go with a prawn any day.
Yeah, but just because they don't sweat doesn't mean they don't filter out toxins.
Yeah, roast pork and crackling. Oh yeah.
Ah,
Damn.
nasty.
Big cheek. Oh yum, that is absolutely divine.
Disgusting.
You mean like chicharrones?
Ox stew.
Chicharron,
Oh
yes, that's good
yum.
shit.
Oh, the things you can do with pig is beautiful.
Are you trying to trigger percentage?
What's that one that they eat in the bayou in the south?
Crawfish.
No.
Crawdads?
It's pig, like soup or something. What's it called? It starts with the C, I think.
You mean
Yeah.
Crocodile.
No, it's pork, man.
That's for C. Crackling.
A soup?
It's like a soup or like a stew or something.
Are you talking about gumbo?
No, not gumbo.
There you go, Bandy.
Oh, yum. Nice. Looks fancy.
Pretty nice.
Chitlins. That's what it is.
Sorry,
Chitlins? You know how you cook chitlins proper, like, right?
No.
You boil the shit out of them.
Nasty.
Nice one, monkey. All right, who wants to fight? While I eat dinner.
Well, you're having dinner, aren't you, Rui?
I am. I still fight and eat.
Well, why aren't you sitting around the dining room table having dinner as a family?
She's in LA.
Sorry?
My wife is in LA.
But the kids aren't.
Oh yeah, we eat separately.
He doesn't like the chicken nuggets.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not far from the truth, by the way. To see the Chris Rock Will Smith thing?
Yeah, fake.
No,
Fake footage.
No, I don't think it's fake.
I didn't see
I
it at
reckon he
all.
actually slapped him.
Of course you think it's real, Rui. Go on. Go on. Give us your best shot.
Yeah.
The reactions afterwards seemed pretty genuine,
Uh-huh.
in my
So we
humble
have a
opinion.
room full of actors here acting
Yeah.
away, and everything seems genuine.
Hmm.
Of
That's the way it goes, right?
Of course. I know. See, that's how they got away with the moon landing so well. Like, they just got some actors. I put some cameras in front of them, and boom, Rui's a believer. Easy as that.
Imagine landing on the moon right now.
Mm-hmm.
What day is it? Monday, isn't it?
Yeah, still Monday. A beautiful lamb spit on the weekend, Rui. Freshly slaughtered and butchered. Oh my God.
Slaughter it yourself?
It was good. I know my mate did. He slaughtered it. She was about 6 to 8 months old, thereabouts.
Mm.
And it was well worth it. The sacrifice was well worth it.
Nice.
Oh yeah, but basted in honey and garlic for about 4.5, 5 hours.
Nice.
We lifted the whole thing off the spit and put it in the middle of the dining room table of everyone. Oh, we all just hooked into it like barbarians. It was good. Yeah, happy
Yet
days is right, JJ. Happy days was right.
you did have a mint chutney, right?
There was mint there on the table somewhere, but no, I didn't destroy the hours of basting. I didn't destroy it with any other flavour.
My chicken's mango chutney.
Ooh, a mint mango chutney.
Yeah. Mint is filth.
What? You always have a mint chutney on your lamb.
And then my mate ate the eyeball. Oh my God. Still traumatised from that.
Mm.
Well, I guess you've never seen Indiana Jones.
Look, it doesn't matter what I've seen at all. It was disgusting, absolutely disgusting. And he just crunched into it too. Oh, with his mouth open.
An
Barbarian.
eyeball?
Yeah, an eyeball. Well, the eyeball and the bits that were hanging off it.
That sounds kind of Viking to me.
Mm. Well, it was very much a Viking experience. Like I said, the whole lamb was in the middle of the dining room table, and you were just hooking into it from all angles.
Like Hellraiser on that shit?
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. That's gross.
You know, it was good. It was good. Just ripping it apart like Fred Flintstone style, just big chunks of it. You got the juices all pouring down your face. Oh.
I can't tell if you're disgusted or elated.
No. Oh no, it was good. It was a good night, actually. It was a good
It was a good disgusting night.
yeah.
It was repulsively delicious. Either way, it was not kosher.
Oh no, it definitely wasn't kosher. But she was fresh as.
I'm dying.
Mum didn't look too happy though.
That's because you didn't give her the tenderloin. She was offended.
Yeah, she was. Oh. We'll get her knocked up again, and we'll do it again.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
He's always playing with his little gifts and his. Why are you always doing that?
A kosho.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
kosher.
Like she'd be hungry enough then? That kind of gift?
What's up, man? So
No, I asked what you were doing, kosher.
oh, I'm trying to land on the moon.
On the land of the moon.
Damn. What
In
happened?
Capel.
No,
KSP.
Have you failed?
I failed 3 times. Yeah, this is a space flight simulator. I used to play some.
You have not failed. You just haven't gone there yet.
How did you go?
Crashed into the moon last time, but
How did,
but yeah, This is my. I'm gonna try to get into orbit right now. So let's see.
It's not failure. It's opportunity. Damn it.
Orbits. Okay.
Try and land on the dark side. Get more success.
Is China gonna let you do that though?
how'd you get past the Van Allen radio belts? Did you just not know about them, so you didn't have to worry about them?
Duh. That's how you do it.
Ignorance is always the key.
If you don't know about the technology, it doesn't hurt you.
That's right. That's the logic I like to hear. Hey, kosher. Kosher. You're so. What does your name mean? May I ask?
Kosher? Oh, it's short for kosher chocolate.
First name, wasn't it kosher? Kosher chocolate. Back in the day.
I see. What about you, Bandy? Are you a chippy or something?
I was playing with wood all day, so.
Love to rub my wood. Yep. Exactly.
He's a woodsman.
It's your mine. You know, I can't take credit for the name. That was all my kids. My kids gave me the name.
Mm-hmm.
Kosher, what's the phi symbol in your name for?
Just trying to be edgy.
Oh.
The golden ratio.
Edgelord.
It's like that number. It's a cool number.
So deep.
Yeah, I think the number 5 is actually based off that number.
It's actually like the number 4. 1. Ooh.
5 makes more sense.
0.3.
It's good enough for me.
Enough. What's that thing? Did you build that rocket? Did you, Kosho?
Yeah, I did. This is my little lander.
That's quite a cool rocket.
Yeah, this is
Oh, and the lander bolted right to the nose of it. And this you can play on your phone.
yeah, exactly. That's why this is the one I play on my phone, and they just started making it for the PC, so that's what I'm trying to
Did you make it out of Connects?
do. Yeah, I did.
Thought so.
I used to love playing with Connects.
It's made out of paper mache. We all know that.
I dare you to make paper mache Connects wheels like that, though. Come on.
It takes a certain talent. It takes dedication.
That takes obsession.
It does. It's better CGI than NASA, I must say.
Wouldn't take much.
NASA doesn't use it. NASA's real.
Of course it is.
Of course, it's a real organization.
There is no better CGI than NASA because it's not CGI.
It's not
We
CGI,
wouldn't have
but it has to be.
Hollywood unless it was for NASA. Let's be honest.
What? Talk me through that one. We wouldn't have Hollywood if we wouldn't have NASA.
Evening, Harold.
G'day, mate. Thank you, my love.
You sound very far away from your mic, Harold.
I am emotionally and physically.
Put the jets on backwards.
You just realise this now.
Yeah, dude.
Take
Sometimes you gotta wait
test run.
fucking all day, dude.
Why didn't you test this thing in a vacuum before you took it in outer space, Kosho? Like,
Sometimes you don't get the opportunity, man.
Because maths.
And are you accounting for Coriolis? Is
equations? Damn.
Science deniers.
Yep.
Thank you, my love.
You land first before you deploy the solar panels, Kosho?
I can't talk right now. Hold on.
Obviously, because you're making rookie mistakes.
such a rookie.
Hey, Banso, how you doing?
Doing fine, mate. How are you?
Fuck, you sound different.
No, mate.
You don't care about the rest of us, Ellie?
What was that?
Hi, Allie
You
baby.
don't give a shit about the rest of us?
Hey, Danielle, how you doing?
I'm good.
You all
How
right?
are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How's the boy?
So good. Oh gosh, you wouldn't believe his hair.
Oh, what's he done with it?
Oh, it gets bigger and bigger. It's sort of like Kansas is jealous of his hair now. You wouldn't believe it. I keep telling him, Kansas called. They want their hair back.
He's going for the 80s look. It was all big
It's
hair
massive.
in the 80s. We were all inflicted by big hair. Duran style.
I didn't think he could actually achieve that, but he went there. He did.
Good
He's
for
like,
him, man.
okay,
I like
mom.
his style. It's always good to look into have your own identity, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Find yourself. How old's he now? He's what? He's 18 or something
Oh
like that now, isn't he?
gosh, he'll be 20 in July.
Oh my goodness.
But
What's
you
he
know
up
what?
to? Is he behaving himself? That's the thing.
You know, he still is. He
Good stuff.
is. It's so
Good stuff.
weird. Because I wasn't at that
He's just a
age.
good lad. You've just brought him up well, I suppose.
Well,
So,
thank you.
well, I don't know. Yeah.
I
It
think
should be him that's
his
thanking you.
girlfriend, though, his girlfriend deserves some credit for that. But he went to
All right,
his
is he
first
going
concert.
steady?
Yeah, since they graduated together.
Oh, nice, man.
I
Okay.
know. She's Puerto Rican and
Right, nice.
like incredible.
Big
We
family.
love each other. Yes. Gosh,
Good stuff.
she's so sweet. She actually like listens to me when I talk. You know, it's weird. They went
I
to the.
listen to you when you talk, so
Oh well,
you've got
that's
two.
different.
You've got two people that listen to you.
I know. That's special. He went to his
Yes.
first concert just a few days ago, and he brought me a T-shirt home. Oh my god!
Who was it?
Cannibal Corpse.
Yeah, oblivious. Don't know who that is. What kind? Well,
Metal
well,
as
obviously
fuck.
it's not pop music, is it? It's
No,
not old style.
no. I got my first Cannibal Corpse album in '96, I think.
All right, so he got it from you. Oh, right, okay,
So
that's
proud.
yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah. That was
What's been happening with you then? What you been up to?
same shit. Well, I got into metallurgy over the last year, I guess.
That's interesting. Alchemy,
Yes,
basically.
pretty much. I built myself a lab.
Oh, nice, nice. What, you doing experiments now, or what is it you're doing with the metal? Are you sort of finding temperatures to melt? Are you melting it and all this kind of stuff?
You know, gold.
No.
Rhodium is almost $20,000 an ounce.
All right, okay. Scrap silver's good. Actually, it's quite funny that when I first got into Alex Jones all them years ago, there was that big talk about, put your money into gold, put your money into silver. He always had guys on promoting it, and you had one guy on there, and this made a lot of sense to me. He says, if you're starting out, getting into that, he says, look, he says, in the end, if the economy does crash or whatever, there's no point you having ounce bars lying about the place. He says, you're better with scrap.
Yeah.
Buying the scrap metal, because you'll be surprised how many people actually take it. And he made a good point there. We've been fat for some reason. We've set, or someone set a value on gold, and like they made it valuable. Said, right, this is valuable, so everybody's kind of bought into that.
Right. And gold, silver, and copper. And so I've been kind of hoarding copper.
Yeah. I used to do scrap metal in London. Me and my friend, we decided, right, come on, let's go and make some money out of scrap, and it was unbelievable, man. But we followed the price of
more now.
Copper actually was what do you call it? It kind of drove the market, because it's in the building trade. It gets used for plumbing, so it's and it's it's a good metal to have. But I don't think it's not like worth the same as sort of gold and silver, but it's still
No, gold is almost $2,000 an ounce, but palladium is almost it got up to just about 3,000 for a few hours, but it's still more than gold. But platinum, it's only half of gold right now. But rhodium is fucking $600 a gram.
Yeah. But as I say, and I always thought that was a good idea. As I say, buying little bits of it.
Yeah.
Fuck, showing off. How the fuck can you imagine going into the grocery store? I can assure you, not a lot of people have gold, but they'll take it. People I've been fascinated with gold and silver for, it's got to be thousands of years anyway. If, we go back,
Yeah.
as far back as they say we go, kind of thing. So it's actually quite a good investment kind of thing. So
I know there's
good
at
on
least
you.
one state here that has their own currency. It's Idaho or maybe Iowa. I'm not sure. I don't live there or near it.
Oh,
But they have
okay.
their own like paper notes, but it has physical gold in it.
Oh,
And
wow.
so outside of the, federal currency, fake currency, fiat dollar, whatever, whatever you want to call it.
The posters.
Well, the postal thing, oh gosh, I've been into that whole lot, like the quantum syntax and everything.
All right, tell me more.
Just how, like actual law is done by the Postmaster General, who is above all other law.
Yeah.
Over the entire earth, not just, there's no country inside of that. And if you, I didn't realize this until recently. If you step foot in a courthouse, like what they would tell you is a courthouse here, you're committing a crime. You're already like a federal offense just by going in a courthouse, going in a courtroom.
Well, explain that one. That sounds interesting.
Because it's
explain.
corporate. So what they consider, they use, it's not just double speak, but it's everything is pretty much a non-contract, like a double and triple negative. It's so every sentence is a lie. It's false. And so, I mean, like how
Well,
our
basically like theoretical science, basically assumptions.
well, the whole freaking language was rewritten so we damn ourselves constantly every time we talk. And so every word that has like 2 syllables and starts with oh gosh, it's so technical. Pretty much almost every word in the English language now means no contract. You kind of can't say a sentence without saying no contract. So you're fucking yourself. You're bending over